Chapter 1. England, London, Woolsey Orphanage. Carl Harris reclined on the verdant grass in front of the house, his hands cradling his small head as he drifted into a reverie, seemingly troubled by some vexation. His light golden hair shimmered softly under the flickering sunlight. Good heavens, how could such a fortunate occurrence befall me? It is well known that the three predominant professions in the world are the time traveler from the Celestial Empire, the Japanese high school student, and the American drifter. Each of these roles represents individuals of extraordinary capability on Earth. Thanks to the diligent care of the orphanage, he had grown up healthy and strong, reaching the age of 8, while the memories of his past life had remained dormant until they finally awakened last night after a long slumber. Reflecting on the tragic conclusion of his previous existence, Carl's expression dimmed momentarily, but soon his excitement surged. After all, this was the 1990s in England. Armed with knowledge of the future, he could undoubtedly thrive in this world. At the very least, drawing from the numerous fantasy novels he had perused in his former life, he could venture to Huaxia and become a renowned literary plagiarist. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Carl rose to his feet, his face aglow with aspirations for the future. He produced a small, Marora, thoughtful gift from one of the caretakers at the orphanage and gazed into it. The reflection revealed a golden-haired, blue-eyed boy with exquisitely delicate features, long eyelashes, fair skin, and two charming dimples that appeared when he smiled, resembling a little angel. Carl was immensely pleased with his appearance. After traversing worlds, he would wager £100 that with his current looks, even a simple display of cuteness would earn him extra candies and a sweet kiss from the cashier. Name: Carl Harris. Identity: orphan. Interests: girls' cuisine. Appearance: self-assessed as highly attractive. Location: Europe, England, London, Woolsey Orphanage. Having confirmed his current identity in his mind, young Carl felt an overwhelming satisfaction. In his previous life, he had been as dark-skinned as an African chieftain, but in this life, with such fair skin, perhaps he could become a European royalty? Thus, he began to indulge in whimsical daydreams, envisioning himself as the world's richest man or a Hollywood star. After all, he had traversed worlds, and a little excitement was entirely understandable. His previous life had been nothing short of tragic. Ning Chuan had collapsed on the rooftop 15 times. His right eyelid had twitched 120 times. He had felt despair 99 times, and had wept for 3 hours, all in a futile quest to discover how he had lost that 50-cent coin. Ahem, apologies, I seem to have taken the wrong script. Indeed, Ning Chuan was Carl's past self. The reality was that at the tender age of 21, he had succumbed to a terminal illness, a consequence of late-night gaming and relying solely on takeout for sustenance. Determined not to burden his family further and unable to endure the agony of his affliction. In his youth, he found joy in leaping from steps, but adulthood demanded a leap from rooftops. As for the games that could induce such madness, the infamous toxic milk powder ranked among the top 3. In that realm, only 3 types of individuals possessed formidable strength: the lucky, the grind enthusiasts, and the wealthy. As a self-proclaimed poor university student akin to an African chieftain, Ning Chuan recognized that he had but one path: to grind. Relying on takeout for meals and staying up until 3 in the morning, he had tirelessly attempted countless raids, only to ultimately, regarding the venerable priest, I apologize, but Carl is not adept at playing. Furthermore, he is acutely aware that the wizard class in DNF is quite formidable. The moment of eternity and the Ista battle spirit exemplify melee wizards. Given that professions are not gender-specific, he will undoubtedly acquire skills from other classes in the future. Moreover, there's an exceedingly tantalizing passive skill that piques his interest: the undying body. Upon death, one can resurrect after recovering a certain amount of HP. Upon revival, the use of consumables is prohibited, and one can briefly restore 100 health points. Although should one be attacked and perish again during this recovery, automatic resurrection will be unattainable. It is undeniably a remarkable ability. He certainly does not possess the capability to learn Voldemort's soul-splitting to create Horcruxes. After all, one only has a single life at any given moment. When adversaries exhaust their trump cards and bring about your demise, yet you resurrect instantly and run a couple of laps to regain full health. Such a maneuver might infuriate them. Before delving into Harry Potter, he envisioned wizards as mysterious and elegant, resplendent and powerful. However, after reading it, he found the portrayal of wizards to be rather lackluster and their damage output disappointingly low. In contrast, the wizards in DNF perfectly embody Carl's idealized vision of what a wizard should be. Chaos Walker, an explorer of chaos and a recluse of distorted time and space. I will defy all constraints in the realm of rationality and madness. I shall traverse the winding path of truth unceasingly. Lunar Eclipse, a grand sorcerer who summons more potent familiars to battle, forging contracts with the creatures of the moon. Ista Battle Spirit, a melee wizard who concentrates the power of dazzling runes and absorbs the essence of Bana for a second transformation. Whimsical Spirit, a mischievous sorcerer who employs homunculus to enhance magical devices, breaking the taboos of the arcane. Goddess of the Moon, a master of curses and puppetry, the progenitor of curse magic, wielding all curses and spells at will. Is it a curse or a blessing? You may guess. I shall bend this world to my will. Elemental Sage, a traditional mage skilled in high-damage elemental magic, adept at long-range and area attacks against enemies. Bloodlord, this boiling blood is not merely a source of power. A mage who deciphers the essence of blood. You insignificant insects only deserve to crawl at my feet. Wind God, the wind sweeps across the mountains and rivers. Blood stains the stars. I shall ultimately be myself, a mage commanding the might of the tempest, the sovereign of the skies. Eye of Annihilation, a taboo mage who steps into the realm of forbidden magic, mastering the dark eye. In an instant, elements are birthed in their hands and then swell into colossal forms, a power that will obliterate all. Moment of Eternity. Can the frozen heart once again pulse with warmth? Deep within the piercing cold, true eternity must be concealed. These are the true wizards in the presence of such mages. Voldemort may not even withstand a single spell. May I confirm that the initial profession is wizard? Once determined, it cannot be changed. Confirmed. With Carl's resolute affirmation, a warm energy gradually permeated his entire being. It was the power of magic. His body involuntarily levitated into the air, his ears elongating to resemble those of an elf. The original wizards of the demon realm in Arad possessed the bloodline of elves. The surrounding individuals appeared oblivious, continuing with their respective tasks. The transformation persisted. His formerly fair skin turned pale, his hair shifting from a light golden hue to an icy blue and then a pale green, as elemental forces interchanged. Ultimately, the metamorphosis ceased. His elongated elfin ears reverted to normal, and his hair gradually returned to its original light golden color. Transformation complete. Now, please access the attribute panel. Name, Carl Harris. Age, 8 years. Stamina, 30. Magic power, 120. Mage level, Magic Apprentice. Intelligence, 135. Note: the ultimate magical power of a wizard is determined by intelligence. Note: intelligence reflects the understanding of magic, not physical intellect. Gold, 0. Profession, wizard. Overall, a fledgling little mage, whose lethality may not surpass that of a Siberian husky. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the passive skill Undying Body and learned the active skills Magic Whirlwind and Heavenly Strike. Upon completion of the transformation, he felt magic flowing through his body, incredibly docile, responding to his will. He forcibly suppressed the urge to test the Magic Whirlwind. However, upon seeing the unflattering evaluation from the system sprite, Little Q, his expression darkened. What did it mean that he was even inferior to a husky? Little Q, you better show yourself. I will not hesitate to vanquish you. Now, we shall distribute the Novice Gift Pack. The Novice Gift Pack has been distributed. A storage space materialized within Carl's consciousness. The space contained only 4 slots, one of which housed a beautifully presented large gift pack. The space can be expanded, but that will depend on the host's own efforts. This system adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. It is impossible for the host to gain without effort. Any skills or items must be acquired by the host in exchange for gold coins. In simpler terms, one must create joy through labor. Without wealth, one is left wanting. This system does not entertain the impoverished. Carl, is this system produced by Penguin? How does one acquire gold coins? Carl suppressed his frustration and inquired. Given that this is a magical realm, only magical currency can be exchanged for gold coins, with the exchange rate determined by the system. Weekly sign-in feature. The host must check in with the system daily. Maintaining this for a week will grant a single lottery opportunity, which will commence once the storyline begins. Title. The title panel will unlock once the host meets the requirements for the first title. Mall. The host can utilize gold coins exchanged from the system to purchase items in the mall. However, wait, why is this mall grayed out and inaccessible? To prevent unrealistic expectations. The system mall will only be activated once the host possesses 1,000 gold coins, and items listed may not exceed twice the amount of gold coins the host has. The mechanical, synthesized voice explained. Carl had been vexed by this system more than once. It was unmistakably a blatant display of disdain towards his impoverished status. He forcibly reminded himself to remain calm, assuring that once the explanation was complete, it would retreat far away. Prior to a magician's job change, the host could freely select 9 initial skills to learn without any cost. After the job change, acquiring skills necessitated obtaining a job change book for complete mastery, while others required additional purchase. The system would not issue any tasks to assist the host. Everything had to be earned through one's own efforts, adhering to the principle of equivalent exchange. Furthermore, the system possessed enhancement, enchantment, and amplification functionalities, all of which could be accessed with a modest expenditure of gold. Carl, just a little? I believe it is more like an immeasurable amount. The moment he thought of enhancement, he was reminded of that woman from his past life. Yes, indeed. It was her, Kelly. Countless warriors bowed before her. Alas, adventurer, I regret to inform you that your equipment has met its demise. Enhancement ruins a lifetime, and amplification impoverishes 3 generations. In the next life, may my beloved be Kelly, and may I vanquish Krent. Carl quietly murmured to himself, even in this new realm. The woman still cast a long shadow over his heart. This concludes all that the host needs to know. It is a privilege for Little Q to serve you. And we look forward to our next encounter. In the future, there will be assistance templates provided by the system to address the host's inquiries. As the final synthesized electronic voice faded away, a beam of red light shot from Carl's forehead, soaring into the sky until it vanished from sight. At last, this system sprite had departed, leaving him questioning his very existence. Carl let out a silent sigh of relief, soon replaced by a surge of excitement. The prospect of opening a treasure chest filled with surprises was always something to eagerly anticipate. Carl submerged his consciousness into a mere 4-slot storage space when suddenly a message materialized. Esteemed host, expanding a slot requires 100 gold coins. Money, money, money truly. It seems that everywhere one turns, funds are necessary. Within his mind, a grand gift box adorned with a colorful bow flickered with golden light, reminiscent of a birthday surprise. Glistening gold? Do you fancy yourself an epic item? Awaken from your delusions. You are merely a novice gift, Carl scoffed, lamenting that even a beginner's package had to be designed to radiate such brilliance. He gazed at the novice gift when another message invaded his thoughts. As you can observe, although it is but a novice gift, the shimmering gold indicates a potential for epic items. This package contains between 3 to 9 items, wholly randomized. Perhaps you may uncover the second apostle's epic tears of Helder, or you might merely acquire the practice staff of the Mage Guild's president, Shalon. You could receive the luminous Holy Chelan Pet, or perhaps the Tree Spirit from Grandma Orlon. It is possible to obtain the formidable skill book Divergence, the Forbidden Feast, yet you may also receive the Floating Spell. Everything lies within your grasp. Therefore, let not the unfortunate interfere. Carl, this system is indeed insidious. The essence of mockery remains unscathed even after the departure of the sprites. He finds himself enveloped by the warm, yet acerbic, reminders from the novice gift pack. Carl cannot help but reminisce about the terror he once felt in his past life. Dominated by that desolate black earth, an unrelenting tide of Europeans, an endless stream of tears from Africa. There, everyone referred to him as the chieftain, a status that even the goddess of fortune could not undermine. Carl once again took out a small mirror to gaze into it. The boy reflected in the mirror possessed an exceptionally fair complexion. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. It's all right. You are no longer the Ning Chuan of your past life. In this current existence, you are a European, having successfully altered your fate and transcended your former self. As Carl contemplated this, he resolutely spoke. Open the gift package. In an instant, An explosion of golden light filled his consciousness. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Dimension Walker Job Transfer Skill Book. Congratulations, host. You have received the Spirit Leap Weapon Gift Box. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Mana Burn Skill Book. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 handmade cakes from Celia. Congratulations, host. You have received a copy of the Time-Space Meditation Method. Congratulations, host. You have been bestowed with a cursed doll crafted by the Moon Goddess herself, Inheritance. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile blossomed on Carl's anxious face. Although I did not unlock an epic legend, having a growth-type artifact and a job transfer skill book is already a significant achievement. Furthermore, I have the cursed doll made by the Moon Goddess and the meditation method. One must learn to be content. Otherwise, greater hopes lead to greater disappointments. Open the Spirit Leap Weapon Gift Box, Carl murmured. Please select one from the following Spirit Leap weapons: Spirit Leap Wand, Spirit Leap Staff, Spirit Leap Spear, Spirit Leap Baton, Spirit Leap Broom. I choose the Spirit Leap Broom, Carl commanded. Having acquired the Dimension Walker Job Transfer Book, it is only fitting to equip a suitable weapon, especially since the Dimension Walker possesses a passive skill specializing in brooms. A beautifully designed broom materialized in his storage space, and Carl smiled with satisfaction. He was quite familiar with the Dimension Walker profession. In his previous life, he had reached the maximum level in all mage classes. Although some had eluded him due to his unfortunate luck, his combat power was nonetheless formidable. The Dimension Walker inherently came with the companion Nirali, whose specialized equipment was the broom. Although her appearance in the original artwork depicted her as exceedingly frail and capable of summoning the female demon companion Nirali, she was often jested about for being weak of kidney, earning the nickname Young Master of Weakness. Nevertheless, her damage output was among the highest of all mage classes. Her enhanced Second Awakening ultimate move, Breach of the Forbidden Feast, boasted the highest damage in all of DNF. With mastery over dimensional magic, remarkably high damage, and a built-in partner, she was the perfect choice for swift escapes, making her an ideal match for someone like Carl, who feared death. Extract the Time-Space Meditation Method. A surge of information flooded into Carl's mind, instantly revealing the essence of the Time-Space Meditation Method. This method, pinned by an unknown void walker from the continent of Arad, aimed to explore the vastness of time and space. Practitioners could draw mana from the void to strengthen themselves and potentially capture enigmatic knowledge from the abyss. However, there were drawbacks. During meditation, one might be tainted by nameless evil gods lurking in the void, capable of driving an ordinary mage to madness with mere whispers. Such consequences were far more severe than the aftermath of Voldemort's soul-splitting system. Extract the Dimension Walker Job Transfer Skill Book. A flash of blue light illuminated the area, and Carl found himself holding a thick tome. The cover was adorned with intricate and elaborate magical circles that exuded an aura of mystery and power. I wish to undergo the job transfer, Carl said, caressing the cover of the skill book. Host lacks sufficient mana and has not yet learned the foundational skills of a mage. Forcibly undergoing the transfer may result in being torn apart by powerful dimensional forces. Note: the job transfer skill book can only be used once. Carl lamented the tragic irony of possessing a job transfer book yet being unable to utilize it. Does this mean I cannot learn the art of mana combustion? He inquired. Indeed, to force such learning could lead to fatal depletion of one's magical essence. How long must I wait to undergo my transfer? Carl pressed eagerly, for this held the key to mastering extraordinary powers. The system calculated that, with diligent practice of the temporal meditation technique, he would likely fulfill the transfer requirements within 3 years. The cold, synthesized voice resonated once more. 3 years? That is not too long. By then, I will be 11, just in time for my entrance into Hogwarts. Carl exhaled in relief. After all, his prior experience with the game had not prepared him for the stark realities of the Arad continent's magical transfer. He had feared a decade-long wait, after which he would have missed his chance entirely. Carefully stowing the transfer book in his inventory, Carl retrieved a handcrafted cake by Celia. The cake, a 2-tiered creation, showcased the meticulous craftsmanship of a young girl. The first layer, a soft pink, emanated warmth, while the second, adorned with delicate red petals and small strawberries, was utterly tantalizing. As Carl examined the cake, specific details materialized in his mind. Item name: Celia's handcrafted cake, consumable. Upon consumption, it restores 80 points of health and 80 points of mana. Note: this cake is handmade by Celia and is only given to the bravest adventurers. Truly, a confection worthy of the 13th Apostle, It was a feast for the senses. Carl expressed his admiration freely before placing it in his inventory. This cake was a precious resource capable of restoring health and mana, an invaluable asset in a moment of dire need, far too precious to consume for mere gratification. He recalled the unfortunate end he had met in his previous life during a zombie dungeon run, where he succumbed to a lack of healing items, leaving the boss with but a sliver of health. 3 years later, an 11-year-old Carl sat once more upon the grassy expanse before the orphanage. Appearing lost in thought while in reality, he was meditating. 1,000 days and nights had passed, and Carl had grown taller and increasingly adorable. Over these years, many had come to the orphanage, yet none sought to adopt him, for in any realm, charming children often received more treats than others. However, due to Carl's dedication to meditation, his reticent nature, and his own reluctance, these prospects gradually faded away. In truth, Carl believed, "Why should I share my bounty when I can thrive alone?" Thanks to the temporal meditation technique, his magical prowess was nearing the threshold required for transfer, and he had mastered all 9 preliminary skills gifted by the system. "Carl, you have a letter," called a middle-aged man clad in postal attire from outside. "Coming, sir." "I shall be there shortly," Carl replied, his innocent smile illuminating his small face. His commitment to meditation had rendered him somewhat solitary, akin to a child with autism, leaving him with no friends and thus no letters to receive. At this moment, at the age of 11, the only correspondence he anticipated was from Hogwarts. Indeed, from the postman, he received a letter crafted from thick parchment, emblazoned with a large head encircled by an eagle, a lion, a serpent, and a badger. The letter's edges were inscribed in vibrant green ink, addressed to Mr. Carl Harris at the Woos Orphanage, London. As for why it was delivered by the postman rather than the rotund, round-faced owl from Scotland, it was simple. This year marked the entry of the great savior of the wizarding world, Harry Potter, into Hogwarts. It was likely that all the owls in Hogwarts were currently stationed at number 4, Privet Drive, with no time to spare for an inconsequential passerby. In Carl's hand, a blue radiance coalesced, forming a diminutive ice sword, a fundamental skill of the male magician known as the Ice Spirit Sword. He cautiously employed the icy blade to unseal the wax on the letter. Having watched all the Harry Potter films and read countless fanfictions in his previous life, he could even recite the letter's format and content from memory. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Head of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Mage of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Carl Harris, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We look forward to receiving your reply via OWL by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Subsequently, there was an appendix of textbooks and a checklist of essential items for new students. Uniforms, required for first-year students, 3 plain work robes, black, 1 plain pointed hat for daytime wear, black, 1 pair of protective gloves, made of dragon hide or similar material, 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note, all student clothing must bear a name tag. Textbooks required for all students. Standard spells. Beginner, by Miranda Goshawk. History of Magic, by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory, by Adalbert Waffling. Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Emery Swish. Other equipment. 111 large cauldron, standard size 2, made of pewter, a set of glass or crystal phials. Students may bring 1 owl, 1 cat, or 1 toad. Parents are particularly advised that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. In addition to the admission letter and the checklist, Carl found an extra sheet of paper within the envelope. Dear Mr. Carl Harris, based on our understanding of your circumstances and environment, we believe you may require some assistance. If your guardian is skeptical of your claims, you may present them with the admission letter for their perusal. We are pleased to offer you a scholarship, which you can use to exchange for wizarding currency at Gringotts Wizarding Bank to procure the items listed above. The exchange rate is determined by Gringotts. Gringotts is located in Diagon Alley, where you can purchase all the items mentioned in the appendix. As for your reply, you may rent an owl at a very low price from the pet shop. For children from the Muggle world, the school will assign professors for transport. However, the number of professors is limited and new students are numerous, so timings may be unpredictable. Therefore, if you cannot wait, your guardian may escort you to Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley is located through the passage behind the Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron is situated on Charing Cross Road in London, and the proprietor, Tom, will assist you in accessing the passage. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry welcomes your enrollment. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. After reading the entire letter, Carl extracted the pound notes from the bottom of the envelope and counted them. A total of 150 pounds, which converted to approximately 30 galleons. Eagerly calculating based on the scholarship provided by Hogwarts, Carl concluded that acquiring new equipment would be improbable. It would likely only suffice for second-hand gear, and perhaps not even enough for that. Nevertheless, it seemed that the institution had never charged tuition fees, and any assistance amid their substantial daily expenditures was welcome. At midnight, Carl opened his eyes, gently lifted the covers, and slipped out of bed, skillfully dressing while observing the other children still in slumber. He then vanished in an instant. Magician, male, basic skill, teleportation. Having recently acquired the DNF system, Carl was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly a product of Penguin's agency. Thus, even at the risk of stunted growth from sleepless nights, he ventured out twice a week to engage in acts of benevolence, all in pursuit of earning a bit of extra coin for future indulgences. Yet, the recipients of his charity were primarily himself. As for the sleep he forfeited, he reasoned that class time was the most opportune moment for rest. After all, he attended a public school where many students slept during lessons. His absence would hardly be noticed. The nightlife in London was vibrant, as various pubs and dance halls that closed during the day sprang to life under the cloak of darkness. Wherever there is light, shadows inevitably emerge, and night provides a perfect cover for malevolence. Although it could not rival Gotham City from the comics, the streets of 1990s London were not devoid of crime. Carl's nocturnal adventures typically yielded rewards, even if he did not encounter any damsels in distress requiring rescue. He often found himself confronting numerous wrongdoers. At his young age, he was not yet targeted for exploitation by unscrupulous capitalists, and aside from that, he struggled to devise ways to earn money. Guided by humanitarian principles, he had refrained from lethal force against criminals, usually opting to strip them of their possessions and dispose of them in garbage bins. However, it seemed that this time, he was about to break his own rule. Bang! A sharp gunshot shattered the stillness of the night, and Carl's eyes brightened. There was a firearm involved. Tonight promised potential fortune. He soon spotted a young man sprinting frantically, clutching a woman's handbag and still wielding a smoking gun that had not yet been returned to his pocket. It became evident who the assailant was. Magical shield, Carl softly chanted, enveloped by a layer of pale blue shield. After all, his opponent wielded a firearm. Although he possessed immortality, he had no desire to endure the agony and sensation of true death once more. Just as he had secured his shield and was preparing to conjure a magical whirlwind to knock his assailant down, he was taken aback as the merciless foe raised his hand again, opting for action over words, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The dark muzzle erupted with wicked flames, and a bullet raced toward Carl at breakneck speed. Goodness, the audacity to fire so abruptly, a person of few words yet fierce resolve. Carl couldn't help but exclaim. Although he had been immersed in the underworld for 3 years and had encountered a myriad of ruthless villains, this merciless werewolf was a first. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. No matter how fierce one was, death was inevitable. Carl dismissed the notion of casting a spell to incapacitate him and began to prepare the incantation for Jack's explosive spell. As for the bullet that was shot towards him, it collided with a thin layer of blue shield, producing a faint pop before the shield dimmed slightly and vanished, as if the projectile was nothing more than a pebble. WTF? The assailant exclaimed, clearly witnessing the blue shield enveloping Carl and the subsequent disappearance of his bullet. However, Carl would not grant him a second opportunity to fire. A pumpkin-shaped fireball surged directly towards the man's face, and in an instant, he was consumed by flames, reduced to ash. With a flick of his wrist, a magical whirlwind swept through, erasing the final traces of the encounter. I merely intended to knock you unconscious. Yet you chose to court your own demise by firing a weapon. Well, now your ashes are scattered. Sigh, was living not preferable? There is no issue with killing. After all, Carl maintained that the other party had struck first, and he was merely retaliating in self-defense. Carl shook his head as he gazed upon the impeccably clean crime scene. Carl expressed that he was merely an 11-year-old child, possessing skills solely in violence, thievery, and treachery. Should one resort to such merciless measures as drawing a weapon? The battle concluded in a mere 25 seconds, earning an SSS rating, an epitome of perfection, along with a reward of a card draw opportunity. The system's notification chimed in, a reason that enamored Carl with this line of work. Victorious battles granted the chance to draw cards. Although it incessantly proclaimed that all items must be exchanged for gold coins, this was not entirely the case. Even though most of the time he drew worthless items like obsidian or weathered bone fragments, every little bit counted. After all, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. He reasoned that refraining from drawing cards could be unwise, for who knew when fortune might smile upon him. In his previous life, the best card he ever drew occurred after defeating the city of Bakel, yielding a false pig set, a light armor shoulder piece from the Gracia family relic series. He was astonished that such an item could be drawn from a card. In his mind's eye, 8 golden cards appeared, with the lower 4 evidently more exquisite than the upper 4, as the former required the expenditure of gold coins. The system firmly declined any negotiation, demanding 2,000 gold coins for each card. Carl casually flipped open a card, knowing full well that it would yield nothing of value, merely a token of remembrance. To his astonishment, a system prompt echoed, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the purple flame robe, rare." "Wow, I actually received something remarkable," he exclaimed eagerly. "System, please display its attributes for my perusal." Name: Purple Flame Robe Grade, Rare Magical Defense, 23 Intelligence, for Spirit, 5 Release Speed, 0. 5 additional features: Tailored Fit, automatically adjusts size according to the wearer's dimensions and can transform into any attire. Self-cleaning, the purple flame robe will automatically eliminate stains. What a splendid item. Although these attributes would not have even caught Carl's attention in his past life, the 2 additional features are indeed essential for the lazy. Extract the purple flame robe. With a mere thought, Carl conjured a magnificent robe, its fabric a deep purple black, smooth and exquisitely comfortable to the touch. Mysterious purple flame runes flickered in and out of visibility, and the edges were adorned with golden trimmings, radiating opulence. As he concentrated, the enigmatic robe enveloped him. Eager to explore the essence of its tailored attributes, the silky texture conformed to his physique, adjusting seamlessly. After a moment's contemplation, he reverted the robe back to his previous attire, wiping his hands on the ground to remove some dust, only to find, to his astonishment, that his garments bore no trace of stains whatsoever. Truly, this was magic. He then glanced towards the alley where the nefarious gentleman had been incinerated, pondering whether he had overlooked something. A sudden realization struck him. The man had been dispatched, yet he had not retrieved the spoils. The money remained unclaimed, and he had hastily reduced the man to ashes. What a fool he was. This endeavor had been in vain. On a moonless night, with the winds howling, Carl rose from his bed, observing the tempest outside as thunder crackled and rain pattered against the curtains. After 3 long years, he had finally awaited this moment. Gazing at the ancient, mysterious spellbook in his hands, he murmured with palpable excitement. Indeed, he had fulfilled the prerequisites for a class change. With a sudden crack, he vanished from his bed in an instant. It was imperative that he undertake this transformation in solitude. In the countryside, within an abandoned wooden cabin, Carl arrived after several instances of teleportation. Outside, the storm raged on, destined to witness the birth of the world's first dimensional traveler. System: I wish to proceed with my class change, utilizing the Dimensional Traveler skill book. The mechanical, synthesized voice responded, confirming that the prerequisites had been met and acknowledging his will. The skill book in Carl's hands gradually dissipated, transforming into a radiant orb of violet light that melded into his being. In an instant, his form radiated brilliance, illuminating the surrounding darkness, as countless mysterious purple runes manifested upon his body, embodying the essence of dimensional power. The violet glow encircled him, gradually forming a cocoon that enveloped him. After approximately 3 hours, a crack resounded. 2 hands tore through the cocoon, emerging from within, and with a sudden surge of strength, he ripped apart the entire chrysalis. The robe of purple flames revealed its true form, shrouded in the aura of dimensional power, rendering him enigmatic and noble. Congratulations, host, on your successful class transition. Name: Carl Harris. Age: 11. Mind: 189 Stamina, 78 Magic Value, 590 Mage Level, Novice Mage Intelligence, 354. Note: a mage's ultimate magical power is determined by intelligence. Gold coins. 0. Profession: Dimensional Wanderer. Overall, a nascent dimensional wanderer. Having initially grasped the mysteries of time and space, a surge of information flooded Carl's mind, as if it were an innate instinct. He understood that this was the passive skill bestowed upon him upon his successful transition. Dimensional Cloth Armor Mastery. When equipped with cloth armor, it enhances maximum MP, maximum HP, MP recovery speed, casting speed, stamina, intelligence, and mind. Dimensional Broom Proficiency. Enables the use of broom weapons. Equipping a broom increases casting speed and accuracy. Transcendent perception bestows the dimensional wanderer with heightened intuition and an expansive godlike perspective. When ordinary attacks or dimensional skills strike an enemy, they trigger dimensional fluctuations, augmenting boundary energy. Once the energy bar is filled, one may acquire a dimensional stone. Casting dimensional boundary skills consumes dimensional stones. Should dimensional fluctuations not occur within a specified time frame, boundary energy will gradually diminish. Dimensional boundary. Casting consumes one dimensional stone, bestowing the next dimensional skill with special abilities or altering its form. Divergence. Void summons creatures from another realm, enveloping him in void energy. While the void persists, it amplifies the damage of dimensional skills. Simultaneously, he finally comprehended a proactive skill of the dimensional wanderer. Dimensional fall opens a dimensional portal in midair, dropping a container of miscellaneous items. Enemies struck by the container will enter a dazed state, with a certain probability of dropping a box containing explosives. Dimensional boundary enhancement effect can gather enemies around the drop point of the container. A gentle reminder, novice prodigies of dimensional studies often mistakenly open the dimensional portal above their heads, and the second blunder is merely a repetition of the first. Carl comprehended the sudden influx of system information, a faint smile gracing his lips. He would not be so foolish as to err. With a snap, he vanished once more, reappearing in the warmth of his bed at the orphanage. His purple flame robe had transformed into sleepwear, and like a well-behaved child, he closed his eyes, seemingly oblivious to the events that had transpired. Following his successful job change, his understanding of dimensional magic had significantly deepened. Skills such as teleportation had received considerable enhancement, requiring multiple uses when departing, but merely a single instance upon return. Meanwhile, on a small island in England, torrential rain poured down, the waves outside roaring violently, and lightning occasionally tore through the night sky. Within a modest dwelling on the island, the renowned savior of the magical world, Mr. Harry Potter, lay on the floor beside the extinguished fireplace, tracing a small birthday cake in the dust with his fingers. "Happy birthday, Harry," the cake read. He lifted his gaze to the watch hanging from Dudley's arm on the sofa, marking the stroke of midnight, the threshold of a new day. "Make a wish, Harry," he mused with a gentle smile before blowing away the cake he had just sketched. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks erupted, followed by a thunderous crash as the door fell with a heavy thud. The C-style door-opening method was refreshingly straightforward, eschewing complex spells like Alohomora, if it wouldn't open. It was simply dismantled. Startled, Harry and Dudley quickly scrambled to find a place to hide. A hulking giant bent low as he entered. Perny Evans and Vernon Dursley, hearing the commotion, hurried downstairs with a double-barreled shotgun in hand. "Who is there?" Perny shouted, her voice tinged with panic. "I sincerely apologize," came a voice from the darkness, and with a flick of a switch, the lights illuminated the figure of Hagrid. He offered an apologetic smile before reattaching the door he had just removed. "I demand you leave this place immediately. You are trespassing." Vernon Dursley glared at the intruding giant, brandishing his shotgun menacingly. "Shut your mouth, Dursley, you wretched old fool," Hagrid retorted, his expression unyielding as he stepped forward and effortlessly bent the shotgun that Vernon believed would protect him. "Ah, Harry, the last time I saw you, you were just a wee thing, but you've grown sturdier than I imagined, especially that round little belly of yours," Hagrid chuckled, glancing at the terrified Dudley. "I am not Harry," Dudley stammered in fright. "I am Harry," emerged Harry from the shadows of the wall. "Ah, of course, it's you. My apologies. It's been 10 years, and I mistook you for someone else. I have a gift for you. It may have been slightly squished, but it should still be quite delectable, considering I baked it myself and even wrote your name on it." Hagrid beamed as he produced a parcel from his coat. "Happy birthday, Harry." Upon unwrapping, Harry found a somewhat flattened cake adorned with his name and well wishes. Following a rather amicable exchange with the Dursleys, Hagrid's requests were met with reluctant agreement. "We must hurry, Harry. Time is of the essence. I still need to pick up another new student. You shall be classmates." "Let me see what his name is. Carl Harris?" "Yes, that's right." With that, Hagrid approached the door and effortlessly ripped it off its hinges. "Of course, if you wish to remain here," he added, turning to offer Harry a warm smile before stepping outside. Harry surveyed the room one last time, then resolutely followed Hagrid into the night. Gently, Carl knocked on the door of Jane Moyer, the headmistress of the Wooten Orphanage. "Come in," came Jane's somewhat weary voice from within. As the head of an orphanage, her burdens were numerous. She not only sought suitable homes for the children, but also fretted over funding. After all, in this world, one could not expect pies to fall from the sky. If they did, there would surely be iron ones. Carl gently pushed the door open, revealing half of his small head. Feigning an innocent demeanor. "Oh, it's little Carl. Come in. What brings you here?" Jane Moyer smiled at the cautious, fatigued expression on Carl's face. After all, charming children often receive a bit more leniency, do they not? "Jane, I have received an acceptance letter from a magical academy," Carl exclaimed. His small face flushed with excitement as he began to act out his joy. "There is no such thing as magic in this world. Surely, what you received cannot be a genuine document. Besides, Chetham's school has just sent you an acceptance letter, which is one of the most prestigious institutions in all of England." Jane Moyer remarked with a slight smile, raising the acceptance letter in her hand, dismissing the notion entirely. To her, magic was merely a trick to deceive children. As for why Carl received an acceptance letter from such a renowned school, one might consider that within the realm of DNF. The prowess of magicians is directly correlated with their intellect. While it pertains to the understanding of magic, it certainly draws parallels, does it not? Carl presented the acceptance letter from Hogwarts to her and remarked, "The letter states that they will send a professor to explain the situation." "Very well. I shall wait to see what they have to say when the time comes," she replied with a faint smile, casting only a fleeting glance at the acceptance letter before returning it to Carl. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Carl promptly approached the door and opened it. To his astonishment, he was greeted by a giant, accompanied by a bespectacled young boy. "Goodness, it's Hagrid and Harry Potter," Carl thought, momentarily taken aback, yet his expression remained utterly composed. Carl had previously contemplated how to approach Harry Potter upon entering Hogwarts. Yet he was taken aback when Harry unexpectedly presented himself. Harry Potter, the most enigmatic and treasured asset of Hogwarts, had endured a childhood marked by the abuse from the Dursleys, leaving him profoundly starved of affection and thus remarkably susceptible to forming attachments. In the original narrative, Ron was utterly astounded merely by accompanying Harry on the Hogwarts Express, resolutely refusing to consider Slytherin. Once one gains his friendship, a plethora of resources from Hogwarts and even the entire Ministry of Magic in England becomes accessible. This opens the door to a myriad of side quests and additional scenarios within Hogwarts, such as the Philosopher's Stone, the Chamber of Secrets, Peter Pettigrew, Dumbledore's office, Hagrid's hut, the Forbidden Forest, and the Marauders map created by George and Fred. Carl had long understood that the system was a veritable cash cow without investing money. One could hardly aspire to grow stronger. Alas, such a notion was utterly implausible. Thus, it was imperative to include him in the quest for magical stones. Wealth equated to power. The ability to transmute stone into gold. What an extraordinary force that was. However, to engage in such activities beneath the watchful gaze of Dumbledore, with his old, glassy eyes, without a legitimate justification, was tantamount to courting disaster. One could trust that he would swiftly bring about one's demise. Carl estimated that in order to confront the formidable old Dang, he would need to comprehend at least 45 ultimate skills. The multitude of dungeons implied a considerable number of monsters to battle. Without adversaries, how could one gain experience and draw cards? Additionally, the final boss, Voldemort, would undoubtedly drop valuable items upon defeat. "May I inquire what brings you gentlemen here?" Carl feigned confusion and asked. "I am Rubius Hagrid from Hogwarts School, here to collect a child named Carl Harris," Hagrid replied with a smile. "Ah, I am Carl Harris. Please come in. Our headmaster wishes to consult with you," Carl said with an innocent expression. "And who might this be?" he inquired, glancing at Harry Potter. "I am Harry Potter," Harry introduced himself, a hint of shyness in his voice. "Hello, Harry. I am Carl Harris. It is a pleasure to meet you." In Jane Moyer's room, Hagrid and Jane sat facing each other. Jane turned to look at Carl, who understood and quietly stepped outside to pour 2 glasses of water, placing them beside the 2 before standing silently next to Jane. "Sir, could you please provide a brief introduction to the magical academy you mentioned?" Jane said, taking a sip and displaying skepticism. "Oh, certainly, Hogwarts is the finest magical academy in all of Britain, primarily teaching students the art of magic and how to wield and control it. The current headmaster is the greatest in Hogwarts history, Albus Dumbledore," Hagrid spoke, his eyes sparkling with reverence at the mention of Dumbledore. Although Hagrid was merely the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, he occasionally assisted in escorting new students from the outside world, as the few professors at Hogwarts were often overwhelmed with their duties. Thus, he had grown accustomed to such situations, as nearly every Muggle parent would inquire repeatedly about safety. "I apologize, sir, but I am unaware of any school in England that teaches such an ethereal subject as magic, and I have never heard of Hogwarts," Jane said, pursing her lips. a trace of anger evident on her face as she suspected Hagrid was deceiving her. With Carl's achievements, I would select a prestigious secondary school for him. Recently, I received an acceptance letter from Chetham's school, which does not require any tuition fees. Jane then directed her gaze towards Carl, who was standing quietly by. Well, headmaster, I believe there is a chance that Mr. Hagrid speaks the truth. Carl realized he needed to take action. He extended his hand, and a small water orb began to form above it. Jane Moyer stood up, her eyes wide with astonishment, for she clearly recognized that Carl had nothing in his hand moments ago, and this little water orb was miraculously floating in midair. Oh, I didn't expect young Carl to grasp some magic even before enrollment. Impressive. You will undoubtedly excel at Hogwarts, Hagrid exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. And he drew out his red umbrella, lightly tapping it on the table, deciding to add a bit more flair. Wingardium Leviosa. He uttered the incantation, and the small table before him began to levitate, rising parallel to the water orb created by Carl. Now do you believe? Carl and Hagrid spoke in unison. Harry, having witnessed the wonders of magic the previous night, was already accustomed to such phenomena. Goodness. Jane Moyer inhaled sharply, now fully convinced of the two men's claims. Feeling somewhat defeated, she sat back down in her chair and drained her glass in one gulp. After calming herself, she spoke with an inexplicable tone of reverence. Will Carl learn even more magic in the future, perhaps similar to the spell that lifted my table? Certainly. That spell is quite simple. It is called the levitation charm. If Carl enrolls at Hogwarts, he will learn it in his first year. Very well, Carl. Since you possess such extraordinary talent, do not let it go to waste. I agree to this arrangement, Jane Moyer said, crouching down to pat Carl's head with one hand while holding his hand with the other. I understand. I will diligently study magic, he affirmed with a determined nod. Seeing Jane Moyer's agreement, Hagrid felt relieved and began to share more about Hogwarts with those present. Carl, Harry Potter, and Jane were thoroughly engrossed. All right, my young gentleman, it is time to attend to business, Hagrid chuckled as he stepped out the door. The grand shopping expedition in Diagon Alley commences now. All first-year students must procure a large cauldron, and they may also bring along an owl or a toad. On the streets of London, Carl, Hagrid, and Harry were making their way towards the leaky cauldron. Hagrid, Carl, will we be able to find these peculiar items in London? The young savior inquired, somewhat perplexed. As long as you know where to look, you shall undoubtedly find them. Your acceptance letter likely contains information about such places. Hagrid replied with an air of mystery. Carl spread his hands, an innocent expression gracing his face, signifying that he was merely a novice, utterly oblivious. As he followed Hagrid's footsteps, the surrounding shops dwindled, and the once bustling street gradually fell into desolation. Carl was acutely aware that he was nearing his destination. As everything around him attested to this fact, he understood that the peculiar circumstances prevailing in the precious confines of London, the capital of England, were entirely attributable to the extensive deployment of protective charms and muggle-repelling spells in the vicinity. From a certain perspective, this place, located in the distant east, represented a veritable nexus of fortune for ordinary individuals. Those who dared to establish a business here invariably faced ruin, and indeed, this was the case. With that thought, he came to a halt, pushed open a weathered wooden door, and gestured invitingly as he stepped inside. After exchanging a glance with Harry, Carl followed suit. Upon entering the leaky cauldron, Carl's curiosity prompted him to scrutinize this renowned establishment within the wizarding world. However, it was evident that the venue was woefully incongruent with its illustrious reputation. The bar was shrouded in an oppressive gloom and filth, with barely a sliver of sunlight penetrating its depths. Carl wagered that if this tavern were situated in the realm of muggles, it would have succumbed to bankruptcy long ago. The initial impression it left on him was one of shabbiness and crudeness. The patrons surrounding him donned bizarre attire, their raucous chatter resembling that of a bustling marketplace. Carl harbored a fleeting suspicion that a drunken which might collapse within the tavern, indulging in a drunken frenzy, only to be discovered by some unsavory dark wizard. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. After all, this establishment was one of the most scrutinized locales in the entire wizarding community of Britain. Any such indiscretions would likely be uncovered in an instant, which left him with a tinge of regret. As Hagrid's massive frame entered the tavern, it drew widespread attention. Ah, Hagrid, is that you? Same old, same old. Tom, the proprietor behind the bar, was busy polishing a glass with a rather filthy cloth. A shiver of disgust coursed through Carl as he observed, goodness, is this how wizards uphold hygiene? He scrutinized Tom from head to toe, noting the almost complete baldness, with only a few tenacious strands clinging to his scalp, resembling a decrepit walnut. Beneath the dim glow of the flickering candles, Carl watched as several wizards engaged in a game of wizard-esque chess, one king lifting a chair to shatter the head of the opposing knight. A bottle of butterbeer and 2 cups of pumpkin juice for young Harry and young Carl, Hagrid cheerfully announced, patting the shoulders of the 2 boys. At this proclamation, Carl and his companions instantly became the center of attention in the leaky cauldron. Wizards of all ages turned their gazes toward them. "Oh, it's Mr. Harry Potter. Welcome back. By Merlin's beard, tell me this isn't a dream. Harry Potter has returned." Excited wizards rushed forward, grasping his hand and expressing their fervent joy. "Harry Potter. It is beyond words to convey my exhilaration upon meeting you," exclaimed a wizard adorned in a large headscarf, exuding a pungent aroma of garlic. Quirrell, the first book's antagonist. With Voldemort lurking behind his head, perhaps it would be prudent to eliminate Quirrell now to prevent any further mischief. Carl feigned tying his shoelaces, all the while discreetly collecting a fragment of nail that Quirrell had inadvertently dropped. Carl rose discreetly, slipping his fingernails back into his pocket while subtly pinching the cursed doll crafted by the goddess of the waning moon within. Although this trinket might not be lethal enough to vanquish Voldemort, it would surely suffice to curse a certain Quirrell. Curses require a vessel. While a wizard's name possesses inherent magic, inscribing a specific birth date or utilizing a personal belonging would undoubtedly enhance the spell's potency. "Oh, Harry, Carl. Allow me to introduce you to Professor Quirrell, who currently teaches defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. He shall be your instructor henceforth," Hagrid announced to the 2 newcomers. "Oh, it is a pleasure to meet you, Professor Quirrell," Harry exclaimed, quickly responding and extending his hand for a handshake. A fascinating yet fearsome subject. "However, I suspect you may not require its study, Quirrell, or rather, old Voldemort," smiled at Harry, albeit declining the handshake invitation. At that moment, Old Tom's butterbeer and pumpkin juice were also served. "Come, Harry, Carl, as you are still underage, alcoholic beverages are off limits. Pumpkin juice is quite a delightful alternative. I trust you will come to adore its flavor," Hagrid said, placing the pumpkin juice before the 2. "Thank you, Hagrid, but I'm not thirsty just yet." Carl tactfully declined the pumpkin juice for the time being. Gazing at the cup filled with a vibrant golden hue, it appeared quite appealing. However, the image of old Tom wiping the glass with a rag had utterly diminished his appetite for the food here. Truly, the British Empire has its own standards, even in the culinary offerings of the wizarding world. My apologies for the intrusion. I am unworthy of such indulgences. In stark contrast, Harry displayed none of Carl's discernment. He lifted the pumpkin juice, took a sip, found the flavor agreeable, and then drank it all in one go, leaving Carl utterly astonished. Poor lad. Unaware of the hardships he endured at his aunt's home, he seemed to have succumbed to such madness. Carl silently scoffed within himself. "Oh, this pumpkin juice is truly delightful." Harry set down his cup, licking his lips, clearly yearning for more. "All right, my young sirs, it's time for us to depart. There are numerous items we must procure." Hagrid cheerfully reminded the 2 after greeting the wizards in the pub. He led Harry and Carl to the back door of the bar, where they were confronted by a solid wall. Hagrid stepped forward, producing his little red umbrella, tapping it against the wall while saying, "Pay attention, young sirs. When you come here in the future, you will need to open the door yourselves. Remember this spot. Tap twice upward, then twice sideways, just like this." After Hagrid tapped the specified bricks, the entire wall began to tremble, prompting Carl to hold his breath as dust cascaded down. Gradually, a small opening emerged in the center of the wall, with bricks spreading apart to reveal an archway large enough for Hagrid to pass through, leading to a winding path that seemed to stretch endlessly into Diagon Alley. "Harry, Carl, welcome to Diagon Alley," Hagrid announced with outstretched arms. Entering Diagon Alley, this renowned shopping street for wizards lived up to its reputation in the British magical community. Even Carl, a contemporary university student from the year 9102, accustomed to the dazzling nightlife of large cities, found himself captivated. As for Harry, who had never ventured beyond Surrey, he was utterly astounded. Old Tom's Pub, located at the entrance of Diagon Alley, welcomed countless wizards daily, which made him feel quite pleased. However, Carl inwardly ridiculed. "What does that have to do with you? Any shop here would outshine you effortlessly." Ahem, as a modern university student from 9102, Carl found himself not particularly impressed by the peculiar architecture or the oddly dressed wizards. After all, he considered their aesthetic sense quite lacking. The divination professor, Trelawney, dressed like a madwoman, had left him speechless during the film adaptation. What truly astonished him was a newly launched product at a magical stationery shop, a transfiguration clayboard. Carl stood at the shop entrance, watching the clerk's entire demonstration. This item could transform automatically, encompassing everything required for transfiguration lessons from the first 3 years at Hogwarts. Anyone who attended Hogwarts would know that Professor Snape was favored by the school, yet the most stern and fair was undoubtedly Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. She would deduct points from her own house without hesitation, and as one of the few animagi of the century, Carl thought this item would not escape her keen eye, leading to dire consequences if caught. Perhaps when the Transfiguration Professor is replaced by someone as foolish as Lockhart, I might consider purchasing it. But for now, we've met at the wrong time. It's best to avoid this. Having seen much of the world, Carl managed to maintain his composure, while little Harry gazed around like a curious child in a grand garden. Here, you can buy quills and ink. Over there, potions and cauldrons. Remember these places. We will return shortly. Now, let us go get some money, Hagrid introduced. But Hagrid, I don't have any money, Harry replied nervously. Oh, no need to worry. Your parents left you a substantial inheritance, just up ahead at Gringotts. It's south the safest place to store valuables outside of Hogwarts. Little Carl will also need to exchange his pounds for galleons. Gringotts was an impressive 3-story white building standing proudly at the heart of Diagon Alley, featuring a grand entrance and doorkeepers clad in scarlet uniforms. It was the domain of the goblins, the most avaricious and cunning race in the wizarding world. Carl mused that the goblins certainly knew how to choose a prime location for their bank, although the goblins had a history of rebellions to assert their presence. These were often fueled by the phrase uttered by Grindelwald, everything for the greater good. Their insatiable greed led to a series of uprisings, yet they remained unextinguished, maintaining an irreplaceable status within the magical community due to their mastery of coinage and the creation of intricate magical artifacts. Every galleon, sickle, and canute in the wizarding world was crafted by goblin artisans, who held the financial lifeblood of a civilized world. Moreover, the goblins adhered to stringent contractual regulations passed down through the ages. Well, after all, they are goblins and not humans. Perhaps their contracts differ from those of mankind? It is worth noting that while they are immensely greedy regarding wealth, they would never seize a single galleon belonging to a human residing within their bank. After all, that would tarnish their reputation. However, in the unfortunate event that a family becomes extinct without heirs, the wealth remains within Gringotts, presumably to be claimed by the goblins, as their underground vaults charge fees. Gringotts is considered a sanctuary for many goblins, as it is the place of greatest wealth, where only the most exceptional goblins are employed. Though the goblins adhere to contracts, they will exert every effort to extract the last canute from you. In the original story, when Harry sought to steal a cup, he bribed a goblin named Griphook, but at what cost? The sword of Gryffindor. That item is undoubtedly worth a fortune. Truly, a greedy and unscrupulous race. Yet, they are also quite dedicated. After all, Gringotts remained open even during the dark times of Voldemort's reign. However, Carl suspected this was a strategy to ensure that frightened wizards could safely deposit their money, effectively working for the goblins, as many families fell victim to Voldemort's wrath during that dark era. Among the most tragic were the Longbottoms and the Potters, with the latter reduced to a single heir, Harry Potter, while the Longbottoms suffered madness at the hands of Bellatrix Lestrange and now lay in St. Mungo's. Thoughts raced through Carl's mind, yet they bore little significance to him. After all, he was destined to be the man who would shatter Voldemort's head, or perhaps he might still be considered a boy. Regardless, his status as the ultimate antagonist endowed him with ample experience and superior equipment. Clearing his throat, he realized he had digressed. Currently, he was engaged in exchanging pounds, acquired through dubious means, for galleons. Meanwhile, Hagrid and Harry had already set off in their little cart to the underground vault to retrieve money and the Philosopher's Stone. 5 pounds could be exchanged for a galleon, 1 galleon for 17 sickles, and 1 sickle for 29 nuts. Curse that, could J.K. Rowling not have devised a more straightforward exchange rate? It was utterly convoluted. Why not adopt the decimal system of our great China, which is far more elegant? Alas, she was crafting a fantasy novel, and thus the exchange rates must also possess an air of whimsy to reflect the charm of her tale. However, reflecting on the British pounds exchange rate prior to 1971 brought him a measure of solace. That too was a torment, with 1 pound equating to 20 shillings and 1 shilling to 12 pence. How many galleons could one possibly obtain with pounds? The intricacies of this rate ignited a simmering frustration in Carl, prompting him to address the goblin assisting him with a tone of irritation. Furthermore, it was evident that there must be a limit to the pounds exchanged for galleons. Otherwise, with the annual influx of Muggle students at Hogwarts, there would surely be no shortage of wealthy individuals. If there were no restrictions, the financial structure of the wizarding world would have collapsed long ago. Dear customer, due to the annual arrivals of children from the human world to Hogwarts, Gringotts has established a dedicated channel for the conversion of pounds to galleons. Unless in exceptional circumstances, the typical exchange limit for each young wizard from the human realm is set at 1,000 pounds, the goblin explained with a nod. Carl furrowed his brow slightly. Merely 1,000 was far too meager, translating to a mere 200 gallons. Although the exchange rate of the system for gold gallons remained uncertain, it was undoubtedly insufficient for his expenditures. In his previous life, the game's economy had experienced inflation to an explosive degree. After all, Carl furrowed his brow, observing the diminutive fairy before him with a discerning gaze. Despite his tender age of 11, the peculiar creature barely reached his waist. Its withered fingers led Carl to suspect they might have been crafted from dry twigs, while its elongated ears resembled those of an elf. However, elves were undeniably far more aesthetically pleasing. Esteemed customer, the British pound holds little significance in our realm, for we do not require the resources of the human world. With each new academic year at Hogwarts, a multitude of Muggle students flood into the magical community, necessitating the use of galleons for their purchases. As the proprietors of Diagon Alley do not accept pounds, do they? Hogwarts, in its wisdom, established a contract with us over a millennium ago to facilitate these Muggle students, allowing underage wizards to exchange a limited amount of pounds for galleons each year. However, this provision is exclusively for minors. Adult wizards must meet additional criteria to exchange pounds for galleons. Each year, after collecting these pounds, we expend considerable effort to return them to the Muggle world, which is quite cumbersome. Thus, the exchange limit for each young wizard remains modest. The astute little fairy, having noticed the change in Carl's expression, took the initiative to explain. Very well then, please assist me in converting these pounds into galleons, Carl declared, producing 1,000 pounds from his bag and placing it on the table with an air of ostentation reminiscent of a nouveau riche. Although he had mentally prepared for an exchange limit, he was taken aback by the paltry amount, merely 200 galleons per year. It appeared that these funds would have to await a future opportunity for conversion. Carl gazed at the quaint little establishment, lifting the pound note from the table and scrutinizing it through a magnifying glass. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "It is indeed genuine, so cease your staring." Regarding matters of finance, we fairies are invariably meticulous. After thoroughly inspecting the currency, the fairy set down the magnifying glass and stated with precision. Subsequently, it placed the pound note into his safe and retrieved 200 gold galleons, arranging them neatly upon the counter. Time is money, my friend. Gringotts Wizarding Bank eagerly anticipates your next visit. The fairy nodded and smiled at Carl. Until we meet again. Just as Carl was packing the galleons into his backpack, Harry and Hagrid ascended from the underground vault, chatting and laughing. Oh, young Carl, it appears you have exchanged for galleons. Now, let us proceed to the grand shopping spree. Hagrid bellowed with delight. Carl gazed at Hagrid's retreating figure, his large eyes gleaming with unbridled desire. The prospect of the Philosopher's Stone being in Hagrid's possession was almost too much to bear. It was a veritable alchemical treasure. With this magical artifact, could he not obliterate the wretched system that plagued him with an avalanche of galleons? The currency of the magical realm differed significantly from that of the human world. Each galleon was imbued with unique enchantments and meticulously crafted by skilled goblin artisans, rendering ordinary gold utterly useless. One could not simply procure a mold in the human realm and expect to mass-produce galleons, for the goblins were hardly naive. Carl was certain that the gold conjured by the Philosopher's Stone would adhere to these magical stipulations. The agony of having treasure within reach yet being unable to grasp it was excruciating. Hagrid was a half-giant, a veritable tank of magical resistance. His own powers as a dimensional traveler were still nascent, and he doubted he could even deplete Hagrid's health in a confrontation. Moreover, it was entirely possible that Dumbledore, that shrewd old fox, was lurking in some shadowy corner, observing the unfolding events. The Philosopher's Stone was indeed a relic capable of resurrecting Voldemort, and Carl could hardly believe that Dumbledore would allow Hagrid to retrieve it without misgivings. Most likely, he intended to subtly impart some information to the young savior, planting the seeds for future trials. First, they needed to procure school uniforms, and Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions was undoubtedly the finest establishment in Diagon Alley. The tailoring of robes was evidently a protracted endeavor, with a magically animated measuring tape flitting around Carl and Harry, rendering them both quite uncomfortable. It was unreasonable to expect 11 or 12-year-olds to wear a single outfit for several years. This was not the loose, oversized attire of a typical school uniform that could last through 3 years. Although Carl possessed a self-cleaning, shape-shifting robe of purple flame, a Muggle student who had never set foot in Diagon Alley could hardly be expected to own Hogwarts robes. To avoid arousing Hagrid's suspicions, he felt compelled to purchase another set. After finalizing their measurements and suggesting their unique alterations, Carl and his companions departed the tailor's shop, ready to acquire their educational texts and various potion ingredients. The Hogwarts Board of Governors was notoriously parsimonious. 30 galleons for a few new garments was exorbitant, and without the hard-earned, or rather, hard-stolen, money from recent years, they would have been forced to settle for second-hand wares. Carl inwardly expressed his disdain. "Hey, gentlemen. Next we shall procure potion ingredients. Remember to hold your breath. Trust me, you want to inhale that odor," Hagrid cautioned. "Is the scent of potion ingredients truly that foul?" The young savior inquired, perplexed. "You'll find out soon enough." Upon entering the apothecary, a noxious blend of rotten eggs and decaying seafood assailed their senses. The potion materials were displayed much like traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, emitting the foul odors that permeated the air. The poor young savior was nearly brought to tears by the stench. As for Carl, he was unperturbed. Manipulating the dimensions was his forte, and filtering out unpleasant air was a trivial endeavor. "Let us hasten. This place is toxic," the young savior exclaimed in a final cry. Carl observed the shopkeepers discreetly handling potions without resorting to any incantations, and it was difficult for him to fathom how they managed to endure the pungent aroma. Perhaps, he mused with a hint of morbid curiosity, they had been in the presence of this scent for so long that they had assimilated with it and transformed, rendering them impervious to its unpleasantness. A phrase from ancient Chinese wisdom came to his mind. Living among the wicked is akin to entering a fish market. After a while, one no longer perceives the stench and becomes akin to it. After purchasing a standard dosage of potion and the requisite equipment as instructed by Professor Snape, the trio turned to enter a bookstore. Textbooks were essential. "Hagrid, I'm sorry, but I don't have much money left. I might need to buy some second-hand books," Carl timidly confessed, embodying the very essence of a bashful youth. "Oh, no need for that. I have plenty of money. Let me buy your books, Harry Potter." The newly affluent heir to his parents' fortune declared with flamboyance upon hearing Carl's words. "That is quite unnecessary. I couldn't possibly accept. I think I shall just purchase some used books instead. I'll see you later at Ollivander's wand shop." Carl politely declined Harry's offer and veered into a second-hand bookstore. Curiously, how did he know about Ollivander's wand shop? Hagrid muttered to himself, not giving it much further thought. Carl's motivation for purchasing used books was not, as Harry suggested, due to a lack of funds. Rather, he had never intended to acquire new books from the outset. What a ludicrous notion. The notebooks and textbooks belonging to a top-performing student are significantly more expensive than their brand-new counterparts. These items are imbued with the weight of experience, possessing extraordinary value. It is akin to comparing a stack of second-hand murder mysteries, layered multiple times, with a single new volume of the same genre, which holds greater worth. "Boss, may I select a few books? The prices are negotiable." After paying a sum slightly above the typical cost for second-hand books, Carl received the proprietor's permission, who was preoccupied with a game of wizard's chess, to sift through the dust-laden warehouse in search of suitable volumes. Observing the haphazardly arranged books strewn across the floor and the dust-covered shelves, Carl discerned the owner's apparent indifference toward these tomes. Yet, it was understandable, after all. They were second-hand, and selling them would inevitably require a discount. The proprietor had roughly categorized the books by grade. But Carl recognized that there were likely other genres mixed in, as the disheveled state of the environment suggested a lack of proper organization. Cleanse. With Carl's incantation, most of the dust vanished. Do not inquire how he managed this spell without having studied the magical system of the Harry Potter universe. One need only immerse oneself in films and literature to acquire such abilities. As for the absence of a wand, casting spells without one is rather commonplace. Even in a state of complete nudity, as long as one has attained the requisite level, formidable spells such as Apocalypse, Divergence, the Feast of Forbidden, and others can be unleashed. It merely concerns the speed and potency of the release. Clearly, the task of sorting and selecting the books was rather cumbersome. Carl had to meticulously examine each seemingly decent book, flipping through the pages to ensure he identified the most suitable ones while confirming the absence of missing pages or scribbled markings. Of paramount importance was locating volumes with well-crafted notes, ideally A signature from someone like Tom Riddle or the Half-Blood Prince would be a splendid find. However, the former was likely securely hidden within the Malfoy residence, while the latter probably resided in Professor Slughorn's private collection. It was evident that these two volumes were mere figments of Carl's imagination. Ultimately, he exerted considerable effort to unearth a set of first-year books with commendable handwriting that were still reasonably well-preserved among the used selections. However, this was not his sole bounty. He also gathered other appealing books, as they were quite affordable, totaling no more than 5 galleons. "Boss, I'm ready to check out." Carl approached the counter, burdened by a hefty stack of books, summoning the proprietor, who was still engrossed in his game of wizard's chess. "Well, you're buying so many books," the owner exclaimed, surprised by the quantity Carl had placed on the counter. This was, of course, a positive development for the proprietor, as these were merely second-hand volumes that no one would buy wholesale. Carl's willingness to purchase some of them was quite beneficial, allowing for a bit of space to be freed up. Unlike the wealthy magnate from Carl's previous life, who claimed to have no interest in money, this owner had a rather keen eye on financial matters. "Your total comes to 5 galleons, 13 sickles, and 8 nuts. Since you bought so many, I'll waive the nuts, so it's just 5 galleons and 13 sickles." The owner swiftly calculated the sum, smiling at Carl. Carl retrieved a galleon from his pocket and placed it on the counter, cradling the stack of books he intended to take. The shopkeeper, with a cheerful demeanor, emerged from behind the counter, producing a brown paper bag which he placed atop the books. A sly smile crept across his face as he said, "In light of your considerable purchase, I shall bestow upon you a little gift. Although this item is not typically meant for someone of your tender age, Galleon is a friend of mine. We look forward to your next visit." What a ridiculous jest. Do I truly appear to be someone who would indulge in such literature? Yet, Carl was acutely aware that he was currently embodying the persona of a bashful youth, one who could not easily refuse others. Moreover, he had to learn to accept graciously and express his gratitude when necessary. With all the books cradled in his arms, he exited the bookstore, oblivious to when the brown paper bag had vanished. Oh, how could such an item be carelessly discarded? It was far safer to store it within the confines of the system's space. Once I return home, I shall thoroughly critique this peculiar object. No, I must open it now and see. The brown paper bag reappeared in his hands, and as he tore it open, he focused intently. "A wizard who can perform magic?" It read, signed, Gilderoy Lockhart. "Carl, this storyline is rather different from what I had anticipated. Shouldn't it resemble an animated comic? I am utterly perplexed." Dimension, exile. Carl began to chant softly, and before him appeared a slender fissure, just as he intended to cast the book in his hand into it. He suddenly realized that next year, that foolish Lockhart would come to Hogwarts to teach the defense against the dark arts class, requiring all students to purchase a set of his books as their textbooks. Carl suppressed the urge to toss the object in his hand into the dimensional rift and promptly sealed it. "Curse you, Jadoro Lord. If you dare show up next year, I shall ensure your demise," he thought fiercely. However, he realized he needed to purchase a storage box. Otherwise, he would have no plausible explanation when he met Hagrid and the others later. The bag shop was merely a few meters away. With swift strides, Carl reached the entrance, reflecting on the adage that one gets what one pays for. In his perspective, the notion of quality at a low price was an illusion. A penny could only ever procure a penny's worth. In his grasp was a modest suitcase, which the attendant explained merely utilized a spell to create a compact space, offering only double the capacity, and urged him to consider a better option. Yet Carl replied, "I cannot afford anything too extravagant, otherwise, my image as a poor youth would be shattered." As Carl understood, it was not particularly challenging to create items that expanded space in the wizarding world. The exorbitant prices were primarily due to the Ministry of Magic's stringent regulations. Lacking a production license could lead to imprisonment in Azkaban. Not to mention the enchanting creatures and fantastic beasts, which possess their own spatial compartments, and even Hermione's small bag, which was as large as 2 Harry Potters. Upon recalling this measurement, Carl's mind was struck by a saying from his past life. 1 Wang Xiaomei is approximately equivalent to 2 stainless steel basins. The players of the Heavenly Emperor were collectively weeping in despair. The consequences of tainted milk powder were indeed profound. Having arranged all these matters, Carl set off to join Harry and the others. For wizards, a wand was their most cherished companion, indispensable even more than a lover, as lacking one would diminish a wizard's combat prowess significantly. Even formidable wizards like Voldemort and Dumbledore could not function without their wands. However, for Carl, it was an optional accessory, as it might not withstand his burgeoning magical power. According to the DNF system, could those supreme mages really summon their immense power merely with an ordinary wooden stick and a few magical materials? Oh, what a jest. The wand would likely be the first to shatter under the strain of his overwhelming magic, leading to a backlash against Carl himself. While the DNF game allowed for forced interruption of skills, this was the real world, and Carl could not guarantee the same would apply in the future. Moreover, every wand was embedded with a trace, a mechanism that detected any underage wizard's spellcasting outside of school. Should any minor dare to wield a wand beyond the school grounds, the Ministry of Magic would undoubtedly catch them. For a dimension traveler, innately inclined to cause mischief. And the embodiment of Nyarlathotep, one of the three great old ones of the Cthulhu mythos, refraining from chaos was akin to death. It is widely acknowledged that Nyarlathotep, with countless avatars, revels in disturbance, drawn to any commotion. Yet, there was little one could do to restrain him. Should he feel cornered, his true form would descend, tainting and shattering entire worlds. Do you see that swirling black mist on the ground? Yes, that is your consort, the writhing chaos of Nyarlathotep, one of the three great old ones in the Cthulhu mythos. In the lore, such a manifestation heralds significant events, typically of calamity or disaster. Carl gazed at the only wand shop in all of Britain, a sight that sent a shiver through him despite his prior exposure to films in his previous life. The reason for his unease lay in the shop's dismal state. Even the crucial sign that adorned the entrance was severely faded, precariously swaying above the door. This disheartening scene made it impossible for him to reconcile the reality with the cherished dreams of Harry Potter enthusiasts from his former existence, who yearned to visit this hallowed ground. The sign above the quaint establishment proclaimed, Ollivanders, crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C. Within the dust-laden window, a solitary wand rested atop a weathered purple cushion, its faded hue a testament to years gone by. Carl could not help but place a hand on his head and let out a sigh. I say, Ollivander, you are indeed the last direct descendant of the Peveril brothers who dared to make a pact with death. Must you be so lacking in dignity? Surely. In terms of decor, one should strive to surpass Gringotts. Through the glass window, Carl observed that Harry had begun selecting his wand, prompting him to gently push open the somewhat precarious door and step inside. As for Hagrid, his wand had long been shattered by the Ministry of Magic, rendering him hesitant to enter Ollivander's wand shop. That old fellow had mastered the art of wand-making for decades and could easily discern the secret behind Hagrid's umbrella with merely a glance. Therefore, he should be out procuring a birthday gift for Harry, specifically a snowy white owl named Hedwig. Excuse me, young sir, might you wait just a moment? Ollivander said softly upon hearing the door open, turning to face Carl. His eyes were large and somewhat pale, glimmering like two small light bulbs in the dimly lit shop. Mr. Potter, your parents purchased their first wand right here. I remember it as if it were yesterday. A willow, 10¼ inches. Remarkably swift in casting spells. Your father, however, was a bit different. Perhaps he had a wandering heart before he met your mother? He opted for a mahogany wand, 11 inches long, with which he excelled in transfiguration. Carl, essentially, all the wands in the entirety of the United Kingdom are sold from your establishment, are they not? Ollivander, with a serious demeanor, retrieved a tape measure emblazoned with silver markings from the pocket of his attire. For him, the crafting of wands and assisting young wizards in selecting their perfect wand are equally paramount endeavors that demand the utmost diligence. The tape measure unfurled of its own accord, ascending to Harry's shoulder to measure various dimensions, from the crown of his head to his shoulders and down to his arms. Carl believed that the old man likely understood the data better than Harry himself at this point. He found it perplexing that Ollivander was measuring wands as if tailoring garments. Was it possible that Ollivander was utilizing big data to select wands for young wizards? Here, try this wand. Harry accepted the wand from Ollivander, feeling somewhat at a loss as he held it. Give it a wave, Mr. Potter, he gently instructed. With a flick, Harry shattered a vase in the shop. I'm sorry, sir, Harry apologized, feeling remorseful. No matter, it appears this one won't do. Let's try another. After several attempts, just as Carl was about to suggest that Ollivander simply present the holly wand, the right choice was finally made for the young savior. Perhaps this one will suffice? Ollivander murmured as he retrieved a wand from the top box. Harry took the wand, its tip radiating a brilliant light that cast a golden sheen on his hair, illuminating the dim room with dazzling reflections. Truly befitting of a savior, what an impressive aura! Carl marveled inwardly. Remarkable, simply remarkable, Ollivander exclaimed, dancing with glee. The spectacle suggested that a basketball and a catchy tune might enable him to soar. Carl observed Ollivander's animated state, somewhat bemused. Excuse me, sir. May I inquire what you find so remarkable? Harry asked, puzzled. Dear Mr. Potter, I remember the sale date and owner of every wand I sell. Coincidentally, this wand shares its core with another, crafted from the feather of the same phoenix, Ollivander explained with a smile. That phoenix is named Fawkes, belonging to old Dumbledore. Carl interjected silently. The wonder lies in the fact that this wand has chosen you, for it is the brother of the wand that left you that scar. Ollivander approached and gently touched Harry's lightning-shaped scar with his bony fingers. The wand is made of you, measures 13.5 inches, and fell into the hands of the one who caused this mark. If I had known, I would have charged a few hundred more galleons for the advertisement. Which young wizard ever leaves empty-handed? Carl continued his internal commentary. Furthermore, as Carl surveyed the disarray of the small shop after Harry's wand selection, he suddenly understood why Ollivander's wand shop, a monopoly in all of Britain, appeared so worn, with all wizards sourcing their weapons from here. Such chaos occurring daily would be overwhelming for any establishment. Lastly, Mr. Potter, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, and once a wand selects its master, it will follow them for life. Upon the wizard's death, the wand's magic dissipates, leaving it a mere stick. Thus, you must treat it with care, Ollivander imparted with earnestness. Rest assured, sir, I will cherish it dearly, Harry replied, gripping the wand tightly, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. However, upon hearing this, Carl could not suppress a roll of his eyes. I believe you, old man, you sly fox. Voldemort fell victim to your words. Just look at who the MVP of the final battle was, the Elder Wand, without a doubt. If it weren't for the Elder Wand's betrayal, could Harry Potter have subdued Voldemort with just a disarming charm? Here, Carl found himself admiring Dumbledore, acknowledging the wisdom and age. Old Dumbledore had orchestrated everything, including his own demise, to grant Harry Potter this opportunity. The wand is the wizard's most vital companion? I beg to differ. Child, greetings. I am Ollivander. You must be preparing to attend Hogwarts this year, Ollivander said warmly, though his interest in Carl was evidently less fervent than in Harry. This was entirely understandable, as Carl was merely a muggle student from the human world, lacking the extraordinary experiences of Harry Potter. Carl Harris, he replied. Very well, Mr. Harris. Now, let me measure you. Which hand do you favor? Ollivander asked, retrieving a silver tape measure from the table. I prefer my right hand, Carl answered. Having observed Harry's wand selection process, he extended his hand to assist Ollivander. The tape measure stretched and coiled around Carl, while Ollivander chanted, Every wand is unique. Just as no two snowflakes are alike. Always remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. If a wizard uses another's wand, the effects will surely be diminished. Or worse, result in severe backlash. Just wait for the spectacle I shall present you, Carl thought to himself. Once the measurement was complete, the tape measure returned to Ollivander's hand. The old man pondered for a moment before turning to fetch a box. All right, sir, try this wand. Walnut, dragon heartstring. 10.25 inches long. It is quite resilient. Ollivander opened the box to reveal an elegantly crafted wand. Carl took it out and infused it with a hint of dimensional magic, feeling the wand subtly tremble as if yearning to slip from his grasp. Within the hallowed walls of Ollivander's wand shop, no young wizard had ever chosen the correct wand on their first attempt since the shop's inception. Picky customers, much like Harry Potter, constituted the vast majority. Do you think you can escape my grasp? Not a chance. A faint smile graced his lips as he intensified the infusion of dimensional magic. Obediently transform into my shape, and I shall not trouble you further. Carl's magic constantly communicated with the wand in his hand. The power of dimensions far surpassed that of the little wizards. Gradually, the wand began to calm. And with a graceful flick, golden light surged from its tip, shrouded in mystery. It seemed he had already acknowledged me. Carl smiled at the two. Indifferent to whether the wand accepted him, he could simply suppress it if needed. After all, he had long possessed the Nimbus 2000, and this wand was merely a means to conceal his true prowess within Hogwarts. Once he completed his initial transition into a wizard, he essentially no longer needed the wands of the Harry Potter universe. Any magic in this world could be easily grasped. Such was the disparity in the systems of power. How wondrous indeed. Ollivander gazed at Carl, utterly mesmerized. He had never seen a wand so perfectly attuned to its master, especially one that had undergone no selection whatsoever. What is it, Mr. Ollivander? The young savior inquired, slightly perplexed. Mr. Potter, I inherited this wand shop from my father, and since I sold the first wand, I have never encountered such a remarkable degree of affinity. It is nothing short of a miracle. The elderly man, in profound astonishment, elucidated for Harry. Carl overheard the conversation between Ollivander and Harry, scoffing inwardly. Can it be the same? You speak of wands selecting wizards, while I impose my will upon them. Wizards can only resonate with their wands to achieve a semblance of selection. But resonance cannot compare to the profound connection born of true mastery. After choosing his wand, Carl and Harry departed the dilapidated shop under Ollivander's watchful gaze. He observed the pair retreating, his attention fixated on Carl, muttering incredulously, "Impossible. How can there be such a profound connection? It is as if the wand is not merely a companion, but has become a servant. Unbelievable." Meanwhile, Hagrid had been waiting outside for quite some time. Just as in the original tale, he held a birdcage containing a beautiful white owl. "Happy birthday, Harry," he exclaimed, handing over the cage while simultaneously offering a cone of ice cream to Carl. "Oh, little Carl, have some ice cream." "Thank you, Hagrid." Both Carl and Harry replied in unison. Next, they visited Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to procure their cloaks, as dusk began to settle. Inside the leaky cauldron, Hagrid ordered a feast, savoring the meal while casting curious glances at the silently seated boys. "What's the matter, lads? Why are you both so quiet and not eating?" Harry bore a heavy heart, while Carl was entirely put off by the unsanitary conditions of the pub, which seemed far more repugnant than any unsavory fare of his past life. "He killed my parents, didn't he? The one who left the scar upon my forehead. You know. Hagrid, you must know the details of this affair. Will you tell me?" The young savior inquired, his expression darkening. Carl knew precisely who Harry was referring to. It was none other than the socket-faced Voldemort. His elongated nose resembled that of an electrical socket. However, despite his awareness, he feigned ignorance, adopting an expression of innocent curiosity. The name Voldemort evokes sheer terror in any realm. In Carl's previous life, under the name Ning Chuan, Voldemort had cast a long shadow over his psyche, particularly the version that lurked in the Destiny Circle, clad in camouflage, waiting motionlessly for you to approach, an even more harrowing specter. Moreover, in the province of Xinjiang, notorious for spawning brotherly demons, one could expect exorbitant demands for dowries, such as millions in cash alongside property and vehicles. It seemed that a middle school classmate of his had encountered a Xinjiang Voldemort, who, upon graduating from university, found himself intimidated by the mother-in-law's exorbitant demands. Hagrid's smile faded, his countenance growing serious. "Harry, Carl, you must first grasp an important truth. Wizards possess formidable powers. Much like the human world, where there are both good and evil individuals, wizards too can succumb to darkness. The more powerful a wizard, the more terrifying the consequences of their corruption." He paused, struggling to utter the name. "There was once a wizard named Voldemort." Harry, eager to uncover the truth behind his parents' demise, urged, "Perhaps you could write it down." "No, I will not write it," Hagrid replied solemnly. "Well, his name is Voldemort. His true name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. On another note, the owner of the leaky cauldron is also named Tom." How could there be such a disparity? Carl, well aware of the eventual outcome, found it increasingly uncomfortable to maintain his facade of ignorance. He had to remind himself, after all, that he could not let his persona crumble. Once it did, it could never be restored. Upon returning to the orphanage, his expenditures for the day amounted to approximately 45 galleons, leaving him with 155. Fortunately, the system's exchange rate was 100, not 110 or even lower. Otherwise, given the inflation akin to that in DNF, he would have been unable to afford even a semblance of comfort. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the once sunless empire. The weather was exceptionally clear on this 1st of September, the day Hogwarts welcomed its new students. All first-year wizards awaited this day with bated breath. However, for students across the ocean in the Celestial Empire, this date was more fearsome than a deluge. For the most dreadful sound in the world is none other than the school bell, and the most terrifying demon pales in comparison to the homeroom teacher. Oh, the most malicious love triangle in this world. My love for holidays, holidays' affection for homework, and homework's love for me. Thanks to youthful vision, he easily spotted Hagrid and Harry in the crowd. It was impossible not to notice Hagrid, given his towering stature, which surpassed even Yao Ming's. "Oh, time is of the essence. Apologies, Harry, but I must take my leave. Dumbledore is waiting for me," he added. "Your train departs in 10 minutes. Keep your tickets safe. It's crucial. We'll meet again at Hogwarts." Hagrid hurriedly produced a train ticket from his pocket and handed it to Harry. The young savior examined the ticket and exclaimed, "Platform 9 3/4? Hagrid, this ticket must be a mistake. There's no such platform in reality." However, poor Harry looked up, only to find that Hagrid had vanished, having utilized the wizarding technique of apparition. Harry rushed to platform 9, intending to inquire with the conductor, only to find Carl already waiting there. "Hey, Harry. Long time no see," Carl greeted him. "Good afternoon, Carl. But the ticket has the wrong platform written on it. There's no such thing as platform 9 3/4. Harry appeared anxious. "Do not fret. Wizarding platforms are certainly different from those of the ordinary world. Since it is platform 9 3/4, let us investigate the space between platforms 9 and 10. Carl seemed entirely unruffled. "Oh, young gentleman. Are you having trouble finding the station?" A gentle voice came from behind them. Turning, they encountered a kind-looking middle-aged witch with brown hair, accompanied by 4 red-haired boys and a little girl. With so many children, all with red hair, it could only be the impoverished but beloved Weasley family. Naturally, the little girl was Ginny Weasley, Harry's future wife, who, incidentally, possessed formidable magical prowess. "Yes, madam, the ticket states platform 9 3/4, yet there is none here." Carl replied politely. "Don't know how to reach the platform? Fear not, dear. It's Ron's first time at Hogwarts as well. You simply have to walk through the wall between platforms 9 and 10. If you feel nervous, a little sprint will do. Best of luck to both of you," Mrs. Weasley explained, pointing to the wall between the 2 platforms. The youngest red-haired boy smiled at them, while Mrs. Weasley urged her eldest son, "Percy, you go first and show the first years how it's done. And take care of your younger brothers at school. Don't let those dreadful Slytherins bully them. If they dare to, make sure to teach them a lesson. Parents are invariably verbose when their children embark on a journey, a universal truth." Percy pushed the cart towards the wall, and instead of crashing, he passed through as effortlessly as if it were made of water. "Fred, hurry up," Mrs. Weasley called to the twins. "I'm not Fred, I'm George," one of the twins retorted. "Honestly, how can you not tell us apart, Mother?" They began to playfully tease her. "I'm sorry, George," Mrs. Weasley replied, rubbing her forehead. "I was just joking. I'm George. Haha." With that, he dashed through the wall. Carl observed the rather amusing scene before him, as the surrounding crowd remained oblivious to the sudden disappearance of several individuals. Clearly, a substantial number of Muggle-repelling charms had been cast in this vicinity. "Come on, Harry, we must hurry. Otherwise, it would be quite unfortunate if the train departs without us," Carl gently urged, before jogging forward. Behind the wall lay an entirely different realm, distinct from the Muggle world. A deep crimson steam locomotive proudly bore the number 5972 emblazoned on its front, while the quaint platform and the ceaseless flow of young wizards created a picturesque tableau. This was indeed the world of magic. The steam engine whistled, billowing white clouds of smoke, as owls of various hues soared through the air, occasionally accompanied by the croaks of toads. The young wizards, laden with luggage, were bustling about in preparation for boarding. Harry and Carl gazed at the signpost before them, platform 9 3/4, Hogwarts Express. Struggling with their belongings, the two managed to squeeze onto the train and, by fortune, found an empty compartment. Just as they settled in, a knock sounded at the door. "Excuse me, may I sit here? All the other compartments are full." A bashful red-haired boy peeked in. "Please, go ahead. We still need 2 more to fill this space." Upon recognizing the Weasley family from earlier, Harry smiled and welcomed the boy. The red-headed lad entered and chose an available seat. "Hello, I'm Ron Weasley. Carl Harris. Harry Potter." The trio introduced themselves. And while Ron showed no particular reaction to Carl's name, his demeanor transformed entirely upon hearing Harry's. "It's true. You're really him," Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Now is the time for the savior to show off," Harry remarked, perplexed. "What about that scar?" "Ah, yes, the scar." Harry chuckled as he lifted his fringe to reveal it. Knock, knock, knock. The familiar sound of the train conductor could be heard. Every train inevitably had vendors selling snacks, and the wizarding train was no exception. Carl lamented his financial plight, feeling like a pauper unable to afford luxuries. Yet, with our little savior poised to purchase an entire cart of goods, he hoped to partake in some of the delights, satisfying his cravings. "Hey, dear little wizards. We've just set off, and there is still quite a distance to Hogwarts. How about some snacks?" A short, cheerful witch announced as she opened the door. "No, thank you. I brought my own," Ron replied, awkwardly producing a sandwich made by Mrs. Weasley, offering an apologetic smile. As for Carl, despite the inept system that only recognized wealth, he had amassed considerable riches through years of noble deeds. In comparison, this cart of snacks was but a trifle against the exorbitant prices of items in the system's marketplace. where goods often commanded thousands of gold coins, having once struggled to fill his belly before the age of 11. The little savior now found himself in possession of vast wealth. What would he do next? The answer was clear: purchase the entire cart of snacks. Those of modest means may hesitate, but the affluent simply declare, "I want it all." The world offers little in the way of choice. It is merely a matter of insufficient funds. "We'll take it all, thank you." As expected, upon witnessing Ron's awkward demeanor, Harry produced a handful of galleons from his pocket and purchased everything outright. Carl was fortunate to benefit from the windfall of wealth. The seats were soon overflowing with an array of peculiar snacks, proving that wizards certainly know how to indulge. The assortment included licorice wands, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, pumpkin pasties, and the renowned chocolate frogs. While he didn't find his favorite spicy snacks, these treats were nonetheless appealing. However, Ron gazed at the mountain of snacks, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The upbringing from the Weasley household, combined with the pride typical of adolescence, made him reluctant to take advantage of this bounty in front of peers he had just met. Carl, on the other hand, felt no such hesitation. They had known each other for 2 months, and a 20-year-old soul brought with it a sense of ease. Having lived 2 lives, he effortlessly recognized Ron's discomfort and merely smiled, choosing not to address it. After all, why should he concern himself with such matters? "You aren't the savior, and I have no time to indulge in your coming-of-age drama." As Ron munched on his sandwich, he muttered, "He always forgets I don't like tough beef." Harry, sensing his unease, kindly invited, "May I try your sandwich? It looks quite delicious. I'll trade you for a pumpkin pie." The once lonesome little savior had never had someone to share with, as classmates in the Muggle school considered him an outsider. Indeed, exchanging food proved to be an excellent way for children of that age to forge friendships, and Ron gladly accepted Harry's gesture of camaraderie. Suddenly, while enjoying their snacks, Ron's expression shifted to one of pallor, as if he were afraid of something lurking nearby. Carl recalled Ron's mischievous brothers and the ancient tradition of sorting at Hogwarts, a truth that must remain undisclosed. Instead, it would be woven into terrifying tales to frighten the first-year wizards. It was akin to the age-old Chinese folklore where parents would frighten their children by warning them not to point at the moon lest they lose their ears. This sentiment stemmed from a desire for retribution, as if he had been deceived and was determined not to be the last to suffer such a fate. Throughout the entirety of the British magical community, literature conspicuously omits the details of the sorting process, with even parents refraining from revealing this truth. Thus began a lineage of deception, gradually morphing into an unwritten yet esteemed tradition at Hogwarts. The wizarding world is far more intricate than the tales of the human realm. The plethora of spells and the myriad of wondrous creatures provide ample inspiration for imaginative storytelling by overzealous parents. Carl estimates that each year, parents, driven by their own childhood deceptions, will inevitably embellish the original tales with even more malevolent twists. If there are older siblings involved, the situation becomes even more dire. An ancient saying from the East suggests that 3 people can create a tiger. When a family collaborates to deceive one individual, even falsehoods can transform into perceived truths. In light of such malicious behavior from parents, Carl can only express his determination to strive further in the future, to better uphold this dubious tradition. Suddenly, a thought struck Carl. It seemed that frightening children was an excellent choice. Although he himself was still a child, he boasted that at the tender age of 8, he could engage in underhanded dealings, rivaling those young wizards who could cast complete attack spells. Without hesitation, he resolved to act. Over the past 2 months, he had immersed himself in a plethora of literature concerning the sorting process at Hogwarts. From the information he gathered, it appeared that the sorting criteria varied each year. It was said that a decade ago, the sorting involved evading the pursuit of a troll within a specified time frame and successfully reaching the school's gates to avoid elimination. Remarkably, the mortality rate at that time exceeded 10%. Carl's voice emerged in a deep and measured tone, reminiscent of the childhood tale spun by parents, warning children that if they did not behave and sleep, the big bad wolf would come to whisk them away. Judging by the pallor of Harry and Ron's faces, his ploy had evidently succeeded. However, being a savior, he possessed a certain acumen, and soon he discerned something amiss. "Really? Carl, I recall Hagrid mentioning the sorting process, suggesting that the professors utilized a magical, talking artifact for this purpose. Initially, he had harbored concerns about his lack of magical education, fearing that Hogwarts might conduct entrance examinations that could lead to his expulsion. After all, such practices were commonplace in the human world when admitting new students. He presumed the wizarding world would follow suit, and thus inquired with Hagrid. At that moment, the instigator of the baseless rumors, Mr. Carl, blissfully sipped his pumpkin juice, relishing the unfolding drama, only to be caught off guard by Harry's remark. What a blabbermouth. Why must he divulge everything? Carl inwardly cursed, but then donned a smile. Oh, is that so? It seems that book was pinned by some unscrupulous wizard to deceive children. I shall tear it to shreds at once. Listening to their exchange, Ron visibly relaxed, indicating that his two mischievous twin brothers had indeed managed to fool him quite thoroughly. By the way, Harry, Carl, having attended a Muggle primary school, what were the welcoming rituals for new students? Surely it was not solely an examination, Ron inquired with curiosity. Harry hesitated, caught in contemplation. Although he was considered an oddity at school, he was fortunate that his magical outbursts prevented bullying. After all, when Dudley had pushed him, he had caused the entire glass to vanish. Carl, however, had no qualms and bluntly stated that bullying existed universally, Hogwarts being no exception, disregarding Ron's sensitivities. Since you have sincerely asked, I will generously enlighten you. In the Muggle world, the welcome for newcomers extends beyond mere examinations. Perhaps there might be a bucket of cold water or even a toilet. Carl chuckled as he recounted instances of bullying he had witnessed. As for whether he had ever been a victim himself, he apologized. He had learned the harsh realities of life by the age of 8. The unfortunate Severus Snape had once endured such torment, leaving him with profound psychological scars that made the news of Sirius's escape feel like an impending doom. One wonders what sins Snape had committed. Perhaps it was due to being a Slytherin, or perhaps he had owed a debt to James Potter in a past life. Enduring the torment of the Marauders, he lost not only the love of his childhood sweetheart but also sacrificed himself, shielding her son from harm, ultimately paying with his life. His existence mirrored a tea table, cluttered with tragedies, the first half devoted to loving Lily and being bullied by the quartet, and the latter half spent in the protection of her child. Professor Snape's tragic life experiences serve as a cautionary tale. One can devote oneself entirely only to find oneself with nothing in the end. Ron, enthralled by these tales, nearly dropped the pumpkin pasty he was holding. Suddenly jolted back to reality, he exclaimed, Muggle students are truly terrifying. A peculiar sound emanated from behind him, and as he reached back, he found himself with a brown-furred mouse in hand. Oh, this is poor Scabbers, my pet, he introduced. Fred taught me a spell that can turn him yellow. Would you like to see? Ron said, brimming with excitement, eager to showcase the magic his brother had taught him to his newfound friends. Certainly. I have yet to witness much magic, Harry replied, equally thrilled, hoping to avoid any embarrassing moments upon entering Hogwarts. Scabbers? More like Wurtail, considering how he resembles a mouse in human form. It's no wonder that animagi take on similar appearances. Such a cowardly and filthy creature. Carl mused with interest as he observed the mouse perched on Ron's thigh. It had evaded detection among the Weasleys for so many years. Should one label it cowardly or prudent? Ron cleared his throat, raising his tattered wand, its unicorn hair core almost exposed, preparing to cast a spell. Clang. Carl sensed the presence of an academic prodigy. The door to the compartment was abruptly swung open, revealing a confident little girl clad in Hogwarts attire, exuding an aura of authority. Excuse me, have you seen a toad? Neville has misplaced it, and I am assisting him in the search. At that moment, Ron's incantation was interrupted, leaving him quite irked. Sorry, we haven't seen a toad. Oh, the fateful convergence of the Gryffindor trio. As an onlooker, I felt a surge of anxiety. What to do in this situation? I await a response, feeling quite urgent. At this juncture, a drama enthusiast pondered internally. The girl noticed the wand in Ron's hand and exclaimed with curiosity, Oh, are you about to cast a spell? Let us witness. With that, she placed her hands on the doorframe, eager to watch the performance. Ahem. Ron cleared his throat tactically. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow. Turn this silly fat rat yellow. A beam of yellow light shot from the tip of his wand, striking Scabbers. Aside from knocking off a snack wrapper, the rat appeared unchanged. Ron's face flushed with embarrassment. What to do when one fails to impress a new friend in front of an audience? I await a solution. Feeling quite desperate. Perhaps I should simply leap out the window? It was now time for Miss Know-It-All's mockery. Well, are you certain that what you just recited was a proper spell? It seems rather lackluster, doesn't it? The girl had maintained her smile since her arrival. Carl found great pleasure in being an onlooker, relishing the spectacle while enjoying some snacks. He decided to quietly observe as she flaunted her prowess, never intending to interrupt. It was now the time for Miss Know-It-All to shine. In her leisure, she had experimented with a few simple spells, all of which proved remarkably effective. As she spoke, the girl brandished her newly acquired wand and confidently approached Carl, taking a seat beside him while facing Harry. Allow me to demonstrate a simple example. Revitalis. The girl raised her wand and pointed it at Harry's tape-riddled glasses, reciting the incantation. In an instant, Harry's tattered spectacles transformed into pristine condition, leaving him astonished as he removed them. Isn't that much better? The young girl exclaimed triumphantly. Wait a moment, you are Harry Potter. Hello, I am Hermione Granger. And you too? After a brief round of introductions, Ron chimed in. Could I see your rat, please? I've never encountered a rat as a pet before. As a wizard's companion, it must possess some remarkable qualities. Carl interjected. Oh, he's not much, really. Scabbers is rather dim-witted. During their conversation, Carl took Scabbers from Ron, gently plucking a strand of fur with his fingernail, which vanished the moment it was extracted. He knew he would eventually acquire curses from the system, and a reversal curse would equate to a blessing. The thought of vanquishing enemies from afar was undeniably thrilling. A true wizard must be versatile. Moreover, curses, like blessings, held the power to reverse life and death. Choosing the path of a wizard meant relinquishing the skills of a cleric. Otherwise, the inability to control multiple energies could lead to one's untimely demise. This mercenary system, indifferent to individuals, likely offered no after-sales service. Seizing the opportunity to master life and death was paramount. The Dark Sorceress had explicitly documented the possession of resurrection magic eternally. Traditionally, the authority over death lay with the Grim Reaper, yet formidable wizards could engage in a struggle with death to reclaim souls, granting them revival. Presently, Carl felt he could not best the diminutive Peter Pettigrew. Though he was undeniably a coward, he remained an adult wizard. However, not being able to defeat him now did not preclude future success. Gathering the necessary materials for curses early on would pave the way for his downfall later. After showcasing her skills, Hermione stood and declared, I must assist Neville in finding a toad. Additionally, you two should don your uniforms. We are approaching our destination, and Mr. Harris has performed admirably. As she reached the doorway, she seemed to recall something. Turning back to Ron, you have something on your nose. Do wipe it off, for we will soon be sorting. With that, she vanished from Ron's sight. A toad? How could anyone consider such a creature a pet? It's unattractive, useless, and inedible. The Longbottom family is impressive, equipping their heir with such a companion. Carl mused. Toads do not bite, but they certainly are off-putting. As Carl listened to Hermione's incessant murmurs, he struggled to comprehend how a creature such as a toad could be deemed a suitable pet. At that moment, the train's announcement echoed through the air, urging the first-year students to pay heed, for they were soon to arrive at Hogwarts. They were instructed to prepare themselves, don their uniforms, and leave their luggage aboard, as house elves would transport it to the school. The train gradually decelerated, its whistle emitting a final resonant cry, releasing a billowing cloud of white smoke until it ultimately came to a halt. One by one, the young wizards and witches jostled to open the doors and disembark, some adjusting their uniforms while others cradled their pets. Amidst the throng, Hagrid's towering figure, standing at 4 meters, was particularly conspicuous. He raised a lantern and smiled at the young sorcerers, saying, All right, first years this way, please. Come on, don't be shy, hurry up, and watch your step. It's a bit dark. The first-year students followed Hagrid, straying from the main group as they traversed a winding path. Carl was aware that they were about to partake in the ancient traditional ceremony of crossing the lake, a rite that has been passed down through the centuries since the inception of Hogwarts. Although Hogwarts was established through the generosity of the illustrious wizard Salazar Slytherin, it was the collective decision of the 4 founders, who arrived together in a small boat, that solidified this notion. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with only Hagrid leading the way, holding aloft a dimly lit oil lamp. It seemed rather stingy of the school board. Not only was financial aid scarce, but in such an obscured place, one would expect at least some streetlights to illuminate the path. Carl sighed softly, reflecting in silence. As they turned the final bend, Hagrid raised the lantern high above his head, and a chorus of gasps erupted from the young wizards behind him. In the shimmering reflection of the lake's waters, he beheld the castle of his dreams, Hogwarts. Perched upon the sloping hills across the lake stood a magnificent and imposing castle, crowned with numerous Gothic spires. The moon was partially obscured by clouds, and the windows glimmered against the starry sky. All aboard. Remember, no more than 4 on each boat, or you'll have to go down and sing with the merfolk. I imagine they would be quite pleased. Hagrid directed the first-year wizards as they began to board the small boats in an orderly fashion. Form a line, one at a time. No pushing. Hagrid, with his towering figure, guided the crowd with authority. Is everyone on board? Ready? Let us set sail. Hagrid called out, having also taken his place in a boat. Yet, unlike the young wizards who shared their vessels, He occupied one all to himself. Carl followed Ron and Harry to a boat, accompanied by a timid-looking young boy. "Excuse me, may I sit with you?" the boy inquired shyly. "Of course," Harry readily replied. "I am Seamus Finnegan, pleased to make your acquaintance." "Carl, could it be that you are the legendary explosive genius of Hogwarts? A person capable of wreaking havoc with a mere levitation spell, certainly not one to be trifled with." "I shall keep my distance. I cannot afford to emerge with a soot-stained visage, having just escaped from the clutches of darkness. I have no desire to return to that shadowy realm." "Ah, it seems we have the illustrious student, Simon Finnegan, from Hogwarts." "No doubt about it." On the small boat, there was but a single lamp, and no oars. Any movement depended solely on the whims of the waters. At Hagrid's command, the boat began to propel itself, creating ripples across the serene lake as it advanced forward. The young wizards were filled with excitement, engaging in animated conversations with their companions, laughter echoing in the air. The magnificent castle loomed larger in their sights, soon appearing almost within reach. "Lower your heads," a voice rang out as Hagrid's boat pointed the way ahead. The group quickly complied, only to be greeted by vines cascading from the cliffs above. The boat carried the hopeful young wizards to a concealed underground entrance, traversing a pitch-black tunnel that seemed to lead them beneath the castle, ultimately emerging at an underground dock, marking the end of their journey. Stepping onto a path strewn with gravel and pebbles, Hagrid counted the group with the lamp held aloft before guiding them through a tunnel, finally arriving at a damp, grassy expanse beneath the castle's shadow. At the far end of the meadow stood a long flight of stairs, leading to a grand oak door. "Ahem, before entering Hogwarts, allow me to offer a word of caution. You will soon be greeted by Professor McGonagall, the strictest of Hogwarts staff. So please remain quiet and refrain from causing a disturbance. Offending her would not be pleasant," Hagrid advised warmly. Ascending the steps to the grand entrance, Hagrid raised his massive fist and knocked 3 times upon the door. "Alohomora!" creaked the door open, revealing a frail, middle-aged witch clad in a flowing emerald robe and a pointed hat. The chilling aura she exuded silenced the young wizards, who ceased their chatter in her presence. This was none other than Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor House. When it came to the faculty that instilled fear in the hearts of Hogwarts students, Professor McGonagall undoubtedly ranked among the highest, rivaled only by the formidable Professor Snape. "First-year students, I see," Hagrid stammered, evading her piercing gaze. "They appear rather well-behaved, unlike last year's rowdy bunch." "Thank you, Hagrid. Your efforts in escorting them this year have been commendable. I shall take it from here," Professor McGonagall replied with a smile, clearly satisfied. Hagrid hurriedly departed, visibly flustered in her presence. Although one might claim to be free of guilt and unafraid of specters, Hagrid felt a twinge of apprehension. His summer escapades involving Harry Potter had led him to breach several regulations, including the misuse of magic and a blatant violation of the Muggle Protection Act. When he transformed Dudley's tail into that of a pig, with his wand now broken by the Ministry of Magic, he was technically unqualified to wield magic again. Facing McGonagall's sharp gaze only heightened his unease, as he felt like a thief caught in the act. With a resounding thud, Professor McGonagall swung the door wide open, revealing a lavish marble staircase. With a flick of her wrist, the torches adorning the walls ignited, illuminating the surrounding frescoes. These ancient artworks testified to the formidable history of Hogwarts. It was indeed the safest haven in the British magical community, having withstood the assaults of Voldemort and Quirrell, while remaining impervious to threats. The first years followed in silence, each feeling the weight of tradition upon their shoulders. Aside from Harry, Ron, and Carl, the expressions of the other young wizards were grave, evidently influenced by the annual tradition that dictated their fates. Failure to pass the sorting ceremony would bring about a humiliation akin to being cast aside from the only prestigious wizarding school in England. Professor McGonagall did not lead them directly into the Great Hall, but instead guided them into a small, adjacent chamber. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Shortly, you will pass through this door and join your fellow upperclassmen in celebration. However, before you dine, you must undergo the sorting. There are 4 houses: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. During your time here, your house will be your home. You will attend classes with your housemates, sometimes alongside students from other houses, reside in your house dormitories, and collaborate in the common room for assignments and leisure. Your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any infractions will result in deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, the greatest honor a house can achieve. Rest assured, the sorting ceremony has been flawless for centuries. Should you not be placed in your desired house, do not despair. It is simply your rightful place at Hogwarts. Lastly, I urge you all, regardless of the house you are sorted into, to diligently study magic and bring honor to your house, rather than squandering time in mischief. After all, your years at Hogwarts may well be the most delightful of your life. Professor McGonagall, as the deputy headmistress, spoke with an authoritative eloquence that left the young wizards in awe, silencing their anxieties. Truly, she was a force to be reckoned with. Should Hogwarts ever fall to Voldemort? Carl mused. Her oratory skills could easily elevate her to the rank of CEO in the world of sales. Soon, the sorting ceremony would commence before the entire school. And as the head of Gryffindor, McGonagall welcomed the new students. Turning to leave, she could not help but add, I advise you to calm your nerves. The sorting does not involve fleeing from trolls or defeating ghouls. Instead, focus on presenting yourselves well to your upperclassmen and professors. First impressions are paramount. With a satisfied glance at the poised young wizard among them, Professor McGonagall departed, leaving the first years to gather their thoughts before the impending ceremony. Once everything is ready over there, I will return to fetch you all. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's reassurances, the young wizards breathed a collective sigh of relief. Grateful that danger had been averted. While we await, please ensure absolute silence. Professor McGonagall had taken but a few steps when she abruptly turned back to interject. The young wizards felt a weariness in their hearts, silently pleading with her to finish her thoughts without such interruptions. As they watched Professor McGonagall disappear down the corridor, the previously stifled atmosphere returned with a vengeance, reminiscent of its usual somber tone. The embodiment of this somberness was none other than Minerva McGonagall. Goodness. It appears my parents have deceived me. There is no need to endure the pursuit of a werewolf. What is this? My sister even claimed that one must dance with the merfolk of the Hogwarts lake. Everyone, please take a seat. Compared to the tales spun by my two brothers, you all present are but mere younger siblings. At this, Ron could no longer contain himself and leaped from the crowd. Yet, it was indeed true. In terms of storytelling and pranks, their parents certainly appeared junior in comparison to the twins. An ancient saying from the illustrious Zhao Zilong of old China comes to mind. In the realm of arms, fortune favors the bold, yet Zilong alone possesses a stone, while the rest collectively lack two. Furthermore, it is worth noting that in the game, Carl often felt that Zhao Yun possessed a stroke of luck that surpassed that of other classes, particularly the denizens of the demon realm. Similarly, in this era, the two brothers could just as easily proclaim, in the matter of Hogwarts rule-breaking, we alone possess a stone, while the rest collectively lack two. Following a brief bout of boasting, the young wizards began to ponder. If not through such means, then how would the professors conduct the sorting? Simon Finnegan, who shared a boat with Carl and the others, inquired with a spark of curiosity. Carl, with a look of sheer exasperation, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, bewildered as he confessed his ignorance. As the grand finale, how could he so readily divulge the information, depriving them of the thrill of suspense? The rumors aboard the train had proven true. Indeed, the boy who miraculously survived a great calamity 11 years ago, Harry Potter, had returned to Hogwarts. At this moment, our audacious Draco Malfoy leaned against the railing, a smug and haughty expression adorning his visage. Carl gazed upon the scene, shaking his head in disbelief. Indeed, the young lad was still rather naive. Is this how you forge friendships? In our northeastern territory, one glance would be enough to provoke a confrontation, and you might find a 40-meter-long watermelon knife poised at your throat. This is Goyle and Crabbe. I am Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. As the arrogant youth introduced his lackeys and himself, he took 2 steps up the staircase, towering over Harry by a whole head, and extended a hand downwards in a condescending manner. Not only did Harry feel the weight of his disdain, but even bystander Carl felt a surge of indignation. How utterly pretentious. Ron, overhearing Malfoy's pompous remarks, couldn't suppress a laugh. Malfoy's expression shifted instantly, his mood changing faster than one could turn the pages of a book. Oh, I wondered who it was. Red hair and tattered robes, surely another member of the Weasley clan, a disgrace to pure bloods, mingling with muggles. Ron's face flushed with a mix of anger and humiliation. After belittling Ron, Malfoy pivoted back to Harry and declared, You will soon realize that certain wizarding families possess an inherent nobility. I doubt you would wish to associate with such trash. However, I could very well be your friend. It is a laughable notion that one such as you could ever attract true companionship. He chuckled inwardly, unable to contain his mirth. What are you laughing at? You filthy mudblood? How dare you mock me? Carl, meow? What does your quarrel have to do with me? Unlike Hermione, who was bewildered and clueless when scolded, He was fully aware of the implications of the term mudblood. "Oh, my fiery temperament. I do not provoke you, yet you dare to challenge me? You neglect the path to heaven and instead intrude into hell. I may not be able to defeat Hagrid or Quirrell, nor even that sleazy Wormtail. But someone like you is hardly a match for me. A mudblood? Very well. As a mere first year, I can easily manipulate you as if shaping clay, molding you into whatever form I desire." At this moment, a lively smile began to carve itself upon Carl's youthful face. He pondered whether there existed any subtle pranking spells within the initial teachings of wizards, considering this was Hogwarts, where it was wise to exercise restraint. He certainly did not wish to attract the attention of that old glass-eyed Dumbledore. Eureka! I shall provoke the puppet, Shulu. Carl's system coins vanished, amounting to 1,000. Or rather, 10 golden galleons. In an instant, a thought struck him, and he comprehended the magic. Provocative puppet, Shulu. He cast the puppet Shulu forward to provoke the enemy, drawing their attacks while simultaneously diminishing their magical defenses. Special status, Bewitchment. Shulu possesses the ability to bewitch enemies whose strength is significantly inferior to that of its master, resulting in a state of confusion between friend and foe. Truly, a skill born from the system's magical modification, now enhanced with an additional status. Does this not imply that soon he shall witness a splendid spectacle of dogs biting dogs, all in a tangled fur? Carl silently accepted the message of magic, secretly reveling in his fortune. Power began to coalesce in his hands, gradually forming a peculiar doll. One does not tempt fate so recklessly, especially by provoking someone of considerable influence right from the start. With such luck, he might as well try his hand at the lottery. Casually, he discarded the doll into a corner of the room, his voluminous wizard's robe deftly concealing his actions. Then, the doll began to unleash its power. At that moment, Malfoy was basking in the glow of triumph when both Goyle and Crabbe simultaneously landed a punch on his chest. Bang! You idiots! What madness possesses you? Accompanied by Malfoy's piercing scream and furious curses, he was sent flying by the blow, landing clumsily on the ground, covered in dust. Carl glanced at the two lackeys, whose physiques resembled that of a young Hagrid, and mused to himself, this must be quite painful. He chuckled as he watched Malfoy being unceremoniously knocked to the ground by each of his minions. The little savior and Ron burst into hearty laughter, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Malfoy, it seems your two companions are not particularly obedient, he remarked. In my opinion, there's little purpose in keeping such lackeys. It would be wise to part with them sooner rather than later. If they prove ineffective, would you care for 2 house elves from our family instead? The pure-blood families were far from united. Just moments ago, as he found himself in distress, faint sounds of mockery began to seep through the crowd. The keen ears bestowed by his elven lineage granted him extraordinary hearing. After all, one does not assume that elves possess their elongated ears merely for aesthetic appeal. Carl understood that Professor McGonagall had likely resolved the matters at hand and was soon to arrive. With a fleeting gesture of his hand, he retracted his magical influence, causing Shirley to dissipate into a wisp of red smoke. At this moment, the two mesmerized followers regained their senses, gazing at their fallen leader sprawled on the ground. Panic overtaking them. Boss, what happened? Let me help you up. Who did this? I will avenge you. The two were filled with indignation, ready to erupt. A light cough interrupted them, announcing Professor McGonagall's return. Despite their anger, Draco Malfoy and his companions dared not act out, for they had uncovered no clues. McGonagall cast a warning glance towards the trio. Meanwhile, the instigator had seen through her essence with eyes sharp as an eagle's. It is you, the ruthless exterminator. The evidence is undeniable. Now, everything is prepared. Follow me. With that, she turned and departed. The grand doors of the great hall opened automatically, and the young wizards eagerly formed a line behind Professor McGonagall. The long banquet tables were filled to capacity, with the guest of honor's seat completely occupied. Professors were present in full attendance. Even Sybil Trelawney, who typically resided in the tower, made an appearance. As the sorting ceremony had yet to commence, Carl began to meticulously observe the hallowed grounds that food enthusiasts from around the world dreamt of visiting. Although British cuisine was notorious for its lackluster offerings, the house elves undoubtedly did not prepare such dishes. With food served automatically and no need to wash dishes afterward, this was truly a paradise for gourmets. The hall shimmered with opulence, gilded in grandeur. Countless candles floated in midair, seemingly defying gravity as they failed to drip a single drop of wax, surrounded by torches that emitted no smoke. In the corners of the hall stood sculptures representing the 4 great house totems of Hogwarts. The transparent starry dome above further highlighted the school's uniqueness, having been enchanted with a permanent spell cast by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. This dome was not genuine. It was an illusion solidified by magic, thus resembling a starry sky. Carl recalled reading about this in A History of Hogwarts. Whispers from Miss Know-It-All floated in the air. The tableware before them was undeniably crafted from pure gold, of a quality that could easily be forged into galleons. Carl gazed at these utensils, nearly drooling. Harry, noticing Carl's gleaming eyes, mistakenly thought he was simply hungry, unaware that Carl was tempted to take them. However, he wisely restrained his impulse. Considering that these artifacts were likely as ancient as Hogwarts itself, Salazar Slytherin, one of the four founders, was known for his deep disdain for thieves. Who could say if this notorious dark wizard had placed any malevolent curse upon them? Remarkably, there had been no reports of theft at Hogwarts for a millennium. If Rowena could solidify the dome's magic, perhaps Slytherin had already enacted his own protective measures. If he were to transform into a small witch, he might dare to try. As witches possessed a powerful passive immunity to all curses, provided the spellcaster's strength did not surpass that of the goddess of the waning moon. Dimension walkers were not immune to curses. Entangled with a few, one might find their life insufficient. The young wizards followed Professor McGonagall through the aisle between the four long tables, where a four-legged chair stood, adorned with a tattered, seemingly unwashed pointed wizard hat. Oh, the sorting hat. Just as described in the books. Worn and tattered, Rowling does not deceive me. This relic, once used by the four founders, was surprisingly not green. Perhaps due to 2 millennia of neglect resulting in its faded hue. For 2,000 years, it had remained unwashed, bearing the blessings and will of the four founders. Alongside countless years of new students' scalp flakes and oils, testament to its storied history. The scent wafting from the sorting hat was unmistakable. Far more pungent than Professor Severus Snape's greasy hair. The thought of having to touch this hat with his own hair sent shivers down his spine. Inheriting the elven bloodline of male wizards also brought along their obsessive cleanliness. The remaining elves following the Great Fire in Glenwood were all exquisitely refined beings. Any one of them, Shalon, Celia Crummin, or Soja, would astound any observer. The young wizards reached the front, awaiting Professor McGonagall's next directive. Seizing the opportunity, Carl feigned curiosity. Gazing towards the professors at the head table. Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster, occupied the central seat, draped in a black and red robe, topped with a matching pointed hat. Exuding a remarkable presence. His long white beard was tied with a ribbon, and he wore half-moon spectacles, his azure eyes sparkling with cunning wisdom. Surrounding him were Hagrid, Severus Snape, Sybil Trelawney, and the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, whose name was written as Quirrell but pronounced as Voldemort, each serving to accentuate Dumbledore's stature. Carl's gaze swept over the oddly adorned individuals, swiftly juxtaposing these professors with the recollections of his past life, particularly with Professor Snape. Carl felt that the moniker Old Bat was indeed well-deserved. Clad in a flowing black robe that enveloped his entire form, with a hooked nose and waxen skin, Snape was currently fixated on Harry, specifically on Harry's emerald green eyes. Suddenly, the hat perched upon the four-legged stool split open, resembling a mouth. I truly have split. The tattered hat began to sway and twist, then burst into song. Over a millennium ago, I was woven into existence for illustrious wizards. Their names echo through time. The brave Gryffindor from the desolate marshes, the beautiful Ravenclaw from the tranquil riverbank, the kind Hufflepuff from the open valleys, and the cunning Slytherin from the mire. Together, they shared a dream, a singular desire, and boldly devised a plan to cultivate young wizards, thus establishing Hogwarts School. These four magnificent wizards each founded their own houses, valuing diverse talents and ideals in their students. Gryffindor believed that the most courageous should receive the highest accolades. Ravenclaw felt that the most astute minds would always achieve greatness. Hufflepuff maintained that the most diligent deserved entry into the house, while Slytherin favored those with ambition. It was Gryffindor who devised a method, removing me from his head, and all four founders imbued me with their wisdom, entrusting me to select and judge. Now, place me firmly upon your head. I have never erred, and I shall peer into your mind to discern your rightful house. Listening to the somewhat kitschy rap of the sorting hat, Carl thought to himself, I too am on the verge of splitting. He contemplated tossing a basketball at it to see its reaction. The hat's enchanting melody was indeed captivating, akin to an otherworldly sensation. Once the hat finished its song, Professor McGonagall formally announced, the sorting ceremony begins. With a wave of her hand, a scroll of parchment materialized unexpectedly in her grasp. When I call your name, please step forward and sit upon the stool. I shall place the sorting hat upon your head and designate your house. The first, Hannah Abbott. Carl, indeed. Hannah is the steadfast queen, while others are but transient protagonists. After enduring countless validations from previous HP fanfictions, one can achieve a plethora of feats at Hogwarts through magic. If one's golden finger is sufficiently potent, it is conceivable to obliterate all 7 of Voldemort's Horcruxes even in the first year. Yet, there exists one immutable truth: the position of Queen Hannah remains unassailable. Unless, of course, you are not among that year's entrants. Hufflepuff. After a ponderous 15 seconds, the sorting hat resoundingly declared the fate of Queen Hannah. Hermione Granger. Gryffindor. Following the sorting, each newly sorted student was met with jubilant cheers from their respective houses, welcoming the fresh first years. In contrast, the other houses remained largely silent. However, the next individual was a different matter entirely. The moment Professor McGonagall announced his name, whispers erupted among the upperclassmen at the 4 long tables, all eager to discover which house would claim the legendary boy who vanquished the Dark Lord. Upon Harry Potter's graduation from that house, it would indeed be a mark of honor. After all, Voldemort had wreaked havoc upon the British wizarding world. The hero who defeated the second Dark Lord hailed from our house, providing ample fodder for future boasts. At that moment, our little savior appeared quite anxious, fidgeting on his stool, incessantly muttering to himself. If there were a master of lip-reading present, they would discern his repeated plea to avoid Slytherin. The sorting hat, attuned to his thoughts, pondered for an extended period, nearly causing another hat-stalling incident, before resolutely proclaiming, Gryffindor. Oh yes, we have Potter. Potter is here. Instantly, the Gryffindor table erupted with exuberance, celebrating Harry's arrival, while several red-headed Weasleys rushed to shake his hand. Hagrid, seated at the head table, stood up in a fit of excitement. The professors, save for the brooding Severus Snape, who was lost in contemplative thought, applauded him wholeheartedly. TSK, TSK, TSK. This savior with an aura of a protagonist is indeed remarkable. Even Dumbledore's applause differed. Carl watched in awe as Harry made his way to the Gryffindor table. The details determine success, and attitude dictates everything. From the moment Queen Hannah commenced, Carl had been observing the expressions of the professors seated at the main dais. Most of them merely offered casual applause, only becoming earnest when acknowledging a student from their own college. Meanwhile, old Dumbledore would, after each young wizard was sorted, symbolically tap his right hand gently against the 4 fingers of his left hand. Yet, when Harry approached, the previously indifferent demeanor of Dumbledore momentarily shifted to one of gravity. It was only when the sorting had announced Gryffindor aloud that he visibly relaxed, commencing a genuine round of applause, distinct from the perfunctory clapping that preceded it. Carl believed that if it were not for Professor Dumbledore's mastery over the will of the sorting hat, he would undoubtedly resort to clandestine manipulation. The blessings and intentions of the 4 founders remained remarkably potent, even after a millennium. Harry, filled with excitement, gazed toward the head table, where Dumbledore, holding a golden chalice, exchanged a warm glance with him. Next, Carl Harris. At last, it was my turn. Carl's lips curled into a subtle smile as he glanced at Harry, who sat at the Gryffindor table, his eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Clearly, Harry yearned for his first friend in the magical realm to share his fate as a courageous Gryffindor. Carl offered Harry a faint, apologetic smile. What nonsense is this? Just 2 days prior, the author had solicited opinions from esteemed readers regarding a single chapter, ultimately concluding that entering Gryffindor would lead to abandoning the book altogether. How could he dare to enter? After all, in recent years, a plethora of young lions in the HP fanfiction realm had effectively blocked this path. Ahem, my apologies. I digress. Let us continue. To be candid, when it comes to the sorting hat, Carl was rather unprepared. Ultimately, he believed that it mattered little which house he entered, for his confidence did not stem from the magic of the house professors, but rather from the legacy of the dimension traveler he embodied. Well, whatever the sorting hat decides, so be it. Although opting out of Gryffindor would mean years without the chance to claim the house cup, with Harry Potter now in attendance, surely old Dumbledore would ensure he was adequately supported? However, I must ask, which esteemed traveler holds such triviality in regard? It is neither edible nor sellable. Merely a trophy for display, and each year it accumulates, requiring additional polishing during detentions. Pray tell, what is the monetary value of honor? The House Cup is akin to the certificates awarded to elementary school students in the Great Celestial Empire for excelling in final exams. Tasteless, yet too precious to discard. A mere trinket. Years later, one reflects upon such accolades, now reduced to worthless scraps of paper, blackened and stuck to the walls, necessitating effort to be pried away. Moreover, in the wizarding world, Carl surmised that upon graduation, young witches and wizards would find their resumes hardly linked to the house cup. Perhaps the 6-time champion of Slytherin might carry some weight, but as for the others, well, that is another story. Carl traversed the crowd and took a seat in the auditorium. Professor McGonagall offered a slight smile as she held a favorable impression of the impeccably dressed young boy. Just endure for a moment. It will soon pass. Carl resolutely placed the long unwashed hat upon his head, initiating a dialogue with the Sorting Hat. Ah, an intriguing newcomer. It has been quite some time since I encountered such a formidable challenge. I can sense the immense magical power coursing through your veins, far surpassing that of your peers. You possess great ambition and courage, complemented by notable intelligence. It is indeed a conundrum. Perhaps Slytherin? They would undoubtedly aid a talented wizard such as yourself in achieving remarkable feats. Absolutely not. I detest the color green, whether worn upon my head or my person. Not Slytherin, then? Perhaps Gryffindor would be a commendable alternative. Even less so. Such exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure. I shall choose Ravenclaw. After careful contemplation, Carl determined that neither Slytherin nor Gryffindor would be suitable choices for him. Thus, he was left with the option of selecting between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Rowena Ravenclaw, the most erudite among the 4 founders of Hogwarts, was likely to possess a collection of rare magical tomes in her common room. Knowledge has always been the greatest treasure. Helga Hufflepuff, a master of magical cuisine, had her common room conveniently located adjacent to the kitchen. It was almost certain that Hufflepuff's common room housed a trove of magical recipes, while students from other houses could only gaze longingly at cookies and bread when hunger struck. The Badgers could swiftly make their way to the kitchen to decide between a comforting chicken rice dish or a steaming pot of rice. The house elves would cater to their every whim. After years of enduring British fare, consisting mainly of fish and chips, Carl longed for a change in palate. Of course, he would never dare to touch the abominable dish of canned herring, a sight that would make anyone cringe, let alone consume it. It was indeed a challenging decision. Although it is said that only children make choices, the ancient ones desire everything. Yet, this time, he truly had to select just one. After much deliberation, Carl ultimately chose Ravenclaw. Was it not merely the allure of culinary delights? He could always break through Hogwarts restrictions on apparition once his mastery of dimensional magic was accomplished. Hat. I choose Ravenclaw. Respecting your choice. Ravenclaw, boomed the Sorting Hat. At that moment, the long table of Ravenclaw erupted in applause, welcoming their new junior member. Now, please call me Carl Harris. With the last little wizard sorted into Hufflepuff, the annual sorting ceremony at Hogwarts concluded splendidly. Professor McGonagall took the Sorting Hat and disappeared from sight, only to return to her rightful place moments later. Headmaster Dumbledore rose from his golden seat, gently tapping his cup. Welcome, young witches and wizards, to Hogwarts. I now declare the feast to commence. With arms wide open. Dumbledore's words were scarcely spoken when the golden utensils on the table were instantly filled with an array of delectable dishes, much to Carl's relief. For he had not encountered any herring. The train had departed at noon, and by the time they arrived at Hogwarts, the stars were already twinkling in the night sky. Hungry wizards on the train wasted no time digging in. Among them, Ron was particularly comical, clutching a chicken leg in one hand, taking a bite before swiftly switching to another. Approximately an hour later, as the guests were nearing satiation, Dumbledore waved his hand, causing all the food to vanish. And the golden utensils sparkled as if they had never been used. At this sight, Carl couldn't help but mock the 3 broomsticks, wondering why wizards found dishwashing so beneath them. Following the main course, an assortment of desserts, donuts, chocolate bars, strawberry pudding, baked apples, pumpkin pie, small cakes, and fruit salad graced the table. As the last dessert was devoured by the ravenous young wizards, every piece of cutlery gleamed anew before sinking into the table. Indeed, Hogwarts offered quite the splendid fare. Dumbledore stood once more, addressing the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all well fed. As the new term commences, I wish to present a few important reminders for your consideration. To the first-year students, heed this warning. The forbidden forest surrounding the castle is off-limits to all students. If you wish to avoid misfortune, it is best to remember this. Hogsmeade Village is off-limits to students below 3rd year, and those in 3rd year or above require parental permission. Furthermore, our castle caretaker, Mr. Filch, wishes to remind everyone that magic should not be used in the corridors during breaks, nor should there be any pranks. At this remark, Dumbledore cast a glance toward the Weasley twins. Most importantly, if you wish to avoid a painfully grim fate, do not approach the corridor on the right side of the third floor. Dumbledore's tone was unusually serious, yet it only piqued the curiosity of certain young wizards. For instance, the Weasley twins and an unnamed first-year student, who harbored a keen interest in the Philosopher's Stone, suddenly perked up. Finally, Professor Quirinus Quirrell, the Muggle Studies instructor, will temporarily assume the role of defense against the dark arts teacher this term. Dumbledore concluded with a smile. Snape shot a disdainful glance at Quirrell. Old fox. You truly have Voldemort dancing to your tune, Carl thought, observing Dumbledore's triumphant demeanor. The task of obtaining the Philosopher's Stone now appeared rather daunting. He had little faith that Dumbledore would use the actual stone to lure Voldemort simply to train Harry. Such bait was far too tempting. Should anything go awry and Voldemort rise again, it would be catastrophic. Where in the world could be safer than Dumbledore himself? If Voldemort sought the stone for resurrection, all he needed to do was eliminate Dumbledore. Considering this, it was likely that the stone within the Mirror of Erised was merely a decoy. Now, before you all proceed to your common rooms, let us sing the school song, Dumbledore exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, upon hearing this, all the professors at the head table simultaneously stiffened. The school song was utterly embarrassing. Headmaster, please spare us. He drew his old wand from his sleeve and pointed it toward the air, causing the school song, represented in the distinct colors of each house, to materialize in midair. Now, everyone, choose your favorite tune and sing. Oh dear, the old bee has gone mad again. Snape grumbled, tugging at his greasy hair, his expression one of utter dismay. In the presence of their respective house leaders, the first-year students made their way to their common rooms. Ravenclaw's common room is located at the western end of Hogwarts Castle, at the top of a spiral staircase, approximately on the 5th floor. The entrance bore no handle or keyhole, but instead featured a bronze knocker shaped like an eagle. When one knocked, the knocker would pose a question, and only by providing the correct answer could one enter the common room. Otherwise, even the headmaster would be at a loss. This year, the prefect responsible for introducing the first years to Ravenclaw was Prefect Penelope, who paused before the bronze knocker and then turned with a smile. Welcome to Ravenclaw. I am Prefect Penelope, but you may call me Penelope. Our emblem is the eagle, which can soar to heights unattainable by other creatures. Our house colors are blue and bronze. Our common room is located at the top of Ravenclaw Tower, behind a magically enchanted knocker. The arched windows of the circular common room overlook the school grounds, offering a breathtaking view unmatched by any other house. Without boasting, Ravenclaw indeed gathers the most intelligent witches and wizards. The founder of our esteemed college, Rowena Ravenclaw, regards learning as the utmost priority, and thus, we adhere to the same principle. Unlike the other colleges, which possess a concealed entrance to their common rooms, ours is prominently located at the summit of a towering, winding staircase. The door, devoid of a handle, is instead adorned with a magically enchanted eagle-shaped knocker. Upon knocking, the knocker poses a question, and only upon providing the correct answer are you granted entry. For nearly a millennium, this simple barrier has kept all but Ravenclaw students at bay. The newcomers listened with excitement as the prefect eloquently elaborated on the nuances of Ravenclaw, except for Carl, who mused. Could a single question truly deter all students from other houses? Surely, the intellect of the other three houses can't be akin to that of a troll. Let us refrain from boasting and speak plainly, shall we? Penelope, the prefect, articulated the intricacies of Ravenclaw with satisfaction, observing the eager expressions of the first years. She approached the door and gently rapped upon it. Soon, an ethereal voice emanated from the eagle knocker. What you can do, I can do, we all can do. But one person can do it alone, while two cannot do it together. What is it? Come, give it a try. It's essential to hone your logical thinking. Lest you find yourselves unable to enter in the future, Penelope encouraged with a gentle smile. Did Ravenclaw truly revel in riddles back in the day? Carl watched as the contemplative first years began to question their existence. With a magical intellect of 300 points, it was no surprise that Carl swiftly deduced the answer. Allow me to attempt it, he declared, stepping forward from the crowd to stand before the knocker. This is a dream. He resolutely proclaimed his answer. Correct. The eagle knocker replied instantly, and the previously sealed door creaked open. Excellent answer. Well done, young Carl. As a Ravenclaw, Penelope had committed the names and faces of her peers to memory during the sorting ceremony to avoid the embarrassment of misaddressing anyone. It was said that such mix-ups frequently occurred in Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Trust me, you will come to cherish this process. Upon returning to the common room, you may often encounter a throng of 20 or 30 individuals deep in thought before the knocker. Do not be alarmed. Such occurrences are commonplace. Additionally, It is crucial to note that after each closure, the knocker will present a new question to reopen the door. To my knowledge, in the millennium since Hogwarts' establishment, not a single question has been repeated. While this may prove inconvenient, we must abide by it. It is a rule set forth by Ravenclaw, and prior to your departure, ensure you meticulously check your textbooks and tools for any omissions. Sometimes, the questions posed by the knocker can stump even the most seasoned upperclassmen, which might result in tardiness. With those words, Penelope stepped inside. The empty Ravenclaw common room was a vast circular chamber, more ethereal than any other room in Hogwarts. Elegantly arched windows adorned the walls. Draped in blue and bronze silk, during the day, Ravenclaw students could behold the surrounding mountains, a picturesque sight. The ceiling was domed and painted with stars, reminiscent of the Great Hall, also a creation of Ravenclaw. Beneath it, a deep blue carpet was scattered with stars. The room was furnished with tables, chairs, and bookshelves, while across the door stood a tall white marble statue, undoubtedly of Rowena Ravenclaw herself. Penelope stifled a laugh as she observed the awestruck first years and continued her introduction. Our house ghost is the Grey Lady. She may not be particularly talkative, yet she is quite willing to assist you when you pose a question. Our common room also bears the moniker Crystal Farm. All Ravenclaws possess a modicum of alchemical talent, and this common room provides the perfect environment for crystal growth, with materials personally selected by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. Thus, Ravenclaws can readily access crystals for their studies. It is worth mentioning that during the flourishing age of wizards, the four founders of Hogwarts were paragons in their respective fields. The beautiful Ravenclaw, hailing from a tranquil riverside, was a powerful sorceress who excelled in alchemy. The cunning Slytherin, emerging from a mire, wielded formidable dark magic and unparalleled potions, making him a wizard to be reckoned with. The benevolent Hufflepuff, from expansive valleys, was not only an exceptional gourmet, but also a master of herbology. The brave Gryffindor, from desolate marshes, stood in stark contrast to Slytherin, commanding the mightiest white magic. Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs need not worry. I must add a note regarding Slytherin. Perhaps you have heard tales. They are not all malevolent. Yet you must remain cautious until you fully understand them. Their long-standing tradition of winning at all costs necessitates vigilance, particularly during Quidditch matches and examinations. The dormitories have been assigned, with your names inscribed, and your belongings have already arrived. One final note. Boys are strictly prohibited from entering the girls' dormitory, which is protected by powerful magic cast by Ravenclaw herself. If any curious young lads wish to test its might, they may do so, but I suspect that St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries would soon welcome a new patron. Lastly, congratulations on becoming a member of Hogwarts' most intelligent, eccentric, and intriguing house. The following morning, a gentle ray of sunlight filtered through the window, warming Carl's face as he awoke, stretching comfortably. Today promised to be a day brimming with excitement. Last night, Penelope had distributed the Ravenclaw class schedule to the first years. The majority of their courses would be shared with Hufflepuff, with a few classes alongside Gryffindor, while flying lessons would involve all four houses. This year, the college welcomed approximately 180 new students, with Hufflepuff constituting one-third of that number. As Carl donned his attire, he suddenly realized that the three plastic roommates he had met the previous night had seemingly vacated the dormitory, leaving him alone. The first class on Monday was potions with the infamous Professor Snape, and upon glancing at the schedule the previous night, Carl and his roommates had worn expressions akin to those of individuals who had suffered a grave misfortune. To begin one's academic journey with such a formidable challenge was truly disheartening. Carl completed his morning grooming and, with a casual glance at his wristwatch, realized with a start that only 8 minutes remained before class commenced, and he had yet to leave. The Ravenclaw common room was situated nearly at the pinnacle of Hogwarts, while the potions classroom resided in the depths of the dungeons. Although he had enjoyed a restful slumber on his first night at Hogwarts, indulging in delightful dreams, one must always reckon with the consequences of one's actions. As Carl stepped outside and navigated down a few flights of stairs, he was astonished to find himself, seemingly, lost. Hogwarts, the esteemed school of magic, boasts over 140 staircases. Some are narrow and diminutive, while others are astonishingly wide. At peculiar times, the positions of these staircases shift, leaving one to realize that their previous path was in vain, necessitating a rather extensive detour. To complicate matters further, some of these infuriating staircases might suddenly have their steps vanish, which is simply the most vexing predicament. Although the Academy's protective enchantments ensure that young wizards remain unharmed, one must traverse the route anew. Encountering such a scenario during class hours could lead to a complete meltdown. Among the various ghosts inhabiting the school, one stands out for his unique ability to interact with the tangible world. If one should cross paths with this ghost, one can only hope for the best. The notorious Peeves delights in tormenting students to the point of existential doubt. It is noteworthy that Hogwarts is replete with countless doors, however. Unless one politely requests entry or possesses the correct method to open them, they will remain obstinately closed. Some doors even employ tricks to ensnare the unwary. The former resembles the riddle of Ravenclaw's entrance, where lacking the correct answer means being denied passage. The latter is exemplified by the ingenious design of Helga Hufflepuff, whose common room entrance is concealed behind a multitude of neatly arranged barrels. If one fails to knock in the proper rhythm and recite the password, a deluge of age vinegar awaits. Both steps are indispensable. Falter in either, and one shall endure a day of sourness. Moreover, some doors merely appear to be entrances, but are, in fact, solid walls. In Hogwarts, remembering the location of anything proves challenging, as everything is in a constant state of flux. Life persists, and movement is ceaseless. Even the figures and portraits engage in perpetual visits. And it is well established that suits of armor can move of their own accord. Carl gazed at a painting he had just glimpsed 5 minutes prior, taking a deep breath as the geographically challenged newcomer from the Celestial Empire acutely sensed the unwelcoming atmosphere of the castle. Goodness, surely, this cannot be real. Why has teleportation been suppressed? The magical systems are entirely different. He could already envision himself arriving late, knocking on the classroom door, and encountering Snape's glowering, ravenous expression. Nimbus of agility, emerge before me. Carl extended his hand, and a resplendent broom materialized within his grasp. Unable to find a path, he resolved to descend on his own. The passive skill of the dimensional divergence broom rendered him adept with such an instrument. Perhaps participating in the Quidditch match would leave no room for others. Off I go. He mounted the broom and, surveying his surroundings from above, soared directly towards the dungeon. The portraits lining the corridor gasped in astonishment. Oh, sir, look. It is my first time witnessing a student using a flying broom within Hogwarts. The audacity of this year's newcomers is truly remarkable. Yet, that broom of his is simply exquisite. After a series of twists and turns, Carl finally arrived at the potions classroom nestled at the castle's base. The flickering torches cast an erratic light, failing to dispel the pervasive chill, perfectly suited to the habits of the old bat. Carl gazed at the firmly shut door of the potions classroom, a flicker of thought crossing his mind as the broomstick in his hand abruptly vanished into the confines of his system's space. He approached the door, a twinge of anxiety prompting him to knock gently. He could already envision the torrent of venomous words that Snape would unleash upon him, along with the impending days of confinement devoid of respite. To be confined on his very first day at Hogwarts was nothing short of a dismal experience. He lamented to himself, perhaps I am destined to be the most unfortunate freshman in history. The sound of his knocks resonated like a colossal hammer against his heart. Knock, knock, knock. After a brief interval of 15 seconds, the door creaked open, releasing an even colder aura that seeped through the crack. Snape emerged, draped in his eternally dark cloak, his face adorned with an inscrutable smirk. I apologize, Professor. I lost my way and was delayed, Carl stammered, maintaining the fade of an innocuous student. Ah, you must be Mr. Carl Harris, the new Ravenclaw, Snape remarked, his voice dripping with disdain. Perhaps the Sorting Hat aired. I would think that as long as one's intellect surpasses that of a troll, tardiness should be an unlikely occurrence. Furthermore, you are already 15 minutes late. And according to the rules, Ravenclaw loses 15 points. Last night, our house received a shipment of flobberworms, and I believe Mr. Harris would be the most suitable candidate to handle them. The entire classroom was enveloped by an oppressive silence, the students daunted into inaction by Snape's formidable presence. With only the bubbling of unfinished potions in the cauldron breaking the stillness, Carl appeared to be blushing, standing there in a state of bewilderment. However, he was entirely unfazed by Snape's mockery. Having spent many years in the great Celestial Empire, he had cultivated a heart of formidable resilience. The flush on his face was merely a fade conjured by magic. Flaubert's caterpillar? Tonight, I shall present you with a surprise. The sycophant who ultimately seeks everything may end up with nothing. One must discern their target clearly. For now, he must endure, as his persona cannot afford to shatter just yet. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Hurry in and find a seat. Snape bellowed at Carl, who lingered in place. Carl hurriedly entered the classroom, yet Snape failed to notice the peculiar smile that curled at the corner of his lips. Mr. Harris, Due to your tardiness, I have already covered half of the lesson on the potion for scabies. However, I shall not concern myself with your predicament. This is entirely of your own making. The notes are on the blackboard. Surely, the Ravenclaws are not all devoid of knowledge. This minor challenge should pose no difficulty for you, I trust. Before the class concludes, I expect to see a flawless potion for scabies. Otherwise, Snape's icy voice resonated throughout the classroom. Carl approached his 3 plastic roommates and took a seat beside them, casting a glance at the content on the blackboard before promptly picking up the materials to begin his work. Carl, are you all right? Simon, one of the plastic roommates, asked with a hint of concern. We called for you this morning. You said you'd get up right away, explained Philip, another roommate. Time rewound. Carl, wake up. Our first class is with Old Bat Snape. You'll be doomed if you're late. You all go ahead. Let me sleep a little longer. It's just Old Bat Snape. I've never been afraid of him, Carl murmured sleepily, turning over comfortably in bed. All right then, but you need to hurry, was the remark from the last of the roommates. Alex, this is potions class, not a chat room. Snape's voice cut through their conversation abruptly. You are here to learn the intricate art of potion brewing and techniques. We do not need you foolishly waving your wands and reciting spells. Every master of potions relies not on their wand, but on a constantly alert mind and exceptionally skilled hands. Snape's words rose and fell in intensity. At times deep and somber, at others fervent and passionate. I do not expect you to truly comprehend the exquisite aroma that wafts from the cauldron simmering gently, nor the entrancing sensation of that mysterious liquid coursing through your veins. In truth, if you grasp even the slightest nuance of potion making, you can become a figure of renown far and wide. Here, I will teach you how to enhance your reputation, concoct honor, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be as foolish as the trolls I frequently encounter. He swiftly ascended the podium, the wind billowing through his black cloak, making him appear like a bat in flight from a distance. He retrieved his wand and tapped the blackboard lightly, causing the existing text to vanish and be replaced by new formulas and techniques. Magic can indeed be remarkably convenient at times. Put down your potion books and pay close attention to the blackboard. Snape continued, employing his characteristic sardonic tone. While the art of potion brewing by Arsene Gig is sufficient for foundational knowledge, I concede that its author is indeed a great master of potions. However, this book is an antiquated relic from decades past and somewhat outdated. Time is ever progressing, and so is the field of potion making. After years of refinement by numerous masters, the majority of the potions have been streamlined and perfected. Perhaps I should remind the headmaster that it is time to update the curriculum. Continuing to use these old relics will only lead me to encounter more incompetence. Although Snape was undoubtedly acerbic, he was, without a doubt, a true master in the realm of potions. Whenever the subject arose, Carl felt an undeniable shift within himself, despite his generally somber demeanor. A distinctive aura began to emanate from him. Potion making is a rather intricate discipline, with each master possessing their unique techniques, much like top chefs. They perceive recipes as mere guidelines, relying instead on instinct and tactile sensation. Brewing potions is akin to the human body. Aside from the unchangeable foundational framework, akin to a skeleton, any deviation can yield dire consequences. The remaining steps of potion making are comparable to the eyes, nose, and intellect. A complete entity can still exist without these aspects, albeit imperfectly. However, some are innately more adept than others, while some are inherently flawed. This disparity explains why some are born wise, whereas others are even more foolish than trolls. Similarly, potions are divided into various grades. Over the years, apart from the unyielding fundamental structure, the remaining aspects of potion making have flourished, some improving while others deteriorating. What I must do is guide you to learn what I deem the most appropriate methods. Hence, I reiterate, put down those useless textbooks. I have now covered all the frameworks and steps, which are written on the blackboard. It is time to begin. With that final pronouncement, Snape descended expressionlessly, ready to assess the young wizard's brewing efforts along the way. Carl gazed at the blackboard, pondering once more before seizing the cauldron, ready to commence his task. The potion for scabies, a mere trifle, was well within his grasp. In the chilly classroom, Snape floated about like a specter, his dark cloak billowing around him. Wherever he roamed, not even a blade of grass dared to flourish. Approaching a young wizard, the explosive sound of a cauldron shattering echoed through the air. The reason was simple. Snape's aura was suffocatingly low as he bent down, his head hovering near the young wizard's, akin to a serpent hissing and flicking its tongue. Moreover, he was a venomous serpent, unleashing poison even as he hissed. A perpetual sneer adorned his lips. accompanied by a gaze reminiscent of one who looked upon the intellectually challenged with feigned compassion, causing any young wizard to feel a surge of trepidation in his presence. Simultaneously, the classroom resonated with his various justifications for deducting points. Fool, who told you to add the porcupine quills first? 2 points off for Hufflepuff. Mr. Taylor, do take a moment to ponder when the gentle flame should be employed with that brain of yours, which is hardly larger than a troll's. 2 points off for Ravenclaw. He navigated swiftly through the classroom, the cold, silent atmosphere of the potions lesson punctuated only by the deliberate sound of his shoes and the cacophony of exploding cauldrons. Interwoven with his signature sneer was an unmistakable malice directed at the young wizards. After meandering through the classroom several times and obliterating a dozen cauldrons, Snape paused beside Carl. His malicious eyes fixated intently on the contents of Carl's cauldron. Carl understood that any slight misstep in his forthcoming actions would provoke Snape, unleashing his seasoned tongue with a barrage of criticism. However, disappointment awaited him this time. Unfazed, Carl meticulously prepared several slugs, placing them into the cauldron. With a flick of his wand, he ignited a fierce flame, allowing the mixture to melt before adding porcupine quills and stirring counterclockwise for 3.5 rotations, all while expertly managing the heat. 5 minutes later, he had completed his task. Observing Carl's successful execution of the assignment, Snape's expression grew even colder, as if someone owed him 100 galleons. He then leaned down to scrutinize the concoction in search of any flaw. To his dismay, the cauldron contained a still-boiling potion for scabies, bubbling with blue effervescence. He inhaled the aroma with his prominent, hooked nose. Yes, indeed. It bore that enchanting scent of overripe cabbage. Every step and method had been executed flawlessly, leaving him devoid of any criticism. Just barely passing. He straightened up, coldly uttering a dismissive remark before striding away, no longer concerning himself with the matter. For all students outside of Slytherin, a potion class resembled a descent into hell. When Snape coldly assigned the potion essay and uttered the words signaling the end of class, all the young wizards responded as though they had heard a celestial melody, their faces lighting up with joy before they surged chaotically out of the classroom as if fleeing from a monstrous flood. Carl leisurely gathered his belongings, being the last to exit the classroom. Mr. Harris, I trust you shall not forget the matter at hand this evening. Otherwise, you may find the next lesson rather unpalatable, came the frigid voice of Severus Snape as Carl stepped through the door. I shall remember, Professor. Moreover, I hope we can engage in a fruitful discussion tonight. It may prove advantageous for us both, Carl replied with a hint of vagueness in his tone. Well, I shall be keen to see what surprises Mr. Harris has in store for me this evening. Snape sneered disdainfully, dismissing the entire exchange as mere jest. Carl grasped the crucible along with an entire set of tools, just as he was about to return to his dormitory when he encountered Professor McGonagall approaching. Mr. Harris, she began, I believe the school has made it abundantly clear in the admission letters that first-year students are prohibited from bringing flying broomsticks. Furthermore, you have also violated school regulations by using one within the college premises, resulting in a deduction of 10 points from Ravenclaw. Additionally, Professor Dumbledore wishes to speak with you. The password for his office is Fizzing Whizbee. As Carl felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, Professor McGonagall concluded her announcements and turned to leave. Damn it. This is truly a predicament, he thought. It seems that the Nimbus 2000 had indeed captured the attention of that old glass-eyed Dumbledore, and now it would be quite challenging to smooth things over. Carl covered his face, indicating that he needed some quiet time. Zizzy Honey Candy. Carl recited the password to the headmaster's office, and immediately, the massive stone beast shifted aside, revealing a set of descending steps. The entrance to the headmaster's office was a resplendent oak door, adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. He stepped forward, grasped the knocker, and gently tapped it. The door swung open automatically, unveiling the true essence of the headmaster's chamber. It was a splendid and spacious circular room, its walls adorned with portraits of former headmasters of Hogwarts, who, upon noticing Carl's entrance, continued their own conversations or drifted into slumber, indifferent to his presence. At that moment, Dumbledore was seated in an armchair, playfully engaging with his phoenix, Fox. As Carl entered, Dumbledore paused his actions, a seemingly benevolent smile gracing his face as he addressed Carl. Please, take a seat, Carl. Would you care for a snack? How about a pile of cockroaches? Quite sweet, I assure you. With that, a plate before him revealed a writhing mass of cockroaches. Although Carl was aware that this peculiar item was essentially chocolate, akin to a chocolate frog, a shiver of discomfort coursed through him. Toads do not bite, but they certainly unsettle. Truly, it resembled an old bee. What strange delicacies are these? No, thank you, headmaster. I've just had a snack. Carl, gazing at the multitude of cockroaches scuttling across the table, could only muster an awkward yet courteous smile towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore picked up a cockroach from the plate, took a bite, and, feigning nonchalance, remarked, I believe this is our first encounter, so there's no need for nervousness. I summoned you merely to engage in a simple conversation and to inquire about a trivial matter. The matter at hand has arrived. May I ask, headmaster, is this regarding my use of a flying broomstick at Hogwarts? Carl addressed the issue directly. As Dumbledore was likely already aware, I've heard from the portraits that your broomstick seems to differ from those currently available on the market and boasts exquisite design. Please pardon the curiosity of an old man. In his youth, he too was a Quidditch enthusiast and often collected rare brooms, Dumbledore said kindly. A statement that might have easily deceived a less discerning young wizard. Carl understood that this year, the Savior was entering school and Dumbledore had laid out a grand chessboard, with even the fractured Voldemort becoming one of his pawns. He wished to exert complete control, permitting no uncontrollable factors to disrupt Harry Potter's developmental journey. Intriguingly, it seemed that the Nimbus broomstick stirred a sense of unease in the old wizard, prompting him to validate his suspicions promptly. He ostentatiously retrieved a small pouch from his pocket, rummaging through it, though in reality, he was extracting it from the confines of the system's space. A meticulously crafted broomstick materialized in his grasp, gleaming with a golden radiance. Upon witnessing the object, Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. Beneath the splendor of this exquisite broom, he sensed an extraordinarily potent magic. Were it not for its form, he might have mistaken it for a formidable wand. What do you think, headmaster? Is my broom not splendid? It far surpasses those available on the market, Carl declared, his voice brimming with pride, akin to a child eager to showcase his prized possession to a close friend. As Dumbledore absorbed Carl's words, his aged frame leaned forward slightly, the crescent-shaped glasses glinting with a flicker of intrigue. So reading. The old man was indeed a peculiar voyeur, fixated on peering into the innermost thoughts of others. System. Purchase a basic mental potion and encapsulate it in a beverage bottle. The transaction of 1,510 gold coins was successfully processed. Carl lowered his head and retrieved a bottle of pumpkin juice from his pocket, consuming it in one swift motion. After his transcendence, his soul had already undergone a significant enhancement, and coupled with the effects of the mental elixir, it prevented Dumbledore from discerning anything amiss through simple legilimency. He merely glimpsed a few trivial fantasies conjured by Carl. To breach this barrier, a genuine effort was required. Professor, would you care for a bottle of pumpkin juice? Carl cheerfully produced another bottle from his pocket and placed it upon the table. Dumbledore, having detected no malevolent intentions through legilimency, withdrew his gaze with a faint expression of delight, saying, Thank you, Mr. Harris. It has been quite some time since anyone has offered me pumpkin juice. The old wizard uncorked the bottle and took a sip, smacking his lips in satisfaction. This tastes delightful. Additionally, this broomstick is truly exquisite. Even an old man like myself is tempted to procure one. Alas, this was a gift from a lady, and I am currently unable to locate her. Carl nonchalantly fabricated an excuse. He was unaware of the true creator of the Nimbus 2000. Perhaps it was his second sister, Hilda? Oh, what a pity, Dumbledore remarked, feigning a semblance of regret, while Carl knew that this cunning old fox likely did not believe his words. Professor, may I take my leave? Professor Snape has assigned a plethora of homework today and intends to penalize me for my tardiness. Carl pretended to be burdened with tasks, eager to extricate himself. Dealing with the old fox was exceedingly challenging, and it was far simpler to engage with those little rascals. Very well, Mr. Carl. However, do remember to keep track of time next time, lest you fall into Professor Snape's grasp. The old wizard nodded in agreement, conceding to Carl's excuse. As night fell, the stars twinkled brilliantly in the sky. Carl had gathered all his equipment, including a costly contract purchased from the system, and was ready to venture into the cellar. He was about to engage in an irresistible negotiation with the old bat. To bolster his leverage, he had made meticulous preparations for this encounter, even placing the cursed doll in his pocket. At the entrance to Snape's office, Carl approached and gently knocked on the door, which opened automatically. The room exuded a cold and damp atmosphere, with various bottles and jars lining the walls, each containing different animal corpses and organs immersed in peculiar potions. This sight left Carl with the unsettling impression that he had stumbled into the laboratory of a deranged scientist. Carl beheld a wooden barrel laid flat upon the ground, within which the Flaubert caterpillar writhed and expelled a repugnant, viscous substance, an absolute nightmare for those afflicted with trypophobia and obsessive cleanliness. Simultaneously, the biting sarcasm of Snape reached his ears. It appears that Mr. Harris has already uncovered his task for the evening, so why does he remain idle? The first part was a taunt, while the latter part echoed Snape's furious roar. Carl paid no heed to the repugnant Flaubert caterpillar. Instead, he wore a cryptic smile akin to that of Snape, which revealed nothing of his inner thoughts. He understood that Snape was a man who would selflessly sacrifice everything, even his own life, for the sake of his beloved. For Lily Potter, he would protect the child of his most loathed enemy, demonstrating that he possessed the audacity to go to any lengths to resurrect her. At this moment, Carl felt that even a single straw offered to him would be clutched with desperate fervor. Anything, always, Professor Snape. Before we delve into these matters, I would like to pose a question. You mentioned in class that the potency of potions could even stave off death. Does a potion exist in this world that can reverse death? Carl, shedding his previous shyness, spoke in an ethereal tone reminiscent of an epic recitation. Snape's pupils contracted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Potions, he remarked, by their very nature, are designed to affect the living. It appears Mr. Harris has forgotten this fundamental principle. Is this truly the demeanor one expects from a Ravenclaw? A flicker of disdain crossed Snape's face before venom erupted forth from him. The wonders of magic might suggest that resurrection is not merely a fantasy. After all, the continent of Alad possesses a potion known as the Sacred Blessing Elixir. Capable of reviving the dead, albeit with stringent limitations, its effects are only viable within 20 minutes of consumption. Such potent power is indeed remarkable. If Nicolamé could conjure the Philosopher's Stone, surely there exists a divine artifact that can restore life. At this moment, Snape was visibly unsettled. The Philosopher's Stone was not common knowledge. Lily Potter, Carl pronounced, uttering a name that shattered Snape's composure, particularly with the surname Potter attached, a name that ought to have been Prince. Enraged, he drew his wand from beneath his cloak, aiming it at Carl. Mr. Harris, having grown up in the Muggle world, appears to possess an extensive knowledge. Perhaps I should inquire further. His reluctance to cast a curse was evidently due to the allure of the notion of resurrection. Otherwise, had another dared to touch his wound, the killing curse would have long since been unleashed. Professor Snape, let's not be so rash. Shall we engage in a proper discussion? It could be beneficial for both of us. No sooner had he spoken than Carl waved his hand, causing the door to Snape's office to slam shut with a resounding thud. Simultaneously, his school uniform revealed its true form, as intricate patterns of mysterious purple fire began to emerge. His emerald green eyes, akin to Harry's, transformed into a pitch-black abyss, a manifestation of the dark eye, the source of immortality and boundless magical power bestowed upon male sorcerers. His ears elongated and narrowed, while a magnificent broom floated gracefully behind him. In that moment, he appeared enigmatic and self-assured. An elf? Snape questioned, gazing at Carl's sudden transformation with uncertainty. You've made no mistake. It seems Professor Snape is quite well informed. Now, can we engage in a serious conversation? Snape inhaled deeply before casting a series of protective spells around them. Superb armor, tranquility and defense, as solid as a fortress. Professor Snape was indeed cautious. Observing the array of defensive enchantments, Carl felt a wave of relief. He had achieved half of his intended purpose. After completing the protective spells, Snape's brow furrowed in astonishment at the elven blood coursing through Carl, which lent a degree of credibility to Carl's assertions. However, despite his undeniable love for Lily, he was not one to lose his reason out of affection, especially for a love that had passed. Conversely, while Carl might appear to be an unwavering devotee from Snape's perspective, he possessed an exceptionally rational mind. The role of a double agent, akin to a traitor, was not one that just anyone could undertake. Failure could lead to dire consequences. Even in his prime, Voldemort's intellect rivaled that of the venerable Dumbledore. His ability to navigate the complexities between the two was no ordinary feat. Moreover, these two cunning individuals, true to their Minterman-T bond, shared a penchant for the dark art of legilimency, probing the minds of others. Few could deceive them. Their ability to discern the truth was formidable. Carl had previously managed to deceive the old wizard, largely due to the influence of a mental potion and the innate strength of his profession as a dimensional traveler, compounded by his youthful appearance that rendered Dumbledore less discerning. It was no jest. Traversing dimensions and confronting the chaotic, indescribable forces required an exceptionally strong mind to avoid insanity. Such a person as Snape could not be swayed by mere words. With an impassive demeanor, he seated himself and stated, "Let us discuss the so-called transaction you propose." I trust Professor Snape is familiar with the legend of the Deathly Hallows, Carl began. I assure you, it is not merely a tale, but a reality. The Elder Wand is currently in Dumbledore's possession. Carl immediately dropped a bombshell, asserting that the Resurrection Stone indeed exists. As one of the Deathly Hallows, it possesses the formidable power to bring the deceased back to life. Coincidentally, I happen to know the location of the Resurrection Stone, Carl said with an amused expression. How can I trust your words? Severus Snape scoffed, his face etched with skepticism. Such artifacts have long been the stuff of legend. Who has ever laid eyes upon their true form? The wizarding world has always regarded them merely as myths. Do not fret. I possess something that will convince you, Carl declared, having prepared in advance. He produced an ancient parchment contract from the depths of his violet robe. Come, let us enter into an agreement. My terms are clearly delineated upon the contract. The parchment floated gracefully before Snape, shimmering with a faint luminescence. After a moment's hesitation, Snape extended his hand to accept the contract. Upon receiving it, his expression darkened. The terms laid out were not overly harsh, in fact. Compared to the tasks assigned by his two employers, they seemed almost trivial. He could fulfill them without sacrificing a single galleon. Should Lily truly be resurrected, he would spare no expense. However, the content still made him uncomfortable. It is well known that in the wizarding world, the most precious treasure is not gold but knowledge. A pure-blood family, even if diminished by the passage of time, could still rise again as long as its lineage remains intact and its foundational knowledge endures. Consider the Weasley family, arguably the least distinguished among the 28 pure-blood families in Britain. Even Ron, in his second year, could cast a unique Snargaluff spell. And Ginny's offensive charms were astonishingly powerful. Indeed, Carl demanded not just his entire repertoire of spellcraft, but also the multitude of potions he had developed over the years. Along with his unique brewing techniques, it was akin to completely draining him of his essence. Possessing such knowledge would make it effortless to cultivate another talent like Snape. Furthermore, all aspects of this transaction must remain confidential. Should he sign the contract, secrecy would be paramount. Even the 3 unforgivable curses and his own clandestinely developed spells would be relinquished to Carl. The consequences of violating the contract were simply too severe for him to bear. Though the system was a mercenary entity, indifferent to personal relationships, its products still came with a fundamental assurance. What I seek is not overly demanding, surely, for Professor Snape. This is hardly a formidable challenge. In comparison to the work of a spy, this contract was remarkably benign, merely teaching a child a few spells and potion brewing techniques. Trading a chance at resurrection for such trivial knowledge felt like an egregious bargain. In the grand tapestry of existence, only a handful of mythological figures could claim the privilege of dying and returning to life. With a smile gracing his lips, Carl regarded Snape, whose expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness, as if he had already secured the upper hand. Mr. Harris, I hardly believe that a mere child of 11 would aspire to master the 3 unforgivable curses, Snape retorted, a hint of derision lacing his words. While Carl's statement seemed to suggest that he held the advantage, an unsettling feeling lingered nonetheless. As you can see, I am merely an 11-year-old child, he continued. And I advise Professor Snape against employing any trickery, for I am not one to be trifled with. Today, I come with genuine intent to propose a transaction. Pray tell, what do you suppose would happen if I were to pierce this doll with a nail? Carl retrieved a cursed doll from within his robe. Its surface ensnared by a single, exceedingly greasy hair, inscribed with Snape's true name. Indeed, this hair was acquired during today's potion class. He was acutely aware that Snape would go to great lengths for Lily. After all, when the reins of power lie in the hands of others, how can one find satisfaction in their own grasp? To err on the side of caution, it was prudent to play a trump card first. Feeling the potent and arcane curse emanating from the doll, Snape's pupils constricted. Should this object pierce him, the consequences could be dire. So, have you made your decision, Professor Snape? Carl sat in his chair, casually crossing his legs, and continued to remind, you have won. Snape sighed, producing a quill with which he inscribed the name Severus Snape, then pushed the parchment forward. However, at that moment, the contract had yet to take effect. Professor Snape, you cannot possibly believe that this contract is akin to a counterfeit product and capable of discerning identity, can you? It seems your signature is somewhat lacking, perhaps a certain surname. Like Prince? Indeed, Prince was his true name. Mr. Harris, you have meticulously researched my past, even to this detail, Snape remarked coldly. Without proper preparation, how could I dare engage with a former Death Eater who never flinched at murder? In response to Snape's grim demeanor, Carl offered a smile. If Professor Snape does not wish for Lily to be revived, then I must apologize for my audacity and any presumptuousness in my approach. With a swift motion, Carl summoned the contract, which was destined to return. However, just as he was retracting it, a drop of blood marked its surface. Instantly, the contract radiated a brilliant light, subsequently splitting into two identical copies that floated gracefully before the two signatories. Thus, the transaction was deemed successful. Professor Snape, I implore you to adhere to the terms of the contract and refrain from any breaches. The repercussions could be quite severe, given that this originated from me. I assert that even Dumbledore or Voldemort would face dire consequences should they dare to contravene it. The whereabouts of the Resurrection Stone will be disclosed to you when deemed appropriate by the contract. Now, let us discuss the specifics of its implementation. I propose 3 classes per week would be most suitable. Any more than that would be burdensome, as I have numerous other obligations to attend to. Additionally, I find myself rather fatigued today, so I would prefer that you, Professor Snape, handle the Flipperchicks yourself. With an expression of innocent cunning, Carl remarked before rising and exiting the office. Good night, Professor Snape. We shall meet on the 8th floor of the Hogwarts main castle tomorrow evening. Do remember to bring your teaching materials. The following morning, having concluded a most satisfactory arrangement with the old bat, Snape, Carl awoke with a contented expression. Fortunately, upon opening his eyes, he discovered that only 2 of his 3 plastic roommates were up, which eased his mind. He should not be late this time. For the first lesson was Transfiguration with the notoriously stern Professor McGonagall. Good morning, Carl. Let's get ready and head to the dining hall for breakfast. Philip greeted him while putting on his shoes. It's a miracle you woke up so early after being dealt with by the old bat last night. I, for one, have no inclination to move at all, Alex remarked, rubbing his bleary eyes in disbelief. It was merely a fluke. Professor Snape may appear difficult to approach, but he is quite amiable. He didn't treat me poorly last night. Carl chuckled softly, offering a few words of defense for Snape. After all, he had nearly drained the man's entire essence just yesterday. He still vividly recalled the expression of discomfort mingled with helplessness that graced Snape's face as he had departed. It was all in jest. Having signed the contract, how could one dare to breach it? Would one not fear the wrath of Sister Hald, should she choose to intervene? Indeed, that very contract, as the system had elucidated, was crafted by Sister Hald herself, costing him a staggering 100 galleons, a sum that pained him deeply. I should have insisted that Snape cover the cost of the contract last night, he mused, clutching his chest, his countenance marred by sorrow. Oh, my little treasure. Glimmering with golden light, you have drifted further away from me. As he strolled toward the Transfiguration classroom, Carl radiated exuberance. This subject, in essence, revolved around the magical transformation of one object into another, encompassing an abundance of profound truths. To be candid, Transfiguration was undoubtedly his greatest fascination at Hogwarts, surpassing even his interest in potions and charms. The reason was simple. This discipline was the most wondrous, delving into the supreme truths of the essence of matter. Consider, for instance, the foundational lesson of transforming a matchstick into a needle. While seemingly basic, the principles at play were anything but simplistic. This was a transformation of the very nature and structure of matter. After Carl, Alex, and others had breakfast, they arrived early at the classroom door. As they pushed open the door, they were greeted by the sight of a British short-haired tabby cat, perched majestically on the podium. Its pale yellow eyes gleamed with intensity as they surveyed the sparse gathering of students who had yet to fill the classroom. That gaze. It is you, Extinction. Oh no. It is Professor McGonagall. Carl gazed at the cat and then turned to his roommate with a subtle smile, a scheme forming in his mind. He was well acquainted with the narrative and had already discerned the true nature of the feline. However, how could he possibly resist the opportunity to play a little trick on his roommate? Ah, the simplicity of friendship among boys. He observed the stars in Philip's eyes as he looked at the cat. Perfect, Philip, my unwitting accomplice. Do you have a fondness for cats, Philip? Carl inquired with a cheerful tone. Of course. I have a ragdoll cat at home. It's utterly adorable. Unfortunately, my parents won't allow me to bring it to school. Philip replied with enthusiasm, though his voice dipped slightly, reflecting the profound attachment a cat slave feels for their pet. Why not try to play with it? I happen to have some special items for cats, Carl continued to tease. Wait a moment. You don't even have a pet. How could you possibly have cat food? The clever Ravenclaw eagle quickly caught the inconsistency. Well, I've heard that the castle's caretaker, Mr. Filch, has a cat named Mrs. Norris. I intended to use these to curry favor with him, but alas, Mrs. Norris refuses to eat anything other than what Filch provides. He added, and just look. Since this cat appears in the Transfiguration classroom, it must belong to Professor McGonagall. Since you like cats, why not give it a try? Who knows? Perhaps Professor McGonagall will be so pleased that she might grant us extra points. A lie often necessitates further deception. In truth, these items were originally intended for Filch, as trading a bit of cat food or fish treats for a living map seemed rather enticing. Yet, Carl had yet to execute that plan, cleverly weaving a justification to solidify his fabrication. "Oh, I see. Please, give me some." Poor Philip unwittingly stumbled into the trap Carl had laid, and it was one from which he could not easily escape. With a beaming smile, Carl retrieved an assortment of cat treats, including dried fish and catnip, from his pocket, which he had previously acquired from the system. The system's philosophy is simple. If you possess wealth, you are my benefactor. Lacking funds renders your pleas futile. These trifling items totaled scarcely a gold coin. They were indeed inexpensive, so there was no cause for regret. After obtaining these items from the cunning Carl, our resourceful assistant, Mr. Philip, embarked on his irretrievable journey. He ascended the platform, brandishing a piece of dried fish to entice the feline, seizing the moment to stroke the cat as well. The sensation was indescribable, a unique thrill that was beyond words. At this juncture, the mastermind, Mr. Carl, keenly observed that the cat's demeanor had shifted from serious to one resembling that of a caregiver for the intellectually challenged. Mr. Philip, the Ravenclaw eagle, bewildered by the cat's indifference towards the dried fish, pondered how this could be, as it was his first encounter with a cat that showed no interest in such a treat. Surely, the cats of the magical realm must differ greatly from their muggle counterparts. Yes, that must be it. With the dried fish failing to captivate, he prepared to switch to his next attempt, the feathered wand. Resisting the urge to laugh was imperative. Carl tightened his facial muscles, his delicate visage slightly flushed. Philip produced an irresistible artifact that no cat could possibly resist, waving it enticingly before the feline. Alas, it became unbearable. The urge to laugh was overwhelming. What techniques can one employ to stifle laughter for a longer duration? I await your guidance with great urgency. Carl took a deep breath, attempting to calm the tempestuous waves within his soul. The cat, gazing at the toy wand before it, displayed no semblance of reaction. Instead, it extended a paw and swatted the wand from Philip's grasp. Philip, bewildered, thought to himself, is this not effective? Indeed. The cats of this magical realm possess a certain mystique. He realized he had no choice but to resort to the ultimate artifact. Little did he know, poor Philip had yet to recognize that something was amiss. It is a well-known fact that cats may not be fond of fish treats or even the toy wand. However, they are undeniably unable to resist the exquisite allure of catnip, unless, of course, it is a mere imposter cat. At that moment, Mr. Toolman abandoned the elaborate items Carl had provided and directly produced the catnip. Carl clutched his thigh, stifling his mouth in a desperate attempt to suppress any sound. He was acutely aware that the climax was imminent. As Philip presented the catnip and brought it close to the cat's nose, he intended to seize the moment to scratch its chin. Meow. The cat's fur bristled, and with a swift swipe, it sent the catnip flying, leaving Philip in a state of bewilderment. At this moment, Carl's thigh was nearly bruised from the pressure, and an unusual flush crept onto his small face. He could hardly fathom that Philip could act in such a manner. Indeed, the peculiarities of foreigners were not without justification. "Carl, why is your face so red? Have you caught a cold or a fever?" Alex, observing Carl's unusual demeanor, inquired with concern. "And no, it's nothing," he stammered. "I just had too much chili for breakfast, and my throat feels a bit on fire. Don't mind me." He suppressed a laugh and fabricated a casual excuse. He had to avoid laughter at all costs. Otherwise, he would surely face dire consequences. At that moment, class was about to commence. Bang! The classroom door swung open and then shut with a thud as Harry and Ron rushed into the room, breathless. Phew, thankfully, even though we're late. Professor McGonagall hasn't arrived yet. Can you imagine how displeased she would be if she found out? Ron, relieved to see McGonagall absent, took a deep breath and made a silly face at Harry. Is that so, Mr. Weasley? Are you quite certain I'm not here? Came a voice from the front. And discussing others behind their backs is hardly a commendable practice. The tabby cat on the podium leaped down, transforming midair into a witch clad in a flowing emerald robe and a pointed hat. The students, particularly Philip and Ron, gaped in astonishment, while Carl could hardly believe his eyes, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Gulp. Philip swallowed nervously, paralyzed by anxiety. What possessed me to pet a cat just now? This is a disaster, he lamented inwardly, contemplating how Professor McGonagall would address him. Perhaps she would transform him into a cat himself? Apologies, Professor McGonagall. We didn't mean to. We got lost on our way here, Ron stammered, his face pale under the weight of McGonagall's formidable presence. His legs trembling uncontrollably as he tried to justify their tardiness. Yet, the only response he received was McGonagall's stern gaze and words. Perhaps I should turn you into a map so that at least one of you would arrive on time. Now, return to your seats. I trust you can find them without a map. Additionally, due to your tardiness on your first day in my class, Gryffindor loses 2 points. After reprimanding Harry and Ron, Professor McGonagall turned back to the podium and glanced at the flustered Philip standing aside. Mr. Warren, I trust you will not repeat such behavior again. Now, please return to your seat. I am about to commence the lesson. Relieved to receive a clear command, Philip scurried back to his seat, nearly tripping in his haste. Carl observed as Philip silently took out his textbook and began to leaf through it, wearing an expression that suggested he was utterly indifferent to the situation. However, Philip's demeanor was far from pleasant, his serpentine gaze fixated on Carl with a fierce intensity, as though he wished to devour him whole. Ahem, my apologies, Philip. I had no idea that Cat was transformed by Professor McGonagall. I thought it was one she kept. Carl quickly defended himself, noticing the discontent etched on his roommate's face. His innocent expression, coupled with perfectly timed gestures, would have left even the most accomplished actor feeling inadequate. Silence. A sharp reprimand from Professor McGonagall interrupted their exchange, followed by a piercing glare. Transfiguration will be the most intricate, challenging, and perilous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. No one is permitted to disrupt my class, regardless of who they are. Should anyone dare to defy this final rule of mine, I shall escort them out and bar them from ever returning to my classroom. This admonishment was a ritual I repeated annually to the fresh first-year students since taking on the role of Transfiguration instructor at Hogwarts. I hope you will always remember this guideline. With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall lightly tapped the lectern, transforming it momentarily into a small pig before reverting it back. This remarkable display of transfiguration captivated the young witches and wizards present, igniting their eagerness to learn such magic immediately. However, it was clear that this was beyond their current reach. First, they must confront the foundational principles of transfiguration. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please set aside your wands. You will not need them just yet. I must discuss the fundamental considerations of transfiguration with you. If you recklessly embark on this journey without adhering to these essential principles, the consequences could be dire. Upon concluding her remarks, Professor McGonagall turned and, in a manner reminiscent of Professor Snape during his lessons, gently tapped the blackboard with her wand, causing an array of notes to materialize in striking crimson. Once this task was accomplished, she faced the class once more and, with remarkable seriousness, stated, "The first lesson on transfiguration pertains to the 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Does anyone know what they are?" Carl raised his right hand high, and alongside him, Miss Know-It-All also yearned to respond. Alas, he had faced numerous setbacks in recent days, resulting in a significant deduction of points for Ravenclaw. This morning, while partaking in breakfast, he sensed the peculiar gazes of the older students at the long Ravenclaw table directed towards him. A group of point enthusiasts, never victorious, never victorious. Mr. Carl, would you care to answer this question? Professor McGonagall gently inclined her head towards him, sharing the sentiment that this child had suffered enough and deserved an opportunity. Carl stood up with excitement, finally able to accumulate some points and no longer endure the scrutiny of disapproving gazes. Although he held little regard for the College Cup, he was well aware that the members of Ravenclaw were utterly devoted to points. Moreover, the level of satisfaction displayed by his house's head, Professor Flitwick, was undeniably proportional to the number of points earned. He hoped to gather enough points to justify requesting some special attention from Professor Flitwick. Why was Voldemort so formidable? Back in his school days, he possessed a remarkably sweet demeanor and an insidious depth of cunning, effectively uncovering the secrets of nearly all the professors at Hogwarts. Gaining access to the restricted section with the professor's sign note was akin to stepping into a realm devoid of barriers. Losing points felt as though one had been stabbed in the heart, and after such a deduction, one was compelled to cater to the melancholic atmosphere that ensued. What? Do you dare to feel joy? Do you wish to continue your existence in our makeshift realm? Ahem. Carl cleared his throat, having nearly choked on suppressed laughter moments earlier. Now he seized the opportunity to compose himself. The 5 exceptions to the Transfiguration transformation law, articulated by an unnamed wizard, have circulated within the magical community for millennia, having been established as the paramount truths of transfiguration. These exceptions are delineated as follows. 1. 1 cannot transform into food. 2. 1 cannot become a magical artifact. 3. 1 cannot create something from nothing. 4. 1 cannot alter the quantity. 5. 1 cannot bestow life. An exemplary answer, Mr. Harris, Professor McGonagall acknowledged with a slight nod. Though this information is readily available in textbooks, it is still commendable. At least I cannot conceive of a better response from students of your age. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Among these, the third and fourth points are quite comprehensible. Thus, let us first discuss the first point. I trust everyone is aware that transfiguration is not a permanent magic. Over time, the magical essence applied diminishes until it vanishes entirely. Once the magic dissipates, the transformed object cannot retain its altered state and will revert to its original form. At this juncture, Professor McGonagall paused briefly before continuing. Imagine, if you will, a novice wizard who has just encountered the art of transfiguration, transforming a metallic cup into a piece of chocolate, and then departs. Subsequently, another unsuspecting young wizard, tempted by the chocolate, approaches. After posing this scenario, she scanned the classroom, observing her students deep in thought before posing another query. Now, I would like a student to tell me what will transpire as time elapses and the magic gradually dissipates. Only 2 young wizards raised their hands, Carl and Hermione. However, this time, Professor McGonagall selected Hermione to respond. The knowledgeable young lady rose, her expression somber as she articulated. Professor McGonagall, if such a scenario were to occur, I believe the wizard who consumes the chocolate formed from the metallic cup would swiftly succumb to heavy metal poisoning. After this assertion, she paused for contemplation before adding, the chocolate would be broken down by the body's digestive system, distributing it throughout the body. When the magic fades, it would revert to metal, but this time in the form of metallic cations. The girl hesitated, casting a cautious glance at Professor McGonagall. Aware that she hailed from the Muggle world and understood the concept of metal ions, but uncertain if the inherently magical professor would grasp it as well. Indeed, such a profoundly complex and dire situation would arise. Furthermore, Miss Granger, I am well aware of what ions are. Is there anything else you wish to add? Professor McGonagall acknowledged the girl's response with a nod, clearly satisfied with her answer. Due to the body's osmotic processes, most metal ions would enter the bloodstream and participate in the body's circulation. Each ion maintains relative stability. An imbalance of any ion can lead to severe consequences. Therefore, if this situation were to occur, the individual would tragically perish in an excruciating manner within mere minutes. Hermione gritted her teeth as she conveyed her final analysis. A remarkably accurate and flawless response. 10 points to Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall expressed her satisfaction with the answer, offering a gentle smile to the girl before swiftly altering her demeanor. Regardless of the time or place, teachers inevitably possess their own unique talents. Carl was utterly captivated by her extraordinary skill in face-changing. Professor McGonagall, should you ever find yourself unemployed, a place in the realm of face-changing in Sichuan awaits you. Professor McGonagall leaned forward, her hands resting on the sharp edge of the podium, reminiscent of Carl's former teacher preparing to unveil a grand spectacle. Miss Granger's deduction was entirely accurate. The young wizard who consumed chocolate would endure excruciating torment from the immense damage caused by ionic disarray within their body the moment their magic dissipated. In a matter of minutes, a tragic demise could ensue, and in such dire straits, I cannot ascertain if the healers at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries would be able to save his life. After all, I am a professor of transfiguration, not herbology or potion-making. Yet, what I can assert with certainty is that Professors Snape and Sprout would be utterly helpless in this scenario. As the years progress, the standards of potion-making in the magical world continue to flourish, and thus I inquire of them annually. However, this year, the answer remains that no solutions exist. For the sake of your lives, and to avoid the grave consequences of manslaughter leading to Azkaban, it is imperative that you remember this. Do not transfigure food. Carl comprehended Professor McGonagall's admonition, for in his past life, even in the year 9102, heavy metal poisoning boasted a mortality rate exceeding 95%. This was no ordinary heavy metal poisoning. Consider how high the content in a single cup could be. Professor McGonagall's astounding demonstration left the young wizards speechless, dispelling their earlier unrealistic notions. How frightening, how terrifying. We nearly faced a game over. This was the collective sentiment of the young wizards, including Carl. He had not anticipated the intricate nuances of transfiguration. In his previous life, while engrossed in films and novels, he had never pondered such details, believing that problems would never manifest in his own experience. However, he now found himself in the real world, where one must exercise caution before engaging in any endeavor. To perish through one's own folly would be a disgrace to the predecessors of the time travelers from his homeland. Excellent. Professor McGonagall took a sip from the cup on the podium, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. It seemed that her lengthy discourse had left her somewhat parched. I trust you now grasp the significance of these 5 exceptions. Yet, I must emphasize a few additional points. This is a reminder I reiterate to every new cohort, should you neglect to heed my teachings. Do not blame me when you inadvertently bring about your own demise through transfiguration. Understood, Professor McGonagall. The classroom echoed with a unified response. A faint smile appeared on Professor McGonagall's previously stern visage, indicating her approval of the young wizard's attitude. The rationale behind the prohibition of transforming objects into magical artifacts is quite simple. Transfigured items possess only the physical properties of the object and lack any magical attributes. Thus, attempting to transfigure a pencil into a quill would yield merely an ordinary quill. Furthermore, under no circumstances are you permitted to transfigure items into Muggle currency or galleons, unless you desire to spend an eternity in Azkaban. Have you all comprehended this? Professor McGonagall's voice, amplified by a charm, resonated throughout every corner of the classroom. Understood. The young wizards responded in harmonious, resonant voices. Very well. Let us commence our lesson. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction, gently tapping her wand against the blackboard, causing the existing text to vanish and new instructional material to appear. After completing the notes on the board, she retrieved a box of matches from the podium and distributed them among the students. Our first lesson does not entail learning any profound transfiguration knowledge. The task at hand is simply to transfigure the matches I have given you into a needle. After distributing the prompts, Professor McGonagall roamed the classroom, occasionally offering encouragement to students encountering difficulties. When casting transfiguration spells, one must possess unwavering determination. Thoughts must remain clear, and unnecessary movements of the wand should be avoided, as superfluous gestures will invariably lead to failure. Ultimately, transfiguration revolves around the transformation of other entities. Thus, it is essential to retain a firm grasp of the properties and structure of the material being altered, aiding beginners in successfully navigating the entire process. Carl brandished his wand, directing its tip towards the match, as the dimensional magic began to cascade downwards. Recalling the lessons imparted by Professor McGonagall, the distinct structures and properties of the match and needle gradually materialized in Carl's mind, beginning to yield to his will for transformation. With a graceful flourish, he wielded his wand, steadfast and decisive, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. A flash of purple light illuminated the scene, revealing a beautifully gleaming embroidery needle, resplendent with a unique metallic sheen. Now resting in the place where the match had once been, Carl gazed at the flawless creation before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and then raised his hand to summon Professor McGonagall. What a magnificent piece! As Professor McGonagall approached, she grasped the glimmering needle, and as a master of transfigurations, she felt an immense satisfaction with just a brief glance. Mr. Harris, achieving such excellence on your first attempt at transfiguration places your talent among the finest in Hogwarts millennia. After expressing her approval, she straightened and smiled at Carl. Mr. Harris, might you demonstrate once more? I wish to observe any finer details that warrant attention. With that, she delicately brushed her hand over the needle, reverting it back to its original matchstick form. For exceptional students, professors often devote extra care and attention. At that moment, Professor McGonagall had completely set aside the incident from the previous day when Carl had violated school rules by using a broomstick within Hogwarts. Very well, Professor. If she could identify any mistakes, that would indeed be splendid, so Carl readily obliged. He placed his wand against the matchstick, repeating the previous operation, once again. A vibrant purple light flickered, and the matchstick was replaced by the sparkling needle. A splendid and flawless transformation. Ravenclaw gains 5 points. Observing the entire process, Professor McGonagall felt immense satisfaction with Carl's performance, for it had been quite some time since she had encountered such a gifted student. Throughout the demonstration, she found no faults to critique. Do you wish to learn about Animagus? It is the very magic that allowed me to transform into a cat just now. I believe you could begin practicing this magic in your second year, McGonagall informed Carl. Animagus? One can truly become a cat? Carl feigned ignorance as he inquired. Silence. Professor McGonagall employed the amplifying charm once more, eager to enlighten the young wizards about the nature of Animagus magic. As her voice resonated, the young witches and wizards gradually set their matchsticks aside, focusing intently on Professor McGonagall. Animagus is an ancient and profound magic. passed down for thousands of years without fading from existence. It allows a wizard to transform into an animal. And should one not be familiar with a wizard's specific animagus form, they might not recognize them, even if they stand right before you, regardless of your magical prowess. Just as no two leaves in the world are identical, each wizard's mastery of animagus is unique. Even among the same species, subtle differences will abound. At this juncture, Professor McGonagall abruptly shifted her tone, returning to her authoritative demeanor. However, as a professor, I must caution everyone. This magic is exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could result in irreversible transformation. Transforming into other objects is acceptable, provided one adheres to the 5 exceptions previously mentioned, alongside a measure of caution, which typically mitigates significant danger. Yet, this magic is akin to dancing with a beast, for any alteration involving the human form is fraught with danger. Without a strong innate talent, profound foundational knowledge of transfiguration, and the guidance of a master, one should refrain from pursuing this study. Indeed, the magical community might soon need to accommodate a new breed of protected beings. These 3 elements are as essential as the ancient Eastern proverb suggests: the right timing, favorable conditions, and mutual harmony are all indispensable. Neglecting any one of them could lead to dire consequences. I trust you comprehend my meaning. You are all likely familiar with the iconic pyramids of ancient Egypt and the Sphinx with the body of a lion and the face of a man. I can assure you that the Sphinx is a tragic consequence of mad ancient Egyptian sorcerers who applied transfiguration to themselves. Should this example seem too distant, allow me to present a more recent case. The griffin, one of the extraordinary creatures in the magical realm, traces its lineage back to a powerful dark wizard. This remarkable creature exists today because of a mishap during his animagus training. It is said that he was reclusive, with no friends, practicing alone for 2.5 years, and by the time issues arose, it was too late. The young wizards responded, "Indeed, a mishap is quite an apt description." Furthermore, Professor McGonagall, are you promoting your own services? Mastering animagus training under the guidance of a transfiguration expert, not for 8888 or 3888. But merely 888. The Transfiguration Master brought home. Due to the inherent dangers of this magic, Hogwarts has chosen not to include it in the curriculum. Currently, there are only 7 registered animagi in all of England, including myself, and if we consider those who have never registered, the total scarcely exceeds 15. As the class bell rang, it became evident that only Carl had flawlessly transformed the matchstick into a needle. Even Hermione fell short of the perfection that Professor McGonagall held in her esteem, and the other young wizards fared even worse, whether hailing from wizarding families or muggle backgrounds. They merely managed to sharpen the base of their matchsticks slightly. After completing his own assignments, Carl devoted his time to tutoring his 3 roommates. However, to his astonishment, their proficiency was abysmally low. Even the best among them, Alex, could only manage to give the matchstick a faint metallic sheen. When Professor McGee announced the end of class and assigned a 2-inch essay, despair swept through the classroom like a mournful wail. If they struggled to even craft a needle, how could they possibly compose an essay? After exiting the Transfiguration classroom, Carl and his companions swiftly made their way to the Charms classroom. For it was their headmaster's inaugural lesson, and first impressions held great significance. Harry Potter. Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of books, barely managing to maintain eye level with the young wizards. When he called out Harry Potter's name, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his small eyes. For someone who had dedicated years to the study of charms and once held the title of champion in a dueling competition, the fact that Harry Potter had survived Voldemort's deadly curse and managed to turn the tables was nothing short of a miracle in the annals of charm history. This is your first charms lesson at Hogwarts, and I have little to say about the subject. Unlike the Transfiguration class you just attended, which can be perilous, this discipline is quite manageable as long as one articulates the incantation and performs the accompanying gestures correctly, Professor Flitwick exclaimed with a sharp tone. I trust you have all prepared for the lesson, so without further ado, today's task is to make a feather levitate. I hope you remember the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. Now, I shall demonstrate. Please pay close attention to my tone and gestures. After his explanation, Professor Flitwick immediately commenced a manual demonstration. He retrieved a handful of feathers, approximately 30 or 40, from his bag and, wielding his wand, waved and shook it with flair. With an enthusiastic exclamation, he declared, Wingardium Leviosa. The feathers soared into the air, landing precisely on each young wizard's desk. He then gently tapped the book beneath him with his wand, and both he and the book floated into the air, observing the classroom from a divine perspective. Wow, The young wizards were awestruck. Professor Flitwick's levitation spell was indeed remarkable. Now, let us begin our practice. If you encounter any difficulties, please raise your hand, and I will assist those in need. Professor Flitwick's gentle voice resonated from above, augmented by a cleverly cast echo charm, making it seem as if he were whispering directly into each student's ear. Levitation spell soared, flying on a broomstick. After Carl concluded Professor Flitwick's demonstration, he successfully adapted a formula for his own use. He couldn't help but marvel at the various adept techniques each professor employed to establish authority in their first class. Unlike the notorious old bat and his cryptic discourse, or Professor McGonagall, who sternly laid out the horrors of transfiguration alongside her own strict demeanor, Phileas Flitwick completely captivated the young wizards present with his exquisite spells. Indeed, those who attain professorship at Hogwarts are far from ordinary. Carl mused upon this realization. After all, those who have been educated and have witnessed the broader world possess a distinct aura. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Philip resembled a gaggle of overly enthusiastic fans, fervently cheering for Professor Flitwick's remarkable display. The charms lesson, unlike the complexities of transfiguration, merely required levitating a feather. Carl, without the need for intense concentration, casually tapped the feather on the table with his wand, causing it to float gracefully into the air, spinning as he directed. "Silent casting," exclaimed Alex, unable to contain his astonishment. "What is this sorcery? Why are you, a fellow first year, so remarkably skilled?" "Well, there's really nothing to be amazed about," Carl replied nonchalantly. "The levitation charm is merely a fundamental spell. In my view, such basic enchantments can be performed as long as one has hands. Furthermore, had Professor Flitwick not intended to demonstrate this spell, he could have effortlessly levitated each feather without even using his wand, ensuring they landed precisely on each student's desk." Alex's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that even comparable? Professor Flitwick is not only our head of house but also a former champion of the dueling tournament. You mentioned you come from the Muggle world, correct? Thus, your first exposure to magic must have been this past summer." Carl smiled faintly and said mysteriously, "Well, you might be underestimating me. In fact, I possess other silent spells as well." He directed his wand, making a feather dance gracefully in the air. Beside Alex, Philip set down his wand and interjected, "Indeed. Anyone who dares to use a flying broomstick in the Hogwarts castle during their first year and is bold enough to arrive late to Professor Bat's first lesson cannot be an ordinary person." Hearing this, Carl replied with an innocent expression, "Philip, are you itching for a challenge? If you dare to expose my shortcomings again, do you believe I won't immediately put my knowledge into practice? I could transform your brother into a needle using the technique Professor McGonagall taught us today. True ice needle." Philip, feeling a chill, quickly capitulated, My mistake. Please spare me, oh great one. Call me Daddy." Boom. Just as Carl and the others were bantering, an explosion suddenly erupted from the adjacent Gryffindor table. The culprit, Seamus Finnegan, had accidentally detonated the feather with a levitation charm. Professor Flitwick remarked, "Just as I said there was no danger, I am immediately proven wrong." The table was left charred, and Seamus's mop of hair had transformed into a wild explosion of curls, his freshly donned wizard's robe now tattered and torn. The young savior beside him anxiously shifted his position, fearing collateral damage and a second wave of injury. Although the first incident had only caused a minor shock, the next might not be so fortunate. Not every encounter could be so serendipitous. For the sake of his own life and the mission to avenge his parents against Voldemort, he needed to maintain a safe distance from this walking human bomb. Harry Potter, the boy who lived in the bane of Voldemort, mused about this unfortunate fate of being blown up by a classmate's miscast spell. He touched his slightly soot-stained cheek and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Professor Flitwick, perhaps we still need a feather." Flitwick smirked. After years of teaching at Hogwarts, he had never before encountered a student who could turn a levitation charm into an explosion. "My dear child, perhaps conventional spells are not suited for your combat style. A path as a lightning mage may be more appropriate for you," he thought, smiling outwardly while internally cursing the situation. Just as he was about to conjure a feather for Harry, Carl expertly maneuvered the feather with his silent spell, guiding it gracefully to land steadily on Harry's desk. "Professor Flitwick, I believe you need not search for another feather. I shall not require it for this lesson." Carl beamed confidently. The exceptional silent spell casting and flawless control demonstrated by this year's students truly astonished him. He had never witnessed a student manage to levitate a feather so swiftly using silent incantations. Flitwick, with a beaming smile, announced, "Ravenclaw earns 5 points." At the same time, he silently added, and I have also never seen a student blow themselves up while attempting a levitation charm. As the class bell rang and Professor Flitwick assigned homework, the Ravenclaws successfully concluded their morning session. Carl picked up his textbook and prepared to head to the dining hall for lunch. The dining hall was bustling, with many seats already occupied at the 4 long tables, creating a lively atmosphere. The air was filled not with the scent of books, but with the delightful aromas of various dishes. Carl casually selected a seat, having earned 10 points for his college today, allowing him to sit upright and dine with pride. After enduring a series of unfortunate events the day before, the scrutinizing gazes of his peers left him feeling distinctly uneasy. Hogwarts cuisine has never failed to impress Carl, perhaps because the house elves are not masters of culinary darkness. A splendid array of dishes adorned the table, far beyond mere fish and chips. Following this delightful repast, Carl rapped the bronze knocker of the common room door, and an ethereal voice echoed in response. Which came first, the phoenix or the fire? There is no sequence. They exist in an infinite cycle. After Carl directly stated his answer, he pushed the door open and stepped inside, yearning for a restful slumber. Knowing that the afternoon held yet another flying lesson with the 4 houses, which would undoubtedly lead to a multitude of events. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Carl awoke from his nap and, alongside the first-year students of Ravenclaw, made his way to the flying lesson venue. The sun shone gently upon Hogwarts, its warmth enveloping Carl as he emerged, occasionally caressed by a soft breeze that brushed against his cheek. It was a splendid day, perfect for outdoor activities. The instructor for the flying class was Madame Hooch, who not only taught at Hogwarts but also served as a member and referee for the International Quidditch Association. It is noteworthy that each professor at Hogwarts is a leading figure in their respective fields, with the exception of the rather infamous Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Madame Hooch stood on the grass, her silver-gray hair spiked up like a multitude of fine needles. Unlike Carl and Harry, who bore striking green eyes common among 99% of Europeans, her eyes were an unusual shade of yellow, an eye color Carl had never encountered before. Typically, such yellow irises are reserved for a few magical creatures. Beside her lay dozens of battered brooms, frayed and on the verge of collapse. Observing the students approach leisurely, engaged in cheerful conversation, she could not help but exclaim sharply, "Time is of the essence. Who are you dawdling for? Hurry up and grab a broomstick for yourself and place it at your feet. The last one to arrive will lose 5 points." It was evident that she was not to be trifled with, much like Professor McGonagall. Yet, one must ponder who at Hogwarts, aside from Lockhart, is truly approachable. Carl gazed at the tattered brooms and could not help but cover his face in dismay. Surely, these had not been replaced in decades. The miserly board of trustees, stingy with scholarships, had now even neglected the teaching materials. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to join his classmates in claiming a broom. Instead, he strode directly to Madame Hooch, drawing the attention of all the young wizards present. At that moment, he was undoubtedly the center of attention. "Child, do you have any questions?" Madame Hooch inquired, furrowing her brow as she had already made herself clear. "Professor, may I use my own broom for classes in the future?" Carl smiled gently at Madame Hooch and politely posed his question. "You brought your own broom?" Madame Hooch's brow knitted tightly, her yellow eyes locking onto Carl's. "Mr. Harris, you are but a first-year student. I trust you have thoroughly read the contents of the letter from Hogwarts upon receiving it." "Professor, I am aware of that rule. However, Professor Dumbledore has already granted me permission to use it," Carl asserted, invoking the name of the esteemed headmaster. After all, he had no intention of embroiling himself in a dispute with Madame Hooch. Indeed, upon hearing Dumbledore's name, Madame Hooch paused to reflect before conceding. "Very well. Please present your broom for inspection to ensure it meets the standards." "Carl, Madame Hooch, do you not feel a twinge of conscience when you utter such words? How can a broom, nearly worn down and outdated by decades, still be deemed acceptable, while my own standards are somehow deemed inadequate?" Carl, with a silent gesture, drew forth the divine spirit's broom from the system space. A burst of pink light radiated magnificently. Indeed, it was the brilliance of a legendary artifact. In stark contrast to the garish and inferior brooms surrounding him, the grandeur of the divine spirit's broom was immediately apparent. Upon witnessing this marvel, Madame Hooch's eyes widened in astonishment. She felt that the highly coveted Nimbus 2000 and even the exaggeratedly praised Neptune were mere trifles in comparison to the divine spirit's prowess. As a lifelong devotee of Quidditch, she was intimately familiar with the performance and value propositions of every broom on the market. A brief calculation led her to conclude that those inferior models didn't even measure up to 1% of this extraordinary broom's capabilities. Swallowing hard, her heart raced with excitement. That is a remarkably beautiful broom, dear. Might you share its name with me? Madame Hooch's previously stern demeanor softened into warmth. It's called the Divine Spirit. Carl replied with a smile. May I inquire where you acquired it? Do forgive my enthusiasm, for I am an avid broom aficionado. By the way, do you enjoy Quidditch? She crouched down to meet Carl at eye level, her anticipation palpable. Apologies, Professor. This broom came into my possession by chance. It is not mass-produced. It is said to have been crafted by a master wizard of great renown. Carl understood her thoughts, for a Quidditch enthusiast like her. A fine broom was of utmost importance. Oh, what a pity. Madame Hooch's expression dimmed slightly at his response. However, she quickly regained her composure and said, Mr. Harris, since you have the permission of Professor Dumbledore, you may use your broom during flying lessons. However, due to my unfamiliarity with its specifics, you must remain within my line of sight for safety. Of course, Madame Hooch. That request is perfectly reasonable, Carl replied. The other young witches and wizards gazed enviously at the exquisite divine spirit broom in Carl's hands, contrasting it with the worn-out brooms they clutched. All right, enough staring at Mr. Harris's broom. I understand it is quite beautiful. However, this is a flying lesson, not a showcase of Mr. Harris's broom, Madame Hooch remarked, shaking her head in exasperation as she glanced at the students' dilapidated brooms, silently cursing the stinginess of the Board of Governors. Reluctantly, the students diverted their gazes back to their own brooms, knowing that the divine spirit outshone their own in both appearance and performance. Once all the young witches and wizards had refocused, Madame Hooch began instructing them on the proper use of their brooms. Now, place your hands firmly on the broom and say up. Remember, you must be assertive, otherwise, the broom will not heed your command. Up. A scattered chorus of voices emerged from the crowd. However, only about a quarter of the brooms responded to the command, and Ron's broom shot up violently, delivering a jarring blow to him. Remember my words. Your tone must be firm. Infuse it with emotion. Madame Hooch urged the young witches and wizards to correct their tone. The process of raising the brooms consumed considerable time, but thankfully, each young witch and wizard eventually succeeded. Now, everyone, take a seat on your brooms and adopt your preferred posture. Ensure you grip tightly. Otherwise, if you lose your balance and fall from a height, I may have to escort you to Madame Pomfrey. When I blow the whistle, push off the ground with all your might, allowing your broom to ascend and hover for a moment. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Whoosh. As soon as Madame Hooch's whistle echoed, Neville lost control and soared into the air. Longbottom, stop. Neville could not rein in his ascent amid the gasps of his fellow students as he sped upwards. Come down this instant, Madame Hooch shouted, hands on her hips, visibly displeased. What use was an almost obsolete broom now? Carl shook his head at the sight of Neville careening through the sky, reflecting on how such antiquated equipment could lead to disaster. Yet before Madame Hooch could draw her wand to cast a spell, Neville lost his grip and tumbled from the sky, flipping comically in midair. Up, and away. Carl swiftly drew his wand, casting a levitation charm just in time to prevent Neville's lips from making a tender kiss with the ground. What an exquisite levitation charm. Thank you, Carl. Otherwise, should he have fallen from such a height, Neville might have fractured his hand. Madame Hooch, observing Neville suspended in midair, finally exhaled in relief. Neville hovered a meter above the ground, and Carl, deftly maneuvering his wand, gently lowered him onto the grass. Since his fall, Neville had turned pale, and now, with his feet firmly on the ground, he seemed utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the earth. Poor child, come on, stand up, Madame Hooch said as she approached to assess Neville's condition. Although it appeared that Mr. Longbottom had sustained no serious injuries, it would be prudent to have him checked by Madame Pomfrey. On our way to the infirmary, you all must remain on the ground and refrain from using your broomsticks, she instructed, assisting Neville to his feet. I do not want to see any broomsticks in the air, otherwise, you will find yourselves expelled before you even get a chance to play Quidditch. The recent incident left Madame Hooch apprehensive, fearing that during her absence, the young wizards might conjure yet another calamity. Thus, she issued a stern warning, determined to procure a new set of quality broomsticks for the school. After all, not every accident could unfold today as fortunate outcome. Expelling students is not a trivial matter. In fact, throughout a millennium of Hogwarts history, very few students have faced expulsion, typically for severe violations of school rules. Madame Hooch pointed her wand at a broomstick, transforming it into a stretcher, and had Neville recline upon it, for she did not wish to carry him over such a distance. With another deft levitation charm, she made Neville glide gently behind her as she walked away. Once Madame Hooch had departed the scene, chaos erupted among the young wizards. They began chattering excitedly about the recent incident. The tendency to repeat oneself is an intrinsic part of human nature, applicable to both muggles and wizards alike. Some remarked on Neville's good fortune in avoiding serious harm, while others lamented the poor quality of the school's broomsticks that allowed such an incident to occur. However, the majority were engrossed in discussions about Carl's divine broomstick and his remarkable levitation charm. In contrast, the Slytherin students remained silent, merely observing the retreating figure of Madame Hooch. Clearly, their long-standing rivalry with Gryffindor prompted them to wait for Madame Hooch to be out of earshot before creating a ruckus of their own, relishing the opportunity to witness and mock Gryffindor's misfortune firsthand. As Madame Hooch disappeared from view, the Slytherin cohort erupted in laughter, with Draco Malfoy appearing particularly gleeful. "Oh, poor little fatty. Did you see the look on his face? As if he had seen a ghost. After this experience, I doubt he'll ever want to touch a broomstick again." Malfoy, clutching Neville's memory ball, gleefully engaged in discussion with his fellow Slytherins. "Shut up, Malfoy. Give me that memory ball." The little savior, witnessing Malfoy mock his friend, immediately stepped in to defend Neville. Having recently been denied friendship by Harry outside Hogwarts and spoiled by Narcissa since childhood, he had developed an arrogant demeanor, believing himself superior. How could he possibly heed Harry's wishes? He cast a disdainful glance at Harry and sneered. "So, this is the legendary savior? What? That seemingly daft little fatty was your friend? ISNT, your standard for friends rather high? I wouldn't even qualify." "You're mistaken. I've nearly forgotten our previous grievances. That outburst from Goyle and Crabbe must have been instigated by you and that wretched Ravenclaw mudblood, right? Carl, I have a remark that may or may not be appropriate. Why is it that everything seems to revolve around oneself?" Surrender the item and promptly apologize to Carl. Harry, who previously was unaware of the meaning of mudblood, sought clarification from Hagrid just a couple of days ago and has since grasped its significance. Impossible. On one side stands the savior, while on the other is Malfoy, the most popular among the new Slytherins. Their quarrel swiftly escalated into a grand verbal confrontation between Gryffindor and Slytherin. At this moment, Carl eagerly awaited the eruption of the battle, ready to step in and reap the rewards. Life is fleeting. One must seize joy in the present. We are all novices in this existence, and there is no need to coddle anyone. Personal happiness is paramount. With a benevolent smile gracing his face, Carl was determined to impart lessons of courtesy to the unruly youth while simultaneously cherishing his own delight. "If I refrain from guiding you now, the lessons life has in store will not be gentle," he mused, considering himself quite the virtuous individual. Suddenly, a vivid green spell shot forth from the Slytherin ranks, marking the official commencement of the skirmish. Malfoy, accompanied by several fellow Slytherins, charged toward Carl, unleashing a barrage of curses in his direction. The weather was splendid, making it an opportune moment to stretch his limbs. "Magical shield," he proclaimed, enveloping himself in a protective barrier, completely disregarding the flurry of attacks aimed at him. The magical shield, a legacy of the esteemed sorcerers from the Arad continent, proved far superior to any mere armor. As the Ravenclaw students prepared to lend their support, Carl stood confidently on the grass, adorned with a delicate blue diamond shield and a smile that spoke of assurance. Malfoy and his cohorts laughed maniacally, convinced that the multitude of spells would surely overwhelm Carl, dismissing the slender barrier as ineffective. They envisioned him collapsing in agony, akin to Neville's previous plight. However, their mirth was short-lived. Several dark curses collided with the pale blue shield, dissipating without so much as a ripple. In that instant, Carl flicked his wand, sending forth a series of spells aimed directly at Malfoy and his entourage. Magic Starburst, Frosty Snowman, Jack's Explosive Bomb, Electric Eel. Carl meticulously wielded the power of the magic. For the last time he unleashed his full force with the Jack Bomb, the assailant had likely been reduced to mere ashes. A lesson was all these unruly children required. There was no need to take it to such extremes. Malfoy's golden locks stood on end from the electric shocks, his body limp and convulsing on the ground. Carl looked on with satisfaction as Malfoy writhed on the ground in a fit, while his frostbitten minions trembled uncontrollably. He clapped his hands, signaling the completion of his task. Even scions of pureblood families in the magical realm, who may have been taught ancestral spells from a young age, remained merely 11-year-old wizards. They were nothing extraordinary, not akin to the Silent Ones. Had there been a Silent One present, Carl might have summoned every ounce of his focus. Such beings were utterly unreasonable. exhibiting both high magical resistance and explosive power. Under normal circumstances, they could effortlessly obliterate half a mountain with a single spell. Defeating Malfoy required no more than a few simple charms, rendering the need for transformation magic unnecessary. Carl is a person of reason. Shaped by the 9-year compulsory education of the Grand Celestial Empire in the 21st century, which instilled in him the virtues of do not inflict harm upon others. And others shall not inflict harm upon me. Should one provoke me, I shall eliminate the root of the problem. Even when a curse approached his shield, he refrained from retaliating. It is a matter of principle. He leisurely sat and observed the spectacle, pondering why the flames of conflict must encroach upon him. Carl lifted his gaze towards the fiercely engaged Slytherins battling against Gryffindor and smiled faintly. The harvest has begun. When one decides to stir up trouble, it must be done thoroughly. Merely targeting Malfoy and a few others would not suffice. An immense surge of dimensional magic began to coalesce within him. And with the enhancement of the god spirit's enchanted broom, Carl conjured a spell potent enough to envelop all of Slytherin. The ground trembled violently. The patch of grass where the Slytherins stood quaked as if a tremendous earthquake had struck, and then the earth began to convulse violently. All the Slytherins, caught off guard by this sudden tremor, fell over in disarray, just as Gryffindor's spell soared perfectly toward them. By the time the magic subsided, a considerable number of individuals lay scattered across the now uneven lawn, crying out in confusion. It was essential for a single house to be neatly organized. The battle concluded, taking 2 minutes and 43 seconds, with a rating of S, classified as extraordinary, earning a chance for a card draw. It was once again the exhilarating moment for the card draw. Carl gazed at the 8 shimmering golden cards that appeared in his mind, his face alight with excitement. For the moment of witnessing his fortunate destiny had arrived. With a heart full of hope, he clicked on the second golden card. Congratulations, host. You have received assistance from Single Remy 10. Huh. I know what Remy's assistance is, but what on earth is the assistance from Single Remy? With a sense of perplexity, Carl clicked on the item details. Item name, Single Remy's assistance, rarity, rare, item type, consumable, effect, MP 30, HP 30. P.S. As long as you receive my assistance, you two can remain single for a lifetime. Single leader Remy Dios. Carl, I apologize, but I will have Nayali in the future, so please remain single for now. In the land of Arad, 2 professions inherently stand at an unattainable height above the rest. One is the Soul Dominator, and the other is the Chaotic Walker. The Necromancer comes with a partner, while the Dimensional Traveler brings along a spouse. Those who wander alone shall never grasp the sweet essence of love. Upon Mrs. Hooch's return, she was met with the sight of the Slytherin sprawled on the ground, wailing for their parents, her expression akin to seeing a ghost. Heaven knows how such a situation arose. She had merely stepped away for a brief moment. With a mix of horror and indignation, Mrs. Hooch bellowed, "Are you engaging in a brawl? Do you intend to upend everything?" However, she had no time to seek out the instigator and hurriedly began checking on the sobbing Slytherins. To her relief, they had suffered no physical harm, merely a dent to their spirit, rendering a visit to the infirmary unnecessary. Soon, she learned from the Slytherins themselves who the culprit was. To her astonishment, it was none other than Carl, who had just assisted them. Although the Slytherins had initiated the conflict, it left her somewhat conflicted. Yet, she quickly resolved to let Professor Dumbledore handle the matter. Today's events had left her quite frazzled, and she wished to avoid returning to find another group lying on the floor. Thus, she disbanded them immediately. Mrs. Hooch announced that the students were to disperse and head back to the common room, promptly taking Carl to the headmaster's office. To her surprise, Carl maintained a faint smile throughout the journey, displaying no signs of fear. Though Dumbledore was a somewhat eccentric figure, with a complicated past involving Grindelwald, and had even devised plans involving Harry Potter and Voldemort's mutual destruction in the effort to eliminate the latter, he remained a commendable headmaster, constantly safeguarding every little wizard at Hogwarts. Upon reaching the door to the headmaster's office, Mrs. Hooch called out the password to the stone gargoyle. Cockroach cluster. After uttering the phrase, her expression soured slightly, as the headmaster's penchant for humor was ever present. The stone statue parted in the middle, revealing a staircase that descended, and both Carl and Mrs. Hooch ascended together. Upon arriving at the door of the headmaster's office, Mrs. Hooch knocked firmly. Inside, several individuals had been waiting for some time. She had already sent magical messages as the incident unfolded. Present were Headmaster Dumbledore, Deputy Headmistress Professor McGonagall, and the 2 house heads, Snape from Slytherin and Flitwick from Ravenclaw. Carl gazed at Snape with an expression of mirth, unperturbed by the possibility of repercussions. At worst, he thought, Snape would merely resort to verbal sparring, and perhaps deduct a few points. Confinement seemed highly improbable. Indeed, Snape's face was as dark as the bottom of a cauldron, visibly distressed. Were it anyone else who dared such actions, the old bat would certainly ensure they understood the consequences of their audacity. Yet, this particular individual left Snape feeling utterly impotent, akin to striking a formidable blow only for it to land on cotton. Professor Flitwick appeared somewhat incensed, but internally he was elated. With his notorious temper, he believed in responding to aggression with equal force. For the champion of the dueling tournament, it was best to act decisively rather than engage in futile chatter. If one refused to yield, they would be compelled to submit. Professor Dumbledore, I have brought this child to you, and I have elucidated the circumstances thoroughly. He vanquished all of Slytherin with a single spell. And I was incredulous upon learning of this, Flitwick reported, glancing at Madame Hooch, who looked astonished. Indeed, from what I have gathered from other houses, it was the Slytherin students who instigated the conflict with Gryffindor, and somehow it escalated to involve him. It seems this boy was merely responding to provocation, Madame Hooch added, her impression of Carl bolstered by his assistance. Professor Dumbledore, I believe the ramifications of this incident are severe. It is quite reckless for a Ravenclaw to act in such a manner. I propose a deduction of 100 points. Moreover, I believe 2 months of confinement would impart a profound understanding of this error to Mr. Harris, especially as Hogwarts has recently received a new batch of potions to manage. With a glower, Snape spoke, his first-year students having been thoroughly humiliated. He could not swallow this affront. Although he doubted Carl would heed the confinement, he felt compelled to make his displeasure known. A deduction of 100 points would suffice, as Ravenclaw seemed destined to forfeit the House Cup this year. I apologize, Professor Snape. I did not intend for this to occur. I was doing nothing when, inexplicably, Malfoy attacked me. I acted out of sheer frustration, Carl implored. Please, Professor Snape, do not deduct points from Ravenclaw. It would drive my upperclassmen to madness. I am willing to accept double the confinement as recompense. As Snape finished speaking, Carl feigned indignation, his timid expression and tear-filled eyes resembling that of a child being bullied by the formidable Snape. At this juncture, Dumbledore interjected gently, Severus, I believe your proposed punishment is rather excessive. Let us not overlook that it was your students who initiated the altercation, and the entire year group was bested by others. Yet they dared to complain. Naturally, Professor Flitwick defended his own house's young wizard, holding disdain for such behavior. Snape's countenance was as though he had swallowed a fly. For against one, and yet he was perceived as the villain, despite his students being the true victims. This narrative was awry. Moreover, a point deduction would at least constitute a tangible punishment. What significance did 4 months of confinement hold? He, Severus Snape, declared that should Carl persist for a day, he would consume Flobberworms whole. Ultimately, Professor McGonagall rendered the most equitable decision in accordance with school regulations. Ravenclaw would not incur point deductions, but Carl would assist Professor Snape with potion ingredients for 1 month as a consequence of the incident. Slytherin, due to their provocations and initial aggression, would lose 30 points, while Gryffindor would be penalized 20 points for engaging in the brawl. Carl was exceedingly pleased with the verdict. Professor Snape, I suggest you handle your potions yourself. If you desire his assistance, I regret to inform you that it is out of the question, unless he wishes to forego Lily's resurrection, in which case he might as well shatter his teeth and swallow them. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin had points deducted, leaving Ravenclaw as the ultimate victor. What a delight! Truly exhilarating. Such occurrences should be abundant. Following the judgment, Snape flicked his dark cloak, resembling a foreboding bat, and departed the venue with haste. He feared he might be unable to restrain himself from casting an Avada Kedavra at Carl. Before finally leaving, Professor Flitwick, with a beaming smile, explicitly stated that should Carl encounter any issues with spells or unresolved matters in life, he was more than willing to assist him in any way possible. The night sky was ablaze with stars. At the 8th floor staircase of Hogwarts' main castle, Snape stood waiting, having employed the disillusionment charm. Simultaneously, his fury was swelling within him. That insufferable brat had an abysmal sense of time, just as he was about to abandon his post in impatience. A broomstick with a rider's sword into view and landed steadily on the ground. For someone directionally challenged, ascending to the 8th floor via the ever-changing stairs would be a formidable challenge, whereas ascending directly from above was rather effortless. Upon the arrival of the principal figure, Snape withdrew his white birch wand from beneath his cloak, lightly tapping it against himself to dispel the disillusionment charm, gradually revealing his silhouette from the legs up. His tall, dark figure, with greasy, shoulder-length hair cascading down, Snape stood rigidly before Carl, nearly causing him to lose his composure and tumble off his broom in fright. The scene was utterly chilling, a true loss of sanity. "Mr. Harris, if I recall correctly, you mentioned meeting tonight, not specifying a time. Perhaps I should consider developing a potion for punctuality," Snape remarked with a sinister tone. "Good evening, Professor Snape. If my memory serves me right, I did indeed state we would meet here tonight, yet I never indicated a specific hour. Is it not indeed evening now?" In the face of Snape's frigid remarks, Carl merely responded with a smile, a gesture that could significantly obfuscate others' perceptions. Clearly, the victor of today's skirmish, Mr. Harris, was in fine spirits. He only hoped he could keep pace with his teaching, for in Snape's eyes, Carl's yet-to-mature intellect was hardly superior to that of a troll. "Professor Snape, I believe you're mistaken," Carl retorted cheerfully, highlighting Snape's error. "The human brain, whether wizard or muggle, typically reaches maturity around the age of 17. Moreover, a troll's intellect is akin to that of a 3-year-old child. I fail to comprehend why Mr. Harris would choose the highest floor of Hogwarts for our meeting. The descent will take quite some time. Perhaps Mr. Harris had his head struck by a bludgeon last night," Snape thought, his grip tightening around his wand, his ire reaching a boiling point. He had been standing here like a statue since 7:30, and now it was 10:30. Even Hagrid's large dog must have succumbed to slumber, while he remained here, engaging in a futile exchange of barbs with Carl. "Professor Snape, I have no desire to venture into your cold, damp dungeon. Conveniently, there exists an exquisite location right here on the 8th floor." Professor Snape had been teaching at Hogwarts for many years. He must have heard the legends of the Room of Requirement by now. There are no smoke without fire. Like the 3 Deathly Hallows, it indeed exists. As Carl spoke while walking, Snape followed closely behind, suppressing the anger simmering within him. Soon, the sight that met their eyes was a tapestry depicting the foolish Barnabas training a gnome to dance ballet. This was the entrance. Having concluded his introduction, Carl gently closed his eyes, seeking to clear his mind of all chaotic thoughts as he embarked upon a session of meditation. "I require a space to practice my incantations." Once his meditation was complete, Carl paced back and forth 3 times in the corridor before the tapestry. He paid homage to Salazar Slytherin's original architectural vision, an exquisite design indeed. Suddenly, a series of smooth, circular arches materialized before the two. "Professor Snape, please enter. I trust you have come prepared with the necessary teaching materials." Carl turned around and smiled at Snape before promptly pushing the door open and stepping inside. Snape, gazing at Carl's grin, felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and tear his mouth apart. Ever since Carl's arrival, his own days had been nothing short of miserable. "Lily. It's all for Lily," Snape consoled himself inwardly, and with a flick of his black cloak, he strode through the door. Upon entering the Room of Requirement, Carl envisioned a vast circular chamber, 10 feet wide, adorned with numerous circular targets and straw dummies, a veritable paradise compared to the damp confines of the old bat cellar. "Professor Snape, what do you think of this place?" "Surely it is not inferior to your cellar," Carl remarked diplomatically upon seeing Snape enter. Observing the bright room, the expansive space, and the plethora of targets necessary for practicing spells, Snape's lips twitched. He was genuinely astonished that Carl had managed to uncover the long-rumored Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. "Snape, now, please commence your performance. Where shall we begin our practice?" Carl levitated a chair to himself and sat down, addressing Snape, who wore an expression of disdain. "How about the 3 unforgivable curses? I have been contemplating these spells for quite some time, particularly Avada Kedavra. I have heard it is quite formidable." At this moment, Snape's already pallid complexion turned a ghastly shade of green, resembling a zombie from a horror film. Carl observed the sudden shift in Snape's expression, a flicker of fear prompting him to shift nervously in his seat. Goodness, what if Snape had transformed into a corpse? Would he spring up and attack? What should I do now? I am anxiously awaiting guidance. After what felt like an eternity, the pallor of Snape's face finally receded. In his characteristic oily and drawn-out tone, he uttered, "Mr. Harris, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? You're one, and you aspire to master the 3 unforgivable curses? I dare say you may become the youngest inmate in the history of Azkaban. Oh, wait. Before even reaching Azkaban, you might well descend into madness. A deranged fiend driven to ruin by your pursuit of such dark arts. Thank you for the warning, Professor Snape. However, I believe that such levels of dark magic will not corrupt a young wizard possessing the bloodline of ancient elves. Therefore, I kindly request that you fulfill the contract as agreed, Professor Snape." Carl sat in his chair, eyes closed, signaling that he had absorbed the discourse. What a jest! What absurdity! Were it not for the futility of the matter, Carl felt compelled to elucidate the intricacies of the Dimension Walker, a sorcerer's vocation, to Severus Snape in detail. To delve into the infinite dimensions, to seek truth amidst the contorted fabric of reality, to dare gaze into the abyss, and even to forge pacts with otherworldly entities, transforming them into loyal companions. How could such an extraordinary magician be swayed by mere dark arts? When it comes to spiritual corruption, the Cthulhu mythos reigns supreme. With no dissenters in sight, even one of Nyarlathotep's avatars, the forbidden Yarla, skilled in dimensional studies, could be summoned. The three unforgivable curses? They fall woefully short. If Mr. Harris is so confident in his ability to wield the three unforgivable curses, then allow me to test your qualifications. Otherwise, should complications arise, who will bear the burden of this contract? Produce your wand, Mr. Harris. I wish to ascertain the true measure of the ancient elven bloodline's resurgence. Snape spoke with a tone of detachment, as though he merely sought to verify Carl's capability to control the three unforgivable curses. However, Carl understood that this was a trial set forth by Snape himself. Although a pact had been sealed, the notion of resurrection indeed seemed fantastical. Very well, let us proceed. Carl instantaneously unleashed the dimensional magic within him, returning to his original professional state, adorned in an elegant robe. The details of his visage increasingly resembled that of a denizen of the demon realm. Draw your weapon. Snape, with a graceful turn of his form, had not even awaited Carl's formal declaration to commence when a green spell was hurled towards him. What the? You ambushed me. I haven't even said begin yet. As Carl adjusted his state, his wand was barely drawn when the spell swiftly hurtled towards him. Caught off guard, he could only awkwardly roll aside, then sprang up with a deft maneuver to regain his stance. Mr. Harris, he thought, when engaged in battle with an adversary, he certainly does not announce the commencement. Moreover, had I unleashed a powerful spell upon your transformation, perhaps you would already be lying down now. Observing Carl's somewhat disheveled hair, Snape let out a sinister chuckle, though the sound remained as greasy and gloomy as ever. Nonetheless, this was the first time he had witnessed the smile of the aged bat, whether in film or in reality. Remarkably, despite the bat's somber demeanor, if one were to wash his hair and replace that aged black robe, which had not seen water for years, he might actually look quite presentable. Jack bomb. To thwart Snape's continued malice, Carl launched a pumpkin fireball towards him. The rapidly spinning fireball stirred waves of intense heat in the air as it hurtled towards Snape's greasy locks. Surely, if the hair were to be scorched, it would regrow devoid of oiliness. After all, Snape was a master of potions. A hair growth tonic would undoubtedly be within his expertise to concoct. In his heart, Carl harbored malicious thoughts. Then with a flick of his wrist, he conjured a shield around himself. Regardless of the tier of combat, a seasoned mage ought to first envelop themselves in protective magic. In any realm, the line of foolish mages who underestimated their opponents and subsequently met their demise is long enough to circle Hogwarts twice. And what of Severus Snape? A dark wizard of formidable power? Carl had no intention of defeating him with a mere jack-in-the-box explosion. That would be an affront to Snape's prowess. Indeed, Snape's silent incantation was commendable, but alas, its potency was somewhat lacking. Carl had never before witnessed such a manifestation of a fireball. Was it a legacy of the elven lineage, or an invention of your own? As anticipated, Snape displayed no trace of alarm upon seeing the approaching fireball. Instead, he enthusiastically began to critique it. Simultaneously, he was not idle, as a sphere of blue flame erupted from his hand, swiftly engulfing Carl's diminutive fireball and growing slightly larger, transforming into a blue fire serpent that lunged menacingly towards Carl. With a flick of his wand, Snape taunted Carl ever so slightly before unleashing a formidable spell. The Fiendfire? Good heavens, old bat, are you truly serious? Carl recognized the formidable dark magic. The blue flames seemed to possess a mind of their own, consuming all in their path with a terrifying veracity. The more it burned, the more vigorous it became, and consequently, the more difficult it was to control. Many greedy dark wizards had met their demise due to improper practice, succumbing to self-immolation. Mr. Harris certainly has a discerning eye. What a statement. This signature blue flame can only be the fearsome Fiendfire. Severing void. A swirling mass of violet mist began to coil around Carl's feet. Before it could fully ensnare him, he abruptly expelled it, conjuring a massive ice spirit sword in his hand, which he directed with precision towards the head of the colossal blue serpent, delivering a powerful magical strike. Seizing the opportunity, 4 or 5 magical starbolts erupted from Carl's hand, scattering the serpent amidst its anguished cries. Simultaneously, Severus unleashed his next wave of attacks. Two incantations flew silently through the air, both silent curses. One struck Karl's wand, causing it to fly from his grasp, while the other shattered his magical shield, the force of the impact sending him reeling backward. Only the swirling essence of his dimensional magic prevented him from crashing to the ground. From the very beginning, Karl had been under Severus's relentless assault. But now he found himself utterly pinned down. Dimensional fall. Karl grimaced, clutching his chest. Although the shield had spared him from the effects of the malevolent curse, the sensation of being struck was undeniably unpleasant. Battling the dizziness swirling in his mind, he summoned a dimensional spell. Snape had remained motionless from the outset, and Karl had endured considerable hardship under the onslaught of several spells. Now, it was his turn to retaliate. A magnificent dimensional portal opened above Snape's head, adorned with intricate magical sigils radiating a purple luminescence. From within, a large chest plummeted downwards. Wingardium Leviosa. The box was rather substantial, and by the time Snape registered the threat, it was too late to evade. A levitation charm shot forth. The forces from another dimension were not easily countered. Under the influence of spatial power, Snape found himself immobilized by this overwhelming force, unable to move unless he relinquished his spell casting. Yet, doing so would ensure that the box would descend upon him with alarming speed. At this moment, Karl gritted his teeth as an inexhaustible stream of dimensional magic surged forth from within him. Come on, let us see who possesses greater stamina. In the realm of Harry Potter, wizards cast spells without the concept of mana. As long as one has the vitality to wield a wand, all is well. Yet, Karl is not to be underestimated. Have you ever encountered a sorcerer endowed with the Eye of Darkness who lacked magical energy? The formidable power conferred by the Eye of Darkness has even granted him the passive ability of immortality. A lack of energy? Such a notion is inconceivable. Snape was taken aback by Karl's unexpected display. It was undeniable that he had been rather careless. After all, in his understanding, with Karl's wand disarmed, what further tricks could he possibly conjure? A wizard, deprived of their wand and lacking proficiency in wandless magic, would typically be condemned to death in a life-and-death struggle. Now, the situation had become rather awkward, as both were beings unconcerned with the notion of mana. However, in a pure contest of magical energy, Karl would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage against Snape. Although his power was boundless, his youth imposed limitations on his upper threshold. Nevertheless, the quality of the Dimensional Wanderer's spatial magic surpassed that of all wizards in the Harry Potter universe, augmented by the strength of another dimension. At this moment, the two forces found equilibrium. It was truly unexpected that even a Mr. Harris, whose intellect had yet to fully develop, could perform wandless magic. Even in such circumstances, Snape did not relent in his taunting of Karl. You flatter yourself, Professor Snape. Those two silent spells you cast earlier were quite the ordeal for me. Karl maintained his magical output, continuing to engage in verbal sparring with Snape. So, Mr. Harris, do you possess the stamina to sustain such magical exertion? Perhaps if I endure a little longer, you will find it beyond your control, Snape sneered, fully aware that an 11-year-old wizard, regardless of his potential, could not possibly compete with him in the prime of his life. Without Snape's reminder, Karl was beginning to feel the strain. Although the power provided by the dark eye was seemingly limitless, it required a body capable of withstanding such force. In the magical realm, the mortality rate among wizards who initially attempted to harness the dark eye's power was as high as 70%. Karl gritted his teeth and withdrew his magical powers. Continuing any further would undoubtedly prove to be a futile endeavor. The dimensional gate closed, and with it, the descending force of spatial energy gradually dissipated. Ultimately, Karl could not compete with Snape. Mr. Harris, do you still refuse to concede? I believe it is unnecessary to continue any further. Snape resumed his malicious taunting as the immense box descended slowly under his levitation charm. Yet, he remained oblivious to the faint, enigmatic curve that graced the corner of Karl's mouth. In the realm of mysteries, certain boxes would detonate upon impact with the ground. No one understood better than the caster what lay within the box. Boom. Just as the box made contact with the earth, the contents within ignited instantaneously, resulting in a resounding explosion. The searing shockwave radiated outward, with Snape, the old bat, bearing the brunt of the force, while Karl had long since retreated to safety. Damn it. Imposing armor for protection. A vigilant defense. Numerous obstacles. The old bat's reflexes were not without merit. The moment the box touched down, he sensed something amiss. A formidable threat emanated from within. Ever since Lily's demise, his instincts had become astonishingly acute. The overwhelming sense of danger compelled him to cast a protective armor charm upon himself and erect layers of barriers in front of him. Even so, Snape found himself battered and disheveled by the force of the explosion, his black wizarding robe tattered and torn, leaving him looking disheveled, with his greasy hair in disarray, resembling a bird's nest. "Huh. Look at you now, old bat. You seemed rather pleased moments ago, didn't you? Enjoy this explosion, haha." Upon witnessing the beggar disguised as Snape, Carl immediately collapsed to the ground, pounding it with his hands, laughter nearly rendering him incapable of rising. His mockery flowed unabated. At this moment, Snape's appearance bore a striking resemblance to the image conjured by Neville 2 years hence, when faced with a boggart, an equally ludicrous spectacle. "Damn you, little brat. What kind of cursed magic is this, capable of exploding? I shall end you." Snape, consumed by a mix of humiliation and fury, had never found himself in such a disheveled state. The wand flew forth. Snape summoned his wand back with a levitation spell, having inadvertently let it slip during the explosion. Petrificus totalis. Silencio. Appunio. At this moment, Carl was laughing so heartily that he could hardly maintain his balance. He narrowly evaded the first incoming petrification curse. Yet the subsequent 2 curses proved unavoidable. An unusual sensation surged from his mouth. He felt as though his tongue had been glued to the roof of his mouth. And then he was sent soaring through the air in a manner that would have infuriated Newton. "I believe your opponent should not let down their guard until they have lost all fighting capability. May this lesson serve as a reminder of the consequences, Mr. Harris." Snape gazed at the masterpiece he had crafted, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Perhaps he held a misapprehension regarding the term art. What is art? The explosion just now was. Cough, cough, boom. A resounding blast echoed, and Carl, suspended in midair, vanished in an instant, leaving a straw man to plummet to the ground in his stead. A decoy straw man, a life-saving technique employed by the demon realm's Lolas, capable of instantaneously teleporting away when faced with harm or abnormal control, while maintaining a brief period of invulnerability. Although in the real world, the invulnerability granted by crouching had been nullified, the teleportation had transitioned from uncertainty to directional movement, remaining entirely unaffected by the spatial confinement of Hogwarts. Snape, witnessing Carl's sudden transformation into a straw man, sensed impending doom. Several spells were swiftly unleashed from his wand towards the retreating figure. This wretched little imp, where did he learn such troublesome and abhorrent magic? Capable of performing short-range apparition within Hogwarts? Snape maintained his usual stoic expression, yet internally he was seething. He was thoroughly disgusted, for had this been any other wizard, his spells would have been sufficient to vanquish them several times over. However, Carl's attack did not originate from behind, but rather from beneath. A purple tendril of void wrapped around Snape's feet, instantly tripping him. Carl approached, smiling as Snape aimed his wand at him. "Professor Snape, I believe I am now qualified to learn the 3 unforgivable curses." Snape rose from the ground, taking a deep breath as he struggled to suppress his inner fury. Fortunately, no one was watching. Otherwise, this humiliation would have been monumental. Not only had his young wizard been bested, but even he, the headmaster, had found himself in dire straits. Ensnared by this impish boy. What a disgrace! With a heavy breath, Snape exhaled loudly, simultaneously employing mental occlusion to suppress his emotions and regain his composure. After a considerable pause, Snape's gaze became vacant. "Mr. Harris, you have triumphed. Your peculiar magic is indeed formidable. However, had I taken this seriously from the outset and deprived you of any opportunity, it would have sufficed for your demise on 2 occasions." Snape reluctantly acknowledged his defeat while delivering a grave warning. This boy's strange magic was simply inescapable. "Thank you for the compliment, Professor Snape. I believe I am now sufficiently qualified to learn the 3 unforgivable curses." Carl carefully placed his wand aside and, panting heavily, sat down on a chair. At that moment, he too was feeling the strain, having already expended an excessive amount of energy, and being recently suspended upside down was far from pleasant. Were it not for the miraculous presence of the substitute scarecrow, a reversal would have been nearly impossible. Next class. I have not brought the necessary items for the unforgivable curse, and I sincerely hope Mr. Harris can be more punctual next time. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I won't unleash an Avada Kedavra in your direction, he remarked. Snape, limping slightly, rose to leave the room of requirement. The recent encounter with Kyrie's void having taken a significant toll on him. He longed to return to the dungeon to apply some restorative potion for his injuries, followed by a refreshing bath and a good night's sleep. Until next time, he bid farewell. Once Snape departed, Carl remained alone in the emptiness of the room of requirement, reflecting on the outcomes of the evening's battle. Carl and Snape engaged in a fierce duel. Given that Snape did not exert his full strength and was unfamiliar with the intricacies of magical mechanisms, Carl managed to emerge victorious after exhausting all his efforts. In a genuine life-and-death struggle, a top-tier dark wizard would never afford such ample opportunities. Thus, Carl's combat proficiency remains somewhat immature. Nevertheless, a victory is still a victory. Is it not? With a smile on his face, Carl toyed with the bracelet in his hand. He noticed that the more powerful the sorcerer he defeated, the greater his fortune seemed to be. Item name: Love of Ice and Fire Quality, Artifact, Bracelet, Supreme, Intelligence 13, Stamina 24, Fire Attribute Enhancement, Resistance 6, Ice Attribute Enhancement, Resistance 6, Magical Defense 135 P.S. The red rose symbolizes sincere and pure love, coupled with fervent passion. The blue rose represents innocent affection and the kindness of a gentle heart. This lordly artifact, dropped from a desperate chess game, possesses quite decent attributes. Acquiring this artifact, once exchanged for a Arad meteorite, stirred a fragment of memory within Carl. Queen Clara. It appears that the soul sealed within this puppet belongs to the so-called most cunning and proud blonde girl of the West Coast, a being of exquisite charm. The bracelet is composed of red and blue hues, each opposing side adorned with a stunning red-blue gem, casting an enchanting glow under the light of the torch. The bracelet appeared somewhat large, seemingly designed for an adult girl. However, this was inconsequential, as equipment of artifact quality naturally conforms to its host. Indeed, as Carl donned the Love of Ice and Fire upon his right wrist, the bracelet magically shrank until it fit perfectly. All tasks for the evening had been accomplished. Although he had not yet acquired Severus's personal collection, he had nonetheless enjoyed an exhilarating battle and gained an impressive piece of equipment. Carl rose to his feet and stepped out of the room of requirement. As his right foot completely crossed the threshold, the doorknob behind him vanished as well, transforming into an ordinary wall. Such wondrous spatial magic. After his inaugural experience within the room of requirement, Carl, as a dimensional traveler, became acutely aware of the nuances of spatial transitions. He sensed a subtle fluctuation in space both upon entering and exiting. This led him to contemplate the implications for any intruder. Even a highly effective tracking artifact like the living map would lose sight of its target. Thus, Carl arrived at a preliminary conclusion. The room of requirement did not exist on the same plane as the world, but rather in an alternate dimension. Furthermore, it was conceivable that a formidable transmutation spell was employed to connect a suitable room based on the user's needs. Salazar Slytherin, that cunning old ghost, was indeed remarkable for creating such an illogical chamber. Carl paused in his suspicions, contemplating quietly. He was unable to discern whether the shifting rooms were a result of transmutation or a profound application of spatial magic. The theoretical knowledge involved far exceeded his own intellectual reserves. At present, he could only ascertain that it pertained to the realm of space. Carl summoned the spirit broom of the divine, intending to descend for a restful slumber. The Ravenclaw common room resided on the 5th floor, and just as he prepared to halt his descent, the staircase, as fate would have it, abruptly turned, hurtling towards his head. To avert a collision, Carl swiftly dove downward, landing on the 4th floor's floor. No sooner had he touched down than a swiftly darting azure creature emerged before him. Carl was unexpectedly knocked off his feet, and the sensation was akin to taking a warm bath in the dead of winter only to find the gas tank empty. A chilling wave immediately enveloped his entire being. Grass. Carl was knocked to the ground by Peeves, struggling immensely to rise once more. That entity was unlike any other specter. It possessed a tangible form. Earlier, during his skirmish with Snape, he had been subjected to a barrage of malevolent curses that left his entire body aching. And now he faced yet another assault, a blend of physical and magical trauma. Who could withstand such torment? As Peeves adjusted himself in midair, he grew even more exhilarated. Look what the illustrious Peeves has discovered. Another little wizard wandering about at night. This marked the second such encounter of the evening. And this young sorcerer was foolishly wielding a broomstick within the castle premises. Filch would undoubtedly be overjoyed if he caught wind of this. As for Snape, he was of a different caliber. He possessed the skill to fend for himself. Now, even a mere ghost dared to bully him. Carl was seething with frustration. So much so that he didn't even bother to draw his wand for concealment. With a swift flick of his wrist, a magical star projectile, imbued with light attributes, hurtled towards Peeves. A ghost, unafraid of pain. Let us see whether this luminous spell stings when it strikes you. Carl thought resentfully to himself. Useless, little imp. Ordinary magic holds no sway over the formidable Pippy Ghost. The Pippy Ghost laughed triumphantly in the air, too disdainful to evade. It reveled in the thought of how despairing this young sorcerer would feel upon realizing the futility of his spells. Yet, as the first magical star projectile struck the Pippy ghost, its laughter was swiftly silenced. Light attribute magic possesses devastating potency against specters, compounded by a searing effect. The Pippy ghost let out a wail of agony, its tattered robe igniting, as it shrieked and fell to the ground to extinguish the flames before hastily fleeing the scene. Carl felt a sense of satisfaction as he watched the screaming Pippigi, relishing the thought of retribution for the collision. He wiped the dust from his face. And just as he was about to depart, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed in his ears. It seemed that Pippigi had mentioned being part of the second batch earlier. Given the urgency of the footsteps at night, Carl could only surmise that it was Furky pursuing him. Just as he contemplated retreating to the common lounge to avoid the secrets that must be exchanged between Furky and the young wizards, Harry, Hermione, and Ron came rushing towards him with great haste. Their speed rivaled that of Chinese elementary school students on the last day of summer vacation. Carl wore a puzzled expression, as though he had inadvertently triggered a storyline. Nevertheless, he decided to indulge Old Ding in this theatrical performance. In the past, entering the ancient dungeon in DNF required various admission tickets. Surely, a high-level dungeon like the Magic Stone instance must necessitate some form of offering. Perhaps the trust of a young savior and a suitable rationale would suffice. With clarity emerging in his thoughts, Carl observed the trio from Gryffindor rushing towards him in a state of frenzy, instantly immersing himself in the scene. He found himself perplexed by their urgent pace. Meanwhile, Harry, in the midst of a frantic escape, had not anticipated encountering Carl, but that was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that Filch was in pursuit. Consequently, Harry hesitated for merely a moment before swiftly seizing Carl's arm and continuing his flight. "Run, Carl. I'll explain later. Filch is on our tail. And if we don't hurry, we'll be caught," Harry exclaimed as he grasped Carl's arm, propelling them both forward with renewed vigor. A child without an umbrella must learn to run. Carl followed Harry, running further and further until the surrounding scenery began to feel increasingly familiar. "Quick, hide behind that door," Ron exclaimed with excitement upon spotting a wooden door, relieved that they could finally cease their frantic escape. However, when he pushed against the door with all his might, it yielded no result. "Damn it, this door is locked," Harry concluded after a couple of futile attempts, a sense of despair washing over them. "We're doomed. Professor McGonagall will surely have us for breakfast tomorrow." Ron cradled his head in terror. The shadow cast by Professor McGonagall loomed large in his mind. "Step aside. Let me handle this," Hermione declared, pushing past the two ineffectual men to approach the door. "Alohomora," she incanted, brandishing her wand, and with a satisfying click, the door creaked open. Seizing the moment, Carl quietly cast a silencing charm upon himself. After all, such a large dog must possess a foul odor, and with 3 heads, it would be thrice as unpleasant. He certainly did not want to be overwhelmed by the stench and have Harry and the others carry him back. That would be utterly humiliating. "Let's move," Hermione urged as she stepped through the threshold, with Harry and the others hastily following suit. Carl observed their impatient demeanor, his lips twitching slightly. Were it not for the protagonist's aura, those 3 would likely have been swiftly subdued by the 3-headed dog. That creature was far from the endearing beast Hagrid had described. "Come in, Carl. Why are you dawdling?" Harry urged as Filch was about to close in on them. Being caught during a nighttime escapade would undoubtedly result in at least a week's confinement. Harry seized Carl, pulling him inside, while Hermione hastily shut the door, followed by Ron, who expertly locked it, a seamless display of practiced efficiency. This left Carl with the impression that they were seasoned nocturnal offenders. Filch, lacking magical abilities, could not enter. They were finally safe. Harry leaned against the door, lowering his head and exhaling deeply. Perhaps facing Filch outside would be far preferable to our current predicament. Harry was momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp the hidden implication in Carl's words. However, understanding soon dawned on him. What is happening? Is there a leak in this room? He felt something dripping onto his head, and upon inspection, realized it was not water, but something sticky. Raising his gaze, he was met with 3 enormous dog heads drooling profusely. The viscous substance on his head was indeed the creature's saliva. The foul stench emanating from the monstrous mouths nearly caused him to regurgitate his dinner. In the next moment, Ron and Hermione also recognized the presence of the massive 3-headed dog. And now, let us enjoy the captivating performance of the Hogwarts High Trio. The trio's terrified screams shattered the tranquil night at Hogwarts, met with an equally furious roar from the 3-headed dog. For a brief instant, Carl felt his ears might be rendered deaf, instilling a twinge of regret for having entered. "Why are you all shouting so loudly? Plug your ears." With a flick of a wand, silence enveloped the scene. "Quick, let us escape." The sound of Carl's voice instantly roused the three bewildered individuals from their stupor. Alohomora. With a swift incantation, he unlocked the previously sealed door, and simultaneously, 5 or 6 frost snowmen burst forth, crashing into the massive heads of the three-headed beast. His wand suddenly emitted a blinding radiance, a powerful flash spell that even the formidable three-headed dog could not withstand in the enveloping darkness, causing its eyes to momentarily succumb to blindness. The chilling effect of the frost snowmen also served to at least momentarily impede the creature's movements. Seizing the opportunity, the four hastily fled the room and forcefully shut the door behind them. Thud, thud, thud. The four, having narrowly escaped, leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The recent experience having been exceedingly perilous. Had it not been for Carl's quick reflexes, they might have met their doom at the hands of that monster. Once Ron regained his composure, he cast a glance at the still resounding door and could not help but grumble. That was far too thrilling. We nearly became that beast's after-dinner snack. Harry, still shaken, patted his chest, exclaiming, "That was exhilarating. For the first time in 11 years, I was so close to death. How could Professor Dumbledore permit such a terrifying creature to reside within the Hogwarts castle?" Meanwhile, Hermione, adjusting her hair that had become disheveled in their escape, began chastising the two ineffectual men. At the beginning of the term, Professor Dumbledore had clearly warned that anyone wishing to avoid a gruesome fate should steer clear of the corridor near the 4th floor. If it weren't for your midnight duel with Malfoy, how could we have encountered such a sudden crisis? We nearly lost our lives, having just survived a life-threatening ordeal. Hermione's face had turned a shade of anger, her tone unconsciously becoming much more severe. "Huh? Duel? What duel?" Carl queried, puzzled. "Didn't Team Malfoy get dealt with today? Why is he still seeking a duel? That fool Malfoy, after being set straight by Old Bat, brazenly challenged me to a proper wizarding duel. And that S when we made our escape," Harry explained, looking quizzically at Carl. "We never anticipated Malfoy would be so treacherous. He prances around claiming to be the most noble pureblood wizard in the magical realm, yet resorts to underhanded tactics even in the most straightforward of duels. He must have reported us to Filch." Ron interjected angrily. "By the way, Carl, what prompted your sudden appearance?" Hermione scrutinized him intently, as if attempting to discern something from his expression. "Me? Oh, nothing much. Just felt a bit peckish and came out for a snack." Carl nonchalantly fabricated an excuse, knowing he could not disclose that he had just enjoyed a delightful time with Snape and was on his way back to the dormitory for some rest. Regardless of the occasion, claiming to be searching for food was an impeccable excuse for a nighttime escapade. Hermione, somewhat skeptical, withdrew her gaze, finding Carl's justification flawless, leaving her with no grounds for suspicion. Besides, she had no intention of making a special trip to the kitchen to inquire with the house elves. After venting her frustrations, Hermione began recounting what she had observed when the three-headed dog had risen. "It was guarding something. When it stood up, I noticed there was a trapdoor beneath its feet." "A trapdoor?" Harry and Ron echoed in confusion. "Indeed, a trapdoor. Now, if you three don't mind, I'm off to bed to avoid any further ill-conceived ideas that could potentially cost us our lives or worse, expulsion." With that, Hermione turned and departed, leaving no room for rebuttal. The trio was left astonished by Hermione's peculiar logic. What was this? Rather than concealing her discovery to prevent them from getting into trouble, she seemed more fearful of their continued antics than of the danger itself. Expulsion was worse than death? How terrifying. Was this the mindset of a top scholar? Such duplicity. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Carl had completed his first week at Hogwarts. Today was Saturday, a day free from classes, and he finally had the chance to indulge in a leisurely lie-in. Just as he was drifting into a deep slumber, a loud bang shattered his peaceful dreams. A rogue bludger had smashed through the window of the adjacent classroom, and outside, the sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the Quidditch pitch below, where a considerable number of students were engaged in a match. Today marked the day of recruitment for the Quidditch teams of Hogwarts' 4 houses. As each year saw the departure of graduating members, they began playing at dawn, heedless of whether others could tolerate the racket. Carl rose from his slumber with a disgruntled expression. At Hogwarts, the first class commenced at 8:30, and each day he was compelled to rise early. Otherwise, he would face the dreadful prospect of attending class on an empty stomach. After enduring a week of academic rigors, he anticipated a weekend of well-deserved rest, only to be disturbed. His predicament felt truly arduous. Outside, The occasional sounds of quaffles and bludgers slicing through the air pierced the morning stillness, rendering the notion of a leisurely return to slumber increasingly unrealistic. Consequently, he swiftly donned his attire, intending to descend and partake in the commotion, as well as to mock the inept players who had disrupted his sleep. The principle that the less skilled relish in play is an immutable truth, akin to the deliciousness theorem. As he bit into a piece of bread and made his way to the pitch, he encountered two familiar faces, Harry and Ron. It appeared that even though he had bested Malfoy and altered the course of events, the narrative would ultimately realign itself. Gold, after all, shines brilliantly no matter the setting. Upon catching sight of Harry, Carl immediately recognized that his place on the Gryffindor Quidditch team was assured. Although he had not received a personal recommendation from Professor McGonagall, he gradually found himself captivated by the sport, influenced by his Quidditch enthusiast roommate, Ron. Despite the fact that historically, no first-year student had ever made the team, this did not deter them from joining the fray. They were eager to observe the selection process, hoping that familiarity would breed success in the future. After all, Quidditch recruited new talent annually. If one attempt faltered, honing their flying skills and preparation for a subsequent trial might yield better results. The recruitment for Quidditch was well underway, showcasing numerous hopeful third- and fourth-year wizards attempting their flying trials. Yet, most merely mounted their brooms, soaring briefly before failing to navigate even the most elementary obstacles. The captain, Wood, could only shake his head in resignation as he instructed them to dismount, their spirits visibly diminished as they left without even earning a substitute spot. Sitting in his chair, Wood watched the enthusiastic young wizards flounder with their clumsy flying techniques, unable to suppress a pained gesture to his forehead. Every one of them seemed to lack the necessary skill. Silently, Carl approached the Ravenclaw pitch, and in an instant, the spirit of the divine materialized in his grasp. The passive abilities of the Dimensional Divergence broom similarly endowed him with exceptional flying prowess. Whoosh! Carl mounted his broom and instantly soared into the high skies, the obstacles and rings before him appearing as mere trifles to be toyed with at will. He executed a final, elegant flourish before landing gracefully, his expression one of serene composure, viewing the preceding maneuvers as nothing more than rudimentary skills. Had he chosen to pursue the path of a dark arts scholar, his prowess would have been even more extraordinary. Before the Ravenclaw team, the nonchalant captain, Roger Davis, perched with his legs crossed on a chair, suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with fervor akin to a famished wolf spotting its prey. "Might I inquire your name, young scholar? Introduce yourself, for I am Roger Davis, the captain of the Ravenclaw team. Your recent display was nothing short of spectacular. Should you join this year's Quidditch tournament, victory would be assured. Furthermore, I pledge that upon my graduation in 3 years, you shall be the captain of Ravenclaw." Davis was elated. He had long since lost hope, only to be greeted by this unexpected ray of light. Slytherin had claimed 6 consecutive championships in both the House Cup and Quidditch. A defeat this year would be a profound humiliation for the 3 other houses at Hogwarts, while it would bestow unparalleled glory upon Slytherin. Though the House Cup seemed somewhat undeserved, tainted by the favoritism of the old bat, the heads of the 3 houses had long harbored a burning desire to prevent that old bat, Snape, from triumphing once more. "My name is Carl Harris," he replied, acknowledging Davis's enticing words. Roger's smile widened as he envisioned the triumphant celebration in the Hogwarts Hall, with the Ravenclaw banner raised high, signifying victories in both Quidditch and the House Cup. The Quidditch championship would yield substantial points towards the House Cup. "However, I must decline," Carl continued, abruptly leaving Roger speechless. What was this? Why was he deviating from the expected script? Roger was momentarily bewildered. Was he not to accept the invitation with enthusiasm and dominate the other houses? Why would he refuse? Why? Your flying talents are evidently remarkable. Why not unleash their full potential? To my eyes, with proper training, you could easily secure a place in the Quidditch World Cup, Davis questioned, perplexed, as other team members approached to lend their voices of encouragement. "This is an utter waste of your talent. If I could fly as you do, I would wake up laughing from my dreams," exclaimed a nameless teammate, equally baffled. "I lack the time. I cannot dedicate myself to practicing Quidditch or harmonizing with your team. In truth, my aspiration is to become a great wizard like Dumbledore, rather than a world-class Quidditch player." Calmly, Carl articulated his reasoning. He had come merely to observe how Harry managed to succeed in the selection process, and to assess the inadequacies of the little wizards who had disturbed his pleasant dreams. He was eager to exhaust every ounce of knowledge that Snape had accumulated over a lifetime, leaving him no time to practice Quidditch. For trophies held no monetary value, and could not satiate hunger. Without granting Roger further opportunity for persuasion, he swiftly departed with a few strides. At that moment, the Gryffindor pitch erupted in cheers, and without even needing to glance, Carl knew that Harry had been chosen as a seeker. If Harry's prodigious talent fell short, then Wood must have been blind that day. Carl could scarcely fathom who else might have been selected. Meanwhile, Ron stood nearby, applauding for his dear friend's accomplishment in joining the team, despite his own rejection due to inadequacy. After leaving the pasture, Carl made his way directly to the library. With the weekend stretching ahead and little to occupy his time, he thought it would be quite beneficial to immerse himself in books and enhance his knowledge, especially regarding the 3 unforgivable curses, as Professor Snape was set to unveil crucial information that afternoon. In the outdoor area of the Room of Requirement, Carl arrived early in the corridor, awaiting Snape's arrival. He understood that if he kept Snape waiting too long this time, the practice of the killing curse would surely not yield favorable results. Before long, much like the last time, Snape's figure began to materialize from below. Unlike before, however, it seemed he had taken the time to wash his hair, appearing less greasy than usual, and he carried a modest-sized box in his hand. Oh my goodness! What am I witnessing? Professor Snape has actually washed his hair. Has the sun risen in the west today? At this moment, Carl's expression was exaggerated, embodying a sense of disbelief. Snape's already sullen visage darkened further. All of this chaos was instigated by that wretched little imp before him. The explosion from that wretched box had singed his hair, prompting him to concoct a special hair regrowth potion. Mr. Harris, have you always been this ostentatious? Like a monkey flailing about before me, utterly comical, Snape remarked, his face impassive, yet beneath his calm tone lay a profound malice. Oh, is that so? Never mind. Let's resume our previous lesson. Carl responded to Snape and opened the door to the Room of Requirement. Now, take out your wand, Mr. Harris. Snape spoke in his characteristic somber tone before opening his modest suitcase. Inside, there were not many items, just a palm-sized spider and a small blackboard, both writhing within their glass confines. Let me pose a question. I assume Mr. Harris, given his keen desire to master the 3 unforgivable curses, must understand their true significance. He swiftly enlarged the blackboard, presenting his query. As their names suggest, they are indeed unforgivable. Any wizard found using one of these curses, as detected by the Ministry of Magic, shall never escape Azkaban. Moreover, the deeper one delves into their study, the more they will gradually influence the user's mind. Am I correct, Professor? Carl softly uttered the answer. Mr. Harris, I believe you ought to be aware that underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside of school. The use of even a single spell, no matter how innocuous, such as a simple lumos, would be detected by the Ministry of Magic, let alone the formidable unforgivable curses. Thus, I am rather intrigued as to why you are so insistent on learning this. Snape widened his eyes, which resembled a stagnant pool of water, within them. Carl discerned not a trace of emotion, save for a flicker that appeared only when the topic of Lily's resurrection was broached. No comment, Professor. Please honor the agreement. Once you teach me the 3 unforgivable curses, I shall divulge a portion of the information regarding the resurrection stone. Carl coldly interrupted Snape's curiosity. Snape opened a vial and magically controlled a spider, placing it on a plate. With a swift flick of his wand, a green spell shot forth from the tip. Avada Kedavra! The spider emitted a series of mournful cries, struggling for a brief moment before falling still. The incantation Avada Kedavra is known as the Killing Curse. Straightforward and uncomplicated. However, novice practitioners must harbor a profound intent to kill in order to successfully cast it. Otherwise, while the spell may be unleashed, one would be astonished to find it lacks any significant effect. The potency of the killing curse wielded by a beginner hinges upon their murderous intent and overall magical capacity. Generally, a first-year wizard, despite their desire to eliminate someone, may only cause a mere trickle of blood from the nose due to their limited magical prowess. Snape lightly tapped a small blackboard with his wand, and notes regarding the killing curse began to materialize, a testament to his unique practice and invaluable insights. Are you speaking of first-year wizards, Professor Snape? Carl inquired, a peculiar smile dancing on his lips. I refer to the typical first-year wizard. You are an exception. I have no doubt that should you master the killing curse, you could deliver a fatal blow with a single strike, Snape retorted, a rare moment of restrained venom in his voice. After engaging in a duel with Carl, Snape was astonished to discover that although Carl's magical capacity was not exceptionally high, its quality was remarkably pure. That's reassuring. I dread the thought of learning it only to find myself unable to incapacitate an opponent and subsequently meet my own demise. Carl replied with a teasing tone. The unique nature of learning the killing curse has drawn many power-hungry dark wizards to its practice, yet they often possess twisted psyches, as dark magic distorts the mind. This is partly why the 3 unforgivable curses are prohibited. Greater power signifies a deeper corruption. The other 2 unforgivable curses, while not requiring the same intense murderous intent as the killing curse, are by no means simple. Snape retrieved another spider, this time employing the Cruciatus curse. Crucio, a blinding light, enough to induce dread, struck the spider. Then, with a subtle green flash, he cast a silent spell. Carl was momentarily perplexed. Wasn't the Cruciatus curse singular in its incantation? What trick was Snape attempting now? However, it soon became evident what spell Snape had just used. This spider screamed even more pitifully than the last, its cries amplified as if through a loudspeaker, and its 8 legs curled in frantic disarray upon the plate. As Carl listened to the horrifying screams of the spider, he could not help but feel a wild twitch at the corners of his mouth. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather the grotesque and unsettling nature of the spider's cries. It reminded him of those childhood days sitting in the front row, while the monitor scratched the blackboard with their nails. Hissing, indeed, that was the sensation, only magnified. Curse it. That infernal Snape had even amplified the spider's cries for dramatic effect. One could only wish to block out the sound. After enduring Snape's initial wave of torment, Carl promptly cast a silencing charm upon himself. Such a terrifying cacophony, was it not? It sent chills down one's spine. Snape chuckled ominously. And coupled with the trembling spider, it evoked in Carl a peculiar notion that Snape resembled some sort of deranged scientific madman. Upon reflection, the resemblance was indeed striking. The heart-piercing curse proved to be remarkably effective, truly deserving of its formidable reputation. Additionally, Professor Snape's amplification charm was executed quite impeccably. Carl rubbed his slightly aching ear and smiled in appreciation. However, within the depths of his mind, he had already begun to devise a cunning scheme for what to do next. Perhaps, should he compel him to use the hair growth potion once more? Thank you for the compliment, Snape replied, revealing a smirk that hinted at his devious intentions, and then proceeded to engage in a mutual flattery of sorts. As for that last remaining soul-binding curse, it was said that this dark magic had initially caused quite a stir for the Ministry of Magic. After observing the demonstration of the 2 unforgivable curses by Snape, Carl pondered briefly over the intricacies of the incantation before indicating that Snape could proceed. The killing curse, indeed. 11 years prior, the majority of those who supported the Dark Lord were pure-blood aristocrats. Only the fools at the Ministry of Magic would believe that some of them were under the influence of the Imperious Curse when they assaulted the wizarding world. Ah. The Ministry and Wisingamot are places that value evidence, are they not? In my view, Veritaserum is a rather effective interrogation potion. Just 3 drops are sufficient to compel even the Dark Lord to divulge his darkest, most secretive truths. However, the power of galleons is boundless, and those who managed to evade the use of Veritaserum at a great cost were indeed fortunate. Snape scoffed, recalling the illicit dealings between the Ministry and those concealed Death Eaters. Apart from a few notorious individuals, like the frenzied Bellatrix Lestrange, who were imprisoned in Azkaban for life, the majority continued to thrive. Take, for instance, the fathers of Malfoy's 2 lackeys. Although their sons were foolish, the fathers were considerably more astute. After all, a double agent can always acquire first-hand intelligence regarding both factions at any moment. Despite the generally harsh words that emerged from Snape's lips, Carl found himself in agreement with the remark regarding galleons. Given a sum of 100 million galleons, he could effortlessly capture Voldemort and toy with him at will. After a moment of reflection, Snape swiftly regained his composure. Another spider was placed upon the plate, a pitiful creature unaware of the fate that awaited it. However, compared to its 2 siblings, its outcome would be far more favorable. The Imperious Curse is the only one of the 3 unforgivable curses that lacks direct offensive capability, inflicting minimal harm on its victim, yet its threat cannot be underestimated. A brother, raised together with you, who has fallen under this enchantment might one day inexplicably stab you in the back. Manipulation is the sole effect of the Imperious Curse. Under Snape's wand's command, the tiny spider danced upon the table, obediently following his direction without daring to stray. Remember the incantation for the Imperious Curse, Imperio. This spell requires a formidable mental fortitude. Controlling a living being is significantly more challenging than commanding a mere spider. You must maintain unwavering focus, for the repercussions of a backfired curse are not to be trifled with. Should that time come, perhaps I would have to reserve a permanent room for you in a Muggle psychiatric hospital. Furthermore, Do not overestimate your abilities by attempting to control powerful wizards. The essence of the imperious curse lies in dominating another wizard's mind with your own. Resistance is inevitable, and in the contest of mental wills. A weaker spirit may easily be overwhelmed by the other, leading to a loss of self, or even a shattering of the soul. Mr. Harris, you are familiar with the kiss of a Dementor, I presume? At times, the failure of casting the imperious curse bears a resemblance to the effects of such a kiss. Though this is the most severe outcome, resulting from intense resistance from the afflicted, Snape, with a demeanor as ominous as a serpent, meticulously elucidated the techniques and precautions regarding the imperious curse. Well then, I have conveyed the essential points. You may commence your practice now. Let me observe how the boastful Mr. Harris endeavors to master this most nefarious of dark arts. A master of dark magic indeed. Demonstrating an extraordinary grasp of the subject with mere words, Carl stepped forward to unseal a bottle, drawing forth its contents with a wave of magic. He had no desire to handle the creature with his bare hands, unlike the unfortunate Barty Crouch Jr. from the Goblet of Fire. The eight-legged creature was far from endearing. Perhaps only Hagrid would find it charming. Soon after, the room of requirements echoed with Snape's venomous and loud mockery. Indeed, he had employed an amplification charm. Mr. Harris, he sneered, I believe the incantation for the killing curse is not uttered in such a manner. It seems your faculties are not merely limited to a deficient intellect. Your hearing appears compromised as well, fool. Is the gesture for the cruciatus curse truly executed like this? I am gravely concerned that you have left your brain behind today. Did I not elucidate clearly? The killing curse is meant to control others. Why on earth would you use it to launch a spider away? Did Professor Finnegan instruct you in this? Oh, behold our Ravenclaw prodigy, who, in his first year, toppled the entire Slytherin cohort of fledgling wizards. What lamentable spellcasting skills. Snape circled around Carl, spewing venomous remarks, his face twisted with malice, as though Carl owed him 1,000 galleons yet unpaid. Carl took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm amidst the cold mockery of the old bat. The earplugs he had earlier summoned were now forcibly deactivated by the old bat, who relished in taunting Carl, seeking solace from the chaos he had once inflicted upon him. Through relentless practice, the several bottles of spiders brought by Snape were nearing their end, with only one remaining. Persistence bore fruit. After numerous failures, Carl finally discovered the correct way to cast the killing curse. Avada Kedavra. The crisp incantation escaped his lips, accompanied by a vibrant green beam that shot forth from the tip of his wand, striking the spider with impeccable precision. The emerald luminescence enveloped the creature, reminiscent of the spell Snape had previously utilized, pure and untainted. The spider emitted a ghastly cry twice before succumbing, its lifeless form collapsing onto the plate, maintaining the guise of life without a single mark upon its body. The killing curse directly affected both soul and flesh. Once the soul perished, the body followed suit. A fate more terrifying than the Dementor's kiss, which merely left a shell of a being alive from a physiological standpoint, yet devoid of true vitality. With the successful casting of the killing curse, the subsequent spells, the soul-snatching curse and the cruciatus curse, began to yield results as Carl continued his fervent practice. Though his success rate hovered around 20%, this was quite commendable for someone who had only recently ventured into the realm of dark magic. Observing Carl's growing proficiency, Snape, unusually, refrained from his customary mockery. Outside, the sunlight began to wane, the sun slowly descending, as the afternoon quietly slipped away into the annals of time. As Carl emerged from the room of requirement, mealtime had long since passed. Reluctantly, he tiptoed to the kitchen in search of something to eat. It must be said that the house elves within were exceedingly enthusiastic. Having seldom seen students in the kitchen, they greeted his presence with unrestrained excitement, presenting him with an array of delectable delights, one after another. By the time he returned to the Ravenclaw dormitory, it was well past midnight, and his 3 plastic roommates had already succumbed to slumber. The children of this era were not yet the night owls they would become 2 decades hence, barring any extraordinary circumstances. They typically retired by around 9:30. To avoid disturbing them, Carl quietly completed his evening routine and slipped into bed. What followed was the exhilarating moment of the weekly lottery. The system's weekly sign-in feature had finally activated since his arrival at Hogwarts, and today marked the last day of the week. The moment of revelation had arrived. Sign in. In his heart, Carl silently recited, "Congratulations, host, for completing this week's check-in and receiving a complimentary lottery draw." The familiar synthesized electronic voice resonated, filling him with an exhilarating anticipation. The moment to validate his fortune had arrived. Without hesitation, he proceeded to draw the lottery. In Carl's mind, a radiant golden gift box gradually unfolded. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the disguised Wraith Dagger. Huh? A dagger? Let me examine its attributes. Item name: Disguised Wraith Dagger quality. Rare physical attack power. 256 dark attribute enhancement. Resistance 4 strength. 9 additional effect. Bleeding special effect. Disguise. The cunning wraith is adept at concealing its true nature. The dagger appears no different from other blades, yet it harbors a malevolent spirit. Master Killer. The bloodthirsty wraith is loath to be controlled by the host. It constantly plots to retaliate, seeking to completely devour the host's soul and seize control for itself. P.S. Seize it at all costs, if you can suppress the wraith. Immense power will be yours, as foretold by an unknown evil artificer from the continent of Arad. Upon examining the attributes of the dagger, Carl cursed under his breath, nearly succumbing to a heart attack from sheer frustration. What on earth is this? A master-killing weapon? Is this truly the nature of a dagger? The smith must be rather cunning, adding a deceptive attribute for the sake of treachery. His scowling visage bore a striking resemblance to that of a formidable chieftain from Africa. Is it possible to return this? He inquired. Once sold, items from this system are non-refundable. We kindly ask for your understanding, the cold, synthetic voice of the system replied. Furthermore, the final authority rests with the system. Please do not engage in futile efforts. The chilling response shattered Carl's fragile composure. Stowing away the seemingly ordinary yet lethal dagger back into the system's space, he pulled the blanket over his head, marking the conclusion of his first week at Hogwarts. In the library, Carl sat on a bench in the reading room, surrounded by several hefty tomes as he diligently researched. Most of the texts pertained to the creature known as the Troll, with a scant few addressing the Philosopher's Stone. Literature concerning the stone was exceedingly rare. He had scoured the entire library and managed to unearth only a handful of volumes. Likely due to the nature of such wondrous alchemical creations being relegated to the restricted section. Perhaps I could procure a pass from the old bat and explore the forbidden area. Carl perused the tome, contemplating that the only places within Hogwarts housing the most extensive collection of magical texts, aside from the restricted section, were the headmaster's office. The method employed by Voldemort to create Horcruxes, which involved the splitting of one's soul, was discovered within the confines of that very restricted section. Although the passwords set by old Dumbledore were generally rather simplistic, merely a series of confectionery names, a few attempts would suffice. Yet, he dared not take any risks. For that chamber was populated with portraits of past headmasters and Dumbledore's pet phoenix, all serving as vigilant eyes. From a compendium of 100 common magical creatures to guides on perilous fantastical beings, and even to the most foolish of magical beasts. The tomes were replete with ineffectual advice, mere drivel. It was not that Carl lacked the capability to vanquish a troll, rather. He pondered why one would not employ a more straightforward method if it existed. These creatures were resilient. How many spells would one need to cast to subdue such a beast? Harry and his companions surviving the troll's grasp was merely a testament to the fortuitous aura surrounding protagonists. Had it been another first-year wizard, they might have been rendered into a mere pulp before even casting a single spell. Reluctantly, Carl grit his teeth and opened the book he least wished to read. The one authored by the notorious charlatan Gilderoy Lockhart, titled Walking with Giants. It was disheartening to think that Ravenclaw, a house that upheld the belief that wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure, had produced such a disgraceful figure. Carl shook his head in disbelief. If Rowena Ravenclaw, the formidable woman who could tolerate no folly, were to learn of this, she might very well rise in ire from her grave. As he perused the pages, Carl found himself gradually captivated by the content within. There was indeed something of substance that warranted the book's status as a bestseller in the wizarding world, unlike the previous volumes which had been filled with drivel. For instance, the Guide to Dangerous Magical Creatures elucidated that the ogre, despite its clumsy demeanor and lack of agility, possessed sheer brute strength, which could be easily subdued by a powerful wizard. Was this truly the language of a competent author? Carl harbored grave doubts regarding the author's intellect, as the very title implied a guide, yet he was met with such absurdity. Upon finishing the book, Carl had to concede that Lockhart's level of plagiarism was, regrettably, quite impressive. The narrative employed a first-person biographical perspective, offering profound insights into the habits and vulnerabilities of the ogre. It detailed that the ogre's skin, as tough as limestone, exhibited a notable resistance to magic. Spells like the stunning spell or petrification spell would be largely ineffective, merely slowing the creature's advance. However, The ogre's massive frame combined with its pea-sized head resulted in poor balance, causing it to sway unsteadily while walking. Thus, casting a trip jinx on its legs or utilizing transfiguration to topple it would be a prudent strategy, allowing one to flee before becoming a meal. One must never turn their back on an ogre, for it could hurl its immense club with remarkable accuracy despite its apparent lack of intelligence. The sheer force behind such a projectile would render any levitation charm ineffective, leading only to the exhaustion of one's magical reserves and eventual consumption by the beast. Beyond its balance issue, the book noted that the ogre's diminutive brain, in comparison to its body, was its greatest vulnerability. Perhaps it was this dissonance between brain and brawn that rendered the creature so foolish? The fragile pea-sized brain was far more susceptible to blunt force. A well-placed strike could easily incapacitate it, making this a viable tactic. Moreover, the ogre's neck was another significant weak point, susceptible to powerful slicing spells, which could swiftly end its life. This was the optimal solution. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months later, Hogwarts was alive with activity. In preparation for the upcoming Halloween night, the professors busily adorned the Great Hall. Thousands of pumpkin lanterns replaced the usual candles, illuminating the air as Headmaster Dumbledore cast a spell to light them all, transforming the torches on the walls from a fiery red to a ghostly green. Professor McGonagall gracefully waved her wand, her masterful transfiguration turning a box of buttons into bats that flitted under the starry ceiling, while ghosts joined in the revelry. Professor Sprout showcased her own talents. For Helga Hufflepuff was a powerful witch well-versed in herbology. With a flourish, she scattered a multitude of seeds, causing various vines to sprout and bloom with vibrant flowers across the tables. Finally, Professor Flitwick's magical fireworks heralded the commencement of the feast, with colorful bursts illuminating the sky without leaving a trace of ash, each explosion revealing a beautiful magical creature. The professor's efforts enveloped Hogwarts in a jubilant atmosphere befitting the festivities. As for the absence of the potions and defense against the dark arts professors and the preparations, well, persuading Snape to partake in such frivolities would be akin to committing murder. And as for Quirrell, one could hardly expect the Dark Lord to permit him the luxury of engaging in such fanciful endeavors. In his previous life, Carl had always donned the guise of a pauper during Halloween, and this year was no exception. Currently, he sat at the dining table, opening his wallet to count his meager supply of galleons. The expenses of the past 2 months had left his finances rather strained, rendering him unable to afford even the slightest indulgence in sweets. Meanwhile, Harry was curiously observing a pumpkin lantern when, much to his surprise, a mischievous Peeves leaped out, startling him. "Huh, look who the great Peeves has scared. Oh, just a little lion cub," he jeered, before diving back into another pumpkin lantern, waiting for his next victim. With Peeves' antics, a touch of the intended spookiness of the season was finally introduced, ensuring that the recently startled young savior instinctively recoiled from the approaching pumpkin lanterns. Carl glanced at his diminished purse, shook his head, and tucked it away, embodying a visage of discontent. Money is life. At that moment, Harry and Ron happened to stroll by, noticing his woeful expression with a hint of curiosity. "Isn't today Halloween? Why does Carl appear so glum?" Ron inquired, his words slightly muffled as he munched on a pumpkin pasty. "Ahem, it's nothing, really. I simply had a rather unpleasant experience with a bitter gourd-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor bean." Carl chuckled softly, his eyes betraying no hint of insincerity as he spoke of lies. By the way, where has Hermione gone? Aren't you usually seen together?" He glanced around, perplexed by the absence of the ever-inquisitive Miss Granger. I'm sorry, I have no idea where she might be," Ron replied, his face tinged with embarrassment. The young savior, already slightly perturbed by the earlier incident, could no longer contain his feelings. He immediately recounted how he had witnessed Ron clandestinely disparaging Hermione to Seamus and Neville, only to be caught in the act by her passing by at the most unfortunate moment. It was undeniably awkward to be overheard speaking ill of someone behind their back. If it were a carefree lad like Carl, he might have brushed it off with a laugh. After all, during his previous schooling, he had encountered numerous classmates whose sharp tongues had hardened him against such barbs. However, Hermione Granger was no ordinary individual. She was as proud and graceful as a swan, incapable of tolerating disparagement in her absence. A prodigy from the Muggle world, she had always felt out of place among her peers. To her teachers, she was a genius. Yet she was acutely aware of her classmates' perceptions. Being labeled merely as a bookworm was perhaps the most flattering title she had received, while the more vicious nicknames had long since rendered her ears immune. Nevertheless, She had never bothered to argue or change their minds, for they were not friends she valued. Confident in her solitude, she accepted that genius often walks a lonely path, resulting in her isolation in the Muggle realm. This solitude persisted until a letter of acceptance from Hogwarts arrived, transforming her life. She realized that her sense of alienation might find resolution in this new world, a place where she truly belonged. Yet, upon entering this magical environment, her circumstances remained largely unchanged. Not only did she face subtle ostracism from her fellow Gryffindors, but the same pattern of exclusion followed her. Her remarkable memory and innate talents positioned her among the elite scholars at Hogwarts, with only Carl posing a formidable challenge. Yet, Carl possessed an edge. Without the aid of his system, he would have struggled to surpass the brilliant Miss Granger. The dynamic of learning in the wizarding world was distinct, where knowledge equated to power, as evidenced by the formidable prowess of figures like Voldemort. In contrast, Carl adhered to a different principle: wealth is power. Having lived for 30 years across 2 lifetimes, he was well-versed in the art of social navigation. The atmosphere of Ravenclaw differed significantly from Gryffindor in this realm. Erudition fostered friendships. Perhaps Ravenclaw was the true haven for Hermione. Since her arrival in the magical world, Miss Granger had remarkably forged a few friendships, though few in number. They sufficed to bring her contentment. Thus, she often endeavored to assist Harry and Ron, even if her assistance occasionally appeared haughty. In one class, she effortlessly earned points from the professors. However, upon observing Ron's misguided spellcasting, she could not resist offering help, only to later discover that the very Ron she considered a friend had spoken ill of her behind her back. An overwhelming sense of disappointment and despair flooded her heart in that moment. The higher the hope, the more profound the disappointment. The earnest desire for friendship had ultimately left Miss Granger with a heart bruised by betrayal. This is indeed a sorrowful tale. Carl devoured the food on the table with a ravenous intensity, akin to a starving soul reborn. He was acutely aware that Professor Chilo was about to commence his captivating performance, after which the festivities would be abruptly interrupted by Dumbledore's decree for all young wizards to return to their dormitories. Gryffindor would continue the banquet in the common room. Yet for Ravenclaw, this was not a certainty. For the bookworms, a plethora of magical tomes served as their sustenance for the spirit. Carl finally satiated his hunger before the splendid performance commenced at Chilo, allowing him to leisurely enjoy the show. To be frank, Chilo's acting was commendable. Had Dumbledore been unaware of his true nature, he might have been deceived. However, this individual was once among the most distinguished graduates of Hufflepuff, fainted by a troll. Who would believe such a tale? One would think Dumbledore had grown senile. Each time Carl passed by him, he could detect a pungent odor of garlic mingled with a stench of decay, a result of Voldemort's parasitic presence within him, leading to a shared existence where vitality was gradually consumed. It resembled a diluted version of the scent emanating from a can of herring, albeit less potent. As for how Carl recognized the aroma of herring, it was due to personal experience. He had ultimately realized that this substance was not meant for consumption, but rather for inducing nausea. Merely inhaling it could provoke a retch. If Carl could keenly sense Chilo's disquiet, one can only imagine the awareness of the world's preeminent white wizard. Throughout it all, he merely regarded the entire affair as a game for Harry. Just as Carl was contemplating a delightful dessert after his meal, our protagonist, Professor Chilo, made a dramatic entrance. His face was a mask of terror as he burst through the doors, his scarf, intended to conceal his bald head, askew, fortunately preventing Voldemort's visage from being exposed. Otherwise, the situation would have been quite embarrassing. Would the old headmaster feign ignorance or choose to confront him directly? Carl mused that he would undoubtedly perish at the hands of his esteemed headmaster, for one must uphold the dignity of such an esteemed position. Under the bewildered gazes of young wizards from all 4 houses, Professor Quirrell began to showcase his theatrical prowess. With a visage marred by panic, he bellowed in a disjointed manner, "A troll in the dungeons! A troll in the dungeons! I thought you ought to know." After uttering these final words, Quirrell's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the floor. Remarkable! This performance surpassed by leagues the astonished expressions of certain actors from the Celestial Empire who merely widened their eyes in disbelief. Carl found himself both impressed and slightly embarrassed. After all, old Dumbledore had seen through it long ago. Once Quirrell's masterful display concluded, Carl quietly fitted himself with earplugs. The prospect of all of Hogwarts students simultaneously imitating a groundhog was simply too exhilarating. As anticipated, chaos erupted in the next moment. Young wizards screamed and leapt from their seats, desperately attempting to flee. creating a scene of utter pandemonium. Silence. Dumbledore rose with alacrity, complimenting Quirrell's splendid performance. His resonant voice swiftly quelled the tumult, providing reassurance to the frightened students. All eyes were fixated on their headmaster, relishing his grandiosity, save for one unnamed Ravenclaw, who was engrossed in savoring a pumpkin pasty. "Please remain calm," Dumbledore declared, hands firmly planted on the table, his tone remarkably steady. "Now, heads of houses, please escort your students back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, accompany me to the dungeons." Indeed, once such an event transpires, the feast would invariably be interrupted. After all, what was one troll in Hogwarts, aside from Professor Sybil Trelawney of Divination, who possessed the ability to single-handedly vanquish such a grotesque creature? Surely, a mere flick of Severus Snape's wand could sever its head with ease. Was it truly necessary to mobilize such a grand assembly? Nevertheless, since old Dumbledore wished to engage in this theatrical display with Quirrell, Carl found it futile to intervene. Thus, he resolved to earn a modicum of pocket money within the parameters set by Dumbledore. Although trolls possessed no utilitarian value and offered no edible parts, perhaps if he were to slay this beast, he might just uncover a hidden treasure. After all, one could always hope for a stroke of luck. After Carl thoroughly contemplated what he could gain from this matter, he immediately directed his gaze towards Harry and Ron. The two young wizards, shrouded in secrecy, seemed to be lost in their own thoughts, gradually distancing themselves from the majority of Gryffindor. With a gentle flick of his wand, Carl vanished from sight. The disillusionment charm proved to be quite effective at times. He stealthily trailed behind Harry and Ron, allowing them to lead the way as they gradually made their way toward the girls' restroom. Carl's expression was somewhat awkward, for neither in his past life nor in this one had he ever ventured into this place. Would he be mistaken for a pervert? He felt a sense of urgency. No, he was entering for the sake of saving someone. With this thought, Carl took a deep breath and resolutely followed, harboring a flicker of anticipation. Today, he would step into uncharted territory. At that moment, Hermione finally steadied her emotions and wiped away her tears, just as she was about to step outside. A colossal creature blocked her path. The restroom erupted with a piercing scream. Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron quickened their pace. When they entered, they were met with the sight of Hermione trembling in the corner and a terrifying giant wielding a club larger than both of them combined. Before Carl's eyes stood a creature approximately 12 feet tall, its skin dull and lifeless, resembling a mass of protruding gray rock. It wore tattered garments that seemed fashioned from animal hides, its belly a grotesque shade of bluish gray. Its thighs resembled long-dead tree stumps, exuding a putrid stench that was utterly nauseating. A massive wooden club dangled from its elongated arm, scraping against the ground with a grating sound. Good heavens! It was truly hideous. This creature resembled an elite monster from a game called Golden Cave, also brandishing a club, albeit with black skin. The creature's appearance was a mere reflection of what was depicted in films and games. Though ugly, it was still somewhat bearable. However, encountering the true giant in reality left Carl utterly dismayed. Then, the subsequent scene left him astonished, after Harry and Ron shouted for Hermione to run. They picked up a shard of wood that had just been crushed by the giant and began hurling it at each other. My goodness. You two have been practicing magic for 2 months now. You are bona fide wizards. Yet you resort to such absurd tactics. Professor Flitwick would surely be infuriated by this display of combat. Carl's lips twitched slightly. He had initially contemplated seizing the opportunity to claim a kill, but it seemed wiser to reconsider. It was evident that he must allow someone else to confront the repulsive giant. Hey, you big oaf. Look over here. The duo hurled wooden planks while taunting, though their actions inflicted no harm upon the giant. Nevertheless, their efforts bore some fruit, as they successfully diverted the attention of the creature, enabling Hermione to clamber to a relatively secure position. At that moment, Harry brandished his wand and rushed forward. Carl expressed his relief, finally acknowledging that you remembered you were a wizard. Yet, his smile froze upon his face as Harry climbed onto the giant's enormous club, while the poor wand ineffectively poked into the giant's nostril. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he uttered, Wingardium Leviosa, dispelled the disillusionment charm that cloaked him. He first cast a levitation charm to lower Harry gently. Before the trio could utter a word, the spell disjoined swiftly ensnared the giant's gnarled legs, pulling with all its might. With a resounding thud, the giant's already precarious form lost balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Stupefied, Carl contemplated for a moment before abruptly ceasing his casting of the formidable spell. This was genuine, unparalleled dark magic, and explaining it to Professor McGonagall and the others upon their arrival would be quite the challenge. Moreover, the more grotesque the entity torn asunder, the more repulsive the sight would be. Given that Harry and his companions were merely 11 years old, it was best to shield them from such a gruesome scene. It would be unwise to leave a lasting psychological scar on the beloved savior of old Dumbledore. Dimension Fall. A splendid and majestic portal to another realm opened, and a large chest plummeted onto the giant's head, instantly rendering it unconscious. There it was, done, simple, swift, and efficient. Before Harry and the others could fully comprehend the situation, the giant had already collapsed to the ground. After all, Carl had completed his entrance and spellcasting in less than half a minute. The trio, coming to their senses, stared in astonishment at the nearly lifeless giant sprawled on the ground, marveling that such a terrifying creature had been vanquished in an instant by Carl, a fellow first year. "You all seem quite surprised," Carl remarked softly to the trio. "Carl, that was incredible. You took down the giant in one blow," Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape and his face a portrait of astonishment. "Was it difficult?" Carl replied nonchalantly. "Just a series of spells, first this, then that, and voil. The giant is exceedingly dim-witted. It hardly knows how to evade." Carl smiled modestly. "Let us step outside. The odor here is simply overwhelming," Harry remarked, pinching his nose and grimacing. The foul stench emanating from the grotesque creature, combined with the years of neglect in the underground washroom, created an unbearable aroma that nearly overwhelmed Harry. Carl, with a nonchalant shrug, exhibited little reaction, while the bubblehead charm was brought to light. Ron and Hermione expressed their unwavering agreement with Harry's suggestion. Harry approached the unconscious giant, extracting his wand from its nostril, covered in repugnant slime. "Clean it up," Hermione commanded, flicking her wand, which sent forth a spell that instantly rendered Harry's wand spotless. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Carl had quietly maneuvered the chest to the doorway using magic. Just like in a crime drama, professionals always arrive tardily after the events have unfolded. This theory applies equally to the magical realm. Professors arrived precisely as if they were timing their entrance. Just as Carl finished tidying up the giant and prepared to exit, they followed closely behind. As the group cleaned the grime from themselves and opened the door, they were met by the imposing figures led by Professor McGonagall. "Oh my goodness! What on earth is happening here? I believe a reasonable explanation is in order." "Ladies and gentlemen," Professor McGonagall stepped into the restroom, confronted by a scene beyond her wildest imagination. Shattered wooden planks littered the floor, the sink lay in ruin. Water cascaded from the ceiling pipes, and a giant sprawled across half the room. Yet, she found solace in the fact that the children appeared unharmed. Even Harry, who looked the most disheveled, bore only a smattering of dust on his clothing, while Carl stood beside him impeccably tidy, his attire devoid of any creases. In stark contrast, Professor Snape maintained a far more composed demeanor, having already noticed Carl casting the disillusionment charm. Given the chaos wrought by the giant, Carl's use of the charm seemed solely aimed at subduing it. He had never even considered the possibility of failure. Having fully imparted the 3 unforgivable curses and his own creation, the killing curse, to Carl, Snape had no doubt that dealing with a giant was well within his capabilities. Conversely, Quirrell was in disbelief. How could such a massive giant be vanquished by a few first-year wizards? This defied all logic of magic. Snape's lips curled into a faint smile upon seeing his beloved Potter unscathed, yet he felt compelled to deliver a sarcastic remark. He stepped away from the chest, recalling the last time he had suffered a mishap with such an object, realizing it too could explode. He certainly did not wish to gamble on whether this cunning little imp might ignite it. "Ah, truly remarkable. Hogwarts this year seems to be brimming with talent. Gryffindor has been graced by a great savior, and Ravenclaw is not to be outdone. To conquer a giant in one's first year is no small feat, especially considering it had previously frightened a certain defense against the dark arts professor into unconsciousness." Snape's gaze fell vacantly upon Carl, his expression devoid of warmth, and he nearly directed a scathing remark at Quirrell. At that moment, Quirrell was adjusting his large scarf, reverting to his previous timid demeanor, trembling slightly at Snape's magnetic sarcasm without any further reaction. "Mr. Harris, I believe you owe me a reasonable explanation for the events that have transpired here." Professor McGonagall had discerned who was truly in charge of the situation, as only Carl's clothing remained impeccably clean among them. The fleeting thought that he had just arrived was immediately dismissed. Who could forget Ravenclaw's notorious troublemaker? During her very first Transfiguration class, he had already caused chaos with her roommate, and later, he had toppled a group of Slytherins. In her mind, Carl had undoubtedly orchestrated the rescue of her Gryffindor students in a bid to showcase his prowess against the giant. She turned her gaze toward Hermione, whose eyes were still glistening with unshed tears, her face a canvas of shock and terror. The astonishment was a result of Carl's actions, while the fear stemmed from the giant. So, Professor McGonagall, would you believe me if I said I merely stumbled upon the giant and subsequently dealt with it? Carl began to explain timidly, mimicking Chilo's previous demeanor. Coincidence? Do you believe I would be persuaded? Professor McGonagall remarked with a wry smile. Ahem. Yet this is the undeniable truth. Carl, somewhat helpless, attempted to explain. I believe Mr. Harris is merely seeking to stage a heroic rescue. When Snape spoke, it was never a good sign. Indeed, as soon as he began to speak, Carl sensed trouble looming. At that moment, Hermione blushed and stepped forward. I apologize, Professor McGonagall. It is all my fault. Miss Granger? Professor McGonagall exclaimed in disbelief. It was my own initiative to seek out the troll, believing I could manage it. As it turns out, I was mistaken. Had Carl and the others not arrived unexpectedly, I might have been crushed by the Trolls Club. Hermione's timely intervention relieved Carl. The chaotic scene was quite difficult to explain. Should he reveal how he had dispatched the troll in less than half a minute? He had already drawn Dumbledore's attention and did not wish to be summoned to the headmaster's office again. After questioning Carl and Hermione, Professor McGonagall turned her stern gaze toward Harry and Ron. Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, I believe you should be in the Gryffindor common room rather than engaging in perilous activities here. Harry swallowed hard. The weight of his head of house's authority was formidable. I apologize, Professor McGonagall. Although, theoretically, we should be in our dormitory right now. Ron interjected, but plans never survive contact with reality. Upon hearing Ron's excuse, Professor McGonagall's already troubled expression darkened further, resembling Snape's typical demeanor, somber and intimidating. Noticing the swift change in their headmaster's expression, Harry quickly added, I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. Ron was not entirely clear. We came because we were concerned for Hermione's safety. At this point, Professor McGonagall, swayed by the fabrications woven by the group, finally accepted their story. Her expression softened somewhat, yet she sternly admonished them, even so, you should not engage in such foolishness. A fully grown troll could easily crush you little wizards with a single blow. Remember, you were merely fortunate this time, but luck will not always be on your side. I never expected you, Miss Granger, to be so reckless. This is truly disappointing. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. According to the adage that the later the arrival, the higher the status of the individual, Carl deduced that the school's foremost authority had arrived. Sure enough, Headmaster Dumbledore entered slowly. The moment he appeared, his gaze immediately fixated on the troll, then meaningfully glanced at the trunk beside it. Carl felt a chill run down his spine as he met the gaze of the onlooker, prompting him to immediately cease his reckless actions. The unknown magical reaction within the box came to an abrupt halt. It is well known that a dimensional traveler's box can be detonated at the will of its wielder, with precise control over the timing. Initially, he had entertained the thought of creating a ruckus for Chilo, intending to embarrass him and garner some animosity points. Later, when the magical stone dungeon opened, he envisioned a grand explosion that would yield a bountiful return to the Muggle world. But alas, how did Dumbledore arrive here? Wasn't he supposed to be absent? Dumbledore surveyed the scene, his eyes landing on Carl, who leaned nonchalantly against the wall and swiftly grasped the sequence of events. This box must have been conjured by Mr. Harris, and it appears it was used to incapacitate the troll. Such an ingenious spell. Could it be an invention of Mr. Harris himself? Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with admiration, his voice betraying none of his respect. Professor Dumbledore, I believe we should now discuss the consequences of this incident. Snape interjected ominously, clearly with ulterior motives. Indeed, Severus is correct. This matter requires our attention. Let us proceed accordingly. Miss Granger, due to her reckless endeavor to confront the troll, shall have 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. In contrast, Potter and Weasley, for their courageous attempt to assist a friend, shall each be awarded 5 points. Harry and Ron exchanged glances of excitement upon hearing that the headmaster not only refrained from punishing them, but instead granted them points. Hermione clenched her fists in frustration. This marked the first time since joining Gryffindor that she had incurred a point deduction. Dumbledore regarded Carl thoughtfully before speaking. Thanks to Mr. Harris's remarkable magic in subduing the troll and protecting his classmates, I have decided to award Ravenclaw 20 points. Snape's displeasure was palpable. He had no words against Carl. Yet he questioned the awarding of points to Potter. Professor Dumbledore, I believe Potter and his companions' actions do not merit additional points. Rather, they should incur a deduction. Their reckless behavior nearly placed them in peril, and without Mr. Harris's intervention, their fortune would have been far less favorable, Snape stated coldly, even elevating Carl in his condemnation of Harry. At this, Harry and Ron shot furious glares at Snape, indignant at the suggestion that they had done anything wrong. Harry's gaze shifted to Snape, and then he noticed the injury on the professor's leg. Sensing an oddity in Harry's expression, Carl discreetly examined Snape. Observing the tattered hem of his robe stained with what appeared to be blood, enlightenment dawned upon him. The old bat had likely reaped the consequences of his previous misdeeds. Noticing the scrutinizing looks from the two boys, Snape hastily concealed his wound. Severus, while Harry and his friends may not have achieved any significant results. Not every first-year wizard possesses the courage to confront a creature like a troll. Such bravery deserves recognition, Dumbledore countered, shaking his head to dismiss Snape as proposal. Very well. Children, I believe it is time for you to return to your dormitories and rest. Dumbledore smiled gently before departing the washroom. Snape, unimpressed by Dumbledore's words, dramatically flung his black cloak and stormed off in displeasure. Ladies and gentlemen, should you encounter a similar situation in the future, I urge you to exercise caution. Luck is not a constant companion, Professor McGonagall admonished Harry, Hermione, and Ron before taking her leave, having already acknowledged Carl's capabilities. With the prominent figures gone, only Chilo remained in the room, his expression betraying unease as he glanced at the large box. You all should leave. The troll will awaken soon, he said, feigning compliance, while internally seething with resentment towards Carl. It was Carl's interference that had disrupted his meticulously devised plan to unleash chaos and steal the magical stone, and now, with Snape obstructing him, he found himself without the time needed to execute his intentions. Although Carl was unaware of Chilo's ulterior motives at that moment, his mere presence made him uneasy. Had it not been for Dumbledore's unexpected arrival, which disrupted his plans, he would have ensured Chilo's obliteration, rendering the inheritance of the dimensional traveler meaningless. Within the room of wishes fulfilled, Carl sat upon a chair, idly toying with an object in his hand. It was a remarkably vibrant flower, adorned in hues of red and blue, a prize obtained after vanquishing a giant beast. Item name: Clara's Floral 1 quality. Divine Artifact Magical Attack Power, 268 Intelligence, 15 Casting Speed, 5 Note, Loyalty, or Death. You have but two choices, Queen Clara. Although he already possessed an array of formidable weapons, including the Divine Spirit's Broom and Wand, which sufficed for the time being, this particular piece of equipment brought him considerable delight. The frustrating system shop was replete with numerous rare items, often unavailable for purchase with gold, colloquially termed as non-sale items. Upon acquiring the Ice-Fire Romance, another item emerged, the solo dance puppet. After successfully collecting both the Ice-Fire Romance and Clara's Floral Wand, he could redeem them. The luckless individual finally experienced an unprecedented stroke of fortune. As the Ice-Fire Romance and the wand gradually faded from his wrist, a puppet materialized in Carl's inventory. Item name: Queen Clara Puppet, Quality, Divine Artifact Special Item Description, a puppet from the chess game of despair, its soul fragments extracted, leaving only the instinct to obey commands. Should a soul once again inhabit it, the puppet shall endure. If not, it shall perish upon death. Note: I am Clara, the puppet who dances for you. I have waited in solitude for an eternity, never has anyone come to my side, and I fear the encroaching darkness. Summon. Before Carl, a radiant golden light swiftly coalesced into the form of a young maiden. The girl's resplendent golden hair shimmered under the flickering candlelight, adorned with a dazzling crown that sparkled brilliantly. A flowing red gown enveloped her perfect figure, the long hem trailing elegantly behind her. On her left wrist, she wore a bracelet, emblematic of the romance between ice and fire, while her right hand delicately held a flower language wand, her fingers poised like an orchid. Exuding an air of unparalleled nobility, Clara radiated an aura of aristocracy, were it not for the peculiarities at her joints. One might easily mistake her for a queen traversing time. The maiden stood before Carl, her expression void of any semblance of normal human emotion, for her soul, originating from Lorien, had been extracted, leaving only a shell. The doll-like lips parted slightly as she attempted to speak, her words fragmented and stammering, even more so than Chilo. Whoever you are, please help. Love me, and I shall remain here. Please take me away. The final word rang out clear and resolute. Was this a remnant of consciousness? Carl murmured to himself before retrieving his belongings. Stepping out of the room of requirement, he flicked his wand lightly, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Utilizing the disillusionment charm, Carl began his descent, Yet his destination was not the Ravenloft Tower, but rather the dungeons. As he traversed the staircase, he encountered a series of challenges, but eventually he arrived at the door of Professor Snape's office. Upon opening the door, Snape's already grim demeanor darkened even further. He seemed unwilling to see anyone, especially Carl. "Professor Snape, won't you invite me in for a moment?" Carl asked with a slight smile. Snape, with lips tightly pressed together, remained silent and turned away, though he did not close the door. Humph, the epitome of a proud and stubborn character. Carl hurriedly followed, closing the door behind him. Seated in his office chair, Snape spoke gloomily. "Mr. Harris, what is it that brings you here this time? Do not let me hear you mention borrowing money again." Carl awkwardly pressed his lips together. Recently, he had indeed found himself in a bit of a financial bind. After much contemplation, it seemed that the only person at Hogwarts from whom he could possibly borrow money was the potions master, Severus Snape. Thus, he mustered the audacity to request a loan from him. It was, after all, a case of borrowing without the intention of repayment. After all, if the money was acquired through one's own capabilities, why should it be returned? If you, Snape, possess the means, then why not lend? Just behold this resurrection stone in my possession. Isn't it remarkably luminous? Safeguard with peace. Dispelling magic. Carl withdrew his wand and began to cast spells, encasing Snape's modest office in a series of protective enchantments. Snape, sensing the gravity of the moment, became serious. It was the first time he had witnessed Carl conjuring such an array of defensive magic, leading him to believe that Carl had something of significance to discuss. However, Carl's subsequent remark nearly provoked Snape into an explosive reaction, as if a killing curse had been hurled at him. Professor Snape, I'm currently in a bit of a financial bind. Would it be possible for you to, I trust you understand my meaning?" Observing the tumultuous expressions crossing Snape's face, Carl hastily added, "This time, it won't be a free ride. I come bearing collateral. With all these protective spells in place, borrowing money is merely a secondary consideration. Trust me, this time, I assure you, it will be worth your while." Carl regarded Snape with a solemn expression. Although the time stipulated in the contract had yet to arrive, he found himself in a precarious financial situation. "Professor Snape, if you could lend me a bit more money, I shall promptly divulge the information regarding the resurrection stone. How much do you require?" Snape tightened his grip on his wand and spoke slowly. "Not much. Merely 1,000 galleons will suffice." After all, the news about the resurrection stone would inevitably reach Snape. It would be prudent to extract a bit more value now. 1,000 galleons. Why don't you go rob Gringotts instead? Upon hearing that amount, Snape leaped from his chair, unleashing a furious outburst at Carl. Even as a master potion maker, 1,000 galleons was no trifling sum. It equated to 2 or 3 months of his salary for crafting high-end potions. Robbing Gringotts? Surely, that would be a much quicker way to acquire funds. Cough, my apologies. What I meant to say is that I am currently unable to infiltrate Gringotts. Carl chuckled lightly and promptly elucidated. This vampire. Snape frantically employed the mind-blocking spell, striving to regain his composure. Take it. A small pouch, enchanted with the concealment extension charm, was tossed over by Snape. Carl steadily accepted the pouch, his keen intellect immediately discerning the contents within. Not a single coin more or less, precisely 1,000 galleons. 100,000 gold coins had thus been secured, a source of great delight. Ahem. Now that the money was in hand, it was time to disclose the information. Otherwise, he feared that Severus would not allow him to leave this room unscathed. With another tactical cough, Carl began to narrate the tale. The second of the Peverell brothers, in a bid to further humiliate death, while simultaneously yearning to reclaim the soul of the woman he so dearly longed for, sought from death the fabled relic capable of reviving souls, known as the Resurrection Stone. Before Carl could fully articulate his thoughts, he was impatiently interrupted by Snape. "Get to the point. I've already discovered this information in ancient tomes of magic." Carl, all right, you are the esteemed party, eh? Truly impressive. He swiftly organized his thoughts before speaking once more. The stone atop Marvolo Gaunt's ring is none other than the Resurrection Stone. Upon hearing this, Snape's pupils constricted, and he rose abruptly, wordlessly making his way toward the fireplace. Carl still underestimated Snape's love for Lily. Upon receiving the news, he was eager to take action without delay. However, apparition was not permitted within Hogwarts, so he needed to venture outside. Carl's fingers gently tapped on the tabletop, producing a rhythmic sound. "Professor Snape, having followed the Dark Lord for so long, I presume you are aware that Marvolo Gaunt is indeed the Dark Lord's uncle. How could his ring possibly remain untouched?" Snape abruptly halted his steps and turned, his gaze fixed intensely on Carl. Under the old bat's scrutiny, Carl felt a chill race down his spine. It is true that the ring contained the resurrection stone, yet it had already been transformed into a Horcrux by Voldemort, who had cast an exceptionally potent dark magic upon it for its protection. In short, anyone who touches it meets their demise. Not even Dumbledore could withstand such formidable power. Carl slowly revealed the truth of the matter. He had not forgotten how old Dumbledore met his demise. Even the first white wizard in history fell victim to Voldemort's treachery. It was only through Snape's potions that he managed to cling to life for another year. If Snape had been in a particularly agitated state, he might have perished on the spot. Marvolo Gaunt's ring could be regarded as Voldemort's most meticulously crafted Horcrux. Therefore, one must exercise utmost caution when attempting to retrieve it. Direct contact with the ring is to be avoided at all costs. Otherwise, should one inadvertently perish and find themselves in the afterlife, encountering death, do not say that I misled you with false information. I shall not bear that blame. Upon hearing Carl's explanation, Snape found himself somewhat calmed. Understood, he declared, before stepping into the fireplace and vanishing amidst a swirl of green flames. Flue powder. A marvel of magical convenience at number 19, Spinner's End, in one of Snape's old haunts, a fireplace long neglected and seemingly unused erupted with green flames. And Snape emerged as usual, although his eyes now bore a different hue. He walked to the window, gazing into the distance, the monotonous scenery outside reflected in his eyes, the foliage having turned a withered yellow with the arrival of autumn. Lily, wait for me. I shall return home with you soon, he murmured before abruptly vanishing from the window. Memories of Gaunt's old manor began to resurface in his mind, and he set off in that direction, utilizing his recollections to apparate. After several jumps, Snape finally arrived at his destination. Before him stood a dilapidated structure, teetering amidst the overgrowth of the wilderness. He treaded upon the desolate earth, inching closer to the abode that harbored all his hopes in this life. If the resurrection stone could not summon Lily's spirit, he feared he would truly shatter. When Carl first informed him of the resurrection stone's existence, he had perused countless tomes of magic. At long last, he discovered an illustration of the Elder Wand within an ancient and fragmented grimoire. Though it was incomplete, it sufficed for him to discern its significance. Having spent years at Dumbledore's side, he immediately grasped the veracity of Carl's words. Dumbledore indeed wielded the Elder Wand. Additionally, through his connection to Lily, he had heard tales of the Potter family's heirloom, the invisibility cloak, which had been passed down through generations. Typically, invisibility cloaks are crafted from the pelts of demigods, diminishing in effectiveness over time. However, the Potter family's cloak was unique, an ancient and flawless artifact that retained its potency regardless of the passage of years. Recalling this, he verified the histories and lineage of the Potter family through various connections. The wife of the family's patriarch, Ignatius, was a descendant of the third Peverell brother. She brought the cloak into the Potter family, thus establishing it as their treasured heirloom. It was this mosaic of information, combined with Carl's unbreakable ancient pact, that solidified Snape's conviction in the existence of death and the enduring legacy of the Deathly Hallows, cherished by several families. As he rummaged through the debris in search of the resurrection stone, his excitement intensified. Curse be it, I should have foreseen this. The Gaunt family's heirloom ring is not marked with the crest of their first patriarch. It is the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. He cursed under his breath, realizing Voldemort, in his folly, had transformed the Hallows into Horcruxes, a madman indeed. Despite his mutterings, Snape's hope burgeoned. At last, he uncovered the object of his lifelong desire, the resurrection stone, nestled beneath a heap of overgrown grass and rubble. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Snape could no longer contain himself. For the first time, a look of sheer joy broke through his usually stoic demeanor. The resurrection stone. The resurrection stone. Lily need not remain in that silent realm. She could be brought back to life. Upon confirming that this was indeed the resurrection stone, Snape nearly reached out to grasp it directly. In simpler terms, whoever touched it would surely meet their end. Fortunately, Carl's warning and the searing sensation of the dark mark on his arm halted him. Otherwise, this year might not only see a change in the defense against the dark arts professor, Dumbledore might even have to summon Horace Slughorn out of retirement prematurely. Recalling Carl's warning, Snape begrudgingly withdrew his hand, his teeth clenched in frustration. In that moment, his desire to vanquish Voldemort surged with unprecedented intensity. His lifelong hope lay before him. He had wagered everything for a chance to resurrect Lily, and the overwhelming sense of unattainable longing filled his heart. With a flick of his wand, he levitated the ring from the rubble. Cleansed of its dust, the ring gleamed with a newfound brilliance. the green resurrection stone radiating a light of hope beneath the moon-esque glow. He then drew forth his wand, hoping to employ magic to separate the ring from its stone. Aware that Voldemort had undoubtedly placed formidable dark enchantments upon it, Snape unleashed his most potent spell, Sectum Sempra. The magical energy coalesced into a purple blade, slicing through the air as it struck the surface of the ring. Yet, the ring merely emitted a soft pop. Displaying no further reaction, the formidable curse left no mark upon it. Snape's expression darkened considerably as he silently cursed Voldemort for his idle pursuits. In a fit of frustration, he unleashed Fiendfire, a vast expanse of blue flames condensing into a small blaze directed at the ring. However, the insatiable fire met its first obstacle. Despite Snape's attempts to amplify his magical output, the ring showed no signs of melting. Seated upon the ground, his greasy hair soaked with sweat, Snape's fury boiled over. Despite employing numerous tactics, even concocting a potion on site in hopes of separation, the ring remained entirely unresponsive. With a scowl, he transfigured a bottle and promptly placed the ring inside, tucking it into his robes before operating away. Carl sat quietly in Snape's office, awaiting his return. It would indeed be a miracle if Snape could unravel the dark magic of Voldemort, especially considering that the Gaunt family ring itself is an exceptionally powerful magical artifact. As expected, flames rekindled in the fireplace, and Snape emerged with a stormy expression, tossing the ring before Carl. Ah. It seems that Professor Snape's treasure hunt has reached a satisfactory conclusion. Yet, why does your countenance appear so grim? Carl smiled at him knowingly and asked, "What is the matter?" Snape, with a somber expression, revealed the reason. The dark magic imposed by Voldemort is too powerful. I cannot decipher it. He added, "I am sorry. But this is your concern, not mine." Carl smiled, effectively silencing Snape's forthcoming words, and then produced the contract. In the presence of both witnesses, the contract ignited, reducing itself to ashes. Our agreement has been fulfilled ahead of schedule. How to unravel the ensuing complications is a matter for Professor Snape to resolve. A gentle reminder, it would be prudent not to seek out Dumbledore, for I cannot guarantee that his plans will remain unblemished. After all, for the sake of a greater good, the total annihilation of Voldemort, it would be of little consequence for Lily to perish once more. However, as for a soul facing death again, that would mean complete obliteration. Snape's expression darkened, as though it could rain. Beyond Dumbledore, he could think of no one else capable of countering Voldemort's dark magic. This imp before him babbled incessantly, cautioning him against the folly of seeking Dumbledore's assistance, merely aiming to extract the last vestiges of his worth. Perhaps, let us engage in another transaction. Snape's thoughts were astute. Carl revealed his true nature as a nine-tailed fox. With a scowl, Snape retrieved a pouch of gold from his belongings, having made a swift trip to Gringotts after his initial failure. As a master of potions, he surely had his own treasury. 3,000 galleons, and I demand to see the resurrection stone in its entirety. Snape gritted his teeth, forcing the words from his mouth. Agreed. Carl's eyes gleamed, illuminated by the radiant light emanating from the golden gallants. However, I have a small favor to ask of Professor Snape. Speak swiftly of your desires. The method employed by Carl, akin to ensnaring a larger pit within a smaller one, truly vexed him. A note from the restricted section. Snape turned and swiftly retrieved a piece of parchment from the table, inscribing it with haste. A pleasant collaboration. I shall provide you with the resurrection stone immediately. For I am a staunch advocate of efficiency. What a lucrative deal this is. Is it not merely a ring shrouded in dark magic? The removal of such a curse is astonishingly simple. Carl immediately sprang into action. System, purchase a drop of the River of Forgetfulness. A deduction of 50,000 gold coins was successfully completed. A singularly pure droplet materialized in Carl's hand, radiating an enchanting luminescence under the moonlight. The drop of the River of Forgetfulness, also known as the Respec water, could erase all skills and even memories. It was a mere trifle compared to the ring of the Gunner family. Carl cautiously placed a droplet of water onto the ring. A precious item valued at 500 galleons per drop, exceedingly expensive. If he were to spill it, he would have nowhere to lament. The instant the droplet made contact with the ring, a fragment of Voldemort's soul sensed an imminent danger, awakening from its slumber with an overwhelming sense of threat. The visage of Voldemort's serpentine face materialized upon the ring, wailing mournfully as it felt the specter of death emanating from the minuscule droplet. The snake-like face swiftly commanded the dark magic left behind by Voldemort, activating a myriad of sinister spells. What unfolded before their eyes was a torrent of anguished souls emerging forth. However, the light radiating from the droplet, though seemingly gentle, surged forth with unstoppable force, dissolving these tormented spirits, which then transformed into wisps of blue smoke, vanishing entirely from the mortal realm. Snape, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, gasped in shock, his mind buzzing with disbelief. He silently thanked his foresight for not allowing elation to cloud his judgment, for had he recklessly seized the item, he would surely have been reduced to mere ashes. In his view, at least 100 dark spells were simultaneously unleashed under the control of the soul fragment. A display of terrifying power that rendered Carl's assertion, "Whoever touches it shall perish," far from mere bravado. Even Dumbledore would find himself unable to escape such a fate. Carl observed the confrontation between the raindrop and the serpent's visage, a confident smile perpetually gracing his face. Can the droplets of the river of forgetfulness truly be provoked by Voldemort? In mere seconds, the dark magic above had largely been dissipated, and the fragment of the soul had ceased to be substantial, becoming exceedingly dim. Ultimately, amidst the serpent's wretched cries, the droplets of the river of forgetfulness triumphed in this contest. "Very well, Professor Snape, the dark magic has been nullified. Now it merely requires separation. A task I trust you can manage." With a smile, Carl tossed the ring towards Snape. Snape caught the ring with steady hands, the light in his eyes intensifying. The wand of no shadow, under the forceful air blade, the resurrection stone, and its ring base were instantaneously separated. The Horcrux was a malevolent magical artifact crafted by Voldemort in pursuit of immortality. Each creation necessitated a murder and an exceedingly precious magical vessel, during which the soul was fractured to attach itself to the vessel. As long as the Horcrux remained intact, Voldemort would never perish, representing a perverse form of eternal life. To my knowledge, he fashioned a total of 7. This is the reason he survived the killing curse rebounded by Harry Potter. He was struck by his own curse, which ordinarily would have been fatal. Upon receiving the resurrection stone, Snape began to grasp the true significance of the Horcrux. A Horcrux? Snape's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Indeed, as I mentioned before your departure, I had no intention of deceiving you. At that moment, he was already immersed in the joy of soon obtaining the resurrection stone. Unconcerned with the notion of Horcruxes, even the Dark Lord himself could not deter him. Oh, love, truly one of the greatest forces in this world, coupled with the allure of resurrection, easily leads one to forget a trivial word, merely a customary occurrence. Surprised, were you? I had already warned you to heed my words. Carl spread his hands, exuding an air of helplessness. If the recent dispelling of dark magic filled him with indescribable joy, then the moment he heard Carl's definition of the soul fragment, Snape was utterly bewildered. I not only smashed the safe of my own employer, but also incinerated its contents? Although he was a double agent, he could scarcely endure such animosity. Calm down, calm down. Why the panic? It is merely a soul fragment. With Voldemort in a state of near demise, it is indeed the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Once Voldemort meets his end, old Dumbledore will no longer scheme against us. Ah, Professor Snape, remember that all matters concerning Lily's resurrection must remain confidential. I have nothing to fear, for the constraints of our pact prevent you from even uttering my name. However, what if Voldemort were to discover this? I can only imagine he would unleash countless piercing curses upon you, ensuring Lily's soul is irretrievably lost. Snape's previously sullen visage turned ashen, resembling that of a corpse, as he foresaw the dire consequences of a potential leak. Consequences far beyond his capacity to bear. Unbeknownst to him, he had once again fallen into a trap, forever holding a vulnerability in Carl's hands. Should it escape, it would be sufficient to plunge him into eternal ruin. If Carl could hear Snape's innermost thoughts, he would undoubtedly be at a loss for words. He prided himself on being the epitome of honesty. How could he leverage such a weakness against Snape? His earlier words were merely a caution against being blinded by Lily's resurrection and inadvertently revealing secrets. Come now, let us embrace the miracle of resurrection. Carl smiled as he grasped Snape's hand, then proceeded to rotate it 3 times. Arcane magical fluctuations immediately emanated from the Philosopher's Stone, a formidable power leading to the Netherworld. Before the two, a transparent white apparition began to coalesce in midair, gazing at them with a semblance of confusion. Lily retained the appearance she had in life, clad in the garments she wore on the day of her demise. Upon encountering Lily once more, Snape's feelings of dissatisfaction and anger towards Carl swiftly dissipated, tears of incredulity streaming down his face as his expression transformed into one of depth and brilliance. As if fearing to disturb Lily's spirit, he approached with a light and silent grace, extending his arms to embrace her soul. Yet, Lily appeared stiff and indifferent, her countenance devoid of the emotions characteristic of a living being. Oh dear, Does this imply that I have inadvertently caused James Potter to be cuckolded? Observing their reunion, Carl felt an odd sensation, an unfamiliar thought surfacing in his mind. Upon closer examination of Lily's soul, he discerned that she, like the second brother of the Peveril lineage, had become bereft of the emotions intrinsic to humanity. Professor Snape, I surmise you have perused the tale of the three brothers numerous times. Must I reiterate the pitfalls of the Resurrection Stone? At this moment, Snape was reveling in Lily's revival, yet Carl's voice, which he found irksome, echoed in his mind. The Grim Reaper's gift was far from benevolent. The souls resurrected by the stone, unable to belong to this realm, would inevitably descend into despair and apathy. The companionship you seek remains ensnared within a fragile void. Carl's words shattered the remnants of hope lingering in his heart. Damn vampire. I know you have a way. Otherwise, you wouldn't even mention it. Don't you desire the gold galore? How much do you need? Snape growled fiercely as he turned to face Carl. This indeed left Carl in a quandary. Although he could resolve this matter effortlessly, it hinged on whether he was willing to part with what he had. He possessed an exquisite vessel capable of housing a soul, the renowned Queen Clara, an impeccable medium. However, it pained him to relinquish something he had just acquired, still warm in his grasp. Furthermore, Clara was no ordinary doll. As the vessel containing the soul of Lorien, the most esteemed disciple of the dark elf Archmage Shalon, her quality was likely superior to that of the famed dolls like Number 28 or the Relic Maiden. After all, in the version of the Great Migration, the tool-wielding adventurer had shattered Clara numerous times, yet she remained unscathed, capable of self-repair. Wouldn't that frustrate you? The other dolls were mere consumables, their existence limited, let alone possessing such advanced self-repair capabilities. Carl rhythmically tapped the armrest of his chair, gradually descending into contemplation, pondering whether or not to bring Clara forth. Snape silently observed Carl, acutely aware that the boy possessed the means, yet remained indecisive. The cost, he feared, would surpass even that of the Resurrection Stone. 10,000 galleons. And I could ensure Lily's flawless revival. Carl had already made his plans. Clara was merely destined to serve as a pawn in his hands. Furthermore, without the mastery of the soul, her value diminished significantly. It would be far more prudent to extort another sum from Snape. 1,000 galleons equated to 1,000,000 gold coins, which could be utilized for countless ventures. However, this time Snape would likely have to part with his possessions. As for him, 1,000 galleons was by no means a trifling amount. Hogwarts was so reluctant to procure even an extra broom that the professors' salaries were hardly substantial. Although he, as the head of Slytherin, earned slightly more than his non-head counterparts, it paled in comparison to the profits he reaped from selling high-end potions. Wait for me a moment. I shall procure some funds, Snape responded to Carl's precise assurance, his spirits soaring. After all, could any matter truly be deemed significant if it could be resolved with money? He hurried towards the fireplace, disappearing from Carl's view amidst a swirl of emerald flames. Well then, does this count as resurrecting a dragon service? Carl found himself in a state of mild frustration. If only he could establish his business in Diagon Alley. The galleons would surely flow abundantly. However, the cost of the perfect resurrection puppets was exorbitant, likely due to the avarice of the high-level puppeteers from the land of Arad. When he inquired with the system, it offered him nothing but silence. Indeed, it seemed the system held a disdainful view of the impoverished. Malfoy Manor. Snape emerged from the fireplace, having adjusted his emotions, and made his way directly to Lucius's study. After all, if Snape needed to borrow money, Lucius was his only option. Lucius, I wish to experiment with a new potion. Could you lend me 5,000 galleons? Being old acquaintances, Snape cut straight to the chase. Revealing the purpose of his visit, Carl had long placed Queen Clara before the day's Lily, then closed his eyes to leisurely savor the silky texture of the chocolate in his mouth. Oh, my poor Clara, before you have done anything for me, you are to be ravaged by the nefarious Snape. Just as he was lost in thought and opened his eyes, Snape suddenly stood before him, his expression dark and foreboding. Goodness! Carl was immediately startled by the lifeless visage before him, springing up from his chair. Professor Snape, your swiftness in borrowing money is impressive. However, I would appreciate it if you could make a bit of noise while walking. You might just scare me to death. At this moment, Snape, with a scowl, tossed another pouch of coins from his bag. This time, Carl had thoroughly drained him, leaving him indebted to Lucius for 5,000 galleons and an additional favor. How many potions would he have to brew to repay such a debt? The mere thought caused Snape's heart to ache painfully. Prepare to witness a miracle once more. Do not blink, Mr. Harris. Surely, you are not suggesting that this doll is what you deem a perfect resurrection? Snape's keen eyes had already noticed the doll standing before Lily. Though exquisitely crafted, The peculiarities at its joints were not lost on him. Do you believe that perfect resurrection entails merely stuffing Lily's soul into this doll? You might as well seek out a fresh corpse and see if you can perform a resurrection. In response to Snape's skepticism, Carl retorted rather curtly. Of course, Snape would never consider locating a corpse. The precise matching of organs and bodily fluids was essential for compatibility. Otherwise, a severe rejection would ensue. Let alone the far more intricate matter of souls. In novels where characters seamlessly inhabit the bodies of the recently deceased in other worlds, such occurrences are merely due to the protagonist's halo effect. Borrowing a body and seizing control are entirely different matters. The latter requires a formidable soul to forcibly inhabit a body, gradually merging over time. Each soul and body are uniquely and perfectly aligned. This is the miracle of life. Hence, dolls like Clara, which can serve as perfect vessels, are exceedingly rare. System: purchase a potion that can animate a high-quality doll into a living body. 100,000 gold coins deducted successfully. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the activation potion. It is well known that a wizard's physicality and defensive capabilities cannot rival those of melee classes, such as berserkers or paladins. Thus, in the harsh environment of the magical realm, some powerful wizards often prepare spare bodies for themselves. What is the big deal? If one gets damaged, simply replace it. After all, wizards do not rely on brawling for sustenance, well, aside from certain individuals like Daru. But what if the spare bodies run out? This is where a doll that can seamlessly align with one's soul and fully unleash one's power upon possession becomes the prime choice. However, dolls crafted from various alchemical materials are ultimately cumbersome to utilize. The mad wizards clearly still see themselves as human, unlike the utterly deranged Khaled, who transformed himself into a robot, utterly terrifying. Hence, the development of the activation potion that can animate dolls into corporeal forms. Carl holds a particular admiration for Orochimaru and the life-preserving sorcerer, whose abilities to safeguard their existence are simply unparalleled. Clara, lie down. Carl issued a command to the doll. Clara immediately sprang into action, gracefully crouching down before lying flat on the ground, exuding an aura of submission. With a deft twist of his wrist, Carl unveiled a beautifully crafted vial containing a vibrant crimson elixir. Supporting himself against the chair, he gradually crouched down, uncorked the bottle, and gently poured its contents. A miraculous spectacle unfolded as the radiant red light enveloped Clara, gradually forming a dark red cocoon, reminiscent of the moment when Carl first became a dimensional traveler. Let us await the outcome, Professor Snape remarked. Carl lowered his tone, feigning an air of mystery. At that moment, Snape found himself rendered speechless, as he sensed a genuine breath of life emanating from the dark crimson cocoon. The transformation was swiftly completed. The cocoon grew increasingly dim until it ultimately vanished, as if it had never existed at all. The girl lying on the ground emitted steady breaths, and Snape could even hear the rhythmic beating of her heart. The doll had come to life. Yet, the girl possessed no soul. She was merely a shell, albeit a flawless one, but could not be regarded as true life or a genuine human being. The harmony of body and soul is indispensable. Her current state resembled that of a living corpse, akin to being kissed by a dementor. You see, is it not exquisite? A truly perfect vessel. Carl smiled contentedly, seemingly quite pleased with his creation. What a stunning manifestation of a lowly. Selling it for 10,000 galleons to Snape? Am I at a loss? Yet, internally he was in turmoil, lamenting that he was not cut out for the role of an unscrupulous merchant. As for what to do next, I trust you need no instruction. In a single utterance, Carl anchored Snape back to reality. As a master of potions, he had never encountered such an enigmatic elixir, one capable of transmuting a mere doll into a corporeal form. What, pray tell, is the name of this potion? Suppressing the astonishment that surged within him, Snape slowly inquired. For this was truly beyond the realm of belief for a potion master. The answer came: the revitalization elixir. Carl softly revealed the name of the potion. It is not the magic of the elixir that accounts for its wonder. It merely plays a small part in the grand scheme of things. Not every automaton is worthy of such a potion. The essence of the matter lies within the automaton itself. Should the material be of inferior quality, the application of the potion would yield no effect whatsoever. Why is it that a potion capable of revitalizing the flesh can be procured for a mere 100,000 gold coins? It is simply because there are too few automatons deserving of it. Even in the absence of such a potion, countless frantic sorcerers possess numerous means to resurrect such high-tier automatons. However, this method is favored for its swiftness and safety, thus it has gained widespread acceptance. Snape gently took Lily's hand. Having just returned from the realm of the dead, her spirit was still somewhat dazed. Go now, Lily. Tears of excitement flowed once more from Snape's eyes, this time infused with hope rather than the despair of a decade past. As Lily's soul drew near to the corporeal form, it seamlessly merged with it. Moments later, the girl's eyelashes fluttered gently, and her fingers moved slightly. She was on the verge of awakening. The fusion was successful. Professor Snape, may you enjoy a pleasant evening. I shall take my leave now. Carl gazed at the young girl as gently furrowed brows and stood up, poised to depart. What is her name? Severus softly called out to him. Queen Clara. Bang. The sound of a door slamming echoed. Click. Then, there was another sound of a door opening. Apologies, Professor Snape. I seem to have forgotten something. Carl smiled apologetically. Suddenly, a crown soared through the air. The ice and fire romance followed closely behind. The flower language wand flew in next. And then, a red and blue gemstone ring appeared. For spells were immediately cast by Carl, landing on the still unconscious girl. However, just as these items reached mid-air, they were intercepted by Snape, who wore a grim expression. Mr. Harris, is this not excessive on your part? Snape's face returned to its usual impassive demeanor. I apologize, Professor. Our agreement is quite clear. You only stipulated the perfect resurrection of Lily, not my magical artifacts. Unless, of course, you are willing to purchase them. Carl immediately retorted. Clara possessed not only two powerful artifacts. Her crown and ring were evidently of exquisite quality, which certainly should not be undervalued in the presence of Snape. How many galleons? Snape had already clenched his fists. I beg your pardon, Professor, but you have borrowed money to resurrect Lily. How could you possibly afford these items? Snape perceived the disdain in Carl's eyes for those of lesser means. The crown cost 500 galleons, the ring 300. The wand was priced at 1,000 galleons. And the bracelet at 800. Professor Snape, I do not mean to offend, but in a state of debt, it would be wise not to present oneself as affluent. Carl continued, adding that if one were devoid of wealth, he would not divulge the information regarding the resurrection stone. After all, the impoverished are unworthy of love. And even less so the sycophants. He internally added this remark, though he dared not voice it, fearing Severus would retaliate with lethal force. Although Severus had long since surmised Carl's intentions, hearing it uttered still felt akin to an arrow piercing his heart. What does it mean that the destitute are unworthy of love? Fortunately, I, Severus, possess knowledge and wealth. Otherwise, what would I be doing in this resurrection game? Mr. Harris, why does your wand command 800 galleons when Ollivander's sells for merely 8? Severus's expression darkened ominously, sensing that Carl was exploiting him. It was a relief that Carl lacked the ability to read minds or extract thoughts. Otherwise, he could have easily compelled Severus to discard the notion of feelings altogether. Carl was brazenly extorting him. Could the quality of Ollivander's wands truly compare to Clara's floral-themed wand? Severus scoffed at the mention of Ollivander. For Carl had merely amplified the dimensional magic, and the wand had dutifully submitted without a protest. If you are unwilling, you may purchase one from Ollivander. I am not insisting you buy. It is entirely a matter of your own volition, is it not? Carl pursed his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. Nevertheless, he was internally convinced that Snape would acquiesce. In all of Britain, there existed only Ollivander's wand shop, which held a complete monopoly. Moreover, in every magical community, the procurement of wands, being a strategic resource, required meticulous documentation. In the American magical realm, the Ministry of Magic even issued a specific document known as the Wand Permit. Furthermore, unlike other commodities, wands could not be procured through intermediaries. One must be physically present. For each wand shop owner would insist that it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around. With Lily's resurrection, her previous wand would undoubtedly be rendered unusable, and Snape feared the attention of those with ulterior motives. Leave the wand and the crown. You damned vampire. Ever scheming to drain me dry. Snape had lost count of how many times he had been infuriated today, ever since Carl had entered his office. He had felt as though he were being led by the nose. The fee was set at 1,500 galleons. Carl smiled as he withdrew only the bracelet and ring. You should be aware that I can no longer afford such a sum. I will owe you for now. Snape coldly remarked. Very well, let us proceed with an unbreakable enchantment. Carl chuckled lightly as he extended his right hand to rest upon Severus Snape's arm. Today, Severus Snape Prince owes Carl Harris 1,500 galleons, with a deadline of 3 months. Snape drew his wand and began to weave the incantation. The spell was successfully cast. Do remember to repay on time. I haven't even charged interest, which I deem rather magnanimous, wouldn't you agree? As Carl's gaze shifted, He caught a glimpse of the young girl on the ground, who was on the verge of awakening. With that in mind, it was time to make his exit. What should he do with his newfound wealth? Naturally, he aimed to acquire resources to enhance his own prowess. In the days that followed, Carl frequently visited the Chamber of Infinite Requests to study magic. He sat cross-legged on the ground, practicing the temporal meditation technique, with a temporal stone in each hand. These gems, forged from the powers of time and space condensed by high-level voidwalkers and chaos walkers in the endless dimensions, were exceedingly rare and significantly augmented a dimensional traveler-esque comprehension of the multiverse. Moreover, he had procured a plethora of skills from various professions, such as the magic show and the ancient grimoire, which provided buffs, along with offensive spells like Flame of the Earth, Ice Bow, Ice Wall, and Shadow Cloak. With the skills acquired, he could not overlook the importance of equipment. His ordinary sneakers had been replaced with the purple flame boots, which, like his robe, possessed attributes that allowed for a perfect fit and effortless transformation. Spending money always brought such joy, while earning it felt like a laborious struggle. After this extravagant expenditure, he found himself down by 500,000 gold coins. Upon concluding his meditation, Carl opened his eyes to behold the dazzling brilliance in his hands. It was the dimensional stone. Beyond relying solely on battle, meditation could also yield rewards. The magic empowered by the dimensional stone would experience a remarkable enhancement in both potency and control. Soon, Harry Potter's inaugural Quidditch match was about to commence. Today marked the debut of the Savior, and Harry had extended an invitation for him to watch and cheer him on. Carl sat in the stands, delightfully observing Quirrell as he prepared to create some mischief. He thought to himself, is Quirrell truly lacking in intellect? How could he possibly believe that reciting a spell would cause Harry to plummet from his broom and meet his demise? Good heavens, with so many students and professors watching, do they not possess the knowledge of the cushioning charm? Even if they are unfamiliar with such advanced spells, surely they have been taught the levitation charm in their first year. Moreover, old Dumbledore is watching closely. If Quirrell were to succeed, Carl could only utter a single phrase in awe. What a remarkable feat. Slytherin scores. Now, Blaise passes the ball to Captain Marcus. The match is intensely fierce, with players exerting every ounce of their effort. Meanwhile, Professor Quirrell is about to initiate his little scheme. As he soared gracefully through the sky, he suddenly lost control and began to twist and turn erratically. Hermione, armed with a telescope, commenced her observations and quickly discerned Snape, who was fervently chanting a sinister spell. Blast it! Snape is casting a curse. He intends to kill Harry. Hermione exclaimed anxiously to Carl and Ron, who were seated beside her. Carl, poor Snape has been unfairly blamed once again. Look at me. We must take action. Hermione immediately left her position and made her way towards the Slytherin stands. Carl followed closely behind, contemplating that he would assist Snape later, for he had indeed spent a considerable amount of galleons in his establishment. Knowing the truth while conspiring with Hermione against him seemed rather unethical. Flame on. Hermione whispered the incantation, and Snape's robe swiftly caught fire. Subsequently, she silently withdrew, leaving the scene with a nonchalant grace, concealing her contributions and accolades. With a resigned shake of his head, Carl muttered incantations, cursed halt. He then directed a dispelling charm towards Harry. It was one of the sorceress's remarkable techniques, capable of taming even the berserk rage of a barbarian. A mere malediction posed no challenge. Hermione observed Snape ceasing his spell casting, and as Harry regained his normal state, her conviction that Snape was the culprit solidified. At that moment, the instigator, Professor Quirrell, appeared utterly bewildered. What is going on? Why did my spell have no effect? Snape hasn't even cast a countercharm. How perplexing. Meanwhile, seated in the audience, Carl, feeling utterly bored, gazed into the distance and suddenly noticed something familiar. It was a crown. He immediately focused his magical essence into his eyes and soon discerned something unusual hidden within the distant thicket. A girl with Clara's visage, yet truly resembling Lily, perched proudly atop a grand tree, watching her son, Harry Potter. The power of love is indeed formidable. It even made Lily forget to employ the disillusionment charm. Although her face had changed, one would think she could exercise a modicum of caution. Sometimes, one's gaze and expressions reveal emotions more profoundly than words. Outside the entrance to the Hogwarts library, Carl retrieved the parchment note from Snape tucked within his school robe and stepped inside. Today, he intended to delve into the restricted section to uncover the true secrets surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. He could not believe that Nicholas Flamel would so readily relinquish immortality, unconditionally bestowing the greatest alchemical creation in existence upon Dumbledore, regardless of their close friendship. "Good morning, Madam Pants," Carl greeted the librarian with a smile. Madam Pants was already quite familiar with this frequent patron of the library. "Good morning. What magical tome do you wish to borrow today?" she replied with a slight smile. In her memory, this boy always sat quietly in the reading room, absorbed in his books, never causing any disturbances out of excitement, which brought her great comfort. "I wish to enter the restricted section to seek some knowledge," he stated. Carl chuckled lightly as he articulated the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing this request, Lady Pins furrowed her brows, for the forbidden section housed numerous perilous tomes of dark magic, which could easily corrupt the minds of impressionable young wizards. "Do you possess the professor's notes?" she inquired. "Certainly." Carl approached and handed the note from Professor Snape to Madam Pants. With a stern expression, she accepted the note. Having not encountered a situation where professors granted students access to the restricted section in quite some time, she meticulously examined the note 3 times before finally confirming its authenticity as Professor Snape's handwriting. Given that it bore the signature of the Slytherin head, Professor Snape, entry was permitted. However, it was strictly limited to that day, and no books from the restricted section could be borrowed without permission. Madam Pants' final statement carried a weight of severity, for the restricted section earned its name for a reason. There had been rather terrifying incidents in the past. Once, a Slytherin student, drawn by the allure of potent dark magic, stealthily infiltrated the restricted section at midnight, only to be seduced to his demise by a cursed book bound in human skin, resulting in a significant uproar at the time. "I understand." After Carl made his promise, he withdrew his wand and stepped inside. The restricted section was the true treasure hidden within Hogwarts. As he entered, towering bookshelves loomed before him, overflowing with a myriad of magical tomes that left no space unfilled. Rarely seen spell books in the outside world were abundant here, revelations of dark magic, the curse of fiery wrath, secrets of alchemy. Among the top-tier magical texts, Carl, filled with curiosity, pulled out revelations of dark magic. The book exhibited an unsettling dark crimson hue, reminiscent of dried blood. Its cover bore a peculiar texture, evoking the sensation of touching human skin. Could it truly be made from human hide? A chilling thought abruptly surfaced in Carl's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. This was not something to be trifled with. Just as he intended to return the spellbook to its rightful place, his grip faltered, and the book slipped from his hand, crashing to the floor. "What a nuisance," Carl muttered under his breath, preparing to bend down and retrieve the book. However, the book had no intention of yielding so easily. As it lay on the ground, it opened itself wide, seemingly endowed with a genuine consciousness, flipping its pages with increasing speed. Suddenly, a swirling black mist began to dissipate in the air, coalescing into the form of a man's head. The man let out a piercing scream, a strange sound that seemed to penetrate the very soul. Yet this time, he encountered a formidable obstacle. Carl furrowed his brow as he watched the man's screaming head slowly detach from the book, then suddenly lunged towards him. Ice wall. 5 towering pillars of ice crystallized into a barrier, enveloping him and pinning him in midair, a chilling aura emanating an air of death. Eternal freeze. The magic morphed once more, encasing the man's head entirely within. Blazing fire. A blue rose materialized in Carl's hand, instantly transforming the entire ice block into vapor. Naturally, the man's head perished along with the steam, vanishing from existence. Is this person out of their mind? Launching an attack without even assessing the situation. Just a tattered book. Do you believe you are the Codex of Dimensions, or the Codex of the Black Dragon, aspiring to ascend to the heavens? Dream on. Carl tugged at the corner of his mouth before returning it to its original position. After a painstaking search, he finally unearthed a reference to the Philosopher's Stone within a tome titled The Supreme Law of Alchemy. This book, chronicled by an unknown alchemist, was sequestered into the forbidden section during the tenure of Principal Phoenix Black. It meticulously detailed the functions and drawbacks of various alchemical artifacts, and at its conclusion, it mentioned the Philosopher's Stone. However, in the eyes of this alchemist, the title of Philosopher's Stone conferred by the wizarding world was a misnomer. He recorded in the book that, if given the choice, he would prefer to designate it as the Demon Stone. He had the rare fortune to visit the world's greatest alchemist, Nicholas Flamel, from whom he gleaned some clandestine truths regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Firstly, the Philosopher's Stone was not an ancient alchemical relic as previously thought, but rather an accidental creation of Nicholas Flamel, whose emergence took even its original bearer by surprise. The price of immortality obtained through the elixir crafted with the Philosopher's Stone is exorbitantly steep. Prolonged usage may indeed grant one the ability to persist in this realm, rendering even death powerless, for the authority of mortality is ultimately constrained. Yet, with each passing moment, one gradually loses the sense of taste, followed by smell, ascending through all five senses, until finally, one becomes devoid of all feelings, left merely with a decaying, moribund body, struggling even to walk. Carl gradually began to recall the enchanting creatures he had seen in Fantastic Beasts. It seemed that at that moment, Nicholas Flamel exhibited a form of frailty, as if his very bones were so brittle that they could shatter at the slightest touch. Moreover, the book also delved into the creation of magical gold. Every alchemist is instructed in their very first lesson by their mentor to eternally remember the immutable truth of alchemy, equivalent exchange. Nothing comes into existence from nothingness. Even the magnificent philosopher's stone follows this principle. Its inherent magical properties possess the divine power to transform matter, yet there is always a price to pay. Creating gold necessitates raw materials, and the life force of high-level magical beings suffices. Indeed, the vitality of a powerful wizard will do just as well. Do you desire wealth? Very well, be prepared to trade your life for it. Upon finishing the book, Carl was plunged into deep contemplation. A mere ordinary wizard would undoubtedly find themselves ensnared by its treachery. However, the situation was markedly different in his case. Vitality? A trivial matter. Although the Sewer Boy Band may not rival those ethereal deities, their capacity for survival and vitality is unparalleled. As for the magical stone, if you possess the skill, you can drain the eye of darkness dry. Time flew swiftly, and soon after Halloween, Carl was on the brink of celebrating the second traditional Western holiday, Christmas. In the weeks that followed, he dedicated himself primarily to the enhancement of dimensional magic, amassing 2 to 3 dozen dimensional stones through meditation. The river of time gradually flowed toward the end of December, and given the high latitude of England, the weather had already begun to turn increasingly frigid. A few days prior, a heavy snowfall had commenced, cloaking Hogwarts in a silvery shroud. The leaves could no longer endure the biting cold of winter, cascading to the ground, leaving only the resilient pine trees standing firm. Thus, the predominance of pine trees as Christmas trees is not without reason during this season. The leaves of other trees have long since fallen. One crisp morning, as Carl awakened from his slumber, he was greeted by the sound of sneezing. Philip was clutching a tissue, sniffling, while Alex and Simon were shivering uncontrollably, hastily rummaging through their luggage for sweaters to don. Carl swiftly donned his garments and opened the window to admire the snowy landscape of Hogwarts. The biting chill of winter could not subdue him, for the power of the system was formidable. After expending 1,000 gold coins, he successfully bestowed upon the violet flame robe a temperature-regulating attribute. This was the true essence of warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Carl gazed out of the window, where a thick blanket of snow had already enveloped the ground. He could distinctly see the fleeting figures of little wizards engaged in a snowball fight. Within his line of sight, the unfortunate Professor Quirrell was desperately shrieking as he clutched his oversized turban, clumsily fleeing through the snow. The Weasley twins were laughing heartily as they directed their enchanted snowballs towards him. And Carl's eye twitched as he witnessed a particularly solid snowball striking him with pinpoint accuracy on the back of his head. Carl shook his head in exasperation. If these two were aware that Voldemort resided behind Chilo's head, their expressions would surely be nothing short of spectacular. Carl pondered that striking Voldemort might indeed represent the pinnacle of their lives, albeit achieved without their awareness. Consequently, their fates unfolded in increasingly tragic manners. One meeting death while the other was left maimed. Carl suspected that Voldemort had deliberately sought revenge for the events of that day. Carl, quickly close the window. Do you wish to freeze us to death? Philip exclaimed, shivering as he turned his head, his teeth chattering from the cold. I've often advised you to exercise more. Now you are suffering the consequences of ignoring my counsel. Serves you right. Carl turned his head and casually closed the window, standing to speak despite the discomfort in his waist. His prolonged interactions with Snape had honed his sharp tongue. There was no other choice. The more he endured, the more anger brewed within him, and taking a step back only felt like conceding defeat. He had to retort immediately against Snape's mockery. He would not allow himself to be belittled or succumb to his oppressive demeanor. Alex and Simon were already beginning to pack their luggage, as tomorrow marked Christmas, a time when students in Western countries typically commence their winter break. Carl found himself in a predicament. There was little reason to return to the orphanage. Thus, when the prefects of Ravenclaw approached with the list of students permitted to remain at Hogwarts, he signed his name without hesitation. As night fell, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was far from its usual lively atmosphere, for most students had departed to celebrate the Christmas holidays with their families, leaving the expansive hall feeling somewhat desolate, imbued with an air of melancholy. "Carl, aren't you going home this year?" Ron inquired, his expression one of confusion. However, Harry, aware of the circumstances, promptly grasped Ron's arm, signaling him to refrain from further comments, as he had been the one alongside Hagrid to retrieve Carl from the orphanage. Conversely, Carl did not shy away from the topic. "I emerged from the orphanage. There is little point in returning. It is better to remain at school." It was common knowledge that in our great homeland, the parents of those who traversed worlds often held perilous occupations, with a mortality rate soaring to 99%. Only a scant few resilient souls could withstand such a curse. "Yes, I'm sorry." Ron quickly realized his blunder and hastened to apologize. "It's all right," Carl smiled in response. "After all, when one is well fed, the whole family is spared from hunger. Aren't you two going home?" he asked, pulling a piece of candy from his pocket and popping it into his mouth. "If I could, I would wish never to return." Harry's expression turned somewhat forlorn. His so-called aunt and uncle treated him like a servant, and he had endured much injustice in that household. "I originally intended to go back, but yesterday my mother wrote to inform me that they plan to visit Charlie in Romania this year, so I must stay." Ron explained his reason for remaining at school, though the truth was that the Weasley family's budget could not accommodate any additional travelers. Once their conversation concluded, Carl picked up a book from the table, preparing to step out, as he still needed to procure Christmas gifts for a few friends. After all, everyone else was giving presents. It would be rather embarrassing to show up empty-handed. Thanks to the system shop, Carl swiftly prepared gifts for them. He selected a beautifully crafted music box for Hermione, which contained numerous renowned global melodies. For Harry, he chose a large box of exquisite dark chocolate, and for Ron, he arranged for a finely made wizard's chess set, as that was the only hobby Ron could readily recall. He also put considerable effort into the gifts for his other roommates. Oh, and there was Snape's gift. Carl had specifically sent an owl to Madame Malkin's robe shop to have a new outfit tailored for him. Since the beginning of the term, Carl had noticed that the black robe Snape wore had remained unchanged. He could not fathom the reason, nor did he dare to inquire. The fabric was exceptionally rare, costing him a substantial amount of galleons, serving as a consolation for Snape's depleted wallet. Meanwhile, in the dark, damp cellar, Snape wore a sinister smile as he unwrapped the package, revealing its contents. Intriguingly, the potions master's parcel did not contain potion ingredients, but rather a can, evidently produced in the Muggle world, adorned with illustrations of several fish, indicating it was a fish meat can. With an elegant flourish, he retrieved his wand and, with a couple of swift motions, crafted a beautifully wrapped parcel that resembled a Christmas gift. With a flick of his wand, a green spell was quickly cast upon the can. It was a timed explosive charm. Once the package was unwrapped, the can would detonate due to that spell. Ha ha ha. Adding a scent-dispersing enchantment, Snape cackled malevolently, envisioning the despair that would wash over Carl's face. After placing the can neatly, vibrant ribbons swiftly entwined around it, tying themselves into a bow. Thus, the wrapping of a Christmas gift was complete. A feather quill soared into the air. Snape produced a small note and, using the summoning charm, called forth the quill to inscribe his message. "Dear Mr. Carl Harris, wishing you a Merry Christmas, Severus Snape." Once he finished preparing Carl's gift, he set it aside. Next came Lily's gift, a process far more elaborate than Carl's. As the night slipped away, Carl excitedly emerged from his covers. Today was Christmas. To be honest, he had never truly celebrated Christmas in either his past or present life. There was no need to mention his previous life, as such festivities were not observed in the great land of China. Although he had been reborn in England, he had never specifically celebrated it. After all, the daily living expenses of the orphanage had left the headmistress, Jane Moira, in constant distress. In the dormitory, he was now alone, the other three plastic roommates having returned to their respective homes. Glancing at the pile of gifts beside his bed, Carl smiled knowingly as he donned his clothes. Preparing to unwrap them, Carl swiftly tore open the first gift, akin to unwrapping a package, revealing a generous bag of fruit candies. Without even glancing at the note, he knew it was a present from that glutton, Simon. The second gift came from Hermione, perfectly reflecting her scholarly nature. Inside was an exquisitely crafted quill, sufficient for Carl's use throughout the entire year. The next gift was from Ron, a bag of pumpkin pasties, ordinary and unremarkable, leaving little to be said. Carl was aware that Ron was likely poorer than ever before, so he harbored no expectations that morning. Soon after, he unwrapped a gift from Harry, a lovely potted plant. Quite delightful, perfect for brightening up his indoor space. Finally, he tore open the present from Snape. The exterior was meticulously crafted, adorned with vibrant magical wrapping paper and embellished with ribbons that sparkled with a subtle luminescence, casting an exhilarating glow in the candlelight of the dormitory. It was undoubtedly the most thoughtfully presented gift he had received. The fact that Snape would bestow a gift upon him was truly unexpected, especially considering the immense debt he had inadvertently caused Snape, almost leaving him unable to afford meals. The clothes gifted to him yesterday were merely a token gesture to alleviate a fraction of the guilt he felt. Nevertheless, the audacious Mr. Harris eagerly unwrapped the present from Professor Snape, secretly reveling in the thought that he had not entirely failed in his misguided dealings with Snape. However, when Carl extracted the gift from its packaging and discerned its true nature, his smile froze upon his face. A Swiss-imported delicacy, the infamous herring in a can. The term notorious would be far more fitting. Carl maintained a rigid smile, inhaling sharply. He should not have harbored any expectations of Severus Snape. My goodness. What grudge could incite such animosity from Snape towards me? He even resorted to sending canned herring, a veritable biochemical weapon. Carl cradled the herringkin in his hands, his heart racing with trepidation. The reason was simple. In his mind, this particular delicacy undoubtedly deserved the title of the most repulsive food in the world, bar none. He swallowed nervously, gingerly placing the can on the ground, aware that it could potentially explode due to low pressure or various other factors. The thought of a biochemical weapon detonation was not one to be taken lightly. It was far more terrifying than the horrors of microwave durian. Even the infamous stinky tofu from the Great Middle Kingdom paled in comparison to this can. In his previous life, when he went by the name Ning Chuan, a friend in his university dormitory, a food blogger, had inexplicably made a bold proclamation that he would eat herring from a can. To everyone's astonishment, he followed through, resulting in a live-streamed episode dedicated to this very dish. Curious, Ning, in a moment of folly, desired to experience the legendary herring can for himself. Yet, the adage that curiosity killed the cat rang true. The instant the can was opened, a pungent aroma engulfed the room, earning the food blogger the rare title of King of Can Openers, as the stench nearly made him regurgitate his gastric acids. He vaguely heard the food blogger's desperate cry, "Quick, get the alcohol." That incident forced him to vacate the dormitory for an entire week. Now, as those memories flooded back, Carl gazed at the can resting on the floor as if it were a malevolent spirit that had just crawled out of the depths of hell. The herringkin was indeed terrifying. Suddenly, he sensed an obscure magical fluctuation. While seated on the ground contemplating how to exact revenge on Snape, Carl keenly detected a subtle wave of magic passing through. Yet, he was alone in the dormitory. Abruptly, his expression shifted dramatically. This was bad. The herringkin gifted by Snape was no ordinary item. Dimension, space-time distortion. He immediately summoned the god's spirit broom, and the dark eye at his heart began to stir with fervor. Channeling immense magical energy, he finally managed to confine a minuscule region of space-time near the can, depleting nearly all of his magical power in the process. Pale-faced, Carl swiftly freed one hand to stow the canister into his inventory, where time remained suspended, preventing any explosive mishaps. Even a timed detonation spell had been ensnared, yet one could not discount the possibility that the canister itself harbored some treachery. As a master of potions, Severus Snape could effortlessly amplify the sin of a mere canister. Indeed, Carl's suspicions were not unfounded. Should it truly detonate, the stench would linger throughout Ravenclaw Tower for no less than a fortnight. This remarkable maneuver was executed in the blink of an eye, and upon sensing the impending danger, Carl reacted with astonishing acuity, promptly channeling his magical energy to warp the fabric of time and space, thus averting the catastrophe. Otherwise, should the odor permeate Ravenclaw Tower, the students who remained would undoubtedly seek his demise. An explanation? What explanation? Was this not a meticulously orchestrated act of terror by the notorious troublemaker of Ravenclaw? Perhaps he would have to elucidate after becoming a ghost himself. Carl lay helplessly on the ground, gasping for breath. Indeed, experience prevails. This time he had underestimated his opponent and nearly fell victim to the cunning old bat, Severus Snape. It seems the ancient bat is not only morose, but also quite devious. I must utter a vehement exclamation. Excellent. Remarkable. Truly outstanding. Today's events shall be etched in my memory. I shall surely repay this affront in due time. In his frustration, Carl even resorted to classical Chinese. After a considerable while, he gradually regained his composure, having nearly exhausted himself in the fray. Carl, with a furrowed brow, removed the formal attire he had just donned and changed into his nightclothes. Trembling, He climbed into bed, for he had overexerted himself by forcefully wielding the power of the Eye of Darkness, leaving his body in need of ample rest to recuperate. He had no desire to attend the Christmas banquet organized by the professors to celebrate the impending festive season, preferring instead to restore his strength and await an opportune moment to deftly outmaneuver Snape. Before succumbing to slumber, Carl unleashed a fierce remark into the void. "You'd better wait. Old bat, this matter is far from over. If I do not exact my revenge, I shall cease to be known as Carl Harris." In the Gryffindor dormitory, Harry and Ron were eagerly unwrapping the gifts that Carl had bestowed upon them. A grand box of exquisite chocolates instantly captivated Harry's attention. He had only seen this brand once before when Vernon had purchased it for Dudley's birthday, his expression one of great reluctance. "Oh, my goodness, this is simply marvelous. Absolutely unbelievable." As Harry prepared to unveil other presents, he heard Ron exclaiming in astonishment. With a hint of curiosity, he turned to see Ron fussing over a wizard chess set displayed on the table. This set was unlike any other. It appeared remarkably impressive. The craftsmanship of the system indeed shone through, as the pieces were imbued with a distinct style reminiscent of the Arad continent. The knights were fashioned after the 4 major classes of the demon sword masters, each uniquely sculpted and wielding various weapons. The rooks took the form of dragons, specifically the ice dragon Skasa, the frenzied dragon Hess, and the evil dragon Spiz. The respective kings were the Holy One, Michael, and the chaotic Ozma, each character brimming with individuality. Carl did not alter the fundamental rules of Wizard chess. He merely materialized the characters and added numerous special skills and effects, which instantly elevated the game's aesthetic appeal. Particularly, the abilities of the 2 kings were nothing short of graphical card killers. Ron, whose sole passion was Wizard chess, was filled with uncontainable excitement. This was undoubtedly the most precious gift he had ever received, and it was clear that Carl had invested considerable effort into this creation. If Carl were to witness Ron's expression, he would undoubtedly quip, "You're overthinking it." As long as the items were not of a mysterious nature, the system's charges were consistently modest. What could money not procure? Altering a model and adding some special effects was hardly a challenge, costing him less than 500 gold coins, a mere trifle for someone who had already drained Snape's wallet and achieved financial prosperity. Subsequently, Harry finally unwrapped the invisibility cloak gifted to him by Dumbledore. The cloak revealed a semi-transparent silver-gray hue, its texture remarkably soft, reminiscent of finely woven high-end silk. "What is this?" Ron inquired, noticing that the package had been sent anonymously and bore no indication of its contents. "It looks like a cloak," Harry deduced after scrutinizing it carefully. "Let us try it on," Ron urged, still toying with the chess pieces in his hand. The moment Harry donned the cloak, his body vanished, leaving only his head floating in midair, a rather eerie sight. "This is so cool. It's an invisibility cloak. Such a rare treasure. I wonder who sent it to you." Ron, touching the cloak, felt elated for his friend's receipt of such a valuable gift. Completely enchanted by these marvelous presents, Harry proceeded to unwrap another package. Yet again, it was an anonymous gift. He flipped the package several times in search of any information, but found none. "Never mind. Let us just open it," Ron encouraged. Harry skillfully unwrapped the package to reveal a necklace. In his hand lay a pendant necklace shimmering with golden light, containing a photograph of a woman. Upon seeing the figure, Harry's eyes welled with tears. It was Lily Potter. Harry and Ron attended the grand Christmas feast at Hogwarts, yet they noticed Carl's absence throughout both the lunch and dinner services. This struck them as peculiar, for Carl, the consummate foodie, was always the first to arrive at the dining hall. Concerned for their friend, they decided to visit the Ravenclaw Tower to check on him. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Harry donned his invisibility cloak, eager to share the splendid discovery with his friend. As they made their way to the Ravenclaw Tower, they encountered Snape. By this point, Harry had firmly concluded that Snape was the instigator of his mischief in Quidditch, and he attempted to steer clear of him. Perhaps due to Lily's revival, Snape seemed to be in a rather good mood lately, having not only changed his eternally drab black robe, but also having made the unprecedented decision to wash his hair. "Potter, stop!" Snape's voice echoed, sending shivers through Hogwarts. Harry and Ron halted abruptly, turning to face the old bat with trepidation. "Are you two off to see Harris in the Ravenclaw Tower? Excellent. Please convey a message for me. Ask him if he liked the Christmas gift I sent him." Snape's tone turned sinister as he chuckled ominously. Despite realizing that his magic had not detonated, he confirmed its activation. He wondered what means Carl had employed to suppress it. However, during both the lunch and dinner feasts, Snape had not been spotted in the hall, suggesting that while Carl had managed to contain the gift's effects, it was not without effort. True to his past as a double agent, Snape quickly pieced together the circumstances. Harry and Ron, unnerved by Snape's eerie smile, nodded in acquiescence. Understood, Professor Snape. You may go. Satisfied, Snape turned and departed, heading to his lair at 19 Spinners Inn to spend Christmas Eve with Lily. Harry and Ron rapped on the bronze knocker. What is it that comes but never arrives? An ethereal voice emanated from the knocker. Harry, having heard of the legendary Raven-esque gate, began to ponder. Ron, too, furrowed his brow, straining his mind. It's tomorrow, Harry exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with the correct answer. How many tomorrows are there? The Raven-esque gate murmured before swinging open. Harry, you're brilliant. Ron, having toiled in thought without success, could not help but praise him upon hearing the answer. Let us hurry, Harry said, a faint flush coloring his cheeks as he stepped into the Ravenclaw common room. Without pausing to admire the entirety of the Ravenclaw common room, they made a beeline for the dormitory. Knock, knock. Who on earth is disturbing my slumber? The sound of knocking broke the silence, and Carl, feeling utterly unwell, reluctantly threw off the covers, slipped into his slippers, and gingerly made his way to the door, leaning against the wall for support. The state he was in was rather alarming. Upon opening the dormitory door, Harry and Ron were immediately struck by Carl's ghostly pallor. Caught off guard, they were startled. Carl, what on earth happened to you? Harry stammered, concerned for his friend's alarming appearance. It's nothing, just a slight cold, Carl reassured them. Carl forced a smile at the corners of his lips and then gestured for the two to enter and converse. Carl tugged at the edge of his striped pajamas and climbed back into bed, covering himself with the blanket. Alas, he felt utterly weakened by the ordeal Snape had put him through. Cough, cough. What brings you to me? He spoke weakly to the two. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, genuinely taken aback by the situation. I believe you ought to visit Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing, Ron said with concern, perceiving Carl's condition to be quite severe. No need for that. A bit of rest will suffice. Carl displayed an awkward yet polite smile, while internally he was vehemently cursing that old bastard Snape for sending biochemical weapons along with an explosion charm and a diffusion spell. Is this something a person could possibly do? Strangely, Harry and his companion always felt that Carl's smile appeared somewhat rigid, as if it were deliberately fabricated. A forced grin. Indeed. Carl, are you familiar with the individual known as Nicholas Flamel? Harry pondered for a moment, concluding that he ought to consult the scholarly genius rather than relying on his own research, which could take an indefinite amount of time. They had nearly scoured the entire library, yet still found nothing. Nicholas Flamel? Why do you wish to inquire about this person? The Oscar-worthy performance of Carl instantly unfolded, his face adorned with an expression of 3 parts bewilderment and 7 parts perplexity as he inquired, Do you recall that large dog confined to the 4th-floor corridor? The object it guarded is connected to Nico LeMay. However, despite our extensive search through numerous books, we have uncovered not a single shred of information regarding him. Harry resignedly articulated the reason. Carl furrowed his brow, appearing to ponder deeply, yet in truth, he was contemplating how to ensnare Snape. He believed that if Lily were to return, he could usurp James Potter and subsequently assume the role of Harry's stepfather, thereby ascending to the pinnacle of his ambitions. What a delusion. Offending the headmaster and expecting to escape unscathed? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Professor Snape, prepare to bear the brunt of blame. At that moment, a radiant smile blossomed on Carl's face. If Snape were to behold it, he would surely shudder and clutch his wallet protectively. Nicodemus LeMay, the name seemed vaguely familiar, yet eluded his memory. Apologies, but I suggest you seek a note from the professors to gain access to the restricted section. There must be relevant materials contained within. Carl suggested to the two that as soon as Harry ventured into the restricted section, he would undoubtedly stumble upon a conversation between Snape and Quirrell, thereby deepening their mutual misunderstandings. If Snape harbored intentions against James Potter, how could he possibly overlook his son? Have you and Hermione conspired together? She too has urged us to seek out materials in the restricted section, or is it that diligent students like you are simply drawn to adventure? We are but first years. How could the professors possibly consent to granting us permission to enter the restricted section? Harry's lips twitched, clearly uninterested in this ill-conceived suggestion. Hermione proposed it as well, which only makes it all the more enticing, does it not? Carl could hardly believe that Hermione, who held grades in such high esteem, would incite Harry and the others to engage in such antics. He could only express his admiration, exclaiming how splendidly they executed their plan, capturing his heart entirely. By the way, Carl, How did you craft that wizard's chess set? It is truly remarkable. Especially those two kings. The magic is simply dazzling. Ron recalled the exquisite chess set Carl had gifted him, his face flushing with excitement, for he had never received such a magnificent present in his life. It is quite simple. Just do this, then that, and finally this. Carl was unaware of how the system was constructed and merely fabricated an excuse to deflect the inquiry. I too received your chocolate, and upon tasting it, found it quite delightful. Additionally, I was sent an invisibility cloak by an unknown sender, which bore the inscription "Return to the rightful owner" and instructed me to use it responsibly. Harry, who was experiencing the joy of receiving a Christmas gift for the first time, eagerly unveiled his treasures to share with his friends. An invisibility cloak? I've never seen one before. May I take a look? Carl expressed his intrigue regarding this deathly hallow and sought Harry's permission. Of course. Harry promptly handed over the invisibility cloak. Carl took hold of the invisibility cloak, and the sensation of this deathly hallow was truly remarkable. Akin to the tactile experience of caressing mercury, manifesting in a silvery gray hue. System, inquire into the attributes of the invisibility cloak. A deduction of 1,000 gold coins was successfully executed. Truly, this system demands a steep price. Item name, invisibility cloak quality, epic special item description, allegedly crafted from half of the Grim Reaper's cloak in this realm. This is one of the legendary deathly hallows personally forged by the Hand of Death. The wearer gains immunity to the killing curse as well as all forms of detection magic in this world, significantly diminishing magical attacks with a maximum limit, and can even evade the gaze of death itself. Special note, excludes physical detection. With a mere thought, Carl comprehended all there was to know about the invisibility cloak. Internally astonished, he realized that this item indeed possessed more than just the ability to render the wearer invisible. The fact that the system classified it as an epic magical artifact was a testament to its extraordinary nature. Immunity to the killing curse and the substantial reduction of most magical attacks was an overpowered attribute, albeit with a cap. It became evident that anything touched by the divine could not be mediocre. The only item bestowed by the Grim Reaper that bore no significant drawbacks was this one. Both the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone were fraught with peril. The former could easily change allegiance with a disarming spell, while the latter summoned souls that often lacked genuine emotions. A commendable magical artifact indeed. After discerning its true capabilities, Carl returned it to Harry without a trace of hesitation. To possess immortality instills a certain audacity. Can you truly vanquish me? If you cannot kill me, I shall wear down your life force until you are defeated. The mage and the berserker represent two stark extremes. Had he chosen the latter, he would have sought to claim this item as a life-saving treasure at all costs. Ah. Harry, look, since you mentioned that the professors are unlikely to grant you permission to access the restricted section, why not sneak in? He continued. With such a splendid invisibility cloak, if you don it at night and move with utmost stealth, even Professor Dumbledore would be utterly oblivious. As Carl observed Harry conceal the invisibility cloak, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Harry, however, soon regretted seeking Carl's counsel, as his suggestions were nothing short of disastrous. Sneaking into the restricted section at midnight? There could hardly be a more egregious violation of school rules. Yet, the plan Carl proposed was rather ingenious. Utilizing the invisibility cloak would indeed significantly reduce the risk of detection, stirring a flicker of excitement within Harry. The prospect of clandestinely exploring the restricted section was undeniably thrilling. Clearly, this adventurous spirit resided within every Gryffindor cub. Under the resplendent night sky, Harry, draped in the invisibility cloak, had just emerged from the restricted section. Unfortunately, his luck was not as fortuitous as Carl's, for after a long night, he had uncovered nothing of consequence. In fact, he inadvertently knocked over a particularly nefarious tome that Hermione had warned him about, a book containing dark secrets of forbidden magic. Legend had it that this sinister volume harbored a curse capable of ripping the skin from the one who dared to open it. To his astonishment, however, when the book fell to the ground after being accidentally disturbed, nothing transpired. It seemed merely an ordinary spell book. Little did he know, the malevolent spirits within that book had been incinerated after provoking Carl, leaving no trace behind. Severus, allow me to explain, Quirrell stammered, attempting to articulate something to Snape. There's nothing to explain, Quirrell. Surely, you do not wish for me to oppose you. Snape's countenance darkened as he seized Quirrell by the collar and pressed him against the wall. He had promised Lily during Christmas to safeguard Harry Potter diligently. From the outset, he had harbored suspicions about Quirrell. Severus, I know nothing. You must be mistaken. Quirrell continued to protest. On the contrary, I believe you are quite aware of your actions. Professor Quirrell, Carl interjected, gradually materializing before Harry's astonished gaze. How could Carl be here, confronting Professor Quirrell alongside Snape? Harry quickly covered his mouth, striving to suppress any sound. Ah, so it is Mr. Harris. I wondered who possessed the audacity to brazenly appear before a professor in the dead of night, Snape remarked with a scornful huff. By the way, how did you find my Christmas gift? Snape's demeanor shifted from disdain to a sly grin as he regarded Carl. Professor Snape. The taste of the herring in a can was rather delightful. I exerted considerable effort to contain the explosion. It truly was a laborious task. You drained my wallet, and I feel as though you have drained my very essence in return. For this, I express my gratitude to you and your entire family. Carl replied with a touch of sarcasm. What a shameful act, considering it was a fair exchange. I even felt a twinge of guilt when I gifted you that coat on Christmas Day. Beneath Carl's smile lay a profound malice. At that moment, Harry finally understood why Carl had appeared so close to death a couple of days prior. He had been the victim of one of Snape's pranks, which explained why he dared not even visit the infirmary. But what precisely had Carl done to Snape? How could he have drained the man's wallet dry? Harry's curiosity intensified, momentarily overshadowing his fear of being caught by the old bat. He gently adjusted his invisibility cloak and stealthily moved towards the corner to observe discreetly. It was then that Snape seemed to sense something amiss. He released Quirrell and stretched out his right hand, reaching toward Harry's position in an attempt to grasp the unseen. Carl also shifted his gaze. In truth, he had long been aware of Harry's whereabouts. These details were deliberately conveyed to him, for with such knowledge, he could scheme to lay his hands upon Harry Potter's treasure trove. Should Harry learn that his mother had been resurrected by Carl, he would undoubtedly present him with an array of dazzling trinkets. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by a few distinct meows. Carl furrowed his brow. Felchie had arrived, which posed quite a predicament. Perhaps it would be best to slip away for now. Farewell, Professor Snape. Let us converse again another time. And I hope that next we meet, you might be a bit more candid and refrain from those extraneous antics. As Carl uttered his final words, his figure quietly vanished at the end of the corridor. Once Felch arrived to report the situation, Snape and Quirrell followed suit in their departure. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Harry meandered through the castle, determined to uncover the secrets of Hogwarts during this rare evening outing. Suddenly, a colossal mirror materialized before him, an object he had overlooked in the daylight hours. Curiosity piqued, he approached, and within the mirror, a young boy mirrored his expression. Gradually, two figures began to emerge, one to the left and one to the right. He merely cast a fleeting glance before becoming entranced. "Mom, Dad," he murmured, bewildered as he reached for his shoulder, only to find nothing there. Regaining his senses, he sprinted frantically towards the Gryffindor dormitory. After Harry's departure, Carl's silhouette abruptly appeared before the mirror. He extended his hand to caress the smooth, cold surface. Mirror, oh mirror, reveal to me who is the most handsome person in this world. With a flick of his wrist, a formidable hammer materialized before him. Carl's gaze was fixed intently upon the mirror, his hefty hammer, valued at 80. Poised in the air as if he were ready to deliver a definitive blow should the mirror reveal anything sinister. Initially, Carl had envisioned witnessing the ultimate secrets of the 11 grand sorcerers reflected before him, transcending life and death to become a deity of magic, meandering through infinite dimensions. Alas, such visions did not manifest within the mirror's depths. Instead, the reflection of a golden-haired, blue-eyed boy gradually morphed into that of a young man, around 17 or 18. With raven-black hair and eyes reminiscent of dark elves, bearing no resemblance to Carl himself. The dim corridor transformed into a radiant living room, where a modest dining table overflowed with a sumptuous array of dishes, including braised pork, for happiness meatballs, chicken stewed with mushrooms, steamed base, sweet skinned duck, and spicy chicken feet, showcasing a variety of Chinese cuisine. A graceful middle-aged woman, her apron tied, was serving the final dish of chicken soup onto the table. The boy in the mirror, brimming with excitement, dashed back to his room, emerging with a large red envelope, prominently displaying the EMS logo and adorned in festive crimson. Undoubtedly a letter of acceptance from a prestigious university. He carefully unwrapped the envelope with a small knife, while the middle-aged man and woman beside him joyfully exchanged words, their faces radiating pride as they eagerly filled his bowl with food using their chopsticks. Although the scene played out in silent film fashion, Carl could still palpably sense the happiness etched on their faces. For the boy in the mirror was none other than himself. Two silent tears cascaded down his cheeks. A hand had unknowingly settled on his shoulder, and upon turning, he found it was the old bat, Severus Snape. The magical aura of the dimension evaporated his tears in an instant. He could not afford to appear foolish before Snape. The professor, typically sardonic, remained silent and expressionless, surprisingly refraining from his usual biting remarks upon witnessing Carl's state. Yet, confusion flickered within him. How could this wretched boy, who had defied death, still feel sorrow? Mr. Harris, do you not first observe the mirror before gazing into it? What if it were a man-eating mirror? Snape's monotonous voice broke the silence. Look at the words inscribed above the mirror. I do not reflect your visage, but rather the deepest yearnings of your heart. A scoff escaped Carl's lips, clearly. Professor Snape sought to display his knowledge before him. Yet, Carl was already well acquainted with this mirror's nature. It is the mirror of Ariste, revealing the innermost desires of one's soul, is it not? Crafted by none other than Professor Flitwick of our Ravenclaw house. Snape, taken aback, pondered why this impudent boy still chose to gaze into it if he knew. The past, a cherished memory. Carl let out a soft sigh, revealing the underlying reason. Countless souls have found themselves ensnared by this enchanted mirror, which evokes their innermost desires, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. This gradual unraveling of the mind leads them into a state of despair, as they cling to the belief that perhaps a miracle could bring to fruition all that lies within the mirror. Severus Snape, with a flourish, donned his resplendent, gold-trimmed wizarding robe, exuding an air of flamboyant wisdom akin to that of Lockhart, stepping into the role of a spiritual guide. It is worth noting that this garment was a gift from Carl. There is no need for you to elaborate. I merely wish to indulge in the nostalgia of the past. Carl once again caressed the edge of the mirror, gazing at the joyful young boy within. Moreover, had I not resurrected Lily, you might have found yourself unable to move, weeping uncontrollably at the sight of this mirror. Carl turned away, no longer gazing at the illusions within the mirror, and retorted sarcastically to Snape. Well, Mr. Harris, might you enlighten me on what you beheld within the mirror? It baffles me that not even death could deter you. I find it difficult to comprehend why your emotions are so tumultuous. Snape brushed his lustrous, ebony hair aside, visibly perplexed. In his recollection, this young rascal was perpetually cheerful, even when he had been subjected to Snape's sardonic pranks involving canned herring. It seemed as though he was incapable of experiencing anger. Professor Snape, this matter appears to be of no concern to you. It would be prudent to refrain from prying into affairs that do not pertain to you, lest it bring unfavorable consequences for us both. Carl extracted a diminutive straw effigy from within his robe, gently caressing the intricate patterns upon it, exuding an air that suggested, the more you prattle, the more I shall pierce you. Snape's pupils constricted. It was the first time Carl had wielded this formidable dark artifact in their dealings, a tool meant to intimidate him into submission. He realized that should Carl truly employ this object, his fate would be dire. With a derisive snort, Snape was on the verge of sweeping his cloak and retreating to his dank, shadowy lair when a sudden noise caught his attention. Quickly, Ron, keep up with me. This is my parents, Snape uttered, a cruel smile curling upon his lips as he recognized the voice of Potter. He disregarded Carl, hastily concealing himself behind the immense Ariste mirror, intent on surprising Harry. Carl, what are you doing here? Harry re-entered the hall and immediately spotted Carl, who stood with his back to the mirror, facing them. Just bored and decided to take a stroll. I presume you all have come for this mirror? Carl once again caressed the surface of the mirror, its icy touch eliciting a sense of unreality. The moment he laid eyes on them, he knew their fate was sealed. The Nightwalker had collided with Snape's wand, and Snape would undoubtedly render them incapable of movement. Harry was aware that Carl had long since emerged, so he was not particularly surprised to see him there. Instead, he quickly grasped the hands of Carl and Ron, urging them to stand before the mirror. Do you see? These are my parents, Harry exclaimed with palpable excitement. But all I see is the three of us. I don't see your parents, Ron replied, scratching his head before suddenly exclaiming, oh my goodness, that has me in there. I've become a prefect and the student council president. And I even won the Quidditch Cup. How incredible! Ron, upon glimpsing his reflection holding the Quidditch World Cup, erupted in exuberance, vividly describing his dashing appearance to the others. We're seeing different things. Could this mirror foresee the future? Harry marveled. Foresee the future, he echoed, having encountered an array of wonders since entering the magical realm. Perhaps the magic that resurrects the dead truly existed, and his parents might return at some point in the future. Carl, what about you? What do you see in the mirror? Can you share it with us? Harry and Ron simultaneously bombarded Carl with eager inquiries, desperate to ascertain the mirror's true nature and whether the visions they beheld would manifest in reality. Confronted by their anxious queries, Carl remained silent, merely drawing his wand and gently waving it through the air. The inscription upon the mirror of Ares was replicated and suspended in midair, emanating a soft glow in the darkness. As you both perceive, none of this is real. It merely reflects your innermost desires. The mirror of Ares reads the deepest yearnings of your hearts and materializes them upon its surface. In other words, it presents whatever you most wish to see, which elucidates why your visions differ. Carl let out a faint sigh, compelled to impart the harsh truth. Succumbing to nihilism would only lead to self-damage. Although Harry's mother had indeed returned to life, the time was not yet ripe to reveal this to him. Carl needed to decipher Dumbledore's true intentions. For this old man was capable of sacrificing even his own kin without hesitation, prioritizing Harry's chance to defeat Voldemort above his own life. It was truly terrifying. Harry and Ron listened to Carl's explanation, staring blankly at the words he conjured, their expressions reflecting profound dismay. Carl's candid and piercing words abruptly shattered their illusionary bubble. "So, what did you see in the mirror?" Harry inquired, as he retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Carl, catching a glimpse of an unshed tear lingering at the corner of his eye. "It's nothing, merely trivial matters," Carl replied. "Let us hasten our departure. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to extricate ourselves when Filch comes looking for us." Carl took Harry's handkerchief, but chose to avoid the subject, hastily urging the two to leave while casting a furtive glance behind the enormous mirror. The Dark Lord always made his entrance last. Just as Harry and his companions intended to depart, Snape suddenly emerged from behind the mirror with a flourish. Having eavesdropped for quite some time to discern the true reason behind Carl's tears, he found that Harry and the others had not divulged any information. "Now, it is time for reaping. Weasley, Potter, I believe you ought to be in your dormitory sleeping soundly at this hour, rather than sneaking out in the dead of night to gaze into mirrors. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. And as for you too, Hogwarts has acquired a new batch of potions, which I am certain you will find quite intriguing," Snape declared with a sinister grin, paying no heed to Carl, before turning and vanishing like a bat into the night. This left Harry and Ron in a state of lament, while Carl struggled to suppress his laughter. The two Gryffindor lions cast their eyes downward, apprehensively regarding the cellar door, their faces etched with dread as if they were confronting not merely a wooden door but the very gateway to hell itself. "Harry, do you think Snape will actually expel us?" Ron inhaled deeply, attempting to quell his fear of the old bat. "He probably won't," Harry replied, his own uncertainty evident in his tone as he tried to reassure Ron. Just as they were contemplating how to face Snape, the cellar door creaked open ominously. Snape emerged, resplendent in his ornate robe trimmed with gold, his freshly washed hair adding to his imposing presence. Indeed, since Lily's resurrection, Snape had begun to take his personal hygiene seriously, washing his hair almost daily, a fact that pleased Carl immensely, sparing him from the sight of Snape's greasy locks. "Ah, it is Potter and Weasley. What are you dawdling about for? Hurry inside. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you shall have lunch after your confinement today." Snape observed the two trembling under his oppressive aura, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, before he promptly closed the door behind them with a swift flick of his wand. The heavy sound of the door slamming shut startled Harry and Ron, sending shivers down their spines. Enveloped in the cellar-esque gloom, where not a sliver of sunlight penetrated, they found illumination solely through the flickering torches on the walls. Various mysterious creatures, immersed in an unknown green solution, only intensified the eerie atmosphere. This scene could easily serve as the set for a top-tier horror film. Snape pointed his wand at a large barrel of slugs on the floor, ominously stating, "This shall be your task during confinement. I have placed a charm on the door. It shall not open until you have completed it." After issuing his orders, Snape preened in front of the mirror, stowed his wand, and exited, leaving behind the beleaguered Ron and Harry. "How revolting!" Ron exclaimed, eyes shut tight as he reluctantly grasped a slug from the barrel, his expression contorted in disgust. "Why is it that Carl, who was also caught wandering at night, seems to have evaded punishment while we are left to endure this?" Looking at Harry, who bore a similarly pained expression, Ron's facade crumbled, revealing his true discontent. "Why are you asking me? I have yet to comprehend the nature of Carl and Snape's so-called arrangement," Harry thought to himself, though he merely replied, "Perhaps the old bat simply has a softer spot for Carl." Impossible. Carl was late to his first potions class, and Snape was furious, declaring his own confinement on the spot. "There must be something we do not understand," Ron retorted defiantly. "Then I am at a loss," Harry sighed, shaking his head. He was aware that whatever this arrangement was, it had granted Snape leniency towards Carl, yet he dared not speak of it in front of his close friend Ron. After laboring tirelessly for a couple of hours, they managed to clear only a third of the slugs from the barrel, having grown numb to the foul odor emanating from the slugs. Suddenly, the door creaked open once more. Harry and Ron, thinking it was Snape returning, braced themselves for more work, fearing further taunts. However, they were mistaken. It was Carl who entered. The reason for his presence was simple. It was not out of sympathy for Harry and Ron's predicament. He had anticipated their fate when he encountered them before the Mirror of East. Rather, he had just met Hagrid, who had cheerfully invited him to bring Harry and Ron along, for he had a marvelous surprise to share with them. With a flash of insight, Carl immediately surmised that Hagrid must have acquired a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg. Although the appearances and abilities of Western dragons differ greatly from their Eastern counterparts, resembling a large lizard with wings, these creatures still bore the title of dragon, implying formidable power. Dragons, being apex predators in the realm of magical creatures, possessed terrifying strength. Indeed, during the Triwizard Tournament, Harry had found himself pursued by the Hungarian horntail dragon throughout Hogwarts. Carl approached the two with a light-hearted gait, and upon hearing that voice, Harry and Ron couldn't help but tremble. "What are you shaking for? You seem quite flustered." Carl extracted a piece of candy from his wizarding robe and placed it in his mouth, observing the reactions of the two with a hint of confusion. "Ah, Carl. It's you. How did you end up here? You gave us quite a scare. We thought the old bat had returned." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Harry and Ron visibly relaxed. It mattered not who it was, as long as it was not the old bat making a comeback. "Haven't you finished yet?" Carl gazed at the substantial portion of slugs remaining in the bucket, feeling quite perplexed. One would assume that the presence of magic would have expedited the task. Snape, with his disdainful demeanor, criticized their insufficient spellcasting skills, forbidding them from employing any magic due to concerns over impairing the potion's efficacy. If he were to ruin his concoction, he would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon them. The mere mention of this made Harry and Ron grit their teeth in anger. It was evident that the old bat was deliberately making things difficult for them. "Very well, allow me to take over. My proficiency in spellcasting should be on par with Professor Snape's." Carl pondered for a moment and decided that he could not endure such a prolonged confinement any longer. "Is it true? How remarkable. Long live Carl." The two had already been tormented by the slugs to the point of discomfort, and upon hearing Carl's words, their faces instantly lit up with sheer joy. "By the way, Hagrid has invited us to his little cabin. He mentioned that he has something wonderful to show us and could use our advice." Carl did not hasten to employ magic. Instead, he conveyed the purpose of his visit to the two companions. What delightful treasures might Hagrid present? Harry's expression darkened, clearly recalling some unpleasant memories. Could it be another rock cake? Ron grimaced as he mentioned the last time Hagrid treated them to his infamous rock cakes. The taste of those cakes was indeed deserving of their name, as hard as granite. The last time they eagerly visited Hagrid's hut for such a treat. Ron had a loose tooth due to teething. Upon taking a bite, that very tooth dislodged, leaving him with a mouthful of blood. Carl stifled a chuckle. He had heard of the notorious reputation of this item, and was taken aback that Harry and his companion dared to consume it. Truly, they were reckless little lions, not to be trifled with. It likely was not a rock cake. Hagrid seemed to be seeking our assistance in formulating an idea. Carl casually cast a spell, ensuring the complete and proper disposal of the remaining slugs in the wooden barrel. "Let us be on our way. Hagrid is still waiting for us." One can only imagine the delightful treasures he has acquired, as his excitement was palpable upon seeing me. With a smile, Hagrid emerged from the less than pleasant environment of the cellar. The trio proceeded along the path carved through the snow by the professor's magic. Beyond the forbidden forest, a small wooden cabin appeared to them, somewhat obscured. However, it was peculiar that Hagrid's hut seemed different from usual, as thick black smoke billowed from the chimney atop the roof. As a half-giant, Hagrid's lineage not only bestowed upon him remarkable magical resistance, but also significantly enhanced his ability to withstand the cold. During previous casual conversations with Hagrid, he had boisterously claimed that he never needed to light the fireplace for warmth in winter. Thus, with a look of puzzled curiosity, Harry knocked on the small wooden door. Hagrid promptly opened it with warmth, inviting them inside. "You all have come. Come in quickly. I have something wonderful to show you." He waved his hand to shoo away Fong, the dog who was panting and drooling excessively, signaling for the trio to enter and converse. Carl furrowed his brow, for the dog before him was rather imposing, and he could not fathom how Hagrid managed to care for such a creature. Noticing the subtle shift in Carl's expression, Hagrid assumed it was the boy's first encounter with such a large dog, and that he might be intimidated. With a jovial smile, He introduced, "Hey, Carl. There's no need to be afraid. This is Fong. He is quite timid and wouldn't bite anyone." He continued, "It's been quite some time since we last met. I had thought you would be sorted into Gryffindor like Harry, but to my surprise, you ended up in Ravenclaw. Nevertheless, as long as you aren't in Slytherin, it's rather commendable." Carl chuckled softly. "I am equally perplexed by how the sorting hat makes its decisions. I found myself in Ravenclaw rather bewilderingly. Do not linger outside. Come in quickly, it is rather cold." As Carl and the others stepped into the room, a wave of oppressive heat assailed them. Except for Carl, both Harry and Ron instinctively shielded their foreheads. The reason was simple. The temperature within was uncomfortably high, and they found it rather unbearable. At that moment, the thermal regulation feature of Carl's purple flame robe proved its worth. He sat calmly in his chair, as if there were little difference between the indoor and outdoor temperatures. After welcoming the guests, Hagrid hurried off to the kitchen, soon returning with some rock cakes, milk, and dried beef. While the milk and beef were tolerable, Ron's face turned green at the sight of the rock cakes, vividly recalling how one had once knocked out a tooth. Noticing Ron's reaction, Hagrid chuckled awkwardly, assuring him, "What happened last time was an accident. This batch of rock cakes has been specially softened. I promise it won't knock out any teeth this time." Ron forced a stiff smile. He was resolute. He would never touch rock cakes again. They were truly perilous. Harry wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, perplexed, "Hagrid, why have you made the fire so fierce? Didn't you say that you wouldn't light the fireplace even on the coldest of days?" "Indeed, I am not afraid of the cold," Hagrid replied with a mysterious grin, "but this fire serves another purpose. Come, take a look at this. You will be quite astonished." With that, he rose, donned a pair of large gloves, and approached the roaring fireplace to retrieve an iron bucket. "Ah, the gloves are made of dragon hide, perfect for handling dragon eggs," he remarked. "It is well known that dragons do not shed their skin, meaning that each pair of dragon hide gloves comes at the cost of one dragon's life." "My goodness, this is incredible," Ron exclaimed, recognizing the contents of the bucket immediately due to his brother Charlie's work in Romania with dragons. "This is a dragon egg. Hagrid, where on earth did you acquire this? Dragon eggs do not come cheaply." Harry, equally excited, leaned in closer. The process of hatching a dragon egg was a rare spectacle indeed. Both he and Ron were captivated by the prospect of witnessing the hatching, while Carl had different thoughts. He merely wondered how delicious a roasted dragon egg would be. The mere thought of such a treat was exhilarating. "Hagrid, is it going to hatch soon?" Harry inquired, gazing curiously at the slightly charred egg being roasted by the flames. "Not yet. The hatching of a dragon baby takes a considerable amount of time. We are only in the mid-stage now, and there remains a while before it breaks free from its shell," Hagrid replied, gently caressing the surface of the dragon egg with his dragon hide gloves, his face radiating affection. Carl, with a hint of curiosity, perused the books laid out upon the table, each tome dedicated to the art of dragon husbandry. Volumes on the hatching of dragons, from novice to master, and the 18 essential considerations for raising dragons filled the small table. These works meticulously elucidated the process of nurturing a dragon from an egg into a majestic beast. However, Carl lamented the absence of any texts on the culinary preparation of dragon eggs and dragons themselves, deeming this a significant oversight. Were eggs not meant for consumption? Especially one of such considerable size, sufficient to provide Carl with 2 hearty meals. Hagrid, while the notion of raising a dragon seemed exhilarating, was well aware that undertaking such an endeavor without authorization from the Ministry of Magic and the requisite breeding license was a violation of fundamental wizarding regulations. Should this matter attract the attention of the wrong individuals and be reported, imprisonment in Azkaban would be inevitable. At that moment, Ron, having momentarily quelled his exhilaration over the dragon egg, recalled the essential cautions Charlie had once shared regarding dragon care and felt compelled to remind Hagrid, "You ought to settle your nerves. I assure you, few dare to venture here, making it quite safe." Hagrid, dismissing Ron's concerns with a hearty pat on his chest, proclaimed, "I have thoroughly studied every book on that table. I am now a veritable dragon master and an expert in dragon taming. There shall be no issues." At this juncture, Carl pondered briefly before interjecting, "Hagrid, the growth of such creatures is remarkably swift and financially demanding. In less than a month, your humble cottage may well be overwhelmed. And their daily sustenance requirements are considerable. Moreover, as the most esteemed magical beings acknowledged by the wizarding world, the adult dragon's consumption and activity levels are astonishingly high. Thus, it would be far more pragmatic to roast and consume it." However, Carl refrained from voicing this thought, wary of being cast out by Hagrid. Carl subtly reminded Hagrid, nearly articulating the blunt truth that he lacked both the space and the funds to care for it. Do not fret. I have an expansive forbidden forest behind me, ample enough for it to roam. After contemplating Carl's suggestion for a moment, Hagrid swiftly provided his response. Dragons breathe fire, and I trust you comprehend the speed at which flames can engulf a forest. Should this dragon ignite the forbidden forest, the consequences would be dire. In the face of Hagrid's counter-argument, Carl smiled and presented a compelling rationale. Perhaps it would be best to simply roast the egg and resolve the matter swiftly and effortlessly. Hagrid, I understand your desire to keep this Norwegian ridgeback, but should you be reported, the repercussions could be severe. At this juncture, Harry also interjected, urging Hagrid, as he was loath to witness Hagrid being apprehended by the Ministry of Magic and imprisoned in Azkaban. Oh dear, what shall become of this unfortunate little dragon? Is it destined to be separated from its mother even before it hatches? I have even named it. I shall call it Norbert. Hagrid, rendered speechless by the trio's arguments, found himself on the verge of tears. Fear not, for I have already devised a plan for how to care for this little dragon. Carl gazed at Hagrid, whose eyes were continually brimming with tears, and felt a shiver run through him. It was rather painful to behold. Hagrid, you could hatch Norbert and then send him away before he grows large enough to crush your little hut, Carl gently suggested, offering solace. He merely wished to sample the flavor of a dragon egg, yet given Hagrid's protective nature, such a scenario seemed far-fetched at present. Indeed, Carl's idea is splendid. My brother Charlie is raising dragons in Romania. We could send Norbert there, and once he matures, he could be released back into the wild. It would be a fitting home for him, Ron added, echoing Carl's sentiment while proposing an equally agreeable notion to Harry and Carl. But how could we do that? We cannot send Norbert away. He is still far too small and fragile. What if he encounters other dragons in Romania that bully him? No, I am now his mother. No one can separate us, Hagrid exclaimed, his urgency palpable after hearing Carl and Ron's suggestions. This was his first dragon baby, and he was determined to keep him. The Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest could certainly serve as Norbert's sanctuary. We can train him regarding fire breathing, so that he does not wreak havoc upon the forest. Hagrid wiped his tears once more and assured the trio with unwavering confidence. Rest assured, when it comes to adopting and releasing magical creatures, you will find no one more adept than I within Hogwarts, not even Professor Dumbledore. I am a specialist in this domain. After all, I have done this more than once. Aragog thrived and flourished in the Forbidden Forest without ever harming anyone. Well, yes, he doesn't harm people. He merely consumes them, a perfect explanation. Carl smiled as he observed Hagrid's flustered demeanor, while internally he began a torrent of sarcastic commentary. Badger House's Newt and Hagrid of the Forbidden Forest, two formidable figures of Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, both adept in the breeding of perilous magical creatures and possessing remarkable combat prowess. At times, they could even serve as summoners, a rare class of wizard, capable of conjuring beings from the moon, perhaps. Indeed, this is quite formidable. As a summoner, Hagrid could call upon a fire-breathing dragon and a spider larger than a house for assistance. There is nothing amiss in that, is there? In the heart of the Forbidden Forest, Carl mused that all the professors at Hogwarts, save for that ancient glass-like figure, would be thoroughly subdued. After all, even a three-headed dog could easily use Snape's thigh as a chew toy. Hagrid, in a state of panic, attempted to explain himself, yet inadvertently disclosed the existence of Aragog, the giant acromantula. What? Hagrid, this is not your first time committing such a blunder. What manner of creature is Aragog? Harry was taken aback by Hagrid's inadvertent revelation. He had not anticipated that Hagrid was nurturing other creatures in the Forbidden Forest, and seemingly more than one. No, you must have misheard. I am not raising anything in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, realizing he had let slip too much, hastily gestured to the trio, fervently defending himself. However, his defense appeared feeble and futile in the eyes of Carl and his companions. Hagrid, cease your explanations. You have already revealed too much. Pray, tell us. What manner of creature is Aragog? Ron inquired with curiosity, noting the plethora of creatures Hagrid seemed to be harboring. A dragon, a three-headed dog, and now Aragog. It's merely a little spider frolicking in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid murmured, lowering his gaze, unable to meet the eyes of Carl and the others. His voice tinged with guilt. Upon hearing Hagrid's definition of Aragog, Carl could no longer contain his laughter. A creature larger than a house, yet still deemed small. Hagrid, are you jesting with us, assuming we are uneducated? Ahem. Carl cleared his throat, preparing to elucidate to Harry and his companion just how diminutive this little spider truly was. The creature referred to by Hagrid as Aragog was, in fact, a giant spider with 8 eyes. This time, it was Hagrid who was taken aback. He had merely stated that Aragog was a small spider, without specifying its species. Could it be that he had inadvertently let slip some details before? Carl, how did you come to know the true species of Aragog? Hagrid inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. While purchasing books in Diagon Alley, I stumbled upon a wizard's journal from 50 years ago. The journal's owner chronicled significant events at Hogwarts during that time and included some information regarding the Chamber of Secrets. Aragog was mentioned within its pages. Carl cast a meaningful glance at Hagrid and explained calmly. Upon hearing this, Hagrid appeared utterly alarmed. The chamber? What chamber? Harry felt a twinge of confusion. Weren't they discussing spiders? How did this lead to talk of some chamber? Oh, it's nothing. Merely a treasure trove, Carl replied. It was discovered by a student decades ago, and I heard he made quite a fortune from it. Carl smiled as he wove a tale of deception. There was nothing to explain, for the basilisk, should it not engage in its mischief, would inevitably be treated as mere experience and an elite creature to be vanquished by him. In truth, Carl was not entirely untruthful. The student in question undoubtedly referred to Tom, who preferred to remain anonymous and wished to be known by the moniker Voldemort. The substantial wealth, of course, belonged to the basilisk itself. Given its designation as the Acromantula, it must be quite large. Ron cast a glance at Hagrid, who, feeling guilty, dared not meet his gaze. In reality, among the creatures Hagrid had cared for, the 8-eyed giant spider hardly seemed impressive. Carl has begun to unearth Hagrid's secrets once more. How should one put it? Let us take Hagrid's hut as an example. Aragog is likely quite similar to this, albeit perhaps somewhat larger. Carl rested his chin on his hand, surveying Hagrid's wooden cabin. Pondering the image of Aragog, coupled with its 8 long legs, he spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Harry? Ron? Do you two perhaps harbor a misunderstanding regarding the term small? Simultaneously, Harry and Ron conjured in their minds the image of a spider larger than a house, with 8 eyes and 8 legs. A shiver ran down their spines. How terrifying. It was nothing short of a nightmare. They both gasped in horror, their faces betraying their fear. You must believe me. Aragog, whom I raised from a hatchling, is undeniably a good creature and would never harm anyone, Hagrid asserted, though his conviction seemed somewhat shaky. Enough. Would a spider of such size refrain from causing harm? It would simply swallow a person whole, leaving not a shred behind. At that moment, Harry and Ron felt utterly defeated. The Forbidden Forest was far too daunting. I swear, entering the Forbidden Forest is simply out of the question. It will never happen in my lifetime. Ron, overwhelmed by the so-called adorable creature Hagrid had raised, felt his composure shatter, the mixture of indignation and sheer terror swirling within him. Hagrid, keeping a dragon in the Forbidden Forest is utterly impractical. It is far too close to Hogwarts. As a giant dragon, Norbert would undoubtedly soar through the skies. You cannot stifle its instinct to fly. Once it matures, a single flight around the Forbidden Forest will surely reveal its presence. Then the dragon's hide will be fashioned into gloves, its liver sold in Diagon Alley at the rate of 17 sickles per ounce, and its nerves sent to Ollivander to become the cores of wands. Trust me, they will be exceedingly pleased upon receiving such a shipment. Seeing that ordinary persuasion was ineffective, Carl decisively opted for a more drastic approach. No. How could they treat Norbert in such a cruel and inhumane manner? Hagrid could no longer contain himself. He began to wipe away his tears with that dirty, grimy handkerchief. First-year students typically purchase dragonhide gloves upon enrollment, yet it appears that dragons do not shed their skin. Sending it to Romania would be the wisest course of action. Carl continued to recount the harsh truths that emerged following the discovery of Norbert. However, I had only just acquired it, and it had yet to even hatch. Hagrid, folding his handkerchief, gazed longingly at the dragon egg within the iron tub. You could incubate it first, allowing it to grow a little, perhaps for about a month. At this stage, it should not yet have learned to fly, and its ability to breathe fire would be minimal. In any case, we would be able to manage it. Carl pondered briefly and conceived an idea. Hagrid sat on the couch, gazing intently at the dragon egg, hesitating for nearly half an hour, yet ultimately acquiesced to Carl's suggestion. Harry and Ron had no further objections, as they could not envision a better solution. Hagrid, does the incubation of a dragon require an exceptionally high temperature? Harry and Ron wiped the sweat from their brows once more, aware that Hagrid's effort to elevate the temperature indoors was undoubtedly linked to the dragon egg. Indeed, that is correct. The book on dragon incubation stated clearly that dragons continuously breathe fire in their lairs to raise the temperature of their eggs. A lower temperature could result in deformed hatchlings, or worse, a stillborn egg. Furthermore, the temperature could even determine the eventual gender of the dragon. Hagrid stood up, retrieved the dragon egg, and placed it back into the fireplace, patting his hands as he explained. Ah, now we understand. At that moment, the two finally grasped the significance of temperature in the incubation of dragon eggs. In his previous life, Carl was a university student specializing in biology. So he naturally possessed a wealth of knowledge on the subject and had some understanding of breeding. After casually perusing the books on the table, his insights on the matter became even more profound. He shared a few of his thoughts with Hagrid, who, upon hearing them, was instantly captivated. He never anticipated that Carl would have some knowledge about dragon husbandry, truly a testament to the brilliance of a Ravenclaw. The two began to exchange their respective techniques. Hagrid, I believe that by increasing the temperature, we could expedite the hatching of the dragon egg. This would allow you to see the little dragon sooner, Carl mused thoughtfully. I am quite proficient in the fiendfire spell. If possible, I could offer my assistance, he added as an afterthought. Hagrid looked perplexed, while Harry and Ron shared similar expressions of confusion. Only then did Carl realize he might have misspoken. Blast! He had inadvertently repeated a term too frequently while practicing the fiendfire spell with Snape a few days prior. Embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly. I apologize. I've been engrossed in books on defense against the dark arts lately, which discuss the dangers of fiendfire extensively. I meant to say, a blazing inferno. Hagrid, relieved, reconsidered. After all, the fiendfire spell was typically mastered by dark wizards, and it was improbable that a first-year student like Carl could have learned it. He mused that Ravenclaw truly produced exceptional scholars, as Carl was already aware of the dangers associated with fiendfire in his first year. However, unbeknownst to Hagrid, Carl had already mastered the 3 unforgivable curses, making fiendfire quite manageable for him. By the way, Hagrid, how did you acquire this dragon egg? It must have cost a considerable sum of galleons, Harry inquired, intrigued by the origin of the egg, which was indeed a rare commodity. The dragon egg was not something I could afford. You might find it hard to believe, but I didn't spend a single galleon on it. Hagrid exclaimed proudly as he recounted the egg's origin. Did you find it in the wild? Goodness, what extraordinary luck. I wonder which careless mother left her child behind while moving. Ron speculated animatedly upon hearing that Hagrid had spent no money. Not quite, Hagrid replied. I suppose it was merely a stroke of good fortune. I won it from a stranger while playing cards at the Leaky Cauldron. He seemed quite flustered, eager to rid himself of the egg. He even chatted with me about the habits of Cerberus. Hagrid stroked his bushy beard, pride radiating from his face. Few in the wizarding world had ever won a dragon egg at the card table. Cerberus? Harry suddenly felt a sense of unease, sensing that something was amiss. Indeed, I had just won his dragon egg, and after a few drinks, the moment was electrifying. Naturally, having just acquired his dragon egg, I felt obliged to answer his inquiries. I shared my insights on raising a runespore. It turns out that a runespore cannot resist sleep when it hears music. Hagrid remained blissfully unaware of the odd tone in Harry's voice, still reveling in his victory over the dragon egg. After taking a sip of milk, he finally realized, albeit belatedly, that he might have misspoken again. Do you remember what the man looked like? Carl tentatively inquired, fully aware of the situation, yet compelled to entertain Hagrid in this charade. I distinctly recall him clad in a dark ensemble, his visage shrouded beneath a hood. With fingers that appeared as desiccated twigs, his voice bore a hoarse quality, somewhat reminiscent of a dark sorcerer. Hagrid once again endeavored to recollect the features of that individual. It was undoubtedly Snape, who had last been bitten on the leg by Lupin. Unable to breach Lupin's defenses, he resorted to employing the dragon egg to extract information from you. Ron asserted with unwavering conviction. Hagrid, what precisely lies concealed beneath the trapdoor? And who is Nicholas Flamel? Harry fixed Hagrid with an intense gaze. Yet this time, Hagrid resolutely refused to divulge any information, candidly informing them that such matters were not meant for first-year wizards to concern themselves with. He vowed to report this oversight to Dumbledore, accepting any ensuing punishment as warranted. As they departed from Hagrid, the trio engaged in fervent discussion on their way back to the castle. Hey, Carl. I believe Professor Dumbledore must be harboring some extraordinary magical artifact beneath that trapdoor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have instituted such extensive protective measures. Harry expressed his concerns, gazing at the imposing Hogwarts castle standing resilient against the snowstorm. Have you yet uncovered any information regarding Nicholas Flamel? Carl, however, evaded the question. I even perused the restricted section, yet yielded no fruitful results. Harry shook his head, indicating his recent lack of discoveries. Since Hagrid mentioned that this matter pertains to Dumbledore and Flamel, Perhaps you might begin by investigating the exploits of Professor Dumbledore. There may be some insights to be gained. Carl smiled faintly, offering a brief nod to Harry before he ventured down another path, intent on returning to the Ravenclaw Tower to continue his meditation. After all, the Christmas holiday was not yet over, and he was alone in the dormitory, rendering a trip to the room of requirement unnecessary. Upon returning to his room, Carl lifted the covers and seated himself on his small bed, allowing his eyes to slowly close as he commenced his meditative practice. Images from the infinite dimensions surged into his mind, where emptiness, icy coldness, silence, and darkness reigned as the predominant themes of boundless time and space. The power of a dimension traveler is derived partly from their own mastery of dimensional magic, and partly from the forbidden divergence magic of the otherworldly entity, Neali. The Second Awakening is, in fact, a powerful spell born from the amalgamation of both forces. While in the game, dimension travelers could summon their own Neali upon reaching level 20, thus overpowering those formidable red dogs in the realm of Arad. Only a select few adept dimension travelers could forge contracts with unknown creatures from the void. The majority could only wield rudimentary dimensional magic. From this perspective, the stature of dimension travelers far surpassed that of mere moon insects. The endless dimensions teem with bizarre creatures, each possessing unique abilities, rendering the profession of dimension traveler perilous. As one gazes into the abyss gazes back. Countless oblivious dimension travelers have succumbed to madness through their obsessive pursuits, ultimately leading to their self-destruction. The ritual for contracting with otherworldly beings is both rigorous and complex. Those who foolishly disregard the established methods laid out by their predecessors have often become fodder for creatures from alternate dimensions, their souls devoured entirely. Not everyone possesses the fortitude of that one resourceful adventurer who consistently turns peril into fortune. That individual had the benefit of careful planning by their sister. All that was required was to follow the path laid before them. The form of the contract includes lengthy and obscure incantations, one's own blood, suitable sacrifices, and the requirements for the ink used to inscribe the magical circle demand the blood of powerful beings, which poses a dilemma for Carl. Currently, the potent blood of such beings has yet to manifest in the system's marketplace, meaning that even with the funds drained from Severus Snape, he cannot afford it. The projections of the infinite dimensions grew ever clearer in Carl's mind, signifying his deepening comprehension of dimensional magic, and consequently, the potency of his spells increased. Come to me, or await my arrival. An empty voice echoed in Carl's ears, imbued with an aura of malevolence. Reminiscent of the murmurs of a slumbering high-ranking dark deity, or the malicious temptations of a devil from the depths of hell. Cursed. A-grade mental pollution. Carl's eyes suddenly flew open, his back drenched in cold sweat, his complexion an ashen hue. In a state of disorientation, he violently shook his head as if attempting to expel the haunting echo of that voice from the depths of his mind. He swiftly retrieved a bottle of single Remy aid from his inventory, uncorked it, and tilted his head back for a series of desperate gulps. Just a mere whisper had pushed him to the brink of his sanity. Cursed dog system, what wretched meditation technique have you concocted? If it weren't for my quick reflexes, I might have been driven to madness. Carl's light golden hair was drenched by the sudden turn of events. He panted heavily, clutching his chest, with a lingering expression of fear intermingled with a hint of relief on his face. Fortunately, he had managed to escape swiftly. He had come perilously close to meeting his demise. However, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. While his sanity plummeted, his comprehension of dimensional magic surged exponentially. Yet, he had no desire to undergo such an ordeal again. It was simply too terrifying. Although provoking an eldritch deity is the fastest route to acquiring knowledge and power, even the legendary first demon emperor of the Kaisho sect, Shaler Fuzz, would not dare to engage in such recklessness. A moment's inattention could lead to madness. And who could endure such a fate? Carl initially intended to engage in meditation during the Christmas holidays, seeking tranquil solitude. However, following the recent tumultuous events, he found himself deterred from such pursuits. Swiftly, he donned his robe transformed into sleepwear, covering his head to retreat into slumber, seeking rejuvenation. The dark I may resurrect. Yet it offers no remedy for insanity. Should he descend into madness, he would find himself bereft of even tears to weep. This Christmas had morphed into a veritable nightmare for Carl, first tormented by Snape, leaving him in a near-lifeless state. And now an eldritch deity emerged from the void to add to his woes. Truly, it was a most distressing experience. O fortune, may you open your eyes and behold my plight, lamented a certain anonymous individual, gazing despondently at the snow-laden castle outside. Meanwhile, prompted by Carl's hints. Harry and Ron commenced their research in the library, delving into the annals of Albus Dumbledore in hopes of uncovering traces of Nicholas Flamel. Seated on the wooden benches of the library, each with a hefty tome in hand, they gazed despondently at the text before them. The exploits of Dumbledore were far too numerous. His illustrious century-long legacy within the wizarding world filled volumes upon volumes of magical literature. Harry, at this rate, how long will it take us to find anything? Ron exclaimed, his freckled face etched with despair as he set his book aside. Ron, just hold on a little longer. Perhaps we'll uncover something in the next moment, Harry encouraged, adjusting his glasses and rubbing his aching eyes. But you said that 3 hours ago, Ron yawned, almost succumbing to the soporific effect of the books. Is there anything? Probably not. Let us grab a bite first. Harry replied with an awkward smile, retrieving a box of chocolate frogs from his pocket and offering it to Ron. As the red-haired boy opened the packaging, he discovered a wizard card featuring Dumbledore. Adhering to his collector-esque instinct, Ron contemplated pocketing it. A familiar phrase caught his eye. Dumbledore discovered 12 uses of dragon's blood and collaborated with Nicholas Flamel, who is quite adept in alchemy. As the Christmas holiday drew to a close, although Harry and Ron had gleaned that Flamel was associated with alchemy, their limited knowledge and the scarcity of pertinent magical tomes compelled them to seek assistance from the academic elite. In Hogwarts, their only acquaintances with such scholarly prowess were Carl and Hermione, yet Miss Granger had yet to return due to the ongoing holiday. The moment Carl opened the door, a sense of bewilderment enveloped them all. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, pondering whether Carl had overindulged in bad cuisine, as he bore the appearance of one whose vitality was waning. Conversely, Carl perceived these two as harbingers of misfortune. Every time they visited, trouble seemed to follow. The last incident involved Snape, and now an unknown malevolent deity had intruded. Would the next visitor be the infamous Azathoth, making a grand appearance on the blue planet for a concert? Carl, are you unwell again? Ron cautiously inquired, wary of inciting Carl's ire, for his pallid complexion was marred by shadows. It's nothing, merely an upset stomach from the last few days. A bit of rest will suffice. Carl forced a smile once more at the corners of his mouth as he returned indoors. While his face bore a cheerful expression, his heart was filled with exasperation. Pondering the ill-timed intrusion of these two individuals who always chose to disturb him during his moments of weakness and slumber, their timing impeccable. What business do you both have in seeking me out again? Carl reclined back onto the bed, weakly lifting a cup of warm water to soothe his throat. Embodying an air of despondency, we have uncovered clues regarding Nicodemus. He made significant contributions to alchemy alongside Dumbledore. At that moment, Harry eagerly produced the wizard card, urging Carl to examine it closely. Carl took the wizard card, glanced at it briefly, and pondered for a moment. Since the truth was so close at hand, he decided it was best to share it now, lest he be troubled by their inquiries at a later date. Thus, resting his chin on his hand and feigning a sudden epiphany, he explained to the two, I believe I should be acquainted with who Nicholas Flamel is. Really? Please tell us. The reckless Gryffindor lions immediately revealed their true nature. Nicholas Flamel achieved unprecedented results in alchemy alongside Dumbledore. The very first Philosopher's Stone was crafted by Flamel. And I surmise that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Professor Dumbledore is concealing that very stone beneath the trapdoor. Carl meticulously clarified the situation, explaining each detail one by one. What on earth? Both individuals were utterly bewildered upon hearing the unfamiliar term Philosopher's Stone, also referred to in the wizarding world as the Philosopher's Stone. It is a legendary alchemical creation imbued with extraordinary magical powers, possessing unimaginable abilities. Its functions are indeed formidable. The Philosopher's Stone can transmute ordinary stones into magical gold capable of producing galleons, and it can also be used to concoct an elixir of immortality. By continuously consuming this miraculous potion, one can evade the gaze of death and exist eternally within the realm of the living. The creator of the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel, and his wife recently celebrated their 665th birthday. Carl recounted to the two the true purpose of the Philosopher's Stone, yet he refrained from disclosing its potential side effects. After all, they would not be able to obtain it, so it was prudent to conserve a few words. The miraculous properties of the stone instantly left Harry and Ron awestruck. Such an extraordinary object truly existed. The ability to turn stone into gold signified limitless wealth. And the prospect of immortality was even more enticing, as history bore witness to the myriad kings of the Muggle world who had bent the knee for such power. It could be said that possessing the Philosopher's Stone would indeed signify the zenith of one's existence. allowing one to gaze upon the ever-changing tides of the world with a sense of eternal superiority. No wonder Snape was so determined to traverse that trapdoor. Who could resist such a formidable magical creation? Harry murmured to himself. Fortunately, both of them were merely 11 years old, at the cusp of their youth. And the allure of immortality did not yet captivate them. Aside from Ron, who fancifully hoped that once they thwarted Snape's acquisition of the stone, they might find a small fortune to alleviate their meager existence, Harry harbored no such aspirations. If he did, he would not be able to retrieve the stone hidden within the mirror of Ariste. His parents had left him enough money in the vault to last several lifetimes. After hearing about the wondrous effects of the Philosopher's Stone, Harry fell into a contemplative silence. He gazed at the ground, still ensnared in the illusion conjured by the mirror. And after a considerable pause, he spoke. "Carl, may I pose another question?" "Of course. Ask away. And I shall do my utmost to answer based on the knowledge I possess." Carl, having listened to Harry, who was wise beyond his years, had already discerned the true thoughts lurking deep within Harry's heart. Given the extraordinary and wondrous nature of alchemy and magic, which could effortlessly alter the structure of matter and transcend the boundaries of death, he pondered, is there any enchantment or legendary artifact capable of resurrecting the deceased? Ron, standing nearby and absorbing Harry's words, momentarily subdued his usual playful demeanor. As one of Harry's closest friends, he too harbored a fervent wish for Harry's dreams to materialize. In England, primary schools often design science curricula aimed at nurturing a scientific spirit among children. Young Harry had, on countless occasions, fantasized about miraculous events that would bring his parents back to life and liberate him from the clutches of the Dursleys. Yet, from his teachers, he had gleaned that transmuting base metals into gold and achieving immortality were realms forbidden to humanity, powers that perhaps only the divine could wield. The existence of the Philosopher's Stone rekindled a spark of hope within him. What if, against all odds, there truly existed some wondrous magic or legendary creation capable of such feats? Carl discerned Harry's thoughts, yet when he finally posed the question, a moment of silence enveloped him. Harry gazed at him with eager anticipation. "Do you believe that true deities exist in this world?" At last, Carl articulated this inquiry. Before Harry could respond, Carl resolutely declared, "Indeed, I am aware of at least one deity who remains active to this day." "Who is it?" Harry, sensing the gravity of the conversation, pressed on with urgency. "The Grim Reaper. After encountering the specters at Hogwarts, you must comprehend that souls undeniably exist. Death is not the ultimate conclusion for a soul. Rather, it embarks upon a new journey, guided by the Reaper, to another realm, the afterlife. Throughout history, many formidable and sagacious wizards have embraced the approach of death with equanimity. Yet some wizards, fearing this journey, have devised numerous spells to evade or even reverse death. Evading death has been accomplished by equally wise wizards, such as Nicholas Flamel, who created the Philosopher's Stone, rendering himself immune to death, unless he willingly relinquished his immortality. However, no one has yet succeeded in reversing death. For demanding a soul from the Reaper is nearly impossible, one would think, perhaps. Does that imply someone has accomplished it? Harry seized upon Carl's choice of words, hope igniting in his eyes. There exists but one such instance, and it resulted in an incomplete resurrection, ultimately costing one their life. Carl sighed softly. Yet his inner thoughts were quite vivid. The individual who achieved this extraordinary feat lies right before you. An incomplete resurrection? What does that signify? Harry was utterly confounded. Is it possible for a resurrection to be incomplete? You must be referring to the tale of the three brothers, Ron revealed, unraveling the enigma within Carl's words. What is the tale of the three brothers? Harry's confusion deepened. Since Ron was aware, he should recount it to Harry. Carl, seeing that Ron was familiar with the story, chose to remain silent and conserve his energy. The power of the Dark Lord's words should not be trifled with. Ron then narrated the complete saga of the three brothers and, with a hint of perplexity, inquired of Carl, "Isn't this merely a fairy tale from the tales of Beetle the Bard? My mother used to tell it to me when I was a child." "Who told you that this is merely a story? Every legend must have a basis in reality," Carl countered dismissively. "Is not the invisibility cloak of the youngest Peveril in your possession?" "What? My invisibility cloak is a legendary Deathly Hallow," both exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed. That cloak is the heirloom of the Potter family, preserved for millennia. Its magical resonance remains unchanged, as potent as it was in ancient times. No ordinary invisibility cloak could retain such durability. Only a hallow crafted from a fragment of the Reaper's cloak could achieve this." Carl calmly unveiled the truth concealed within the annals of history regarding the invisibility cloak. "For now, relinquish the pursuit, Harry. There exists no means within the wizarding world to resurrect the departed, not even the resurrection stone. It was merely a snare set by death, a phenomenon that ought not to exist in the realm of the living. Carl expressed his exhaustion, feeling burdened by his own misfortunes while still attempting to console Harry. The bewildered youth. Although true resurrection was unattainable, he was aware of an ancient magic. If the resurrection stone were genuinely discovered, it could allow them to exchange a few words across the threshold of the underworld. Moreover, the barrier of the underworld would prevent the soul from succumbing to despair and indifference dictated by the mortal realm. Seeing Harry's dejected expression, Carl could not help but weave another falsehood. Though it was a deception, his conscience felt no pangs of guilt. For Professor Snape had already paid the price for this matter. Despite his recent financial struggles, where even shampoo and shower gel had to be purchased from inferior brands, and Lily's gifts were borrowed from Lucius with a sense of shamelessness, Snape found it all worthwhile. After all, beautiful appearances are commonplace, while intriguing souls are rare treasures. Even if Lily had assumed a different form, her innately complete soul remained unchanged, not to mention that Clara's physique was already stunningly alluring. After receiving Carl's comforting words, Harry managed to lift his spirits once more. When compared to families eternally separated by death, he considered himself fortunate. For he still had the chance to converse with his deceased loved ones, provided he could locate the resurrection stone. After a series of tribulations, Carl breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to send those two troublesome mischief makers on their way. At last, he could enjoy some well-deserved rest and recover his dwindling sanity. Surely, it was his failure to recharge adequately that had led to such misfortune. The final night of the Christmas holiday arrived quietly, illuminated by the starry sky. As Carl concluded yet another day of intense magical practice with Snape in the room of requirement, his dimensional magic skills surged dramatically following the whispers of the dark deity. Although he was not yet capable of directly overpowering Snape, his progress was undeniably significant. Approaching the Mirror of Erised, Carl was well aware that everything reflected was an illusion. Yet he could not resist the urge to gaze upon it. The images within the mirror shifted daily, recounting tales from an alternate realm of the past. Ah, back again. Are we? The pains of the past will only tether you in place. Facing reality with a smile is not an act of cowardice. A voice, aged yet remarkably composed, resonated unexpectedly in the dark, empty corridor. Damn. Upon hearing this voice, Carl's heart sank. It was the voice of Old Glass, and he had inadvertently drawn attention to himself. In the next moment, he activated the brain-closing spell he had just learned from Snape. Turning around, he found Albus Dumbledore, clad in flowing blue robes and sporting a white beard, had somehow appeared behind him. At that moment, Dumbledore was equally perplexed. He had ventured here in the dead of night not out of boredom, but to offer guidance to the prophesied little savior. However, the savior had only visited twice, and instead, Carl had been the one to appear frequently. It was indeed a rather sorrowful tale. Given Dumbledore's adeptness at concealment, it was likely he did not wish for Carl to discover his presence. Even Hogwarts standing before him would be inconsequential. Finally unable to contain his curiosity, he resolved to uncover what had gone awry. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. Carl managed an awkward smile upon seeing him. Good evening, Mr. Harris. I have seen you here several times now. Do you understand what kind of mirror this is? Dumbledore inquired, maintaining his amiable smile. This is the Mirror of Erised. Carl hesitated momentarily before responding. I have seen that glimmer in the eyes of an old friend concerning family. Am I correct? Dumbledore effortlessly discerned the truth from Carl's gaze. Yes, Carl admitted. Carl inwardly cursed the sharp-eyed old man, then responded to his inquiry. Since you are aware that this is a Mirror of Erised, you must also understand its purpose. Ravenclaw students are typically well-informed. Dumbledore's subtly shifting blue eyes appeared somewhat perplexed. Many individuals, fully cognizant of certain dangers, still feel compelled to reach out. I am merely one among them. And the Mirror of Erised may not seem excessively perilous in my eyes. Carl quietly provided an answer. So, is it the inability to let go of the past? Dumbledore murmured, seemingly recalling the moment of his rift with his brother. The past is indeed nostalgic, yet the future equally ignites one's aspirations. I have witnessed too many souls, ensnared in illusions, languishing through their existence. I do not wish for you to join their ranks. Dumbledore began to impart words of wisdom, inadvertently mentioning that he had seen Harry twice in the mirror, pondering why he had not returned. Meanwhile, Carl candidly recounted how he had comforted the bewildered youth. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. What was this peculiar operation? Pulling others out while ensnaring oneself? What he did not realize was that Carl merely wished to gaze upon the echoes of the past a little longer. His future still stretched ahead of him. The Christmas holiday swiftly passed, and Carl's delightful day concluded after Snape's evening private lesson. Exhausted and breathless from their duel, Carl sat on the ground. The old bat's magical prowess was indeed formidable. Mr. Harris has shown some recent improvement in his spell casting, yet in my view, it remains rather clumsy. Snape maintained his somber tone, looking down upon Carl seated on the ground. Professor Snape, believe me, had it been when you were 11, I would have surely pinned you to the ground. Carl snickered disdainfully, remarking on the absurdity of a man in his 40s still engaging in such antics. Snape cast a cold, penetrating gaze at Carl, finding himself at a loss for a rebuttal. In his eyes, despite the boy's insufferable demeanor, he possessed considerable prowess, easily besting students from the 5th and 6th grades. That will suffice for today's lesson. Our next session is this Saturday afternoon, Snape declared curtly. Preparing to retreat to his chilly dungeon, where he had yet to grade the potion essays submitted by his students. Should he grant all of Gryffindor a failing mark? A sinister smile crept across his lips. Professor Snape, wait. I have a question I would like to ask you. Carl called out to Snape, who had just opened the door. Oh, it appears that the erudite Mr. Harris has a question to pose to his potions instructor. Snape halted, his lustrous black hair shimmering faintly in the candlelight. While I may be regarded as the most learned in other areas of arcane knowledge at Hogwarts, when it comes to the discipline of potions, I must indeed rely on Professor Snape. Carl feigned admiration for Snape, for he still needed to pose a question regarding potions. Potions? Pray, enlighten me. At the mention of potions, Snape's interest was indeed piqued. The last vial of the revitalizing potion still lingered in his thoughts. I wonder if Professor Snape has heard of a potion that can bring the dead back to life? Carl chuckled lightly as he posed his inquiry, genuinely intrigued by the ancient potion recipe that could supposedly resurrect the deceased. If such a potion truly existed, would I still engage in dealings with a vampire like you? A smirk of derision crept across Snape's face, seemingly mocking Carl's contradictory stance. The bones of a father, the flesh of a servant, the blood of an enemy? In response to Snape's taunt, Carl calmly referenced several key terms. Snape's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure. I believe Mr. Harris has misunderstood the true function of this ancient potion. Its power lies not in resurrection, but in the reconstruction of the body, with the integrity of the soul being a prerequisite for utilizing this ancient brew. Otherwise, I would have employed it long ago. Would I still wait for you, a vampire, to drain my life? The latter remark was a furious roar from the old bat. It is merely an equitable exchange. How could I possibly exploit you? In the face of Snape's frenzied outburst, Carl explained with an air of indifference. You once stated that potion making is a precise discipline. Pray, enlighten me on the true significance of these 3 principal ingredients. Once Snape finished his tirade, Carl continued his inquiry. The bones of a father, unwittingly donated. The flesh of a servant, willingly offered. The blood of an enemy, forcibly extracted, can forge a perfect corporeal form. The bones of a father are self-evident, being of a singular nature. The flesh of a servant, however, necessitates a profound magical contract to be deemed valid. The blood of an enemy also possesses a unique quality, needing to be that of the very adversary who obliterated the wizard's original form. Snape produced a notebook and scrutinized it closely before providing an accurate response. At this juncture, Carl finally comprehended why Voldemort's resurrection during the Triwizard Tournament required Harry Potter's blood, with countless enemies dispersed throughout the wizarding world. He could have easily chosen any one of them to resurrect first before seeking retribution against Harry. The dark mark on the rat's arm conveniently satisfied the notion of a profound servant's contract. As for the bones of the father, Old Riddle had long been dispatched by his own son, Tom, making the acquisition of a few ashes exceedingly simple. Having unraveled the concept of Voldemort's resurrection, Carl couldn't help but marvel at how this ancient potion seemed tailor-made for Voldemort, a flawless concoction indeed. Professor Snape, what would occur if any one of these 3 principal ingredients were absent, or if one were entirely substituted? Carl continued to probe, already preparing to ensnare Voldemort. Did Mr. Harris not pay attention during my first lesson? This potion, although exceedingly ancient and enigmatic, encompasses not only potion making but also delves into dark magic, bloodline origins, binding contracts, and even other mystical disciplines. However, it ultimately manifests as a potion. Since it is a potion, it is bound by the fundamental framework of potion making. Precision and rigor are essential qualities that every potion maker must possess. Even the simplest scabious potion can yield entirely contrary effects, causing a full-body outbreak of scabies due to a slight miscalculation in temperature or the use of stale ingredients. How much more critical is this for a potion that stands at the pinnacle of potion making? Should any of the three primary ingredients falter? And if the recipient's soul is not sufficiently robust, there is a staggering 99% likelihood of immediate demise. The old bat grimly elucidated the intricacies and strictness of this ancient potion, foreseeing the unfortunate soul who would fall victim to this vampire's trap, leaving him utterly bereft. When anomalies arise, there is always a hidden scheme. During his dealings with Carl, he had long since discerned his patterns. He never mentions anything that would be of no use to him, yet should he bring it up, one must tread carefully, for a deep pit may lie in wait, ready for one to plunge into. Snape had already been ensnared several times, and to this day, he bore the psychological scars from those encounters. Upon hearing Snape's explanation that this so-called resurrection potion was, in fact, a body reconstruction elixir, Carl began to chuckle ominously. Snape, unsettled by the sound of his laughter, silently expressed sympathy for the unfortunate soul in his thoughts, then resolutely put the matter aside. What? You claim to have been deceived by a vampire? What relevance does that hold for me, Severus Snape? Yet, unbeknownst to him, Carl had now extended his sinister grasp towards one of his employers. Oh, per Tom Marvolo riddle. Here, I, Carl Harris, must extend my apologies to you. I have indeed resolved to unearth your father's grave. No one can halt my advance. Carl emerged from the room of requirement, his mind racing with thoughts of how he might one day significantly undermine Voldemort. A wave of exhilaration washed over him, so much so that he forgot to cast the disillusionment charm on his way back to the dormitory. After all, Voldemort had sought to cut off his financial resources and compete with him for the Philosopher's Stone. Now that he had caught a glimpse of opportunity, he was determined to exploit it to the fullest. Moreover, the Dark Lord possessed 7 lives. While that was not quite the same as immortality, his capacity for self-preservation was still formidable. Why not revel in the prospect of playing with such a powerful adversary? Carl ambled along the path to the library, delightfully imagining the splendid expression on Voldemort's face upon discovering that his father's bones had been cunningly replaced. He chuckled softly to himself, eager to retire to the Ravenclaw Tower for a restful slumber. Just then, the iconic trio from Gryffindor emerged from the shadowy corridor. Hey, Carl, come with us. We've been searching for you all day. Something significant is about to happen at Hagrid's, Harry exclaimed, a mixture of urgency and surprise evident in his demeanor. He had not seen Carl throughout the day and had intended to inform him earlier about the impending hatching of the dragon egg, but only now found the moment to share the news. As Carl listened to the so-called significant matter that Harry spoke of, he immediately surmised that it pertained to the imminent hatching of a dragon egg. Come in quickly. It's not safe to be out here, he urged. Hermione hastily beckoned Carl to hide beneath the invisibility cloak. Initially, she had no intention of participating in this escapade. However, Harry and Ron had already divulged the news about the Philosopher's Stone to her. This revelation left her utterly astounded, and the prospect of a dragon egg hatching only heightened her curiosity. After much deliberation, she ultimately succumbed to the influence of Harry and his friends. Carl observed that the 3 individuals had completely filled the space of the invisibility cloak, and with a slight, awkward smile, he remarked, "No need. You all can use it. I can become invisible on my own." The trio looked at him, perplexed. Moments later, with a subtle flick of his wand, Carl vanished entirely from their sight. This was the disillusionment charm, serving a purpose akin to that of the invisibility cloak, yet proving to be far more convenient. Carl's voice resonated in the empty corridor as he began to elucidate. We understand the principle, but the question remains, how is it that you possess such an advanced spell? All of them were first-year students. Why was he so exceptional? Were Carl to hear their unvoiced thoughts, he would undoubtedly respond, apologies. But a life of privilege requires no justification. With enough resources, you too could achieve this. The quartet, cloaked in invisibility, made their way to Hagrid's hut, where they were greeted with fervent enthusiasm, surpassing any previous encounters. Today marked the hatching of his first dragon, and his elation was palpable. Every door and window of the quaint wooden abode was sealed tightly, with only a few small openings left for ventilation. After all, with the impending hatching of the dragon, any unforeseen mishap would surely bring Hagrid to tears. Upon entering, Hermione immediately felt the oppressive warmth, rolling up her sleeves and wiping the sweat from her brow. Carl, however, seemed impervious to the heat, his gaze fixating on the table. There, an obsidian dragon egg rested, revealing faint cracks that periodically shifted as time wore on. Noticing the discomfort of Harry and his friends, Hagrid offered an apologetic smile. Just bear with it. Norbert is about to hatch. No sooner had he spoken than the cracks on the dragon egg widened significantly, spreading across its surface before shattering with a resounding crack. From the remnants of the broken shell emerged a bare, slimy, triangular head. Tiny wings quivered as they freed themselves from the debris. The onlookers could see that the newborn dragon appeared dark and slender, with spindly limbs and a long, delicate tail wobbling precariously on the table, giving the impression that it might topple over at any moment. The moment Carl beheld the visage of the dragon, he was instantly struck by disinterest. He had anticipated that encountering such a creature in the real world would reveal a more aesthetically pleasing form. However, the reality was akin to that of a monstrous behemoth, rendering it even more grotesque, extinguishing his appetite entirely. Its unsightly appearance led him to believe it must be unpalatable. Carl's lips twitched slightly, utterly perplexed by the peculiar affection some held for such an ungainly creature. Wasn't the allure of a beautiful cat far superior? In stark contrast to Carl's disinterest, Hagrid was brimming with enthusiasm. He animatedly recounted to Harry and Ron his plans to nurture Norbert into a plump and healthy dragon within the month, after which he intended to send it to Romania. "Norbert, come here. Look at me. I am your mother," he declared, extending a finger towards Norbert's triangular little head in a playful attempt to engage it. However, the hatchling did not recognize Hagrid as its mother and immediately attempted to bite his finger. Alas, being freshly hatched, it was still too small to compare with the adult Norwegian ridgebacks. Faced with Hagrid, a half-giant with thick skin, Norbert's efforts to inflict any harm were laughably futile. "Look, it recognizes me as its mother," Hagrid exclaimed, growing increasingly excited by Norbert's reaction, completely oblivious to the fact that his finger was still in the dragon's mouth. He mistook the biting for a gesture of affection. The four young wizards, however, could only gaze on in disbelief, well aware that Norbert did not seem particularly fond of Hagrid. Yet, considering that the freshly hatched dragon posed no threat to a half-giant with high magical and physical resistance, they chose to remain silent and let the situation unfold. Nevertheless, dragons are not akin to foolish giants. They are highly intelligent creatures. After exerting all its strength, Norbert realized that its underdeveloped teeth were incapable of inflicting any damage on the towering figure before it. Thus, it wisely loosened its grip, preparing to unleash its innate ability. Upon witnessing Norbert release its mouth, Hagrid boasted to the group, "Hey, look, it seems to be tired of playing." However, before Hagrid could fully comprehend the situation, Norbert, now charged with energy, unleashed its devastating breath of fire straight at Hagrid's face, igniting his bushy beard in an instant. "You little rascal, I am your mother," Hagrid exclaimed, caught off guard as he flailed his hands in a frantic attempt to extinguish the flames. Carl shook his head in resignation and retrieved his wand from the depths of his wizard's robe. He cast a spell of pure water upon Hagrid's beard. The modest flames, once flickering, were instantly extinguished by Carl's deft incantation. "Thank you, Carl. That was an exquisite display of magical skill," Hagrid remarked, pulling out his grimy handkerchief to wipe the droplets from his face. Although Carl's spell had successfully prevented Hagrid from being marred by the flames, his beard had suffered somewhat, thick in some areas, sparse in others, and bearing an odd scent. "Is everything all right, Hagrid?" Harry asked, a hint of concern etching his features. The hatchling was already proving to be quite the handful, and it seemed that Hagrid would have his hands full caring for the young dragon over the coming month. "Not a problem at all. It's merely a bit lively since it just hatched. I shall ensure it receives the proper training," Hagrid replied, seemingly unfazed by his singed beard, content that this was merely the nature of a dragon offspring. "Carl, when I express my concerns, it is not indicative of a flaw in my reasoning, but rather a reflection of what I perceive to be a deficiency in yours," he observed Norbert, whose sharp claws etched deep grooves into the tabletop, the triangular head occasionally emitting small sparks, an unmistakable sign of its untamed nature. However, Hagrid was utterly unable to resist the allure of such magnificent beasts. While internally critiquing Hagrid, Carl gently tapped the table, his eyes occasionally gleaming with a spark of brilliance. What were the 12 uses of dragon's blood that Dumbledore had elucidated? Perhaps he could concoct a 13th method to pay homage to the void. Indeed, the intricate magical array required for summoning the forbidden Niaril demanded exceptional materials. Since dragons rank among the most formidable magical creatures in existence, their blood should suffice, should it not? Nonetheless, Carl was not entirely certain, given that he had never attempted this before. He prided himself on being a meticulous dimensional scholar and, naturally, could not jump to conclusions. All would be revealed through experimentation. As for whether the blood extraction process would proceed smoothly, or if Norbert would fiercely resist, such concerns did not occupy Carl's thoughts. After a month, how large could it possibly grow? With a few dimensional spells, it would surely be subdued under Carl's influence. Meanwhile, Hermione, startled by this unexpected turn of events, reacted with indignation. Unlike Hagrid's fondness for formidable creatures, girls typically preferred the more aesthetically pleasing magical beings, such as unicorns. Thus, she vehemently countered Hagrid. Lively. This behavior is far from mere exuberance. It nearly singed your face. Hermione, it will be all right. Norbert will remain under Hagrid's care for a month before being sent to Romania for training, after which he will be reintroduced to the wild. Ron's brother, Charlie, will oversee all these arrangements. Moreover, during this time, Harry and I will also take turns to ensure its well-being. Carl could not allow Hermione to jeopardize his plans at such a critical moment. He awaited Nobber's growth, hoping for a stronger lineage, so he could examine whether the experiment could connect to the countless gene networks of the endless dimensions and summon Nyariri. Upon hearing Carl's explanation and solution, Hermione's expression softened slightly. Meanwhile, Hagrid, brimming with excitement, dashed to the kitchen to prepare a meal for his beloved little Nobber. Carl observed the little dragon swaying on the table with keen interest. Although his expression remained inscrutable, the depth of his concern rivaled that of Hagrid. He awaited the opportunity to utilize the creature's fresh blood to inscribe a magical array to summon his beloved Nyariri. While success was not guaranteed, the endeavor was certainly worth attempting, was it not? With this intention in mind, Carl shed his previous nonchalance and began to exhibit immense fascination towards the little creature. To be candid, he was indeed captivated by its essence, or rather, by the essence of Nyariri. The thought of a manifestation of Nyarlathotep was exhilarating. However, he could only entertain such thoughts for the moment. After all, was Nyariri a being one could easily provoke? Or is there a single feeble entity within the entire Cthulhu pantheon? Even a mere fragment of such a being would undoubtedly possess formidable power. It is well acknowledged that a dimension walker, who merely controls dimensional magic, is an unmitigated troublemaker. In contrast, the taboo Nyariri, who masters aberrant magic and an array of esoteric knowledge, is the true centerpiece of any formidable gathering. One wonders if the prefix for the second awakening of the dimensional class is indeed aberration. Given that Nobber was still young and the mysterious powers within his bloodline were scant, Carl found himself restraining the impulse to hasten the experiment, opting instead to cultivate a rapport with the little creature. After all, he was not a demon. He preferred to reserve violent methods for dire circumstances, believing that most matters could be resolved through calm and reasoned dialogue. This notion, once it surfaced in his mind, was readily embraced by his cerebral cortex. The idea of nurturing a dragon seemed rather appealing. If he could unlock a title of Dragon Tamer and subsequently activate a title system, it would be splendid. Thus, in the ensuing days, Carl, alongside Harry and Ron, proudly assumed the role of a dragon caretaker. Unlike the mundane world where people raise kittens and puppies, they were tending to dragons, elevating their status significantly. Yet, while the idea was charming, reality proved rather daunting. Experiencing the presence of such a magnificent creature and the responsibility of its care was a sensation Carl had never encountered. He had never even raised a kitten or a puppy, and now he found himself thrust into a hellishly challenging endeavor. Carl initially believed that this experience would be a delightful and leisurely endeavor. However, after 3 days, his demeanor had begun to fray. The reason was simple: the so-called little darling, as described by Hagrid, was exceedingly rambunctious and possessed an overly fiery temperament. One moment it would be peacefully lounging, and the next, flames would erupt. The wooden furnishings within Hagrid's cabin were particularly susceptible to ignition. Alternatively, it would flit about, using the curtains, sofa, and table as its preferred teething aids. Had it not been for Carl's vigilant presence, constantly trailing behind this little creature and casting spells to conjure fresh water and mend the chaos, Hagrid's abode would surely be in dire need of reconstruction. Surprisingly, Hagrid, the owner of the cabin, appeared utterly unconcerned, remarking that he would not mind sleeping on the floor even if the bed were destroyed. This left Carl with the sensation of striking a pillow with his fists. At last, on one fateful day, he could no longer contain himself. "Harry, could you please assist Norbert in the kitchen by fetching some food?" Carl, shedding his previous irritable demeanor, spoke to Harry with a gentle expression. Taken aback by Carl's sudden change in attitude, Harry inquired with a hint of confusion. "Didn't T. Norbert just eat 10 minutes ago? When I ask you to fetch it, just do so without questioning the reasons, all right?" Carl strained his facial muscles, endeavoring to present Harry with a benevolent smile. He was on the verge of imparting a profound lesson to Norbert. It was one thing to meddle with his teammates without consequence, but to toy with him was an entirely different matter. As Carl watched the troublesome Harry depart, he abruptly turned around. The gentle smile he had previously forced upon his face vanished, replaced by a countenance filled with cold disdain. Norbert observed Carl's swift transformation with a sneer, exhaling a spark of embers through his nostrils, embodying an air of arrogance, as if to say, "What can you possibly do to me?" However, it would soon come to realize otherwise. With a flick of his wrist, a wand materialized in Carl's hand. Crafted from walnut, it measured 10¼ inches in length, imbued with the nerve of a dragon, and remarkably sturdy. "Oh, Norbert, behold this wand in my grasp, long and slender. Does it not resemble the soul-stealing curse, both green and unsettling to the heart?" Carl raised his wand, observing a small spider on the tree laboriously weaving its web. He murmured, "Soul extraction. Bind yourself." In an instant, the soul-binding curse ensnared the spider, swiftly enveloping it in its own web. Norbert shuddered at the sight of this bizarre magic. However, the spectacle was far from over. Heart-piercing. The next incantation, the heart-piercing curse, left the spider utterly defenseless against the soul-binding spell. The sheer agony inflicted by the curse rendered it to a state of torment, causing the web it had just spun to fray and break apart. Avada Kedavra. Finally, the killing curse mercifully ended the spider's suffering. Norbert witnessed the entire harrowing sequence, from the spider's control to its torment, and ultimately its swift demise. He curled up in a small corner, trembling in fear, dreading that the terrifying dark wizard before him might unleash such a fate upon him at any moment. His skin had yet to develop sufficiently to withstand the merciless effects of the 3 unforgivable curses. A single hit could spell his doom. Carl nodded with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he sought. "Norbert, I am aware that as one of the most extraordinary creatures in the magical realm, you fully comprehend my words. Therefore, I implore you not to make this difficult for me, if you would be so kind. It would be for the benefit of us all. Should I take advantage of Hagrid's inattention to unleash an Avada Kedavra upon you, he would never believe it was I who committed such an act. So, do remain here for a month. It would serve our mutual interests." Carl whispered softly to Norbert, and if one disregarded the deadly curse woven into his words, it seemed quite harmonious. Norbert nodded with great difficulty, his triangular head bobbing in a submissive manner. This is truly how a good child of Hagrid should behave. Carl put away his wand. Since his objective had been achieved, there was no longer any need to intimidate the little creature. After all, it was still a mere infant, not yet a month old, and Carl was far from being a ruthless dark wizard who resorted to lethal curses at the slightest provocation. "Carl, Hagrid hasn't finished in the kitchen yet. He asked you to wait a moment." At that moment, Harry also approached. "Oh, I see. Then there's no need to feed him. After consuming so much, a little hunger won't hurt." At that time, Carl had already trained Norbert through the 3 unforgivable curses to the extent that it dared not stray from the east. His own demeanor had returned to a state of calm control, as light and effortless as a gentle breeze. Given this, how could he possibly indulge Norbert further? The earlier intimidation had merely served as a diversion to provide Harry with an opportunity to act. The mischievous little creature needed a lesson. If one scare was insufficient, then perhaps a more serious approach was warranted. After all, the Cruciatus curse would leave no wounds, and with Hagrid's level of magic, he would be unable to detect anything amiss. "Norbert, come here and sit down," Carl instructed with a casual air, and the latter promptly scurried over, crouching at Carl's feet. This scene left Harry utterly astonished. How could Norbert be so obedient? It was neither scientific nor magical. "Carl, how did you manage that?" Harry pondered, feeling somewhat bewildered. After all, having cared for Norbert for so long, he had never heeded their commands, not even those of his mother, Hagrid. Perhaps he required a touch of malevolent enchantment? Carl casually described the 3 unforgivable curses he had just employed as mere malevolent spells. Norbert, wagging his tail at Carl's feet, was on the brink of unleashing a fiery breath at his face upon hearing this. Was this what one termed a malevolent spell? Fortunately, he managed to suppress his instincts. Otherwise, during a moment when a certain Hagrid was absent, a few piercing curses would undoubtedly have been unleashed. After receiving Carl's loving guidance, Norbert had evidently become far more well-behaved than before. At this moment, he refrained from spewing fire indiscriminately, gnawing on furniture, or even being picky about his food. This transformation greatly pleased Harry and Ron, who were tasked with taking over. They unanimously agreed that Carl had done an exceptional job. As for the so-called malevolent spells Carl mentioned earlier, they paid them no mind. Regardless of the incantation, as long as it could tame this unruly creature. It was deemed a good spell. Once all the finishing touches were in place, Carl conjured a lounge chair, using transfiguration, and reclined upon it, leisurely perusing Hagrid's book on dragon care. From time to time, he would issue commands to allow Nobber to expend his seemingly boundless energy. Hagrid, witnessing the harmonious interaction among the trio and the dragon, was overjoyed, his smile nearly reaching his ears. "Hey, Carl, this is the fish I just caught. You can feed it to Nobber later. I'm off to the Forbidden Forest. I heard there's a unicorn there that has been injured by some unknown creature." Hagrid set down the wooden bucket and waved at Fong before heading out the door. As Carl listened to Hagrid's words, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. It seemed that Quirrell's vitality had waned to the point where he could no longer sustain Voldemort, who now relied on the blood of unicorns for survival. Should he seize this opportunity to explore the Forbidden Forest? With this thought, he hesitated. This moment presented an excellent chance to gauge the strength of Quirrell and Voldemort, for he could not discern the true extent of this grotesque duo's power. However, recalling how these two had effortlessly dispatched the Gringotts vaults, leaving without a scratch, it was evident they were formidable. After all, the real world is far more intricate than the narrative spun by films and the esteemed Ms. Rowling. Harry had merely relied on his claws to defeat Quirrell back then. Carl's gaze subtly shifted towards Norbert, who at that moment looked longingly after Hagrid's receding figure, as if silently questioning why he was not taken along, thus escaping Carl's clutches. Observing Norbert's woeful expression, Carl rose with a sardonic smile from his reclined position and approached the fish delivered by Hagrid. With a mere flick of his wand, several plump and vibrant fish floated into the air. Avada Kedavra! The horrific green light of the killing curse swiftly struck the fish, causing Norbert to shrink back in terror, unable to bear the sight. Disarmament Charm. The latest application of the disarming spell was in play. Under the meticulous control of Carl and the spell, the fish scales peeled away layer by layer, and the innards were efficiently cleaned. After sprinkling seasoning, Carl employed transfiguration to create a grill, skewering the fish upon it. What? You say this fish is for Norbert? Yet Carl intends to feast upon it. Would he dare oppose? Norbert, breathe fire and keep an eye on the cooking. Should it burn, your fate is sealed. Not even Hagrid, nor Merlin himself, could save you. Do you understand? The scene froze on Carl's face, displaying a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile, directed at Norbert. On the lawn before the quaint cabin, a Norwegian ridgeback, plump from Hagrid's generous feeding, cautiously exhaled flames, skillfully managing the heat. Occasionally, it would use its claws to flip the fish, ensuring even cooking, lest it provoke the wrath of a certain unnamed dark wizard and face a severe beating. Only when the fish began to emit a rich aroma, dripping with oil, did the Norwegian ridgeback retract its flames, grasp the grill with its tooth-filled maw, and with a flutter of its wings, scampered happily to the foot of Carl's reclining chair. Placing the fish upon the little table, Carl removed his sunglasses and cast a glance at the table adorned with the fragrant grilled fish. His eyes then fell upon Norbert, who sat on the ground, wagging his tail fervently, his large, expressive eyes brimming with longing. The fish appeared delectable, perfectly cooked without a hint of char. Well, it seems the flavor is quite satisfactory. No need to starve, Norbert. With that, the formidable figure rose from his rattan chair, unceremoniously seizing a piece of the grilled fish, wholly disregarding the feelings of the dragon. What is that look you're giving me, Norbert? Here, take it. It's all your reward. Don't make it seem as though I've been mistreating you. Carl gazed at Norbert, who was squatting on the ground with eager eyes, and tossed another roasted fish from the table towards him. The latter adeptly caught it in his mouth, his sharp-toothed jaws chewing it a couple of times before swallowing it whole. Yet he continued to eye the remaining fish with an expression of longing. Stop staring. Even if you do, you cannot consume any more. That is reserved for Hermione and Harry. Just look at how plump you have become. After issuing a warning to Norbert, Carl resumed basking in the sun, donning his sunglasses. In England, sunny days are a rare delight. Conversing here often begins with the weather, rather than the customary discussions of meals, as in the East. Approximately 10 minutes later, the shift change approached. The figures of Harry and his companions gradually came into view for Norbert, who, at that moment, was nearly in tears, finally liberated from the torment and oppression of a certain Dark Lord. Carl also took note of their commotion and agilely leapt from the wicker chair to continue extracting the labor of the dragon. Norbert, this grilled fish has grown somewhat cold. Please warm it up. Should its flavor be compromised, you shall see how I rectify the situation. Under Carl's command, Norbert fervently began to breathe fire. The trio observed the scene, Having endured the antics of the mischievous Norwegian ridgeback dragon over the past few days, returning home in a state of disarray almost daily. Come. Partake in the fish. It has just been grilled by Nobber and is quite fragrant. With a smile, Carl placed several grilled fish before the trio, gently patting Norbert's large head in a gesture of encouragement. This is truly remarkable. Carl, you are truly impressive. Norbert appears to be completely tamed by you. Ron exclaimed in astonishment as he observed Norbert's docile demeanor in Carl's hands. In his recollection, Charlie would always return home complaining about the raucous dragons in Romania. Well, it seems we are nearing complete domestication. By the way, if you wish to pet him, you are welcome to do so at any time. He will not resist. Carl grasped the wand in his hand and pointed towards Nobber, saying, Nobber, behave yourself. Ron, casting a covetous glance at Nobber, immediately placed his hand upon its wing and began to fumble after receiving an accurate response from Carl. Nobber, unaccustomed to such indignities, let out a furious roar, ready to explode. Harry and Hermione instinctively recoiled, while Ron, the focal point of the situation, nearly collapsed in fright. However, upon noticing the cold smirk on Carl's face and the somewhat familiar lip movements, Nobber abruptly ceased its actions. It couldn't be, could it? If it wasn't mistaken. Carl seemed to be softly uttering the words of Avada Kedavra. Let us try again. This time, I assure you, there will be no unforeseen incidents. The smile on Carl's face appeared somewhat rigid, yet he swiftly assured everyone. Meanwhile, Ron, startled by Norbert's furious roar, dared not approach at all. Carl, however, demonstrated through his actions that his method of training dragons was indeed flawless. Thus unfolded a scene of great hilarity. Carl's wooden wand was firmly pressed against Norbert's forehead, rendering the latter utterly motionless, forced to endure Ron and Harry's playful antics. After the dragon encounter, Ron could only express a singular sentiment. The dragon's scaly wings were remarkably tough. Harry concurred, noting that engaging with such a creature was far from comfortable due to its coarse texture. Hermione, why not give it a try? Opportunities to interact with dragons do not arise frequently. Once Norbert is sent away, there will be no chance left. Carl gazed at the little witch, who was nervously tugging at the hem of her garment. Hermione found herself in a state of inner conflict, for she had encountered numerous depictions of dragons, those magnificent creatures, in the majority of her magical tomes. Each description bore the unmistakable labels of power and untamed ferocity. The notion of petting a dragon was undeniably perilous. Yet, witnessing the triumphs of Harry and Ron stirred an irresistible urge within her, as Carl had aptly remarked. Such opportunities were rare. Ultimately, Hermione's curiosity triumphed over her trepidation. She gradually placed her hand upon Norbert's head, the uneven scales feeling rather uncomfortable, hard, and abrasive to the touch. Nevertheless, having successfully dared to touch a perilous Norwegian ridgeback, an overwhelming sense of accomplishment enveloped her, and a gentle smile began to grace her small face. Such wondrous experiences had been unfathomable in her previous 11 years. As the object of her attention, Norbert was quaking in fear, his forelegs trembling uncontrollably. He sensed the immense power emanating from Carl's wand. Should that spell be unleashed, it would undoubtedly obliterate his head. Although he was quite displeased with the intrusive antics of the diminutive figures before him, the pressure weighing upon his brow compelled him to acquiesce rather than stubbornly unleash his massive wings to cast them aside. The formidable magic wielded by Carl's wand was no mere illusion meant to intimidate. It was the genuine manifestation of a potent spell, a culmination of destructive power. It had been the very spell that blasted open the door to the room of requirement by the pink toad umbrage during Harry's 5th year. A spell he had recently mastered from Snape. Despite Norbert's considerable growth over the past few days, receiving such a spell upon his head would result in nothing short of catastrophe. In his eyes, he thought, "You ungrateful dragon. I've been nurturing you with the finest care, and yet you react with hostility to a mere touch? It would be far better to simply cast Avada Kedavra. That way, I could extract some pure blood from your heart to enhance the success rate of summoning Nirali." The month swiftly passed, and tonight marked the day Hagrid would escort Norbert to Romania. The dragon had grown plump and was now ready for slaughter. Carl cracked his knuckles, casting a sidelong glance at Norbert, whose face bore a sinister smile. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Norwegian ridgeback remained blissfully unaware of the impending ordeal that awaited it. Silence enveloped the scene. As someone deftly invoked a silent spell, the initial signs of a clandestine experiment began to unfold. Carl gazed contentedly at the large bottle filled to the brim with dragon's blood in his hand, completely oblivious to Norbert, who was rolling on the ground nearby, unable to utter a sound. Enough of this commotion. With a resigned shake of his head, Carl produced a vial of Lorien HP potion and forcibly pried open the gaping maw of Nober, filled with sharp teeth, to pour it down its throat. While the weekly reward was an epic artifact, it seemed to exclusively yield such healing potions. Yet, do dimensional wanderers truly require this? System, appraise this dragon's blood. In his heart, Carl silently pondered, feeling a sense of unease regarding the object he was about to utilize. The transaction of 5,000 gold coins was successfully processed. What followed was the cold, synthetic tone of the electronic voice, as the properties of dragon's blood gradually unfolded within his mind. Magical item, dragon's blood. Item description: this is a vial of dragon's blood extracted from a young Norwegian ridgeback dragon. Its inherent mystery and magical essence are vastly inferior to that of an adult Norwegian ridgeback dragon, and due to the violent extraction method employed by the host, its potency requires further enhancement. Carl, this outcome has utterly exceeded his expectations. It appears that his violent methods of extraction are inadequate. System, do you believe that utilizing this dragon's blood to inscribe the magical array would pose any issues? Carl, somewhat disheartened, inquired of the system. Yet the only response he received was a cold directive instructing him to explore on his own. Deciding to cast aside his doubts, he resolved to give it a try. After all, one must take risks. A bicycle could potentially transform into a motorcycle, and even the faintest glimmer of hope is better than none. Having securely stored the dragon's blood, Carl bid farewell to Hagrid and the others, informing them that he had matters to attend to and would not be able to accompany Norbert that evening. Meanwhile, Norbert, obediently lying on the ground, could not help but shed tears from his large dragon eyes upon hearing this, expressing his relief at the prospect of no longer having to endure the presence of this demon. After Carl had drawn an entire bottle of his blood, Norbert found himself nearly unable to stand. Carl walked along the winding path of the castle, his mind immersed in the intricacies of the magical array. Blood, incantations, and spell formations. These complex elements of sorcery began to replay in a continuous loop within his consciousness. Unbeknownst to him, he was already approaching the door of the Chamber of Wishes. As he silently intoned the need for a sacrificial room, Carl gently pushed open the door, and before him lay a magnificent altar. Carl extended his right hand, wielding dimensional magic as his quill and dragon's blood as ink. The dark crimson essence gradually stretched into the void, as he meticulously delineated a series of enigmatic magical runes. As the magic circle took form, beads of perspiration began to appear on his forehead, and his once steady breaths grew increasingly labored. Simultaneously, the dimensional magic within him waned with the completion of the circle. Yet the pulsating energy of the Eye of Darkness at his heart swiftly replenished his dwindling power. A red crystal materialized abruptly in his grasp, which he then crushed fiercely, scattering countless shards that ascended into the air, merging with the magic circle. Given the insufficiency of the dragon's blood's vitality, he had no choice but to resort to this alternative. He had initially contemplated transforming it into a feather quill as a gift for Umbridge, that pink toad. Fortune smiled upon her this time. Carl gazed at the increasingly crimson magical array suspended in midair, as an unremarkable dagger materialized in his hand. Shatter. With a fervent grip infused with more than half of his dimensional magic, he crushed the dagger to dust. As the dagger disintegrated, the once radiant altar was engulfed by an ominous chill, coalescing into a swirling black mist, from which emerged the vengeful visage of a woman, her countenance twisted with malice. Rushing towards him. Do you think you can turn the tide now that you are in my grasp? Observing the spirit's malevolent display, Carl scoffed derisively before promptly activating the magical array. Sacrifice. The melodic chant, alternating between soaring heights and deep tones, resonated throughout the altar, hastening the operation of the array, which suddenly erupted with an overwhelming force that enveloped the black mist. The pitiful, vengeful spirit, having barely made its presence known, was swiftly transformed into pure soul energy, merging seamlessly into the magical array, serving as a vital component for Carl's successful summoning of Nyali, ultimately succumbing to obliteration. Upon absorbing this essence of soul power, the array blazed with brilliance, reaching its zenith. A magnificent dimensional gate gradually took shape, intricate magical runes materializing upon its surface, and a melodious chime echoed from its center as the doors began to part. Witnessing this spectacle, Carl felt tears of joy welling up. This was an unmistakable omen of success. The prospect of truly possessing the corporeal embodiment of the forbidden Nyali filled him with such exhilaration that he felt he might burst with delight. Let us forge a pact. A wound appeared on Carl's finger, and a drop of crimson blood soared into the air towards the magnificent dimensional gate. As the grand portal swung open, Carl's smile abruptly froze upon his face, swiftly transforming into an expression of profound gloom. For emerging from the portal was not the longed-for Nayali, but rather an abominably grotesque humanoid creature. What a travesty! What a wretched summoning! The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Carl, having plummeted from the heights of expectation to the depths of despair, was utterly incensed. Before him stood a being whose skin resembled rubber, ceaselessly oozing with a viscous green slime. Its back was hunched and decaying, revealing a gruesome array of jagged fangs. Its feet resembled hooves, and its face bore a peculiar amalgamation of canine and human features, adorned with elongated claws, while its back was festooned with several clusters of dark, rotting fungi. This monstrosity had truly redefined Carl's understanding of ugliness. A dog-headed creature? Hardly. While a dog-headed being may be unattractive, it is still somewhat tolerable. This abomination was nothing short of an A-class psychological affront. Carl's brow furrowed deeply, resembling the character for River, as the drop of blood suspended in midair completely evaporated under his will. Seizing the opportunity presented by the suppressive effect of the magic circle, he knew he must swiftly eliminate this grotesque foe. The longer he delayed, the more perilous the situation became. Carl scrutinized the creature before him, and in an instant, he made a resolute decision. This monstrous entity was certainly not one he could form a contract with. How absurd. At present, the magic circle lacked sufficient power to transport him back, and he could only restrain the creature for a limited time. Thus, there was but one course of action: to obliterate it completely and eliminate any future threats. Should this abomination escape from the summoning chamber, the chaos it would unleash was unimaginable. Carl gazed at its ghastly white fangs and razor-sharp claws, a shiver of dread coursing through him. Even a novice wizard would likely perish in a single blow. Under the suppression of the magic circle, the grotesque creature was rendered immobile, emitting a cacophony of discordant shrieks. Its cries were urgent and reminiscent of human sobs, akin to the piercing sound of metal scraping against glass. Coupled with its repulsive appearance and the decaying fungi sprouting from its back, Carl could almost ascertain the creature's true nature. The pallor of his face deepened. He had even sacrificed a formidable wraith to enhance his chances, yet summoning this abomination was beyond his wildest expectations. This creature, resembling a zombie, was in fact a ghoul. Although its form and abilities bore a striking resemblance to the zombies of a certain video game, as a lesser independent race within the Cthulhu mythos, it was in a league of its own. Ghouls typically lurked in shadowy graves, with the night serving as their natural cloak. They devoured not only corpses but also any living beings they laid eyes upon. Those unfortunate enough to be gnawed upon by them, if they managed to survive, would ultimately transform into ghouls themselves. The very existence of such creatures was akin to a walking, humanoid nuclear bomb. Upon grasping the true identity of this monstrosity, Carl promptly began to chant. In an instant, he transformed into the true state of a dimensional traveler, his eyes, dark as the night, radiating a dangerous gleam. Magic surged within him. The skill book from his novice package was finally put to use. With a snap of his fingers, blue flames erupted around him, merging with the fiery runes on his purple robe, creating an aura of mystery and power. A divine spirit, faintly glowing with golden light, swayed behind him, augmenting his magical prowess. Ancient Well, ancient tome of magic. One after another, buff spells enveloped him. Simultaneously, the ghoul continued to struggle against the constraints of the magic circle, its excited and piercing cries revealing an insatiable thirst for fresh flesh. As a denizen of the grave, it ought to remain in eternal slumber beneath the dark earth. The dimensional stone in Carl's hand gradually transformed into specks of luminous energy, merging seamlessly with his body. Dimensional ion beam. Although it is referred to as a particle wave, the dimensional light beam, enhanced by the stone, boasts dimensions rivaling those of the charged laser cannons wielded by gunners. The violet beam effortlessly struck the bound ghoul, while the magic circle, pushed to its limits, could no longer withstand the immense magical damage. With a mournful cry, it shattered in the air, and the ghoul was propelled by the overwhelming force of dimensional energy, crashing heavily against the wall of the wish room, as the dimensional power relentlessly tore through its body. The ghoul, having endured such a blow, staggered to its feet, releasing a putrid green mist from its decaying, hunchbacked form, which gradually filled the entire wish room. A display of supernatural antics ensued. Carl disdainfully snorted, and the dispelling spell he held in his hand was instantly cast forth. Carl commanded the dispersal of the magic, as the colossal fog gradually compressed towards the corners of the walls. Amidst the verdant mist, a blood-stained, sickly green claw swiftly emerged, aiming directly for the heart of its target. Having anticipated the ghoul's ambush, Carl's azure flames blazed ever more brightly as his magical energy surged. A wall of ice rose abruptly from the ground. A crisp sound of shattering bones echoed as the claw was forcefully repelled by the chilling barrier. With relentless momentum, one strike followed another, never allowing for respite. Having achieved a suppressive effect, there could be no delay. He must seize the moment while his foe was weakened. At this instant, the green mist, which the ghoul had released to obscure its intentions and simultaneously erode Carl's defenses, was entirely dispelled. Dimensional shadow. Glacial lance. Carl projected his own image into the dimension, propelling himself towards the ghoul that had been struck down for the second time with the swiftness of teleportation. Meanwhile, his true self wielded a frost spear radiating an aura of chilling intent, casting it forth in a similar manner. Engaging in close combat was not the forte of a mage. The essence of battle lay in maintaining distance and unleashing devastating arcane bombardments. The projection penetrated the ghoul's decayed form, unleashing a tremendous tearing force that caused the creature to collapse to the ground in agonizing wails. As the icy spear approached, the ghoul found itself devoid of the strength to evade. It barely managed to avoid a fatal strike to its heart. It was ultimately pinned to the earth, rendered immobile. Carl furrowed his brow, contemplating the remarkable resilience of this foul creature. It had withstood an onslaught of his most powerful spells, each one chanted with utmost fervor, yet it remained unscathed. Inferno Blaze, Avada Kedavra, the Killing Curse, Illusory Flame. Subsequently, Carl unleashed the mightiest incantations he had acquired from this realm upon the ghoul. He spread his hands, indicating that if it did not perish, he would simply cast another round. After all, mana was in abundant supply. The blue flames surged towards the ghoul like a cat discovering a fresh fish, eagerly pouncing upon it. The deep violet hue of the Killing Curse relentlessly sliced through the creature's rubbery green skin, as foul, putrid ichor streamed from its wounds, only to be swiftly consumed by the flames. Dimensional Fall. Observing the ghoul's tenacity, Carl wasted no time. The portal to another dimension opened, and he summoned the explosive box to serve him. The final detonation and the deathly curse became the proverbial straw that broke the ghoul's back. Is it not enough to die? Have you no consideration for me? Amidst the eerie green light and the smoke from the ceaseless explosions, accompanied by Carl's furious roar, the blackened smoke dissipated, leaving behind only a pile of charred remains. This creature truly possessed an astonishing vitality. Even in such a state, it had not turned to ash. Thus, he invoked dimensional exile. The rift to another realm opened once more, and Carl cast the ghoul's remnants into it. The endless dimensions and their mysteries served as the perfect disposal site for such filth. Anything that entered those rifts would likely never be seen again. He couldn't help but reflect on his fortunate career choice. Such matters were of no concern to him. Had he chosen a profession like an elementalist or a scholar of the arcane, one that lacked access to spatial magic early on, dealing with the remnants of battle and the bodies of foes would have been a considerable hassle. After all, he was not a monster. Although most of the time, he opted for the perfect choice of reducing his enemies to ashes, there were moments, like this one, when such an option was simply unattainable. Despite the ghoul's demise, its bones were remarkably sturdy. The all-consuming flames and the dimensionally adept illusory flame had failed to turn them to ash. With the disposal complete, the rift slowly sealed. Watching the ghoul's bones vanish into the boundless mysteries, Carl finally sighed in relief, simultaneously cursing Nobber for being lackluster. He had failed to summon Neri and instead conjured a bloodthirsty monster. Yet, Carl also felt grateful. Fortunately, he had managed to suppress the ghoul with the magic array, granting him the opportunity to strike first. Denying the ghoul any chance to respond, he unleashed a series of control spells and lethal magic. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly faced greater challenges and sustained injuries. System, calculate the battle rewards. As the battle concluded, taking 25 seconds, the rating of SSS, perfection achieved, rewarded him with a chance to draw a card. The system's cold, synthesized voice echoed in his mind as 8 exquisite golden cards appeared in 2 rows. In any case, drawing cards relied entirely on luck and whimsy, so Carl casually selected one. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Celia's transformation potion 4. Hearing the system's announcement, memories flooded back to when he struggled to defeat the second spine in 4 minutes. Transforming into Celia, he could annihilate foes with ease, obliterating the canine head of Rhodas. Yes, indeed. This potion had provided him with a profoundly objective understanding of Celia's combat prowess. The formidable Celia had effortlessly dispatched the second spine's Rotus in a single sequence of attacks. He could hardly comprehend why she had once been bullied by a few goblins. It was neither scientific nor magical. Item name: Celia's transformation potion, quality, heritage, duration, 15 minutes, special item description, a unique potion personally refined by Celia herself, allowing the user to transform into Celia for the duration, freely switching between her offensive and supportive forms while utilizing her unique magic. A true weapon of mass destruction, indeed. Initially uncertain, upon seeing the potion's attributes, Carl could not help but laugh aloud. The earlier mishap of summoning a ghoul, which had cost him considerable effort to vanquish, was instantly overshadowed by this newfound joy. This outcome once again validated his theorem: the stronger the enemy, the better the rewards. Surveying the wishful room to ensure he left no trace behind, Carl gently turned the doorknob and exited, gazing at the dazzling stars in the night sky. He suddenly recalled that Harry and the others were to escort Nobber away tonight, and he had seemingly forgotten to warn them about Malfoy's intention to eavesdrop. Oh, may Merlin protect you from being caught by Professor McGonagall due to Malfoy's betrayal. Secretly relishing the thought, Carl made his way down the corridor towards the dormitory. Wait, isn't Quirrell scheming to hunt unicorns at this hour? Since the blood of a juvenile Norwegian ridgeback won't suffice, perhaps the blood of an adult unicorn will yield better results? With this thought in mind, Carl swiftly changed direction towards the Forbidden Forest. At this time, the unicorn should have met its end. Collecting some blood ought to present no issues, especially with Voldemort to take the blame. What was there to fear? If he were to encounter Quirrell possessed by Voldemort, he need not worry. With Celia's transformation potion in hand, Carl felt emboldened. If truly pushed to the brink, he could instantly transform and ensure Voldemort experienced the terror of being dominated by apostolic power. Disillusionment charm, a little helper for nocturnal escapades, truly worth possessing. Casting the charm, Carl dashed into the Forbidden Forest. Unicornary, wait for me. The midnight darkness enveloping the Forbidden Forest was increasingly ominous, punctuated by the occasional chilling hoots of owls and caws of crows, adding an air of dread to this forbidden territory fraught with peril for Hogwarts students. Yet, to Carl, this was hardly a concern. No matter how terrifying it was, it could not compare to the ghastly ghoul that had startled him. The ghoul was now nothing more than a memory, its remnants possibly adrift in some mysterious dimension. Towering trees loomed beside Carl, while immense ferns and weeds scattered among the thickets. This marked Carl's inaugural venture into the Forbidden Forest, evoking a sensation akin to stepping into a primordial wilderness. However, the dangers of the Forbidden Forest far surpassed those of any untamed jungle. Here resided numerous magical beings endowed with intelligence rivaling that of humans, and they were exceedingly powerful, such as unicorns and centaur tribes. Moreover, many predatory plants disguised themselves as ordinary ferns, lying in wait for unsuspecting prey before delivering precise and lethal strikes. In the eyes of these perilous botanical hunters, Professor Sprout's devil's snare was hardly a challenge. One could escape simply by remaining in motion, as it was particularly averse to light and warmth. Carl reminisced about the myriad dangers he had read concerning the Forbidden Forest in the magical tome. He advanced with measured steps, not out of fear, but rather to sidestep any troubles that could be avoided. Today, he had come with a specific purpose in mind. The blood of the unicorn now held paramount importance in his eyes. Given his current prowess, single-handedly slaying a unicorn would prove quite challenging, perhaps even necessitating resurrection. This pure and unblemished creature, a pinnacle of luminous magical beings, possessed combat abilities that could rival the most formidable dragons. Not to mention, unicorns typically thrived in groups and could summon their companions. It was a mystery how Chilo had managed to locate a solitary unicorn. Perhaps it was through temptation? As Carl walked, he pondered while simultaneously observing the shifting scenery around him. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a brilliant sight. A small pool of silvery, mysterious liquid shimmered under the moonlight, radiating an intoxicating luminescence. Carl took 3 quick steps, and then 2 more, swiftly reaching the enigmatic pool of liquid. He crouched down, extending a finger to dip it into the substance before bringing it to his nose to inhale. It was the exhilarating sensation akin to a drug. The blood of a unicorn, indeed. The pure and unblemished blood of the unicorn must not be tainted by any impurity, even when it falls to the earth. It remains untouched by a single speck of dust. As Carl gently waved his right hand, a small pool of silvery blood was immediately drawn into the air. With a flick of his wrist, a beautiful glass vial materialized in his grasp. Once he had collected the liquid, he sealed the bottle, which was only a quarter full. Gazing ahead at the occasional glimmers of silver illuminated by the moonlight, Carl smiled faintly, grateful for his fortunate sense of direction. Following the shimmering light, he quickened his pace. Aware that if he tarried too long, the unicorn might succumb to Voldemort's insatiable thirst, leaving him with nothing. As Carl delved deeper into the woods, the trees thickened, and the path grew increasingly treacherous. At last, he arrived before a hollow in a tree, where he beheld the sight he had sought. A pure white unicorn lay motionless on the ground, its body stained with silver blood. It no longer struggled, having long since succumbed to death. A humanoid figure cloaked in a pitch-black robe had sunk its teeth into the unicorn's neck, voraciously drinking its lifeblood in a desperate quest for the life force contained within. The detail that slaying a unicorn would entail a curse was far from the mind of such a sorcerer. Wizards who resorted to such heinous acts often found themselves in dire straits, their lives hanging by a thread, with little regard for the repercussions of curses. Seemingly sensing Carl's presence, the dark-robed wizard abruptly lifted his head, the hood casting a shadow over most of his face, revealing only the silver blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. "Yes, I apologize, sir. I did not mean to disturb you. Please, do not harm me. I shall leave at once, if you permit me." Carl gazed at the dark-robed wizard, Quirrell, who was feigning the demeanor of a bumbling first-year student. "Eliminate that bothersome little wizard." A sinister voice echoed ominously. In an instant, Quirrell rose from the unicorn and glided toward Carl like a Dementor. However, before he could make any move, the expression of timidity vanished from Carl's face. Drawing his wand, he unleashed a powerful curse, Avada Kedavra. The principle of striking first to avoid calamity was deeply ingrained in him. Having just vanquished a ghoul, Carl was resolute in his conviction. The wand twirled, and a deadly spell shot forth. The ghastly green curse, imbued with the essence of death, left Quirrell in no doubt about the dire consequences should it strike him. Simultaneously, he inwardly cursed the absurdity of the situation. Here was a first-year student who had mastered the killing curse, and its lethality was undeniable. Seeing the peril he faced, Quirrell retaliated with a curse of his own, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. With no room for evasion within this range, he had no choice but to confront Carl head-on. Damn it! The two curses collided, and while Carl appeared relaxed and in control, Quirrell struggled under the weight of his circumstances. His current state was far from optimal. Voldemort's persistent presence had drained much of his life force, significantly diminishing his magical power and the potency of his spells. Moreover, the sudden attack from Carl left him with little choice but to hastily cast an Avada Kedavra in defense. To make matters worse, he had recently hunted a mature unicorn, exhausting his strength. Although he had consumed the unicorn's blood to replenish his vitality temporarily, the curse was now beginning to take its toll. "Is this all you've got?" Carl keenly observed Quirrell's faltering state. Now was the time to press the advantage and strike decisively against a cornered foe. With one hand, Carl maintained the incantation of the killing curse, while his other hand continued to weave spells. Dimensional fall. Above Chilo, a portal to another realm opened, and a colossal chest plummeted directly toward his head. Having had a moment to react, Chilo swiftly waved his wand, interrupting the killing curse and redirecting its residual magical energy toward a nearby large tree. Meanwhile, his corporeal form, cloaked in black, clumsily evaded the descending chest. The two killing curses struck the tree, causing its leaves to wither and its branches to turn an ominous shade of black, leading to its complete demise in a matter of days. The massive chest crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, sending dust and fallen leaves swirling into the air under the force of its impact. What a useless fool, unable to defeat even a child barely out of infancy. At this moment, Voldemort seethed with fury. That cursed unicorn had required immense effort to vanquish, and just as he began to savor the fruits of victory, Carl had audaciously intervened. Hearing his employer's wrathful outburst, Chilo felt a profound sense of injustice. How could he be blamed for this predicament, when it was Voldemort's relentless siphoning of his life force and the surprise attack that had led to such a situation? "Cursed brat, you have thoroughly incensed me." Chilo deliberately lowered his voice, crafting a gravelly tone. Despite his current state, the friliest of camels still surpasses the mightiest of horses. He, Quirinish Chilo, remained a foremost dark wizard of unparalleled caliber. With a slight flick of his wand, 5 or 6 skulls, wreathed in black mist, let out a piercing wail and suddenly hurtled toward Carl. As Carl's wrist twisted, 5 or 6 magical star bullets surged forth to meet their target. Purification. The light attribute magic possessed a formidable exorcising effect, causing the black skeleton to dissolve into a wisp of azure smoke the moment it made contact. Dimensional shadow. With a faint exhalation, Carl, projected from a mysterious dimension, surged towards Chilo like a broomstick soaring at high speed. Shattered. A powerful splitting spell obliterated his ethereal form. The Dark Mire. As this ominous incantation resonated, Carl felt an overwhelming force pulling at his feet, causing him to stumble precariously, yet he managed to regain his balance. Looking down, he was astonished to discover that the ground, once scattered with fallen leaves and twigs, had transformed into a vast swamp exceeding 10 meters in diameter. The stench of decay wafted upwards, as purple-black bubbles erupted from the mire, morphing into slender serpents that slithered menacingly towards him. Die. Chilo advanced slowly, savoring the despair that he anticipated would appear on Carl's face. However, Carl remained unerringly composed in the face of his predicament, a peculiar smile gracing his features, which only served to irritate Chilo further. Even on the brink of death, this little sorcerer exhibited an audacity that was infuriating. Confident that the dark mire and the endless onslaught of venomous serpents would surely lead this oblivious young wizard to meet Merlin, Chilo murmured, an intriguing little wizard. Do not wander carelessly in your next life. He then raised his wand and unleashed the fatal curse. Avada Kedavra. Yet, as the curse surged towards Carl, a profound sense of impending danger emanated from behind him. Chilo squinted into the dark mire, only to find that there was no lifeless body of Carl, succumbing to the curse and being consumed. Instead, a grotesquely shaped scarecrow had taken his place. Not good. There's a specter, although weakened and parasitically clinging to Chilo's consciousness. Voldemort's awareness was still keen enough to sense the imminent peril, despite the barrier of a large hood. For one who could unleash chaos upon the wizarding world of England, detecting this deadly threat was instinctual. A fierce sense of danger propelled Voldemort to seize control of Chilo's body in an instant. His elongated, grotesque serpentine visage swiftly twisted from the back of Chilo's head to his face, merging their identities in a grotesque amalgamation. Without the luxury of turning around, Voldemort waved his wand, conjuring a massive, translucent green shield that surged up behind him with astonishing speed. Clang! All of these actions transpired in the blink of an eye. Carl swung the spear, imbued with an aura of chilling desolation, and it collided with the shield. The frail remnants of a soul, relying on another's body to conjure a magical barrier, soon cracked under the pressure. However, this brief respite proved sufficient. Seizing the moment, Voldemort's wand thrust aside the spear, allowing him to retreat. Malfoy and Harry traversed the dim path of the Forbidden Forest, lanterns casting a feeble glow. Filch is such a wretched old cur. I shall inform my father upon my return. This is not the work of a wizard. It should be left to the servants. Malfoy grumbled, casting wary glances around. After enduring Malfoy's incessant complaints, Harry could no longer contain himself and retorted, Draco, I see it clearly. You are nothing but a coward who resorts to snitching. Enraged by Harry's response, Malfoy spat back, You filthy Gryffindor. I'm not afraid. The emphasis on filthy Gryffindor nearly caused him to sputter. Come on, Yaya. Let us see who the true coward is. Thus began the midnight expedition of the Yamaha duo into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Hey, Potter. Over here. It seems there's some commotion. The Hound Yaya led the way, with the two boys trailing closely behind. The sounds ahead grew louder. As they rounded a corner, an ice shard suddenly shot forth, striking the ground at their feet, embedding itself deeply. Yaya, who had been leading, panicked and scampered behind them, lowering his head and wagging his tail. Before their eyes, a dark wizard clad in black robes and another sorcerer adorned in a resplendent purple robe, enveloped in a radiant blue flame, engaged in a fierce aerial duel. It was needless to say that these two were Carl and Quirrell. Their struggle for the unicorn's possession ignited genuine fury, with powerful spells clashing midair, releasing tremendous energy. The area within a 20-meter radius had become barren, the very soil having been scorched. As Carl fought increasingly fiercely against Quirrell, he could not help but curse inwardly, is this really Quirrell? Why is he so formidable? How could the Quirrell that Harry dispatched in the films be so difficult to contend with now? Harry and Malfoy, both mere first-year novices, were nearly overwhelmed by the spectacle before them. Avada Kedavra, an ominous voice emanated from the black-robed wizard, followed by a green light shooting directly towards the wizard in purple. The two, cloaked in large hoods, found it nearly impossible to discern the visages of the formidable duelists. Malfoy stood transfixed, momentarily forgetting the imminent danger as he mused. If only I were that powerful, that wretched mudblood from Ravenclaw would be beneath my heel. Draco, run. Harry, suppressing the pain from his scar, noticed a sinister red spell hurtling towards Malfoy. He shouted a warning and rushed to push him aside. The crimson spell detonated upon contact with the ground, creating a sizable crater. Malfoy and Harry hit the ground, trembling as they watched the escalating conflict, knowing it was beyond their capacity to intervene. They hastily rose, brushing off the dirt, preparing to flee. Blasted ugly fiend! Do not think for a moment that I cannot deal with you. Will you perish if you take a step back? Carl unleashed several arrows of ice with remarkable precision, seizing the opportunity to leap onto a grand tree to recuperate his strength. In that moment, he channeled the spirit of a Zonite, fervently taunting his adversary, Chilo. After such an extensive confrontation, it was inevitable that both Carl and Chilo bore the marks of battle. Chilo's dark robe lay tattered, torn by the unerring strikes of Carl's arrows, with blood ceaselessly trickling down. Moreover, the remnants of numerous explosions marred the scene. Indeed, Carl had cunningly employed the same tactic that had once ensnared Snape, ensnaring Chilo in turn. What folly it was to linger so close to that box. How could one dare to meddle with the entities summoned by the enemy? It was a fitting consequence to be obliterated. Yet, it was a source of regret for him that Voldemort, ever the arch-villain, had once again activated his god mode, aiding Chilo in evading disaster. Had it not been for that intervention, Carl could have unleashed a devastating combination of control and explosive force to vanquish Chilo at that moment. After such a protracted struggle, Carl found himself in a dire state as well. The shadowy mire had indeed ensnared him. The erosion wrought by dark magic intensified, and he could gradually feel his legs growing unresponsive. Chilo's sorcery surpassed Carl's by a considerable margin. Although the purple flame robe had absorbed a significant portion of the magical onslaught, it ultimately had its limits. Blood began to trickle from his mouth and nose, marking the most grievous injury he had sustained since becoming a dimensional traveler. Though the notion of immortality was undeniably peculiar, the prospect of true death was hardly appealing. The taste of mortality was distinctly unpleasant. Withdraw, and I shall hold no grudges. Exhausted, both parties resorted to a battle of wits from afar. Despite Chilo's own deteriorating condition, he remained steadfast in his resolve, unwilling to relinquish the solitary unicorn he had so painstakingly tracked and hunted. How could he simply allow it to slip away to Carl? Moreover, should he abandon this pursuit, what prospects would remain for acquiring unicorn blood in the future? Without such blood, he and Voldemort would be left to starve. One must understand that unicorns are inherently social creatures, and even Chilo, bold as he may be, dared not infiltrate their herds to steal. His master, the Dark Lord's resurrection, was a different matter entirely. Impossible. You shall either depart willingly, or I shall fight to my last breath to ensure your demise. Carl clenched his jaw, resolutely refusing to relent. While he could set aside many matters, he would not permit Chilo to wreak havoc concerning Nightjali. After all, he possessed a remarkable resilience, although he was reluctant to embrace death. He was willing to face it if the cause was justifiable. Curse it. Allow me to teach this ignorant wretch a lesson. Voldemort seethed with fury at this moment, for he had always been the one to command others to depart. When had it ever been his turn to be told to leave? Master, your strength has yet to fully recuperate. Now is not the time for action, Chilo replied in a hoarse voice. Silence. It is your fault, you imbecile. You cannot even handle a mere child, compelling me to intervene personally. Chilo, thoroughly chastised by Voldemort's scathing words, became utterly submissive, relinquishing control of his own body in preparation for his master to take charge of the situation. Embrace the fear. At that moment, Chilo's visage shifted to the back of his mind, while Voldemort utilized this fleeting moment to reassert his presence. Voldemort swiftly produced a vial of freshly acquired unicorn blood from his robe, consuming it voraciously to replenish his strength in anticipation of the impending battle. This state of being could not be overexerted, lest Chilo be unable to endure it. Moreover, preserving it was crucial for the subsequent theft of the Philosopher's Stone. For the time being, he could not afford to perish. Carl gazed in astonishment as Chilo abruptly transformed from a feeble recipient into a formidable attacker. His expression shifted dramatically, for he had never anticipated that this individual would exhibit such tenacity towards the unicorn. Was it not the case in the original narrative that the centaur Forenza had sent this scoundrel fleeing with a mere kick? This defied both science and magic. Little did he realize that he had provoked Voldemort, who was now resolute in his desire for Carl's demise. Voldemort, asserting the matter as one of dignity, declared that as the Dark Lord, he too possessed a sense of pride. By the heavens, you can transform, but does that mean I cannot? With a flick of Carl's wrist, Celia's transformation potion materialized in his hand. If Voldemort truly dared to recklessly confront him, he was no novice himself. At worst, He could forsake his dignity today and directly transform into Celia to engage in combat, especially since there were no onlookers in the vicinity. Ultimately, the truth of the battle in the Forbidden Forest tonight would be buried in the annals of time, aside from the two involved parties. No one would ever know the reality. Come forth, the father-son showdown in the Forbidden Forest. Let us see who the true parent is today. Voldemort, is it? Watch as I strip you of your luck today. Carl stood atop a grand tree, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the furious Voldemort with a defiant expression. The dark ritual. Voldemort, possessing Quirrell, was acutely aware of his dwindling time. So he wisely chose not to engage in a prolonged exchange with Carl, instead unleashing a formidable spell. A dark incantation shot into the air, abruptly bursting forth to form an enormous, malevolent magical array that enveloped half the sky. Countless vengeful spirits wailed in anguish, while black flames blazed fiercely within 100 meters, igniting the trees and transforming the surroundings into a veritable hell on earth. Carl muttered under his breath, acknowledging the Dark Lord's formidable prowess. The potency of this curse was indeed remarkable. The depiction of magic in films, with its dazzling effects, seemed like an electrifying spectacle. Yet this single incantation allowed Carl to grasp the immense strength Voldemort wielded at the height of his power, truly a force to be reckoned with. The tragic demise of James and Lily Potter was certainly not without justification. Who could withstand such might? He realized that if he did not summon every ounce of his strength, he would surely meet his end. Sensing the intensely malevolent waves of dark magic surrounding him, Carl resolved to act decisively, uncorking the potion in preparation for transformation. However, before he could bring the elixir to his lips, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Dozens of pearly beams radiating with a sacred light surged onto the battlefield, instantly vanquishing the nefarious spells cast by Voldemort. At the periphery of the conflict, a multitude of majestic creatures, exuding a brilliant white luminescence, strode forth, towering and regal as if they had emerged from the annals of legend. Their spiraled horns, resplendent in various hues, stood proudly upon their foreheads, their pristine forms untouched by any impurity. Yet, upon their gaze falling upon the hollowed tree, they emitted soft, mournful cries, their sorrow palpable. After paying homage to their fallen companion, the unicorns conjured a celestial display of magical phenomena from the horns atop their heads, synchronously channeling an immense surge of white magic. Upon beholding the multitude of unicorns, Carl and Voldemort were instantly struck with trepidation, given their current state of mutual devastation. Should they be confronted by these majestic creatures, it was unequivocal that their fates would be sealed. The gift of immortality might afford them a fleeting reprieve. Yet the unicorn slain by Voldemort bore no connection to Carl. Nevertheless, one must consider the wrathful sentiments of the unicorns, should they deem him an adversary. The consequences could be dire. With the brethren of this particular unicorn now present, the prospect of obtaining the coveted blood was rendered futile. Remaining in their precarious position would serve no purpose and would only risk revealing their true identities. Thus, retreat was the wisest course. Cursed be Voldemort, who insisted on a lethal confrontation. In the end, all had engaged in a futile struggle, leaving none the victor, only to emerge with wounds both physical and emotional. Carl inwardly cursed Voldemort as a mad old fool, extending his left hand to deliver a sharp slap to his own face, leaving a scarecrow behind. There was no alternative. Hogwarts prohibited the use of apparition and similar teleportation spells, and this was the only way he could swiftly escape the wrath of the furious unicorns. Meanwhile, the sky above the ravaged forest, a testament to their fierce battle, echoed with Carl's gleeful taunts. It was he who had slain your companion. If you seek vengeance, direct it towards him. Farewell, Voldemort. You wretched old scoundrel, if you want to let me have my way, may you find no solace either. I hope you are surrounded and slain by them tonight. Goodbye. After Carl departed using a decoy, only Voldemort and Quirrell remained at the scene. Voldemort, momentarily flustered, realized that within the confines of Hogwarts, apparition was rendered ineffective. This meant he had to rely solely on his legs to escape the onslaught of unicorns pursuing him. Damn that little scoundrel. I hope never to encounter you again. Voldemort seethed, nearly grinding Quirrell's teeth to dust in his fury. At that moment, over a dozen unicorns unleashed a torrent of white magic upon him, honed over a lengthy period. Curse it! Voldemort's roar echoed throughout the Forbidden Forest, startling countless owls and crows. Yet, being a formidable Dark Lord, he evaded some of the spells and endured others, ultimately managing to escape. Though the cost of this escape remained unknown, the unicorns, unable to capture Voldemort, mourned their missed opportunity. gently approaching the lifeless form of one of their own and emitting sorrowful whines. Hagrid, hurry. It's over there, on a path overgrown with weeds. Harry and Malfoy led the way, urgency evident in their demeanor. Don't rush, Harry. I've already sent the unicorns to investigate. There shouldn't be any trouble, Hagrid reassured, though anxiety gnawed at him. You should have seen the scene. Scabbers and I nearly perished there. Those two powerful wizards left the ground in ruins, Malfoy exclaimed, his tone laced with both fear and envy, for Slytherin had always revered bloodlines and strength. Was it truly that terrifying? You sound frightened, Ron scoffed. A disdainful twist to his lips, for the Weasley family had long harbored animosity towards the Malfoys. The two families seized any opportunity to undermine each other. And this occasion was no different. Humph, red-haired Weasley. If you had been there, you would have surely soiled your pants in terror, Malfoy retorted, his gaze unyielding against any Weasley. Enough. Stop squabbling. We'll find out soon enough, Hermione interjected impatiently, for their Gryffindor trio's nocturnal escapade had taken a disastrous turn, resulting in a deduction of 150 points, dampening her spirits considerably, amidst the clamor of the 5 youths and 1 dog. They swiftly arrived at the location described by Harry and Malfoy. The sight before them left them utterly astounded. The trees and vegetation within a 100-meter radius had been reduced to charred earth. Ice shards, traces of explosions, and ominous black flames that still flickered indicated that a cataclysmic wizarding battle had recently unfolded here. They covered their mouths and noses, for the air was thick with the stench of dark magic mingled with the acrid scent of charred remnants. At the heart of the battlefield, the once familiar ground had transformed into a foul swamp, exuding a heavy miasma. Nearby, a circle of unicorns surrounded a fallen companion, lamenting their loss. Hagrid rushed over, his face etched with desperation. That injured unicorn was his cherished companion, and he could not bear the thought of losing her. Yet, as he knelt and stroked the unicorn's mane with his large hands, years of experience caring for magical creatures told him that she had long since departed this world. Narcissa, he cried, tears streaming down his face and saturating the soil beneath him. Hagrid, are you all right? Was her name Narcissa? Harry and the others looked on with concern as Hagrid knelt, choking back sobs while wiping his tears with a grimy handkerchief, their hands reaching out to support him. Who could be so cruel as to harm her? Hagrid stood unsteadily, his grief morphing into an uncontainable rage. It must have been that malevolent wizard in the black cloak. I saw him drinking a silver liquid during his battle with the purple-robed wizard, and it resembled unicorn blood perfectly. Harry carefully articulated his suspicions, recounting everything he and Malfoy had witnessed, omitting only the pain of his own scar. As Malfoy was still present, the purple-robed wizard was somewhat diminutive, only slightly taller than Professor Flitwick, perhaps sharing his lineage with fairies, Malfoy suggested after a moment of contemplation. Subsequently, the group employed magic to transport the deceased Narcissa back to the unicorn's dwelling for burial, officially concluding their confinement. After completing their patrol of the Forbidden Forest, Harry, Ron, and Hermione hurried back to the Gryffindor common room, eager to engage in a debriefing session. The Gryffindor Lions were ever brimming with energy, always eager to involve themselves in every matter. Harry, are you saying that the dark wizard in the black cloak is actually the Dark Lord? Hermione questioned, seated on the couch, her expression a mix of confusion and fear, for she had gleaned too many clues about the Dark Lord from her readings. His name and the Death Eater organization he founded were synonymous with cruelty and brutality. Indeed, it is the Dark Lord. Whenever he draws near, my scar throbs. This sensation, aside from being felt around Snape, is only comparable to that dark wizard. Moreover, the intensity one feels in his presence far exceeds that of Snape, Harry declared, rising from the couch and pacing between them, presenting his reasoning with conviction. He was now weakened, relying on unicorn blood to sustain him. Undeterred by the powerful curse it might impose, for the gravity of the situation left him indifferent. Harry stroked his chin thoughtfully before adding, I believe we have misunderstood. Snape did not steal the Philosopher's Stone for himself. He aimed to use its power to create an elixir of life to resurrect the Dark Lord, Ron exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization, piecing together the truth, while poor Professor Snape once again found himself the scapegoat. If he succeeds, will he come after you? Ron suddenly grasped the seriousness of the situation, concern etched across his face as he looked at Harry. Calm down. Do not forget who the Dark Lord fears most. As long as Professor Dumbledore remains at Hogwarts, the Dark Lord will not dare to harm you. Tomorrow, we shall report to Professor Dumbledore. Hermione's words provided a much-needed boost of reassurance. And who was that purple-robed wizard battling the Dark Lord? Harry posed yet another question. This time, even the academically gifted Hermione shrugged helplessly, admitting her ignorance of any powerful, renowned wizard known for wearing purple robes and having fairy blood. Unbeknownst to them, the formidable purple-robed wizard they regarded as a potential match for the Dark Lord was currently kneeling at the edge of the forbidden forest, gasping for breath. Carl lay sprawled upon a large stone, suddenly expelling a mouthful of crimson blood. His purple flame robe, tattered and torn by Chilo, hung from him in ragged strips. How foolish I truly am. In an instant, Carl transformed into a character reminiscent of a tragic figure from another realm, filled with profound regret. Initially, he believed that if the formidable Mare Firens could effortlessly scare away Chilo with a single kick, there was no reason he couldn't achieve the same. Thus, he resolutely ventured into the forbidden forest, intent on intercepting his adversary. However, he was utterly unprepared for Chilo's tenacity. Neither party yielded, and a fierce confrontation ensued. Unfortunately, with the arrival of a herd of unicorns, not only did he fail to gain any advantage, but he and Chilo ended up mutually devastating each other, resulting in the ruin of his long-adorned violet robe. Now, he found himself in a state of utter despair, bereft of tears. Moreover, due to the unfinished battle, he was deprived of even a single opportunity to draw a card. According to the system's regulations, only a decisive victory or the demise of his opponent would grant him that chance. This turn of events had left him lamentably impoverished in both fortune and spirit. Carl wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, realizing that his injuries were far more severe than he had initially imagined. He gritted his teeth against the intense pain coursing through his body, limping towards the distant Hogwarts main castle, determined to seek Snape's assistance. Although he possessed numerous healing potions, they did not function like the instant remedies found in games. Their statistics were merely for his reference. In reality, there were countless factors to consider, such as dark magic, curses, and an array of complications. Even the high-end assistance provided by Remy was produced by the clergy of the Remedia Cathedral, who did not guarantee an instantaneous restoration of 30 health points or mana, while a single Avada Kedavra aimed at himself could effortlessly resolve these issues. The sensation of impending death was something Carl wished to avoid at all costs. Bang, bang, bang. Carl laboriously rapped upon the door of the cellar, which creaked open after a faint sound. He found solace in the fact that, fortunately, Snape was still at Hogwarts today and had not ventured outside to rendezvous with Lily. Otherwise, his mental state would have truly shattered. Indeed, I can scarcely imagine anyone else who would come to seek me at such a late hour, aside from Mr. Harris. Upon opening the door, Snape's presence was not immediately visible, yet his distinctive, sardonic voice wafted out from within the cellar. Carl rolled his eyes, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness as he listened to the greasy timbre of the old bat's voice. Although he had begun to prioritize personal hygiene, in Carl's perception, he would forever remain a greasy middle-aged man. Snape, if you continue to ramble on, do you believe I won't drop dead before you, splattering you with blood? As Carl barely crossed the threshold, he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. The old bat, who had previously squinted his eyes, now widened them in astonishment. In his recollection, this young rascal had always been remarkably resilient, never having appeared so wretched. Dark mist enveloped him, and a multitude of wounds began to ooze blood incessantly, his legs unnaturally straining to support him. Severus Snape realized the gravity of the situation, yet his prideful demeanor allowed him to maintain his characteristic expression of indifference. With a subtle flick of his wand, he assisted Carl into the room. Perhaps in your current state, you ought to seek Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing rather than coming to me, Snape remarked coldly as he used potions to tend to the injuries inflicted by dark magic. He then settled into a chair, his tone icy. Perhaps, Professor Snape, you should ascertain the present moment. Carl retorted with irritation, questioning why he would seek out Madame Pomfrey, as it would merely expose him beneath Dumbledore's watchful gaze. What? Has Mr. Harris recently encountered some mishap while experimenting with dark magic? Or perhaps he has faced off against a dark wizard and emerged defeated? A faint smirk of derision played upon Snape's lips. Such circumstances could only arise from one of these two scenarios. In my endeavor to safeguard the child of your beloved, I engaged in a fierce confrontation with your employer. Tell me, given my current state of injury, should you not consider compensating me with a fee for protection? With audacity, Carl replied that he certainly would not divulge to Snape that his actions were motivated by the desire to seize the unicorn's corpse. After all, any opportunity for profit was worth pursuing. Snape, upon hearing this, nearly lost his composure. To think that this could be linked to galleons was indeed impressive. Shouldn't Mr. Harris compensate me for my potions? They are rather expensive, and considering that the Dark Lord currently lacks a physical form, how did you engage him? A look of skepticism crossed Snape's face. He needed to clarify this matter. Otherwise, if Harry Potter were to fall prey to the half-alive Voldemort, he might as well choose death in Lily's eyes. Do you recall Quirrell? Voldemort possessed him, and I encountered him in the Forbidden Forest. I know not what madness overtook him, but he insisted on battling me. Moreover, Professor Snape, do you truly believe you can extract money from me? Quirrell expressed his immense frustration, exuding an air of reckless abandon. Voldemort, indeed, belonged to that category of individuals who feared nothing. It became clear to me. I had suspected something was amiss with Quirrell. The Dark Lord had long since taken residence within him, and it seems that the theft at Gringotts was orchestrated by the two of them. Ignoring the mockery in Quirrell's tone, Snape pieced together the scattered clues and suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Quirrell regarded him with a look of condescension, as if mocking him for only now grasping the truth. Snape snorted disdainfully, choosing to avert his gaze from Quirrell. He had to exercise caution whenever he conversed with this impish boy. The last contract had left him vulnerable, resulting in his purse being utterly drained. A debt he was still repaying. Since Mr. Harris appeared to have no further business, why linger in the professor's private space? Snape rose from his chair, flicking the hem of his black robe, presenting a clear signal for Quirrell to depart hastily. I have no desire to remain in this wretched place. Quirrell let out a cold laugh, equally indifferent to Snape. Supporting himself with his hands on the edge of the bed, he struggled to dress and slowly descended from the frigid cellar. Upon leaving the dungeon, Quirrell walked along the path to the Ravenclaw Tower, gazing at the twinkling stars above Hogwarts' main castle. Enveloping himself in a disillusionment charm, he looked at his body, wrapped in bandages, and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He stamped his foot in frustration, unleashing a fervent curse upon Voldemort's entire lineage. How could such a lunatic emerge from Hogwarts? As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Quirrell's blanket. His roommates had already risen early to freshen up, while he remained ensconced in bed, showing no inclination to escape the confines of his covers. Quirrell, you must get up. The first class is Professor McGonagall's, and she mentioned last time that anyone arriving late would be transformed into a pocket watch. I truly don't believe she was merely trying to scare us, Alex's voice called out. Rubbing his eyes, Quirrell sat up in bed. A look of despair etched across his face. Why must they treat me this way? After enduring a challenging transfiguration class, Quirrell clutched a hefty stack of books, ready to return to his dormitory for a much-needed rest. The ordeal with Quirrell and Voldemort the previous night had been particularly brutal. Hey, look, an announcement just came through regarding defense against the dark arts class. Professor Quirrell has taken a week's leave due to ill health. Professor Snape will be substituting for him this week, Philip announced, perusing the notice in his hand. At long last, the old bat will have his chance to teach defense against the dark arts, and I imagine he is quite pleased. However, we are in for a rough time. Not only do we have potions class, but now we must endure the foul visage of the old bat in defense against the dark arts as well. Alex shrugged in resignation, appearing utterly disheartened. For us in Ravenclaw, it could be worse. At least Snape is unlikely to target us too deliberately. Upon hearing the news, the Gryffindors reacted with despondent cries. The old bat's potions class was already a trial. Now, with him also teaching defense against the dark arts, it seemed they were destined to lose all their points. Meanwhile, Quirrell cursed Quirrell under his breath, thinking it was fitting that he was in this predicament. After all, Quirrell had endured a direct hit from Quirrell's enhanced ion beam, a force not to be trifled with. Yet, it was unfortunate that Quirrell had only taken a week's leave and had not perished from his injuries. Quirrell, where have you been wandering off to again? Your hands are all bandaged, Simon remarked, having noticed Quirrell's unusual state. This morning, he sensed something was amiss when Quirrell got out of bed. Would you believe me if I told you that Professor Quirrell's leave was due to a formal wizard duel with me? Quirrell replied with a semblance of a smile, recounting that last night they had engaged in a one-on-one duel in the royal city. If one were to disregard Voldemort's 2 instances of cheating through GM mode and the absence of a formal dueling ceremony, it could indeed be deemed a legitimate wizarding duel, one of life and death, had it not been for the timely interference of the unicorn herd. The two would certainly have showcased their most formidable forms to determine who reigned supreme in the Forbidden Forest. How could that be? Professor Chilo, despite his teaching shortcomings, is still a professor. It is inconceivable that he could be bested to the point of taking a leave of absence. What a jest. Upon hearing Quirrell's response, Philip erupted into laughter, utterly disbelieving. In this day and age, it seems no one believes the truth. Quirrell let out a soft sigh and shook his head, gradually vanishing around the corner of the corridor. Carl clutched the spellbook tightly in his bandaged hands, struggling slightly as he made his way towards the dormitory, forsaking even lunch. "Carl, wait." A series of urgent calls echoed from behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he recognized the voice of that troublemaker, Harry Potter. Reflecting on the unfortunate events of the previous night, he couldn't help but think how remarkable the protagonist's aura truly was. Carl clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging, and after a deep breath, he turned around. The look of indignation on his face had vanished, replaced by a subtle smile. A true adult adept at emotional transitions. "Did you call for me?" Carl inquired softly. "We encountered Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest last night." Harry gasped for breath before recounting the extraordinary events he had witnessed. "What? You mean to say that you faced Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest last night? You all possess quite the audacity to brave the woods at such a late hour." Carl was certainly aware that Harry spoke nothing but the truth, after all. The wizard who had clashed with Voldemort was none other than himself. However, one must play the part convincingly. When the topic of venturing into the Forbidden Forest arose, Hermione's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, revealing her discomfort. Ultimately, it was Ron who recounted how they had been reported by Malfoy and subsequently punished with the task of patrolling the Forbidden Forest. "So, are you suggesting that Snape's theft of the Sorcerer's Stone was not for his own benefit, but rather to facilitate the resurrection of his master, Voldemort?" Carl expressed his astonishment, unable to suppress a sigh regarding the imaginative prowess exhibited by the three of them. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of sorrow for Snape, who, despite having committed no wrongdoing, was now unjustly perceived as an accomplice in Voldemort's resurrection. The title of Hogwarts Potions Master was indeed well-deserved. The trio nodded in agreement and subsequently embarked on a discussion concerning this significant event, ultimately arriving at the simplest of conclusions: seek out Dumbledore. Carl listened with great interest, wishing merely to be an inconspicuous bystander. He anticipated the opening of the Philosopher's Stone dungeon, envisioning a scenario where Harry Potter would arrive and reduce Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, to mere ashes, subsequently acquiring the Philosopher's Stone to convert it into galleons and obliterate the money-hungry system. He fantasized about summoning Naya and ascending to the pinnacle of success. Although the probability of the Philosopher's Stone being genuine was rather slim, he believed that even the slightest chance was worth pursuing. After all, there was little to lose. However, as he listened to the conversation among the trio, his expression began to shift into one of dismay. What? They planned to involve that old fool Dumbledore to resolve this matter? Absolutely not. Dumbledore was far too fond of handsome young men. He had no desire to meet that old man who delighted in peering into the depths of one's thoughts. Wait. I injured myself while practicing a new spell these past couple of days. I must seek Madame Pomfrey for some healing potions. Suddenly, Carl's expression changed dramatically as he extended his bandaged hands towards Harry and the others, indicating that he was indeed injured this time. They could attend to Madame Pomfrey later. There was no urgency regarding the change of dressings. Professor Dumbledore seldom lingered in the headmaster's office, and if they were delayed, they might miss him. However, Harry and his companions resolutely declared their refusal to listen, remaining unmoved by Carl's exceptional performance. The reckless Gryffindors, driven by impulse, insisted on escorting him away. Yet, how could Carl, severely wounded after the recent battle, possibly resist their force? The trio emphasized the gravity of the situation, warning that a single misstep could lead to the resurgence of the Death Eaters, and consequently, Voldemort's return. A dark cloud was poised to once again envelop the British Isles. As they made their way to the hospital wing,